Dad was afraid that his daughter wouldn't find a partner, so he directly arranged for her to marry an officer, saying that if they got married within 3 days, she wouldn't have to go to the countryside. However, when they met the next day, the girl made a bold demand for a betrothal gift of 4 dowries and 1 sound plus $500, and insisted that after marriage, her entire salary must be handed over, and she wouldn't do housework or have children. If these conditions couldn't be met, she would leave. What surprised everyone was that the man not only immediately agreed like a lovesick fool but also gathered the betrothal gift the next day and went to propose. It was at this moment that the girl realized that the person she met yesterday was not the officer husband introduced by her dad, but the officer husband's superior. The girl who died in a plane crash accidentally entered a military marriage novel from the 1970s, where she is the hated stepsister. The original protagonist's childhood betrothed falls in love at first sight with the stepsister Jiang Lu, so he decisively calls off the engagement, and the protagonist ends up marrying the stepsister instead. The protagonist cries, makes a scene, and even attempts suicide, but cannot change the outcome of the broken engagement. In a fit of anger, she runs to stop the train that the two are taking, only to be hit and killed. Fortunately, when she crossed over, she bound herself to the hated by everyone system, which means she doesn't have to compete with stepsister Jiang Lu for a man, she just needs to collect 10,000 points of dislike to return to her original world with 100 million in cash. At this moment, Jiang Jilan was lying on the bed contemplating life when the door to the room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A young girl with a delicate appearance stood at the door and coldly said, "It's time to eat," before turning around and leaving. This person was Jiang Jilan's stepsister, who was also the female lead of this world, Jiang Lu. Soon, Jiang Jilan arrived at the dining table, where Jiang Dehao and Jiang Hao were already eating. Her stepmother Li Suilan and Jiang Lu were serving rice, and after Jiang Jilan sat down, Li Suilan flatteringly placed a bowl of rice in front of her, saying, "Jilan, it's time to eat." The dinner consisted of rice made from various grains, with stir-fried green beans and pickled vegetables, which looked quite bland. Jiang Jilan poked around in her bowl a couple of times, with a face full of disdain. "Is this something a person would eat? It's more suitable for feeding pigs." The whole family fell silent at her words, clearly used to her picky nature. Immediately afterwards, she continued to reach for the dish with her chopsticks. "This dish has no oil at all. Even dogs wouldn't eat it." Jiang Dehao finally couldn't help but slap the table. "If you don't want to eat, then get lost." At the same time, the system prompted, dislike value plus 8. The host account credited 80,000 RMB. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jilan was puzzled. There were only 4 people in front of her. How could there be 8 dislike values? It was then she remembered the neighbors next door. Because the Jiang family's house was a 2-house courtyard, the soundproofing effect was almost 0. So everything Jiang Jilan said every day was clearly heard by the neighbors. Sure enough, with the persona of a vicious female supporting character, it was simply too convenient to make people dislike her. At this moment, Jiang Lu across from her was looking at her, lost in thought. Ever since her rebirth, everything had been exactly the same as in her previous life, but this scene just now was somewhat different from the last time. However, considering that Jiang Jilan was indeed a picky person, the slight deviation in her behavior from the previous life would not affect her plans. As soon as Jiang Jilan completed the task, she immediately changed her demeanor. "I'm not wrong. Dad, you work so hard every day, how can you eat these unhealthy things? Once I get rich, I'll take you out to eat delicious food every day." After all, she was still a useless leech relying on her father, and she had to cling to Jiang Dehao to get food. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Jiang Dahao's expression changed from gloomy to sunny. "Just don't cause me any trouble, and I'll be grateful." But she was going to disappoint Jiang Dehao, as she came this time to become someone people despise. Nevertheless, she still obediently nodded. "Dad, eat more green beans, fill your stomach, and sleep well." "You eat yours, I can serve myself," Jiang Dehao said disdainfully, but his hand honestly reached for the bowl to take the food. Li Suilan smiled and praised Jiang Jilan for being sensible and filial, which Jiang Dehao appreciated. Finally showing a smile, he turned to talk about his stepdaughter Jiang Lu going to the countryside. "I asked someone to help with the connection so that Xiaolu can go to the youth point in the southern rural area to work, and I'll bring her back to the city in a couple of years." Li Suilan was very happy to hear this, as the climate in the south was much better than in the north, so going to the countryside wouldn't be too much of a hardship. If it were in her past life, Jiang Lu would have felt grateful and appreciative towards Jiang Dehao just like Li Suilan, but having died once, she understood everything. "Uncle Jiang, I don't want to go to the countryside." After saying this, everyone in the family turned to look at Jiang Jilan. Jiang Jilan chewed on the green beans with a confused expression. "Why is everyone looking at me? It has nothing to do with me. It's not like I made her not go to the countryside." Her younger brother Jiang Hao quickly spoke up. "Sister, are you stupid? If she doesn't go to the countryside, then you have to go. Only then did Jiang Jilan remember that in the 1970s, unmarried youths who turned 18 had to respond to the policy of going to the countryside. The original reason was that Jiang Lu suddenly dropped out, so Jiang Dehao had to quickly marry off the original owner. After all, the original owner was beautiful but as foolish as a pig. Once she went to the countryside without the protection of her family, it would be no different from a meat bun entering a wolf's den. Jiang Dehao frowned and looked at Jiang Lu beside him. The decision to go to the countryside has already been made. But don't worry, I will give you some money and food stamps, so life in the countryside will be a bit easier. When you return to the city in 2 years, I will arrange a new job for you. However, Jiang Lu was determined to resist her unfair fate. Uncle Jiang, no need. I have found a soldier as my partner, and we are preparing to get married. This statement stunned the Jiang family. Li Tsuilan opened and closed her mouth, feeling both happy and worried. She was happy that her daughter had a partner, and he was a soldier, but she was also worried that Jiang Dehao would not agree to this marriage. So she quickly spoke up to scold, "You child, why didn't you say anything earlier about having a partner?" "Dehao, I was not informed about this in advance. Look at what you've done." Jiang Lu, however, was indifferent to Jiang Dehao's gloomy expression. "We have known each other for a long time, he has always been in the army, and I couldn't bring him here, so I didn't say anything. Just the other day he came back to visit his family, and we talked about getting married. Once he finishes up what he has to do, I'll bring him back to show you all." Jiang Hao couldn't help but kick the stool and curse. "Are you doing this on purpose? You didn't say anything earlier, but you chose to tell me right before going to the countryside. Aren't you trying to harm my sister on purpose?" Jiang Jilan silently gave a thumbs up in her heart. "Little brother, you got it right." In the original text, as the reborn female lead, Jiang Lu hated the original owner to the bone. So the first thing she did after being reborn was to snatch the original owner's betrothed military fiancé. On one hand, she knew that the other party would have great prospects in the future. On the other hand, marrying him was a way to avoid the tragic fate of dying in the countryside. And thirdly, it was to cut off the original owner's escape route from going to the countryside. As the malicious female supporting character, Jiang Jilan knew it was time for her to make an appearance. "You are not allowed to take the household registration book to register with her." After saying that, she proudly threatened Jiang Lu, "If you have a partner but haven't registered, the marriage doesn't count, and in the end, you'll still have to go to the countryside. You like getting married, right? Going to the countryside is just right for finding a rural man to marry, and you can have a bunch of kids and live your whole life in the countryside." Next to them, Li Tsuilan was extremely anxious. "Jilan, Xiaolu, please stop arguing." After speaking, he looked at Jiang Dehao with some concern. Xiaolu was young and inexperienced. "Don't hold it against her. We can still find a way for the countryside matter." Jiang Lu couldn't stand Li Tsuilan's submissiveness. Jiang Dehao provided for her and her son, even supporting her through high school, but they didn't just take advantage of his generosity. For over a decade, they had diligently served the father and his 2 children, while also having to endure the bullying and provocations from Jiang Jilan and Jiang Hao. Compared to the stepmother and stepdaughter, they were more like the Jiang family's maids. In her previous life, she despised this kind of dependent existence, so she unhesitatingly chose to go to the countryside, but unexpectedly died in a flash flood on the way. After her death, her soul returned to the Jiang family, only to find that before her body was even cold, the Jiang family was eagerly arranging a wedding, marrying Jiang Jilan off to Zhang Fengxian. In the following years, Jiang Jilan's life became better and better, but she was unwilling to accept it. Why can such a vicious woman enjoy wealth and honor? I don't know if her resentment was too strong, but when she opened her eyes, she actually returned to the day before she signed up to go to the countryside. Thinking of this, Jiang Lu did not argue but instead spoke in a tone that considered Jiang Jilan. "Uncle Jiang, I know you can't bear to let Jilan go to the countryside. The only way now is for Jilan to get married. Once she is married, she won't have to go to the countryside." Jiang Dehao also thought of this. Although he was angry that his stepdaughter went back on her word, he couldn't be the villain who broke up a couple. But that would mean his daughter would have to go to the countryside. There are 2 ways to avoid going to the countryside. One is to pretend to be sick, and the other is to get married. Given his daughter's foolishness and flamboyance, pretending to be sick would definitely backfire. But who should she marry? Bearing the bad reputation of being lazy and vain, yet having a beautiful face that is restless, no one nearby dares to marry her. In the end, he thought of the betrothal he arranged for his daughter. He and Zhang Taisheng were from the same village, and their families had a good relationship since childhood, so they arranged the betrothal. In the year 60, during the famine, Jiang Dehao brought his family into the city to beg for food, and later became a worker in a machinery factory. Zhang Taisheng, however, put down roots in the countryside, and the 2 families just pulled apart. Over the years back home, Zhang Taisheng from time to time also mentioned this dull marriage with him, where he snorted to put off the past. On the one hand, His daughter is too poor to love the rich and refuses to recognize this rural baby marriage. On the other hand, he can't afford to let his daughter marry back to the countryside and suffer. Listen to your uncle, Jiang said. Jia Ming has been in the army turned volunteer soldier. Volunteer soldiers have a monthly allowance. The future will be discharged and transferred to the job will also be arranged for work. Is considered to hold an iron rice bowl. To support you is certainly no problem. You do not dislike it anymore. Jiang Dehao persuaded Jiang Jasmine. If you don't get married, you will have to go to the countryside. You know how hard the conditions are in the old country. You have to get up before dawn, cook, feed the pigs, planting, transplanting rice seedlings, picking dung, endless work. The days in the countryside. More than this is even more bitter and difficult. You can live? Jiang Dehao may not be a good stepfather, but he is certainly a good father. Jiang Jasmine grew up with divorced parents. She grew up with her mother and grandmother's family, and the lack of fatherly love made it hard for her to remain unmoved by Jiang Dehao's love for his daughter. System. In the book, the original owner was killed by a train. What about Jiang Dehao? What happened to him? End of chapter. Chapter 3. The dolls want to get out of the marriage. A mechanical electronic voice answered after a clattering sound of flipping books. According to the book, after the original owner was hit by a train and died, Jiang Dehao was grief-stricken, and swept Li Hongying and Jiang Qing, mother and daughter, out of the door. Addicted to the pain of the loss of his daughter, he contracted alcoholism, and after a hangover that led to a production accident broke a hand, was dismissed from the machine shop, and made his living by picking up garbage, and half a year later, died of loneliness and illness in bed. Jiang Jasmine swept her eyes next to Jiang Peng, who was flipping through a small human book while picking his nose and laughing dementedly. What about him? Another clatter of flipping books. After Jiang Dehao's death, Jiang Peng rushed home from the army to mourn. He decided that Jiang Jiaming had caused his family's ruin, ran to Zhang's house to make a scene, and pushed Jiang Jiaming's great-grandmother, resulting in the accidental death of the other party, and was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment. Jasmine Kong, it makes perfect sense. A family is a family that wants to be neat and tidy together as cannon fodder. I don't have to follow the plot of the book, do I? She couldn't do something as brain-dead as stopping a train in a fit of anger. Host, your mission is to reach the 10,000 smacks achievement within a year. Anything else can be played out as you wish. Jasmine was relieved. Jiang Dehao is still talking about this doll marriage with the Zhang family. Tomorrow I'll take a leave from the factory. Go back to my hometown and talk to your uncle Zhang about your marriage, so that your uncle Zhang will call Jiaming back, and you'll get the marriage certificate pulled. And first the office of the young people's office to cope with the past before. Jasmine doesn't want to go down to the countryside either. Why suffer when you can enjoy your life? But the Zhang family had made it clear that they wanted to marry Jiang Qing, the heavenly destined heroine, and wouldn't want her, the evil female match. Of course, she herself had no interest in trying to compete with the female lead for the male lead. In the streets of Rongqing at night, a military jeep was parked quietly. Jiang Jiaming stood in front of the rear door, towards the man in the car, whispered and begged, "Leader, you can help me. As long as you can help me to return this baby marriage. You are my regenerative parents. The rest of my life to give you as a cow as a horse can be." The face of the man in the car was blurred by the color of the night, but his black eyes were as sharp as eagles, accompanied by a low voice. "If you don't want to marry, why don't you just make it clear to the woman? Withdrawing from the marriage is not difficult. After all, Jiang Jasmine has never been able to look at him as a rural person. What is difficult is to marry Jiang Qing after he withdraws from the marriage. But anything that waits a year or two before doing this is fine. But Jiang Qing couldn't wait and had to get married right away. This matter is not decent in any way. With Jiang Jasmine's temperament of a young lady, she still does not know how to make a fuss, and Jiang Dehao's side will probably not agree. Jiang Jiaming's idea is to ask Lu Cheng to suppress Jiang Jasmine with the identity and momentum of a leader, so that Jiang Jasmine does not dare to act recklessly, and by the way, go to the Jiang family to help him to propose a marriage. Jiang Dehao in Lu Cheng's face, and I think it will not be difficult for him and Jiang Qing. To put it bluntly, it is trying to pull Lu Cheng's tiger skin to pull a big flag. Lu Cheng might not be unable to see Jiang Jiaming's small mind. Jiang Jiaming is a soldier under his hand, very capable of hard work. People are also resourceful. He has the intention to cultivate, not to mention that he cannot see the feudal dregs of such a dull marriage. To marry a daughter-in-law, of course, you have to marry a person you like, otherwise it is better not to marry. Finally agreed to accompany Jiang Jiaming on this trip. At night, Jiang Jasmine unsurprisingly lost sleep. I'm used to sleeping on comfortable and quiet latex mattresses, but I'm really not used to the hard brown mattresses of this era. The original owner is a lazy pig who doesn't like cleanliness, and I don't know if the grass mat hasn't been washed in 800 years. It's sticky and has a fermented rancid smell, which makes her feel uncomfortable. Unable to sleep, Jiang Jasmine simply pulled the system to chat. can I use the $80,000 in my account? No. The cash reward is currently frozen and can only be withdrawn at once after the host completes the mission. Why don't you just stop reporting your income from now on, so that I don't feel bad for not being able to spend what I can see? Host can listen to a ring. Although the money cannot be spent for the time being, but every day there is a large sum of money into the account. The host does not feel very happy and excited? A little, but not much. It was not until the latter part of the night that Jiang Jasmine fell asleep in a daze. She had thought that with her yummy and lazy persona, she would have no problem sleeping in the morning. But in the end, she was woken up early in the morning by Jiang Peng shouting at her. Sis, Jiang Peng, you'd better not be okay, or I'll slice you to death. Jiang Jasmine got up and glared at her opponent with extreme anger. Jiang Peng wasn't scared either. Why are you staring at me? It's Jiang Qing. He called over to look for you. Jiang Jasmine drew slippers, shook her two thin white arms and two thin white calves, yawned and slowly headed for the gatehouse of the family area. Jiang Peng followed her step by step, gossiping about Jiang Qing's intentions to find Jiang Jasmine. In the kitchen, Jiang Qing watched the backs of the siblings through the window, a sneer hidden in the bottom of her eyes. Haru. Zhou Shaoqing with a mouthful of toothpaste foam came to Jiang Qing's side and rushed to gossip about Jiang Jasmine's back, which was wearing a white pajama but swaying. Jiang Qing is Jiang Jasmine's child bride, right? I heard he's in the army? If he's calling it this time, he doesn't want to marry Jiang Jasmine, does he? Jiang Qing blushed badly and pushed Zhou Shaoqing toward away. You sprayed my rice pot with your toothpaste. Oh, I'll talk to you after I brush my teeth then. After brushing her teeth, Zhou Shaoqing was busy coming over to Jiang Qing to cricket Jiang Jasmine. She still can't see my cousin. My cousin is at least an official employee of the steel plant. If not for the family's poverty, it wouldn't have been her turn. Her reputation for being a good eater and a lazy worker is so bad that only Jiang Qing, a rural man, is willing to marry her. What's wrong with rural people? Uncle John used to be from the countryside too, but now he's not a senior technician. Heroes don't care where they come from. People with real skills can make a name for themselves sooner or later. Jiang Qing faintly said. That being said, who would want to marry a countryman when you might marry a city man? Would you? Zhou Shaoqing casually said it, but she didn't want to poke Jiang Qing's sore spot, because Jiang Qing is going to marry a really rural man, and it's the one Zhou Shaoqing can't look at. Jiang Jasmine's baby daddy, Jiang Qing. However, Jiang Qing was not angry, because she knew that Jiang Qing would soon be able to take credit for his promotion and have a bright future. By then, Zhou Shaoqing would only envy her. Not long after, Jiang Jasmine came back from answering the phone. Jiang Qing also carried the boiled thin rice back to the restroom. As soon as she went in, she heard Jiang Dehao interrogating Jiang Jasmine. What did Jiaming say to you? Did he mention your marriage? Jiang Jasmine stretched her legs and waited for mother and daughter Jiang Qing and Li Hongying to set up breakfast. There was no way around it. Her persona was just that, a clothed waste of space. He asked me to meet him at People's Park at 10 o'clock. Jiang Dehao was both surprised and delighted. Jiaming is back? That's great. It's really a dose to pick up a pillow. He came back at this time. This is God sent him to save you. Jasmine, you have to grasp the opportunity. Do you hear me? Pops, you're rejoicing too soon. It's not me that people want to save. It's Jiang Qing, the heroine. Jiang Peng said. Dad, then don't you have to prepare to buy a dowry for your sister? Do it. Of course we have to do it. And we have to do it in a big way. Jiang Dehao smiled from ear to ear, taking advantage of the good atmosphere. Li Hongying also mentioned her daughter, Xiao Cheng. Take some time to bring that object of yours home and let your uncle Jiang take a look. Jiang Dehao was happy in his heart and had a good look for Jiang Qing. I will also get you your dowry. Jiang Qing tugged at the corner of her mouth. No need, Uncle Jiang. We've agreed. No dowry or dowry, and we'll rely on ourselves for good or bad times in the future. It wasn't that Jiang Qing was noble and couldn't see the dowry given by Jiang Dehao. Rather, she knew that when Jiang Dehao knew that she had pried Jiang Jasmine's corner, not to mention the dowry, it would be good if she didn't get smacked. After breakfast, Jiang Dehao is not in a hurry to go out to work, but rummaged through the box to find clothes for Jiang Jasmine. Want to let Jiang Jasmine dress up pretty, so that the future son-in-law will be taken in one fell swoop. My daughter is lazy and greedy. Her brain doesn't work well, and all she has to show for it is a pretty face. End of chapter. Chapter 4, she's a little mean. This one is good. After rummaging around for half a day, Jiang Dehao finally found a broggy dress that was pleasing to men in terms of his vision and aesthetics. Rough plaid light green fabric, white round collar, both sides of the short sleeves made of lantern pleated design. Collar, cuffs and skirt edged with white lace. The waist also wear a white belt. Generous and gentle. Jasmine doesn't care. It's all a walk in the park anyway. When she changed her dress, Jiang Dehao took out his late wife Wan Ro, Jiang Jasmine's own mother's relics, a pair of pearl earrings and a pearl necklace. These two pieces of jewelry, the original owner secretly wore when she was a child, and was whacked by Jiang Dehao, after which she did not dare to touch it again. Today, Jiang Dehao was willing to take the initiative to bring it out for Jiang Jasmine to wear. It was evident that Jiang Dehao had great expectations and determination to marry Jiang Jasmine off. After Jiang Dehao left for work, Jiang Jasmine also changed her shoes and prepared to go out. Sis, I haven't seen my brother-in-law for a long time. I'll go with you. Jiang Jasmine didn't correct Jiang Peng's call. Anyway, Jiang Jiaming had married Jiang Qing and was also her and Jiang Peng's nominal brother-in-law. Jiang Jasmine took Jiang Peng out the door. Jasmine, other than to say, the appearance is really handsome. This back looks, but it is exactly the same as her mother when she was young. No wonder Jiang Dehao spoiled this daughter like a pearl. Li Hongying lamented in her heart. Jiang Qing similarly looked at Jiang Jasmine's back and mocked Jiang Dehao in her heart for being smart. In a working-class family like theirs, being pretty doesn't pay the bills. The dress on Jiang Jasmine alone cost Jiang Dehao a month's salary, plus jewelry and shoes. This line is more than Jiang Jiaming's half-year allowance. Who dares to marry a woman with such capitalist behavior? From the moment Jiang Jasmine stepped out of her house, she attracted attention from the neighborhood. In stark contrast to Jiang Jasmine's infamous rotten reputation was her flowery face. In the entire family compound of the machinery factory, it would be impossible to find a better-looking girl than Jiang Jasmine. Light blue one-piece dress, lined with skin color snow white and transparent. Waist design appears to be a thin waist is not a handful. Two oily twisted braids on both sides of the shoulder. The end of the hair with a ribbon tied with a large pink butterfly. Almond eyes and peach cheeks. Delicate and bright. So pretty that you simply can't take your eyes off them. Being stared at, Jiang Jasmine didn't show any shyness and greeted them one by one. Second sister Zhu. The food at home has been good lately. Look at you tightening your waist. Sister Zhuer rolled her eyes at her and tugged on the hem of her coat. Smack value +1. $10. 000. Master Lu, you forgot to button the crotch door of your pants. Ha ha ha. Lu looked down and turned his back sharply to cover the crotch door of his pants. Smack value +1. $10. 000. Auntie Zhang. This is your family's big grandson who just turned 1 month old, right? TSK. Dark and thin. Just like a monkey. Her mouth is as red as a cherry. But what she says is so obnoxious. Jiang Jasmine walked all the way, reaping blank stares, and her dislike value was rising. Bah! Little foxy girl. Don't know where to go wild again. Wang Lotus spat contemptuously towards Jiang Jasmine's back. Tian Hohot was holding her grandson when she heard this and went up to talk to him. What did the people do to you to provoke you to speak so harshly? Humph. I kindly made a match for her and introduced my maternal nephew to her, and she still picks and chooses not to see. Upon hearing the gossip, the older women gathered around, said what house car ticket can't be less. After marriage also have to give her $180 a month as pocket money. Bah. She thinks she's an old hen that lays golden eggs? Is that thing underneath her? Is it encrusted with gold? The vulgarity drew laughter from the crowd. Smack value +5. $50. 000. Is this the fabled pie in the sky? The system asked without understanding. Host, how did you manage to gain the dislike value without doing anything? Jiang Jasmine touched her face. Probably should maybe it's this face that's too beautiful for people to see? 10,000 skeptics. It's hard to say if it's beautiful enough, but the cheek is really thick. Even Jiang Peng, his own younger brother, was too overwhelmed by Jiang Jasmine's poisonous mouth. Sister, it's better for you to talk less when you go out in the future. I'm afraid you'll get beaten up. This is not have you. Some people against me. You must not be the first time to stand out for me to carry all. Otherwise, what am I taking you for? Jiang Peng. If you weren't my own sister, I'd want to hit you. People's Park Gate. Jiang Jiaming and Lu Cheng stood side by side, and their towering height and unusual military bearing attracted the attention of many passing pedestrians, especially Lu Cheng. 1.88 big tall man, sword eyebrow and starry eyes, cold face, wearing an olive green military shirt on the upper body, dark pants on the lower body, and military leather shoes on the feet. Majestic and handsome image, so that the young girls who passed by did not have a hot face and heart jumping. Jiang Jiaming is actually not that bad. 1.75 m. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, standard country face. The single takeout look is also a talent. Just in the tall and domineering Lu Cheng side, it is inexplicably inconspicuous. Lu Cheng looked at his watch for the nth time. His cold face suppressed impatience. Did you tell the woman the time on the phone? It's almost 10:30. Jiang Jiaming wiped the sweat from his forehead. I said 10 o'clock and twice. It's a good idea to withdraw from this marriage. Someone with such no sense of time. If she were a soldier under my hand, I'd have to train her to be a grandson. Jiang Qing reminded anxiously. Leader, she's a bit fierce. It means that Lu Chang wants to speak politely when he meets someone later, so that he doesn't piss off Jiang Jasmine. Lu Chang was unimpressed. How fierce can a woman like her be? Can she go to heaven? Jiang Qing actually hadn't seen Jiang Jasmine for 7 or 8 years, but he was terrified of Jiang Jasmine. When he was a child, he played with a slingshot and accidentally hit Jiang Jasmine, who took a brick directly to his head. Not only him, but almost all the children in the village who were about the same age were bullied by Jiang Jasmine. Even the village dogs passing by Jiang Jasmine had to receive a kick from her. He had never seen a more savage and fierce woman than Jiang Jasmine in his life. This was also the reason why he had to drag Lu Chang to accompany him to withdraw from the marriage. While being anxious, Jiang Qing saw Jiang Peng. A few years have not seen. Jiang Peng's face did not change much, but the head has pulled up a big cut. Stout and strong. At a glance is not a good person. Walking along with Jiang Peng was a girl in a red dress. Short hair on her ears. She's quite tall, just a bit strong and a bit dark. Jiang Jasmine was pretty when she was little. How did she look like this when she grew up? Thinking of Jiang Jasmine's ferocity and shrewdness, and with the protective Jiang Peng by her side, if he mentioned withdrawing from the marriage later on, the two siblings were afraid that they wouldn't beat him up. Of course, he deserved a beating for moving on, but a beating in public was too humiliating. Egu, leader, my stomach hurts. I'll go to the toilet. Where are they people? You help me cope with it first. Without waiting for Lu Chang to react, Jiang Qing covered his stomach and ran away. You son of a deserter. Lu Chang spat and turned his head in the direction of Jiang Qing's finger. The moment he looked over, the girl in the red dress walked in the other direction, revealing Jasmine, who was half a head shorter behind her. End of chapter. Chapter 5, the dowry is for you, the salary is for you, and the man is for you. The girl palmed small face white, combed with 2 beautiful twisted braids, wearing a light blue dress, stride to walk between, light blue skirt undulation swing, like a bloom in the morning dew in the lily, pure and enchanting. Lu Chun couldn't tell what it felt like. It's like a flower that's been growing in your heart for 26 years, and suddenly it blooms. Sis, Jiang Qing is there. By the time Jiang Jasmine looked in the direction of Jiang Peng's finger, Jiang Qing had already run away, and all she saw was Lu Chang. The man is extremely tall, wheat skin color, cut a standard plate inch hair, features handsome, look over the eyes of some harsh, a look has experienced the baptism of war iron blood soldiers, not bad for a male lead, and quite human. Jiang Qing, the dog-like heroine, eats well. Jiang Jasmine smacked her lips and strutted towards Lu Chang. Only after getting closer did she realize that the man was even taller than she thought, and she had to tilt her face. Jiang Qing, I have something to say straight. Sis, he's not. Jiang Peng's interruption was cut off by Jiang Jasmine. Don't interrupt. No, he. Jiang Peng pointed at Lu Chang and tried to say that he wasn't Jiang Qing, but was interrupted again by Lu Chang. Let your sister speak. Jiang Peng. Who are you? Your future brother-in-law. Jiang Peng looked at Jiang Jasmine and then at Lu Chang and understood something. Is that a crush on his sister? He looked Lu Chang up and down. Looking at the dress should be the army people. The wrist is wearing a Shanghai watch. The family should not be bad. Jiang Peng's brain turned fast, knowing that the other party was only temporarily confused by Jiang Jasmine's face, and when he knew Jiang Jasmine's nature, he was afraid that he would run faster than a rabbit. If you want to be my brother-in-law, give some pocket money to spend first. How much? Not expecting Lu Chang to be so forthcoming, Jiang Peng froze and raised a finger. Without saying a word, Lu Chang fumbled for his wallet and handed out a large sum of money. Enough to spend? Enough. That's enough. He only wanted $1. I can't believe they gave him 10. Where did this big, stupid, money-grubbing douchebag come from? Sis, brother-in-law, take your time to chat. I have something to do first. Jiang Peng feet wipe oil, sneak thief fast. Afraid of Lu Chang backtracked to find him to ask for the money back. This dramatic scene fell into Jiang Jasmine's eyes, and there was nothing untoward about it. She thought Jiang Peng called Jiang Qing brother-in-law because he thought that Jiang Qing was going to marry her. And the reason why Jiang Qing paid out the money was just to marry Jiang Qing and to please Jiang Peng in advance as his brother-in-law. True to form, the hero is handsome as hell and generous with his money. I wonder if she could have gotten a big together sheet if she had called out to her brother-in-law as well. As she was contemplating, she heard Jiang Qing call out to her. Jasmine. If you have something to say, I'm all ears. The man's voice was low and gravelly and rough. Jiang Jasmine pulled out her ears. A little itchy, afraid not to be pregnant? She cleared her throat and blurted out. I'm late, but only by half an hour, and I can't be blamed for that. If you had given me a bike, I wouldn't have had to wait for the bus when I went out. so naturally I wouldn't have been late. Pedestrians passing by have cast astonished glances. What's wrong with being half an hour late if you don't leave early? And you're blaming them for not giving you a bike? Smack value plus 2. $20. 000. Makes sense. What kind of bike do you like? Why don't we go to the department store now and you can choose? The man's reaction was clearly unexpected by Jiang Jasmine. How about Fat 4? That doesn't square with the book's plot. Don't think a bicycle will marry me? Not a single thing less than 3 revolutions and a ring, plus a $500 dowry. My father has emptied the family coffers by raising me this far, and I myself have no job and no income, so the dowry is not a cent. Stopping passers-by were shocked by Jiang Jasmine's brazen comments. These days, it's very hard for the average family to afford 3 turns and a ring. Jiang Jasmine, in addition to 3 turns and a ring, plus $500 for the bride price, but he himself is not even out of pennies to accompany the dowry. How shameless does one have to be to say something so shameless? Smack value plus 5. $50. 000. All your salary must go to me after the marriage. But you can't control how I spend my money. Besides, I don't do housework. I don't live with my in-laws. And I don't have children. If you can't do any of these things, don't hold me back. Why don't you go to heaven if you want a man to give you all his money and can't control how you spend it? You don't do housework. You don't serve your in-laws. And you don't even give birth to children. So why marry you? You're offering it to me as a bodhisattva? Smack value plus 10. 100. 000 yen. Listening to the rewards that kept coming in, Jiang Jasmine couldn't help but feel that she hated meeting the system. If she had known 2 months, no, 2 days, but 2 people earlier, she would have been a billionaire. System, host, I admit that you're really good at pulling hate values. But look around. Aren't you really afraid of getting hit? Of course I'm afraid. That's why I brought Jiang Ping to support the scene. But I didn't know that Jiang Ping was so unreliable. Anyway, the purpose of her coming to meet Jiang Jiaming was to earn smack value, and now that her mission was complete, Jiang Jasmine was ready to run. You don't say anything. That means you don't agree? Then let's withdraw from the marriage. From now on, you walk your sunshine road. I cross my one-wood bridge, Jiang Jasmine said as she ran. But she didn't run a few steps before she was yanked by the wrist. What are you running for? If you don't run, you'll get your ass kicked. You'll get the dowry and all the salary. I can only come home once or twice a year. Can you accept that? Jiang Jasmine's pupils quake. There's such a good thing? Lu Chang was amused by the lovely look of her almond eyes. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you agree. Then it's a deal. 3 days later, I'll go to your house to propose marriage. No, are you serious? What about your heroine? You're not marrying Jiang Qing. Ha? Jiang Qing? Who? What a plucked and unfeeling scumbag. Jiang Jasmine seemed to smile. Okay, I'll wait for you. If you don't come you are my grandson. She'd like to see what the dog baby man was up to. I'll definitely come. It's so hot. Go home early. Want a ride home? No need to court me. I don't eat this. The promised dowry can't be reduced by a single penny. Humph. Jasmine jerked her wrist back hard and turned away. The man's gaze behind him was like substance, following closely, causing Jiang Jasmine to subconsciously speed up her steps. Only when he saw the young girl's petite body being drowned out by the pedestrians did Lu Cheng withdraw his gaze and look down at his right hand. The soft, warm touch still lingered between his palms, making him savor it. The first thing you need to do is to look for a girl who is so good at what she does. Why look for a girl like her? Said a woman. An older woman smiled and came over to Lu Cheng. My daughter is 22 years old and is a middle school teacher. How much dowry do you give us? How much do you want to meet? No, I like her just the way she is. I can't see anything else. The older woman rolled her eyes and walked away angry. You're no good when you can't look at her good, upwardly mobile daughter, but instead you look at the vain, lazy bastard who loves you. Smack value plus 1. $10. 000. The dissatisfaction of being rejected by Lu Cheng makes Big Mom resent and hate Jiang Jasmine. As the onlookers dispersed, Jiang Jiaming, who was Ting himself, came back to Lu Cheng's side. Leader, Jiang Jasmine, did she promise to withdraw? Lu Cheng patted him on the shoulder with an uncertain expression. Don't worry, I'll help you out. Jiang Jiaming let out a long sigh of relief. Great, leader, you will be my new parents from now on. Lu Cheng was non-committal. You want to marry her stepsister, right? When are you going to propose? Just for the next 2 days. Leader, I'll have to trouble you to accompany me on another trip and be a witness for me. Good point, but I've got something important to do in the next 2 days. So 3 days from now. Okay. Jiang Peng didn't run out far before he was stopped by a man in military uniform. Little brother, let's borrow a step to talk. I'm begging for tickets. Near the new year. A lot of things, so for the time being, both books are single shift. After the new year I try hard to fight for both books can be double shift. End of chapter. Chapter 6 Can't you drink a soda without money? Jiang Xiaoguan was ordered to deliver a message to Lu Chang. As soon as I got off the bus, I saw Lu Chang handing Jiang Ping $10. Although Lu Chang is not an iron rooster that doesn't have a single hair on his head, he is also not someone that anyone can take advantage of from his hands. Intuition made Jiang Xiaoguan decide that things were not simple, so he waited for Jiang Ping to approach and stop the man. Seeing that Jiang Xiaoguan is dressed as a person from the army, Jiang Ping's attitude is quite polite. What is your business? Jiang Xiaoguan pulled out a cigarette. Have a smoke? Jiang Ping's eyes instantly lit up. Peony, this is a cadre of cigarettes. Cigarettes are very rare these days, and it is hard for ordinary people to buy them, while peony is the high-grade goods among cigarettes, which is usually only for cadres and leaders, and therefore it is called cadre cigarettes. Jiang Ping took the cigarette and pinned it to his ear, refusing Jiang Xiaoguan's kind offer to light a cigarette for him. Rarely receive a good cigarette, cannot help but go back to show off with their friends. What's your name? Little brother? My last name is Jiang. Coincidentally, my last name is Jiang. Brother Jiang, just tell me what you have to do. I may not always be able to help anyway. Zhang Xiaotian was amused by his mellow words. I'm looking for you to ask you something. Do you know our family's San Xiao? Who? Seeing that Jiang Ping really doesn't know Lu Chang, Jiang Xiaoguan didn't move to change the topic. It's okay, maybe I got it wrong. Little brother Jiang, look at you. You're also at the age of joining the army. Did you sign up? When it comes to joining the army, Jiang Ping's waist is straightened. These days, men who don't want to join the army, not everyone can. And he participated. Reported for enlistment next month. No wonder I was kindred spirits when I saw you. We're in the same boat. Just chatting. Jiang Ping felt that his shoulder was patted twice, turned his head to look, and immediately wiped his feet and wanted to slip. But with Jiang Xiaoguang in front of him and Lu Chang behind him, there is no way to escape. Hey, brother-in-law. Ahem. Jiang Xiaoguang was choked by Jiang Ping's voice of brother-in-law. After being swept by Lu Chang, Jiang Xiaoguang silently took 2 steps back and quietly pricked up his ears. Brother-in-law, you look like a leader with this aura. So, I can't be asked to return the money given out, right? Not bad for siblings who both love money just as much. That's good to know. I made a deal with your sister. 3 days later, we will go to the door to propose marriage. At that time, there will be no shortage of your big red packet. So, what to say in front of your sister? Know it? Jiang Ping's head shook like a rattle. I don't know. Then you don't say anything, and it's better to say less than nothing. Oh, go back. Good. Jiang Ping turned around and walked a few steps, then returned uneasily. No. Who the hell are you? My name is Lu Chang, Zhang Jiaming's leader. Jiang Ping. Leader? The matter between brother Jiaming and my sister. I know all about it. That whole Mingo side. I'll fix it. Jiang Ping was relieved to go. After watching him walk away, Lu Chang looked at Jiang Xiaoguang. Why are you here? The chief has asked you to come home. It's important. Lu Chang let out a cold snort, his gaze falling to the jeep not far away. It just so happens that I have something important to do as well. So why don't you take me to the political office first? Jiang Xiaoguang stood at attention. Yes. After leaving Lu Chang's line of sight, Jiang Jasmine looked around and didn't see Jiang Ping, so she headed to the station alone, ready to go home. She would have liked to hang out longer, but her pockets were empty, so she might as well go home and catch up on her sleep. Jasmine Kong. When she hadn't gone more than a few steps, someone suddenly called out to her from across the street. Jiang Jasmine looked over and recognized the 3 young girls who called out to her as Lu Tingting, Wu Meixia and Song Ku. All 3 are rich girls from modest families. Among them, Lu Tingting's family is the most prominent, the first of the 3. Don't get me wrong, the original owner can't climb the good friends of such a family, but the dog's leg that rushes to flatter and please, willing to be driven by the 3. Jasmine went across the street without panicking. Jiang Jasmine, are you deaf? I've been yelling at you for half a day. My voice is splitting. How simple it is. Jiang Jasmine pointed to the side store behind the trio. Come on, I'll buy you a soda. The 3 stared at her as if they had seen a ghost. Jiang Jasmine has always been a shameless dabbler, but today she's actually treating them generously? With the trio's family background, they naturally couldn't afford to look at something as common as a soda. But Jiang Jasmine unprecedented first treat. In the spirit of not drinking white, the 3 followed Jiang Jasmine into the vice store. Boss, 4 sodas, ice cold. The boss fished out 4 bottles of soda from the ice water bucket, and seeing that Jiang Jasmine didn't make a move to pull out any money, he said, 5 cents a bottle, 20 cents for 4 bottles, and an extra 10 cents deposit for taking them away. Jiang Jasmine dug into her pocket. I don't have any money. No money? You're asking me to get you a soda if you don't have any money? The boss was so angry that his face was black. Jiang Jasmine justified. Can't you drink a soda without money? You don't have money to drink. You're too young to be a good boy. And you're learning to eat like a king, so get lost, or I'll report you to the police. The chubby brother who was pinching a nickel on the side, ready to buy a popsicle, threw a scornful look at Jiang Jasmine. Smack value +2, $20, 000. Jiang Jasmine turned her head to the jaw-dropping Lu Tingting trio. This boss is too patternless. No soda if you don't have any money. Let's change one. Can you get a free meal at a different house? All three died speechless. Smack value +3, $30, 000. Seeing Jiang Jasmine talking to the three Lu Tingting, the boss and little fatty brother also threw contemptuous glances towards the three. Apparently, the three were also categorized as poor and freeloaders. Lu Tingting had been raised with dignity. Where could she stand this? Forget it, it's on me. Snapped and slapped one big roundup in front of the boss. Look is a big customer. The boss was busy just put back to the ice bucket of soda out again. Not only to help insert the straw, but also take a rag to wipe the bottle of ice water clean. The attentive and thoughtful service finally allowed Lu Tingting to get back a little sense of superiority. It's time to say no. Don't pay for sodas that are just great. It was cool, sweet, and had a strong orange flavor. Jiang Jasmine drank beautifully, but Lu Tingting was about to die of anger. Jiang Jasmine, I'm warning you, I won't be able to spare you if you dare to puff up your face and cause me to lose face in the future. Jiang Jasmine looked at the bottle of soda that the three of them were holding in their hands without drinking it. Why don't you guys drink it? Do you not like it? If you don't like it, give it to me. I'll take it home to my dad and brother. They like it. Lu Tingting's disgust was almost written on her face. Jiang Jasmine, I grew up so big. I have never seen a thicker-skinned one than you, and I don't know which unlucky person will marry a like you. Before she finished her words, Lu Tingting looked at the jeep that drove by and her words came to an abrupt end. In the next second, he panicked and hid behind Wu Meixia and Song Ku. What's wrong? It's my third uncle. Jasmine turned her head and saw a jeep with military license plates drive by. If you can drive a military vehicle, you must be a very important person in the army. Lu Tingting really has pride in herself. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Your Son. I've found someone. Wu Meixia and Song Ku also looked at the jeep that drove away, looking puzzled. Isn't your third uncle stationed over in the southwest? He came back 2 days ago. Lu Tingting was full of annoyance. I don't know if my third uncle has seen me. If he sees that I'm not in school at this time of the day, I'll definitely be criticized at home. No, I'm going back to school first. Lu Tingting said she was going to leave, and in passing, she shoved the obstructing soda bottle into Jiang Jasmine's hand like garbage, and casually let loose with harsh words. I'll deal with you next time. Once Lu Tingting left, Wu Meixia and Song Ku also left in pairs. Jasmine finished the 2 bottles of soda, asked the owner to return the bottles, and went home with a nickel in her pocket. Lu Chang didn't see his niece down the street. He would be full of thoughts about typing the marriage report. His rank was there, and the marriage partner had to go through the organization's layers of political vetting. It's less than half a month, more than 2 or 3 months, and he kind of can't wait for another. Jasmine's reputation isn't very good, and his old man's probably having a bit of a hard time with that. It's something to mull over. Jiang Xiaoguan, who was driving in the front row, was similarly mulling over the conversation he had just overheard. Listening to Lu Chang's meaning, he is interested in Jiang Peng's sister, but the woman seems to be involved with a man named Jia Ming? No, he had to hurry and report to the chief. Jiang Jiaming met up with Jiang Qing on the hoof and told Jiang Qing the good news that Jiang Jasmine had agreed to withdraw from the marriage. That the withdrawal went so smoothly was something Jiang Qing didn't expect. After all, Jiang Jasmine had never been a good talker. Did you hear her promise to back out of the marriage with your own ears? It was my leader who talked to her. The leader said it was resolved, so it must be okay. The leader wouldn't lie to me. The worry in Jiang Qing's heart was put down, and he asked Jiang Jiaming when he planned to go to the Jiang family. The leader has promised to accompany me to your house in 3 days to propose marriage. With my leader here, Uncle Jiang won't make things too difficult for us. Okay, 3 days later then. Looking at Jiang Qing's dignified and clear face, Jiang Jiaming could not stop his inner excitement, and grabbed Jiang Qing's hand and placed it on his chest. Haru, you're so pretty. I'm so happy to have you as my daughter-in-law. Jiang Qing's cheeks were hot, and her mind couldn't help but recall Jiang Jasmine's radiant and delicate appearance. She drew back her hand and said lightly, I'm nowhere near as good-looking as Jasmine. She's the prettiest one in the family section. Jiang Jiaming's red-skirted woman's rugged looks and thick figure floated in his mind. Nonsense. With her looks, I can't even look at her. Really? Jiang Qing was skeptical. I'm a puppy for lying to you. Jiang Jiaming's decisive tone and heartfelt dislike brought a smile back to Jiang Qing's face. I believe you. Jiang Jiaming re-gripped her hand and said guiltily, Xiao Qing, I've wronged you. I'm from the countryside and my family is poor, so I can't give you a decent dowry. Like you, I can't decide where I come from, but the future and prospects are in our own hands, and as long as we work hard to get ahead, our days will surely get better and better. Jiang Qing's thoughtfulness, gentleness, kindness and tenacity touched Jiang Jiaming. Haru, I swear to God that I will never fail you in this life. I will make sure you have a good life. Aha! The two hugged each other so tightly they couldn't wait to become one. By the time Jiang Jasmine returned home, Jiang Qing had already made all the lunch. Jiang Dehao and Li Hongying both gather around Jiang Jasmine, concerned about the outcome of her blind date with Jiang Jiaming. Jiang Qing didn't look away and did what she had to do. This unobtrusive city and determination, Jiang Jasmine still admired. Otherwise people are heroines. Jiang Dehao, tell me quickly, how did you talk to Jia Ming? Li Hongying, our Jasmine is so beautiful. Jia Ming must like it a lot. Jiang Dehao, when is he going to propose marriage? Li Hongying, the sooner the better. The better, the best tomorrow the certificate, so as to cope with the office of the youth, etiquette and so on, later slowly make up also into. Jiang Jasmine felt that if she didn't open her mouth, Jiang Dehao and Li Hongying were afraid that they would even pick the name of her in Jiang Jiaming's child. He said he'd be at the door in 3 days to propose. Jiang Dehao, great. Li Hongying, that's what we're saying. There's no problem. Jasmine is so beautiful. How could Jia Ming not like it? Jiang Qing also curled her lips and smiled. She laughed, was laughing at Jiang Jasmine at this time still swollen face, lying to deceive Jiang Dehao. Simply foolish. Being withdrawn from the marriage, though humiliating, was only a joke for a while. Going down to the countryside that's killing people. Even if Jiang Jasmine was lucky and escaped the natural disaster, she would still be tossed to shed a few layers of skin by the heavy farm work. Jiang Jasmine saw Jiang Qing smile and came to a realization. No wonder that dog then the man acted like he could do anything he wanted and promised to give her a sky-high dowry. Dare I say that he was teasing her? First you raise her high, then you let her fall on her ass. The odds are that this was done to take it out on a beloved woman. After all, the original owner had actually bullied Jiang Qing for 10 years. The good thing is, she's not the original owner and isn't going to lose her mind and go crazy and run over a train because of the teasing of the male and female owners. Jiang Peng was torn. He wanted to tell his family that Jiang Jasmine had recognized the wrong person, and that person was not Jiang Jiaming, but Jiang Jiaming's leader. Jiang Peng was not surprised that Jiang Jasmine recognized the wrong man. Jiang Jasmine disliked the poor conditions in the countryside, but also disliked Jiang Jiaming's dull relatives. 7 or 8 years did not return home, did not meet with Jiang Jiaming, do not recognize it as normal. As a younger brother, Jiang Peng still hopes very much that Jiang Jasmine marries a capable man, but he was also aware that Jiang Jasmine couldn't hold a candle to anything other than a pretty face. When Lu Cheng knows Jiang Jasmine's true nature and is unwilling to marry, his sister can't get married, so she won't go to the countryside. In the living room of the Lu family, Lu's mother, An Hui, accompanied the Meng family's mother and daughter as they talked and laughed. Lu Cheng entered the door and saw the scene, which made him realize the reason why his old man sent Jiang Xiaoguang to summon him home. Seeing him, the smile on An Hui's face tightened. Why are you coming back now? Xiao Wei has been waiting for you for half a day. Had to go to the political office for something. Meng Wei smiled and said, it's okay, business is important. Can understand. And Hui also regained a smile on her face and said to Meng's mother, look at your family Wei Wei. She's good-tempered and understanding. Unlike this rebellious son of mine, who will only gaslight me. Lu Cheng sat next to An Hui on the sofa. It's not business. It's a private matter. Seeing Lu Cheng return her words, Meng Wei guffawed and was about to say something when she heard Lu Cheng say to An Hui, Mom, there's a good news for you. Your son me, found a match. Half an hour ago, I've submitted a marriage application to the political office. It won't be long before you will be able to drink your daughter-in-law's tea. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the stunned Meng family mother and daughter, unable to hide his joy. When the time comes, you are also welcome to come and drink my wedding wine. Lu Cheng, I gave you a face, didn't I? Open your mouth and talk nonsense here. Let's see me whip you to death. An Hui, who had returned to her senses, copied the chicken feather duster and greeted Lu Cheng. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Her name is Jasmine. Lu Cheng, a big tall man of more than 5 meters, was chased and beaten by An Hui, who was less than 6 meters, and the scene was comical how to look at it. Ouch, it hurts. Mom, take it easy. If you break me, your daughter-in-law will be in pain. Lu Cheng stayed in the army for many years, experiencing years and years of brutal military training, and received a few dusters as at most an itch. I'm sorry, Do you think I'm 3 years old and can be fooled by just saying a few words? The more Manhwa fought, the angrier she became, and she wanted to beat her son to death. These years, for the youngest son's marriage, she was worried, eating and sleeping poorly, praying to the gods and Buddha, all exhausted all the methods. The son of a rebel doesn't understand her old mother's heart, and is always against her. The Meng family's mother and daughter were both embarrassed and shocked, although I have long heard of Manhwa's reputation as a tigress, but usually everyone exchanges, and Manhwa is polite and gentle. Today was the first time I'd seen Manhwa get mad. Meng's mother looked at her gentle and skillful daughter and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. With such a strong and shrewish mother-in-law, how can her daughter have a good life when she marries her? It's true. Mom, I didn't lie to you. I really found someone. Why don't you believe me? Lu Tingting defended. I'll believe the hell out of you. In the end, Manhwa was old and physically weak, and after 2 laps she couldn't chase after him. She crossed her arms with one hand and gasped as she said, "Show me the picture. Show me the picture and I'll believe you." Look at no pictures. In a couple days, I'll take you to see it in real life. Seeing the mother and son arguing, Manhwa softly spoke out to appease Manhwa's anger. "Aunt Hui, calm down. Don't get angry. Let me talk to third brother." And Hui gouged her son hard and threw the chicken feather duster. "Go, you take Weiwei out to eat." Lu Chang was not happy. "I'm not going. I'll eat at home. He is already a man with a famous flower. How bad is the influence if he still goes out to eat alone with an unmarried young woman? There's no cooking for you at home." Manhwa spoke out. "Let's eat at home. It's hot outside and I don't want to go out. Just have Aunt Ma add whatever dishes she wants." "Third brother, let's go to the courtyard and say a few words. Talking is still okay." When she reached the courtyard, Manhwa turned around and looked at Lu Chang with affection. "Third brother, you don't have to lie to the elders in order to reject me. In my heart, you are a mountainous existence, the most outstanding man in this world. I won't allow you to carry any stain, even if it's because of me." Manhwa is equally unconvinced that Lu Chang has really found someone. She's been obsessed with Lu Chang for 20 years. She's a childhood friend. She knows her roots, and she's good enough to be a good match in terms of family history, talent, and looks. There's no reason for Lu Chang not to pick her and find some other random woman. "Third brother, I understand your sense of family and country, and I also understand that you don't want to be bound by your family. That's fine. I'm willing to wait for you, but I still want to tell you that I won't be a drag on you. I will always stand behind you and be your solid backing." In the face of such a sincere and passionate confession, it would be a lie to say that you are not moved. Lu Chang sighed. "Vivian, firstly, I really met someone I like and I'm going to marry her. Secondly, I've always treated you as a sister. Before and after, we can be brother and sister. We can be friends, but we won't be husband and wife. I sincerely wish you the best of luck and find a good man soon." Manhwa drummed up a lifetime of courage. In exchange for an unrelenting rejection, the blow can be imagined. She was shaking and watering, and she looked as if I had seen her. Unfortunately, the Lu Chang across from her was a veritable straight man of steel, and didn't even blink when he saw her about to fall. Manhwa steadied herself. "I don't believe it. Third brother, I don't believe that there will be another woman in your eyes. Forget it if you don't believe me." That's it. Lu Chang didn't bother to say much. After all, he hadn't even thought about his personal lifelong endeavors until he left the house this morning. He said that he saw color or not. Jiang Jasmine he is anyway married. He was thrilled at the thought of the petite, soft girl who would marry him and give him a bunch of babies. Meng's mother and daughter left without eating. Lu Chang was eating quite well, wolfing down his food, and Huey's eyes chilled and poked at him. "You're still in the mood to eat. What's wrong with Weiwei? She's got the looks. She's got the talent. She's got the talent. She's got the heart for you. What else are you not satisfied with? If I like me, I have to marry. Then wouldn't I be like that ancient emperor with a harem of 3,000 beauties?" And Hui was so angry that she spat at him. "You think you're pretty? Can you have some face? Do you really think you're a piece of that everyone wants? Look at the family home with you the same age, which did not marry a wife to hold a child. You are still a bachelor. I am ashamed of it. Don't be in a hurry. In a few days people will also envy you for getting a daughter-in-law." Lu Chen coughed twice as he ate, choking on his meal, and Hui looked distressed. "Can't you eat slower? And no one is stealing from you. I have something this afternoon. You haven't been back for 2 days, and you're running around as much as you can. Something's really wrong." Lu Cheng took the soup scooped by the nanny and drank most of the bowl in one gulp, suppressing his cough. "Mom, you gave me my savings." Lu Cheng is stationed at the border all year round, eating and living in the army. There is nothing to spend. Every month's allowance is sent back home as much as it is, by An Hui on behalf of the management, and Hui is not short of money to spend, all saved up. As to save up for Lu Cheng's wife, and Hui took out the passbook she had saved for him. It's all here. What are you doing with the money? Lu Cheng flipped through the passbook, and his mouth returned to an hui. Buy a dowry and take a daughter-in-law. Brat, can you have some decency? Bull ***** in front of me again. I'll have your old man come back to clean you up. Lu Cheng closed the passbook and slipped it into his pocket. Her name is Jiang Jasmine. Who? Lu Cheng bared his big teeth and took a joyful look. Your daughter-in-law. I've also submitted the marriage report. Don't believe me? Asked the old man, realizing that her son was in earnest. And Hui was mixed with joy and anger. Such a big deal. And did not say hello to the family first. Do you think your father and I are dead? Lu Cheng returned. You guys didn't say hello in advance when you gave birth to me. And Hui was so angry that she wanted to poke him with chopsticks. If I had known you were so good at being angry, I might as well have had a piece of barbecued pork. Get lost. I don't care about you anymore. Look at you. You're not happy that I'm not getting married. And you're still not happy that I'm getting married. So what do you want me to do? Although Hui was angry that her son had made a preemptive decision, she was naturally still happy that her son was willing to solve his personal problems after a long time. How do you two know each other? Where is she from? How old is she? What do her parents do? And Hui asked seriously. And Lu Cheng answered seriously. None of that matters. I marry a daughter-in-law for a little bit of what I like. In the DPA office, Lu Dehao wearing presbyopia glasses, looking at the report in his hand to read word by word silently. Report. Enter. Jiang Xiaoguang casually closed the office and walked over to the desk. Chief, I have something about San Shao to report to you. Lu Dehao lifted his eyes and looked at him. What is it? Third youngest. Got a date. Just this? Lu Dehao's calmness made Jiang Xiaoguang wonder. Aren't you looking forward to drinking your daughter-in-law's tea? Aren't you happy that third young master is willing to settle his own personal matters? Which one of your eyes saw that I was upset? Both eyes saw it. Jiang Xiaoguang ventriloquized. Lu Dehao snapped the report in his hand and threw it on the desk. Dog days. Greetings are not even a fight. On the marriage report up. Jiang Xiaoguang took a look toward the report. And then he realized the purpose of Lu Cheng's visit to the political office. That's a lot of movement. That's a lot of speed. Jingle bells. Jiang Xiaoguang picked up the phone and fed it before handing it to Lu Dehao. Chief, it's for you. End of chapter. Chapter 9, doing a mission, as if for fun. Lu Dehao took the phone. Heard his wife called. Temper convergence of some. What's the matter? And Hui crackled. Roughly, Lu Cheng said he wanted to get married. The woman's name is Jiang Jasmine. And asked Lu Dehao whether he knew the details of Jiang Jasmine. Lu Dehao didn't know what he was asking. So he was so angry that Hui scolded him and hung up the phone. Lu Dehao is in a high position, but he can't do anything about his own wife, so he can only hold his fire and put the account on Lu Cheng's head. Mother Jiang was extremely satisfied with her son's withdrawal from Jiang Jasmine and marrying Jiang Qing instead. She's lazy and has the face to look down on our family. I don't even look down on her. Xiao Qing is much better than her. Hard-working, virtuous and capable of hard work. Finding such a daughter-in-law is the only way for the family to prosper. Jiang Jiaming agreed with his own mother's words. He also thought that Jiang Qing was better than Jiang Jasmine in every way. He was always on the army and had no way to honor his parents. Marrying a virtuous and capable daughter-in-law like Jiang Qing to help him honor his parents and take care of his younger siblings at home, he could feel quite at ease in the army. The three siblings, Zhang Jiachuan, Zhang Ermiai, and Zhang Sanmei, were equally happy about Jiang Qing being their sister-in-law. Jiang Jasmine is mean and brutal and bullies them every time they go back home. Jiang Qing never bullied them and brought them delicious snacks and helped them with their work. Zhang Taisheng looked at the happy family and felt a bit of fire in his heart. He's a man and sees deeper than the old and weak. No matter how good Jiang Qing's character is, she is still just a stepdaughter and will have nothing to do with the Jiang family when she marries out. Jiang Ping joined the army. If he stays in the army in the future, then the job of Jiang Hai Machinery Factory is not Jiang Jasmine's. What's more, Jiang Dehai has been working in the city for many years and has a wide range of social contacts, and he also thought that Jiang Dehai would pull his family's children a hand. Now that it had come to this, his decades of friendship with Jiang Dehai was only at an end. Jasmine slept through the evening. I slept well, but my body was sweaty and uncomfortable. Getting up and washing her face with cold water, and pinching the 5 cents from her return soda bottle, Jasmine went to the kiosk. Boss, got any popsicles? Yeah, 5 cents a stick. Boss, let's talk. Can you give me a popsicle? The kiosk owner's wife pulled a foul face. Don't eat if you don't have money. I have money, but I don't want to spend my money because my money works. Ha! Your money is money and other people's money isn't. Ha! What a guy! Smack value +1. $10. 000. Hearing the smack value arrive, Jiang Jasmine handed out the 5 cents in her hand. Boss, I'm just kidding you. Have a popsicle. The owner took the money with a black face and took a popsicle to her. Eating the popsicles, Jiang Jasmine's mind cleared up, remembering the $10 that Jiang Peng had swindled from Jiang Jiaming. After wandering around with nothing to do for a while, he bumped into Jiang Qing coming back. Although Jiang Qing did not have a formal job, she was very hardworking and went to the match factory every day to do odd jobs, and then came home to cook dinner at mealtime. Jiang Jasmine greeted her with a big grin. "Why are you back so late? The sun is setting. Do you want to starve me to death?" Jiang Qing swept the popsicle in her hand and raised her foot to go around, but Jiang Jasmine reached out to stop her. "I'm having scrambled eggs for dinner." Jiang Qing snorted lightly. "You ate all the eggs at home long ago." Jiang Jasmine's chin lifted. "Then don't you know to buy it back again? Such a small thing. You need me to teach you. You don't have a brain when you go out? What are you waiting for? Go now." Jiang Qing stared at her coldly for a moment and suddenly smiled. "Okay, I'll go buy it here. Go on and get back. Cook dinner early. I'm starving." For the matter of enslaving Jiang Qing to work, Jiang Jasmine did not feel bad at all. Who let Jiang Jiaming, that dog then man, tease her? She is at most asking for some interest. "Haru, what are you buying?" Jiang Qing had just arrived at the entrance of the grain and oil store when she met Zhou Xiaoqing, who was returning from work. "Get some eggs." Jiang Qing returned to her while entering the grain store. Zhou Xiaoqing followed her in. "Didn't your family run out of egg tickets this month?" Jiang Jasmine insisted on eating the eggs, and I don't know how she'll make a scene if I don't give it to her. She really thinks she's a big lady. All day long she doesn't do her job, and she picks on others. She just thinks you're a bully. Why do you spoil her? Forget it, more is better than less. It was the end of the day, and there were a lot of people in the neighborhood buying things in the grain and oil store. Jiang Jasmine's reputation for being a good eater and a lazy person is well known to everyone. While casting sympathy on Jiang Qing as her stepsister, she held contempt and disgust for Jiang Jasmine. And all of this was in Jiang Qing's calculations. The more Jiang Jasmine acted as a demon, the worse her reputation would be, and the less condemnation she would receive for stealing Jiang Jasmine's marriage contract. Smack value +1 +1 +1 +1. Credited 30,000 yuan. A million people smacked the system for being numb. Its hosts do tasks as if they were playing. Unico, how far along is my quest? Mission progress 46/10,000 inch. It's been almost 24 hours since I wore the book yesterday, and I've collected 46 smack values in one day. At this rate of progress, it will definitely be no problem to reach the 10,000 smacks achievement within a year. But Jasmine Kong doesn't want to stay here for a year. In the past 2 years, her grandmother has been in poor health, and her mother quit her job in order to focus on taking care of the elderly. When something happened to her, her grandmother and mother were devastated for one thing, and her means of livelihood was no longer secure. Although she has more than $100,000 in savings in her bank account, the money can't last more than a few months as she has to pay off the mortgage and car loan as well as buy medicine for her grandmother and maintain the living expenses of the two old people. So, she had to finish the mission as soon as possible and return to the original world. Jiang Qing bought 10 eggs on credit. Jiang Dehao is a senior mechanic in the machinery factory. A month's salary of 68 yuan 5, not including bonuses and subsidies. Proper middle-class income. Credit a few eggs or no problem. On the way back, Jiang Qing took the initiative to talk about Jiang Jasmine's marriage. "I heard her say that the Jiang family is very pleased with her and will come to the door in 3 days to propose marriage. She can only marry a rural person. According to me, it would be better to go to the countryside. Uncle Jiang has a good relationship with several leaders in the factory, and will be able to get her back to the city in less than 2 years. Who says it isn't?" Zhou Xiaoqing looked at Jiang Qing. "If you get married and she gets married, then won't no one in your family go to the countryside? Well, isn't that nice? It's pretty good." Zhou Xiaoqing snorted with her mouth, but her heart was extremely unbalanced, because her upper two sisters have gone to the countryside, every now and then right back to complain about the pain, making a fuss to go back to the city. If she hadn't been lucky enough to have a job, she'd be suffering in the countryside. Jiang Jasmine and Jiang Qing, however, were able to avoid going to the countryside by taking shortcuts. That's just not fair either. Jasmine Jiang is also wondering about going to the countryside. Jiang Jiaming is unlikely to marry her, and since marriage is not an option, the only thing left is to find a job. But these days, it's much harder to find a job than a man. Otherwise, the unmarried non-engaged youth would not have been forced to go to the rural areas for construction and development. Just as he was pondering, he saw Jiang Peng dangling from the direction of the street. Jiang Jasmine shouted distantly, "Jiang Peng!" Jiang Peng ran in front of her. "Sister, what are you doing here? You tell me. How would I know?" Jiang Jasmine spread her hands with a smile. "Bring it." Jiang Peng pretended to be confused. "Sister, I didn't take anything from you. On the count of 3, 3. Jiang Jasmine swiftly struck, precisely grabbing Jiang Peng's ear. Didn't I say count to 3? You're only counting to 1. Jiang Peng protested. Jiang Jasmine twisted hard, and Jiang Peng immediately screamed for mercy. Sis, I was wrong. Ouch. Gently. My ear is going to fall off. Take it or leave it. Take. Jiang Peng hurriedly felt out all the money in his pocket. Jasmine took it and counted it. It was down to 7.50. Happy New Year's Eve. Family reunion and all the best. End of chapter. Chapter 10. This marriage. I do not agree. What about the others? Spent. Jiang Jasmine's eyes widened. Where did you spend it? I spent $5 in one afternoon. Senior technicians like Zhang Dehao, a month's salary of 68, converted to earn $2.03 a day. Not only did the $2.30 have to support a family of 5, but they also had to save and save. The average worker, on the other hand, makes less than $30 a month and doesn't make $1 a day. Jiang Peng spent 2.5 days of the average worker's salary in one afternoon. Invited Shiyu Zhonglei and the others to eat. Jiang Jasmine raised her hand and grabbed Jiang Peng's hair, kicking and hitting. You can really do it. Your sister is hungry at home and chewing popsicles. You are out there to show off as a big spender and invite others to eat and drink. See if I can't beat you to death. You dog. Jiang Peng dodged while ouching and grunting. Jiang Peng looked at the harboring of anger, but in fact, he was letting Jiang Jasmine. He is close to 1 meter 8. Jiang Jasmine can only be 1 meter 6 at the beginning. He wants to fight back. Jiang Jasmine is not a match at all. The siblings' scuffle soon drew passers-by to watch. A number of people recognized Jiang Jasmine. She was famous not only in the family area of the machine shop, but also in this neighborhood. He is a good eater, a bad worker, a poor man, and a bully to his stepsister. In short, not a good reputation. He even beat his own brother. He's just evil and bad. Smack value +1+1+1+1+1. Credited $150. 000. It wasn't until the smack value stopped increasing that Jiang Jasmine stopped panting. Back on the road, Jiang Jasmine had her hands in her pockets, with a social me-tugging sister look. Jiang Peng topped his cocktail head and followed her sullenly. Jiang Jasmine looked at the several tufts of hair standing on top of Jiang Peng's head and raised her hand to smooth it out. Jiang Peng reflexively clasped his head with both hands. Jiang Jasmine's outstretched hand stopped in midair. What are you afraid of? I won't hit you. Come here, I'll rub you. Jiang Peng was horrified. Sister, don't do this. I'm scared. You mountain pig can't eat fine chaff. Jiang Peng, I'm not going to eat the chaff. It's fed to the pigs. Jiang Jasmine gave him a blank look. You're no better than a pig. Treating someone to food costs $5. No, what did you all eat? Cold noodles and soda. And, Jiang Peng fished out a small round tube from his pocket and fawningly handed it to Jiang Jasmine. Nah, bought it for you. Jiang Jasmine took it and saw that it was a lipstick. The cream is a very vintage vermilion red with a light floral scent. When your brother-in-law comes to your door to propose marriage in a couple days, you'll definitely look good when you rub it on. Jiang Peng spoke with a fluttering brow. Jiang Jasmine put the lipstick lid on, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't touched in her heart. Jiang Peng looked at the big and thick Natun. I did not expect the bones and meticulous and considerate side. How much did you spend on lipstick? $1.08. From the $7.50 she had just scrounged. Jasmine took out a $2 one and handed it over. Jiang Peng took it with a joyful smile. Thank you sis. Jiang Jasmine lightly kicked the other. Save your money. Got it. Looking at Jiang Peng's docile appearance, as if a big dog, Jiang Jasmine didn't hold back and rubbed the other's head. Little cutie. The next day, Jiang Jasmine still didn't manage to sleep in. Early in the morning, people from the youth office came to the door. Jiang's family was JB'd and reported their family for evading the countryside. Under the current policy, it is a crime to avoid going to the countryside. Jiang Dehao persuasion. The youth office promised not to pursue, but limited to Jiang Dehao within 3 days. Will go to the countryside candidates reported up. In other words, Jiang Jasmine and Jiang Qing, one of them must go to the countryside. In the end, who is full of food and nothing to do ran to report. Lack of great virtue. Jiang Dehao was so angry that he cursed without regard for his image. What can we do now? Li Honying's face was filled with worry. Looking at Jiang Qing, who was calm and self-contained throughout, Jiang Jasmine couldn't help but suspect that it was Jiang Qing who was behind this. Gee, just had to get her off the countryside? Jiang Jasmine broke down and came up with an idea. Draw lots. Draw whoever goes to the countryside. No way. Jiang Dehao objected. Worried that Jiang Jasmine had drawn the down home sign, he had no room to be biased even if he wanted to. Li Hongying is a no opinion. Except dry anxious or dry anxious. Jiang Qing also disagreed with the draw. After all, She also had a 50-50 chance of drawing the down home sign. There are still 3 days left. There's no need to rush to make a decision. As for Jasmine, in 2 days the Jiang family will come to the door to propose marriage. And once she's married off, she won't have to worry about going to the countryside. So it's here waiting for her. Jiang Qing proposed marriage to Jiang Qing, and the one he wants to marry is also Jiang Qing. So there is nothing for her. She didn't marry out, and besides going to the countryside, the only way left was reform through labor. What about you, Xiao Cheng? When is that guy of yours going to come to the door so that your uncle Jiang and I can meet him? Just 2 days. Li Hongying was worried. If you were sent down to the countryside, I don't know if he would be willing to wait for you to return to the city. Jiang Chang was non-committal. Tell me more. Yeah, where did Pong go? Noticing that Jiang Peng wasn't home, Li Hongying couldn't help but wonder. Brat, must have run out to fool around again. Jiang Dehao didn't have a good temper. At the moment he couldn't care about disciplining his son, being anxious by the matter of going to the countryside, outside the city's military compound. Lu, brother-in-law. Seeing Jiang Peng who waved at him, Lu Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he stepped over. Why are you here? Hey, brother-in-law. I came to see you specifically. Lu Cheng didn't move. How did you know I live here? Jiang Peng scratched his head. I guessed. You are the leader of the Jiaming brother, and the military car to sit. Such a big leader. Do not all live in this compound? I just came over to try my luck. Lu Chen laughed. Okay, a bit of brains. Getting praised. Jiang Peng couldn't help but grin, then remembered the main thing and busily took out his account book. Brother-in-law. Something big has happened. The people from the youth office want to arrest my sister to go to the countryside. This is my family's account book. You hurry up and get a marriage license with my sister. If you get married you won't have to go to the countryside. Lu Cheng flipped open the account book and turned to Jiang Jasmine's page. I can't tell you how much joy I felt just looking at my future wife's name. Lu Dehao returned to the office after the meeting. Saw sitting on the sofa Lu Cheng. Did not give a good face. What are you doing here again? Has my marriage report been approved? Lu Dejiao's eyes almost did not stare out. You dream it. Marriage review which is so fast. No 10 days and half a month. Do not even think. You go back. There is news I will notify you. I can't wait a day for someone to arrest my daughter-in-law. Lu Dejiao was surprised. She committed a crime. Ha? She's fine. Don't curse her. It's the youth office that's going to arrest her for going to the countryside. Lu Dejiao hadn't thought of that. Lu's family had been soldiers since his old man's generation, and he and several of his brothers were also soldiers. He and Hui had 3 sons, and as soon as they came of age, the 3 sons were kicked into the army by him, without the trouble of going down to the countryside and inserting themselves into the army. I don't care. If Jasmine gets laid off, I'll keep her for life. Lu Dejiao was so angry that he blew his beard. There is no other way. In order to son not bachelor, Lu Dejiao had to pull down the face to plead backdoor. In the afternoon, Jiang Jasmine's backtracking information was on Lu Dejiao's desk. After Lu Dejiao read the information, he called his son to his office with a serious face. I don't agree with this marriage of yours. Good New Year. Baozi's New Year, smooth wind and water, smooth god of wealth. Fortune rolling. End of chapter. Chapter 11, pulling the marriage license. As soon as Lu Cheng heard that Lu Dejiao did not agree with the marriage, his face was boarded up even colder and more solemn than Lu Dejiao's. On what basis do you not agree? By virtue of me being your old man. Even if you were my old man, my marriage is not up to you. Mother her. Are you going to turn against me? Seeing Lu Dejiao's red face and neck in anger, Lu Cheng realized that arguing like this would not solve the problem. He calmed down. Tell me, why do you disagree? What is it about Molly that upsets you? Seeing his son softening, Lu Dejiao's fire has also been tempered. She has a terrible reputation. Look at her. She's got a reputation to die for. Are all the women in the world dead? Do you have to fall for such a thing? Even though you're my old man, she's my future baby mama, so go easy on her. Rud Zhao. Lu Cheng picked up the back-tuned information that Lu Dejiao had thrown in front of him, and the more he looked at it, the more he became enraged. What is all this? It's just long-winded people chewing the cud. If they can come in front of me and say it, I'm going to tear their mouths off. You less in front of me to talk about things. Such a woman full of stinking problems. Even if I agree, the organization will not be approved. You die this heart before it's too late. As I see it, Meng Wei is very good. She's a good match for you. You can marry her. Marry yourself if you want to. I'm not marrying. Mom likes her anyway, so why don't the 3 of you just live together? Lu Dejiao was furious. Put your mother's bull ********. Lu Laosan. Don't force me to whip you inside the office. Lu Cheng also realized that this was inappropriate and hurriedly brought the conversation back to the topic. Say she's lazy. Who doesn't eat? People are iron and rice is steel. A meal is not eaten hunger. Who dares to say they don't eat? She said she is lazy. I also do not like to do housework. Do not like to clean up the house. How no one said I am lazy? Because I have my own mother to take care of me. I am not lazy. Jasmine's own mother is no longer there. Then say she is lazy. This is not fair. It is discriminatory. Lu Dehao angry to slap the table. You less with lousy pull these crooked reasoning. She graduated from high school for 3 or 4 years. Do not participate in the work. Do not contribute to the construction of society. Every day do not work blindly wandering around. This is not a street skater? Lu Chang argued. There are a lot of people who don't have a job. How many people fight for a job? Jasmine is quietly being a riceworm, eating at home and using her home, not giving the government any trouble. Where is the bad thing? Being lazy is not a fault. Then what about being too poor to love the rich? What kind of drug did she give you? So many good girls you don't look for, but have to look for her? What's wrong with loving money? Everyone has their own hobbies. You can't understand them, but they have to be respected. Lu Dehao was about to go berserk when he heard Lu Chang say, I'm kinda glad that she loves money because I can make money. If she loves something else, I don't know what to do. Rarely seeing his son's true feelings, Lu Dehao could not help but lose his voice. I admit, her reputation is lacking. If she is so good looking and has a good reputation, it wouldn't be my turn. I would have been married off long ago, and my baby could even play soy sauce. It's quite good that she doesn't love to work. Leave the post vacant for someone who loves to work, and she'll stay at home in peace. Give me babies, and raise our babies. That's what it's called to know people well. Lu Dehao laughed. People really do laugh a little when they are speechless. You're a real talent. You son of a. All the dead ones have been brought to life by you. Why don't you just go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and engage in diplomacy? Seeing Lu Dehao's softened tone, Lu Chang took the opportunity to hand out the account book. Lu Dehao took the account book and flipped through it. She personally agreed to this marriage, right? Lu Chang lied without blinking. Of course I agree. Or else would this account book be in my hands? Just agree. Lu Dehao closed the account book and put it into a file bag, along with the marriage report. Okay, get lost. I'll bring you back the marriage license when it comes down. You hurry. Got it. Rush my ass. From Lu Dehao's office, Lu Chang walked with the wind under his feet, not to mention how energetic. I can get my daughter-in-law. As for whether Jiang Jasmine will be angry if she pulls the marriage license without informing her, Lu Chang is not too worried. Big deal. More coaxing. Anyway, my daughter-in-law loves money. Give her all the money. If it's not enough, his old man has saved up quite a lot of money over the years, so he can use it first. I don't believe I can't coax my daughter-in-law. He. The entrance to the agricultural college. Seeing Lu Tingting and Wu Meixia and Song Ko coming out from the school entrance, Jiang Jasmine greeted them. 3 gorgeous ladies. I've been waiting for you for half a day. The 3 of them were used to Jiang Jasmine's currying favor and were quite unimpressed. Jiang Jasmine, you still dare to come? I haven't settled yesterday's account with you yet. Lu Tingting scolded. Jiang Jasmine smiled. Tingting big beauty, don't be angry. I forgot to bring money when I went out yesterday, and I'm here today to make amends to you. Here, I brought money today. Look, $5. Seeing that Jiang Jasmine had money, Lu Tingting's trio followed into a sugar water store. The store sells desserts and snacks such as sesame paste, green bean paste, and egg cakes in addition to sodas and other drinks. Lu Tingting's trio was half polite and ordered a table of food and drinks. Wu Meixia teased. We ordered so much, you won't be able to part with it, will you? Jiang Jasmine thought this is a fart. When I finish the task, get 100 million bonus. Change into cash money can bury you 3 alive. You guys go ahead and eat. Order more if you don't have enough. The 3 Lu Tingtings are no cuties either. It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. It's not a good idea to be a thief. Say, what is it that you require of us? Jiang Jasmine gave Lu Tingting a thumbs up. Worthy of being a famous girl. Fiery eyes nah. Cut the and fart. Alright, then I'll get straight to the point. Tingting, with your family background, I'm sure it's only a trivial matter to help me arrange a job. In return, my monthly paycheck will be divided equally into 4 shares, and each of us will get 1 share. How about that? Lu Tingting took a look at Wu Meixia and Song Ku, and said in a bad mood, I arranged the work, so who are they to take the benefits? Jiang Jasmine didn't panic. First of all, as a working cow or horse, I have to eat grass. It's reasonable to take a share of the money, right? If this leaks out, you and I will have to eat melon fall. Paying them to keep our secret is also reasonable, right? Wu Meixia and Song Ku both nodded heavily. Pick up money for nothing. Don't be a cutie. Lu Tingting exasperated. Are you a pig brain? Don't you know to talk to me privately about this kind of thing? The implication is that by not letting Wu Meixia and Song Ku know, there is no need to bribe them with money. Yeah ha, I can't believe I didn't think of that. Jiang Jasmine snorted and took the opportunity to say to Wu Meixia and Song Ku, just take the money and not do anything. Whoever is in the heart is not comfortable, so you guys also have to help. You can't just let Tingting alone make an effort. Wu Meixia and Song Ku both agreed. Jiang Jasmine smiled like a fox stealing scarlet. Earning money is not what she needs. All she wants is to work. With a job you don't have to go to the countryside. As far as that tripe you earn from your job, it's nothing compared to the $100 million bonus. Having 3 people to help is always a better chance than Lu Tingting alone. Lu Tingting and the 3 of them ate and drank their fill and went home, inquiring about jobs for Jiang Jasmine. Jiang Jasmine did not rush home, but leisurely went to the youth office. End of chapter. Chapter 12, A 10. 000-year-old bachelor is getting a wife? The youth officer in charge of Jiang Jasmine Street is named Gao Jing. Officer Gao. Busy? Gao Jing recognized Jiang Jasmine at once. After all, he had only been to Jiang's house in the morning. And this watery, so tender that he could pinch water out of his pretty face was truly unforgettable. If she were her daughter, she wouldn't want to be sent down to the countryside to suffer. But understanding is understanding. Rules are rules and no one can make exceptions. Figured it out? Are you willing to enroll? You youngsters are afraid of both hard work and fatigue. If you were all like you, would the motherland still be under construction and society still be under development? No way. Listening to you saves me 10 books. And I humbly accept all criticism and education from Officer Gao. Jasmine responded as she closed the office door. Officer Gao, in my heart, I firmly respond to the policy of going to the mountains and going to the countryside, and I'm willing to contribute all my strength to the strength of the motherland. It's just that my family's situation is special. Jiang Qing, who is my stepsister, will soon be getting married, and once she gets married, she definitely won't be able to take care of my father in the future. My brother will be enlisted in the army next month. If I leave again, there will be no one left at home. Of course, there are state laws and family rules. I am willing to accept the punishment. Just can it be lighter? Of course, I can't let you help for nothing. At most half a year. I'm willing to give my job quota to Officer Gao without compensation. Gao Jing was originally very unimpressed. In her position, there are a lot of people kissing her ass and trying to get in the back door. But when she hears that Jasmine Zhang wants to trade her job for a position, she can't sit still. Jobs that are iron rice bowls that you can eat for the rest of your life. Did you really manage to get a job slot? What kind of job? There must be a job. As for what to do, it depends on the arrangement of others. These days, it's good to have a formal job. We can't pick, right? Gao Jing weighed his options and agreed. Having solved the problem of going to the countryside, Jiang Jasmine was in a much lighter mood. Together with the money in her pocket, she took a long stroll through the streets with interest and bought some soaps, toothbrushes, toothpastes, towels and other daily necessities. Soap, toothpaste and towels were available at home, but they were shared by the whole family, which she was not used to. In addition to the original owner's lack of cleanliness, he was also not polite, and he didn't replace his toothbrush with a new one even after the bristles were bald. Finally, spending 10 cents on an ice cream, Jasmine ate it as she walked home. It's not so much to save money on fares, the buses are infrequent. You have to wait half a day for a bus, and the carriages are crowded and the air is bad. A young woman wearing a skirt, riding a phoenix bicycle passed by Jiang Jasmine, ear-to-ear short hair and the hem of the skirt, blown up by the wind. Looking at the back can feel the other party's cozy mood. When you get your $100 million bonus, buy a 10 or 8 bikes and change them every day. Lu Cheng directs 2 delivery workers to move the items on the tricycle to the house. The compound was full of women and children, young and old, gathered around to see what was going on. Lu Cheng, with your bicycle and sewing machine, cigarettes, wine and candy, you're not getting a wife, are you? The wife of Commissioner Lu, who lives upstairs in Lu's house, laughed and poked fun at Lu Cheng. Aunt Xiaoqin, you guessed it right. This is the dowry I'm buying for my daughter-in-law. You're all experienced old-timers. Come and help me see if there's anything missing or omitted. Hearing this, the guys all looked surprised. The old bachelor is getting married? Lu Cheng is also considered outstanding among a group of children of the compound. That is, his temper is more stubborn than a donkey. Over the years, people in the compound, no less, have helped him talk about marriage. Each of them is a good girl, but Lu Cheng can't see a single one of them. I'm looking at 27 years old, and I'm not sure if I've ever been to a place where I've been able to get my hands on a baby, but I've been able to get my hands on a baby, and I've been able to get my hands on a baby. Who's the girl? Deputy Political Commissar Lu's family's mouth is really tight. The whole hospital froze and didn't hear a word. Although they have never seen Lu Cheng's daughter-in-law, The people in the compound have a unified perception that the one who can be seen by Lu Cheng must be a good girl with top looks, family history and character. And Hui stood on the balcony of her house, looking at the commotion that had arisen outside the courtyard, and was upset for no reason. Although her son's marriage is a big event, but she knows the woman's name. But other than the other two eyes, what kind of thing ah? And then look at this parlor of bicycles, sewing machines and radios, cigarettes, wine, sugar, tea, pastries and fabrics. It's so hard to move the whole family to the woman's house. What's all this fuss about a marriage proposal? Zhou Xiaoqing returned home from work, the first time to come to Jiang Qing, inquiring about Jiang Chang and Jiang Jasmine who went to the countryside. She'd been hung up on this during the day when she'd been working at the factory. Uncle Jiang didn't say who he wanted to go to the countryside, but the youth office said that one of us, Jasmine and I, had to go to the countryside. That's more like it. Everyone else goes to the countryside, so why doesn't your family have to go to the countryside? Zhou Xiaoqing secretly gloated, and after falsely comforting Jiang Qing for a few moments, she hummed a song and began to pan the rice and cook it. Jiang Qing glanced towards Zhou Xiaoqing's back, her eyes filled with mockery. Zhou Xiaoqing thought that she had quietly written to the Office of the Youth Knowledge to report. God did not know. Unbeknownst to me, it was all a calculation on her part. Zhou Xiaoqing befriended her on the surface, but was actually a two-faced villain. After graduating from high school, she was originally assigned to work in a sugar mill. Sugar factory workers, every month, can buy some cheap sugar at an internal price. Many workers resell the sugar they buy, privately, to earn extra money to supplement their families. It was an unspoken secret in the sugar mills. Jiang Qing followed suit, but was unlucky enough to be caught by the sugar factory and lost her job. In her last life, Zhou Xiaoqing told her that it was Jiang Jasmine who reported her. She believed it and hated Jiang Jasmine. Until after her death, Zhou Xiaoqing took this matter to browbeat Jiang Jasmine, who had become an official wife. She did not know that the person who reported her was actually Zhou Xiaoqing. In the past 2 days, she deliberately mentioned the military object repeatedly in front of Zhou Xiaoqing, and talked about Jiang Jasmine's marriage, with the purpose of triggering Zhou Xiaoqing's jealousy, so that she could go to the Office of Knowledge and Youth to report them. With Jiang Jasmine's foul temper, knowing that it was Zhou Xiaoqing who reported their family, she would not tear Zhou Xiaoqing apart, without a single effort. She was able to get Jiang Jasmine to go to the countryside and also avenge Zhou Xiaoqing for reporting her and causing her to lose her job at the sugar factory. 2 for the price of 1. After work, Jiang Dehao went to the carport to get his bicycle. After riding out the door of the machine shop, he pretended to get off the car to check the front tires, and loosened the valve core by 2 turns before continuing to ride the car home. After riding for a short while, the front tire went completely flat. Jiang Dehao jumped out of the car, pushed his bike, and headed for a car repair stand he frequented. Just after pumping up the tires, he met Gao Jing riding her bike this way. Officer Gao, what a coincidence, running into each other here. Gao Jing supported the ground with one foot and nodded her head at Jiang Dehao to exchange pleasantries. Bicycle broken? The tires are a little leaky. After looking around, Jiang Dehao swiftly shoved a cowhide envelope into the purse of Gao Jing's car pocket. Officer Gao, I only have this one daughter. Please raise your hand. Gao Jing interrupted him. The matter of going to the countryside has been settled by your daughter. Solved? How was it solved? Go back and ask your daughter. After saying that, Gao Jing returned the things to him and rode away. Jiang Dehao rode home, laughing and wiping tears all the way. His daughter knows what she's doing and will share his worries as an old man. Woohoo! End of chapter. Chapter 13, Suspicion. Why are you so late today? Nothing's wrong, right? Before Jiang Dehao even entered the courtyard, Li Hongying greeted him with concern. This time the factory is idle. Jiang Dehao do not have to work overtime. Every day is 6 o'clock punctual off work. To the home is also 6:30. It was almost 7:30 today before I got home. It's okay. I went to weigh a pound of marinated pork heads on the way. Li Hongying took the meat from his hand, surprised and happy. Is there something good? It's not a festival to eat pig head meat. It's been a long time since we've had meat in the house, so let's give the kids a treat. Sizzling marinated pork on the table. Zhang Pang and Crazy Dog like eating a never-ending. Mother and daughter Li Hongying and Jiang Qing also ate with their mouths full of oil. These days, being able to eat a meal of meat is simply more enjoyable than a holiday. Molly, eat more. Jiang Dehao himself did not care to eat. A hard to Jiang Jasmine clip. A small mountain soon piled up in Jasmine's bowl. Li Hongying and Jiang Qing didn't say anything, but Jiang Pang didn't want to do it. Dad, why don't you just give all the pots to sis? Eat your food and talk so much. After reprimanding his son, when he turned his head to Jiang Jasmine, he immediately changed into a loving father's smiling face. Eat? Jiang Dehao's perverse attitude caused Jiang Jasmine's heart to be unsure. Dad, This isn't going to be my severed head meal, is it? Nonsense. Although it was a reprimand, the tone was intimate. Don't think nonsense, eat quickly. After eating, Dad has something to ask you. Jiang Jasmine about guessed that it should be related to the matter of going to the countryside, so she opened her food with confidence. Li Hongying asked in passing, didn't the family's meat stamps run out long ago? I got it on credit and I'll pay it back when I get my paycheck. It's a day when you have to eat eggs on credit and meat on credit. The pig's head was handled with a slight scribble, and was shaggy in a number of places. In the past, this kind of hairy meat Jiang Jasmine did not even look at more than a glance. However, the situation is so aggressive that I have been here for 2 whole days and have eaten 7 meals, and tonight is the first time I have eaten meat, and I am still on credit. She had no room to be picky, but could only use her chopsticks to skim off the hairy areas. After dinner, father and daughter headed out the door. Jiang Peng wanted to follow a piece of it, but was shooed back by Jiang Dehao. Only after arriving at a place where no one was around did Jiang Dehao speak out. Jasmine, Officer Gao said that you went to her and that the matter of going to the countryside had been resolved? Aha! Jiang Dehao was both happy and worried. How did you solve it? We can't do anything that violates the law and discipline. Jiang Jasmine told it like it was. She needs to get a job slot before the deadline for the youth registration. As for Gao Jing's side, he will symbolically call Jiang Dehao to the office of the youth, criticize and educate a pass, block the mouth of the people, and this matter will be closed. You gave the job to Officer Gao without authorization, and I'm afraid it's not easy to explain it to Ms. Lu and her side. Is it? Dad, what money can solve is not a problem. She tries her best to finish in 6 months and get the 100 million bonus. Take $10,000 out and divide it among the 3 Lu Tingting, saying it's money from the sale of the job. You're right. As long as you don't have to go to the countryside, it's better than anything. Big deal. I'll give them half of my paycheck from now on. It was really not easy for Jiang Dehao to say this. After all, the Jiang family was not financially well off, and they had to eat some meat on credit. With this, Jiang Jasmine decided, before leaving, to leave $1 million to the father and son, so that the two can live in peace and prosperity for the rest of their lives. This matter, you go back first, do not tell your Aunt Ing and Xiao Qingnam. Xiao Peng also first conceal. Everyone is watching our family. Make a fuss, and will give rise to trouble again. Jiang Dehao specially brought Jiang Jasmine outside to whisper, preventing the wall from having ears. Jiang Qing has found an object. Jiang Jasmine is ready to marry a doll. These two things he and Li Hongying are not publicized. Now that it has been reported, Jiang Dehao actually suspects the Zhou family in the next house in his heart. The two families live in the same courtyard, usually speak inevitably through the sound. After returning home, Jiang Dehao found his late wife's pearl earrings and pearl silver chain and gave them to Jiang Jasmine. I didn't give it to you in the past because I was worried that you'd lose it by being heartless, but now that you've grown up and know better, I'm relieved. This is completely passing things on to Jasmine. Evidently, for Jiang Jasmine to solve this matter of going to the countryside, Jiang Dehao is how pleased and happy. At night the People's Square open-air movie, Jiang Peng to go to see. Jiang Jasmine has nothing to do, also followed to join in the fun. Sis, what did you and Dad say when you were out there yakking away for half a day? Pry less into the affairs of society. Jiang Peng smiled sarcastically. Nah, you don't tell me anything, so if I hide something from you, are we even? Jiang Jasmine seemed to smile. I don't tell you. Self-reasoning. If you have something to hide from me, you must have a ghost in your heart. Jiang Peng. After the siblings went out, Jiang Dehao also sat on the toolkit and went out the door. In addition to his knowledge of machinery, he also understands plumbing and electricity, and in his spare time, he will take some plumbing and electricity maintenance and other loose work to earn extra money to subsidize the family. When all 3 father and son were out the door, Li Hongying looked at her daughter who was rubbing her clothes in a bored manner and spoke out to comfort her. Don't be upset. That jewelry was left behind by Jasmine's her mother. It's only right that your uncle Jiang give it to Jasmine. Jiang Qing's face showed mockery. Even if it is Ruan Rose relics, wasn't it also bought by Jiang Dehao at his own expense? You've been here for so many years, serving the 3 of them, and Jiang Dehao has never bought you half a piece of jewelry? In the end, he didn't take you seriously. Li Hongying neighed, don't say that about your uncle Jiang. I'm a housewife. What's the use of wearing that thing? Can't eat or drink it. Jiang Qing was angry that Li Hongying was weak and inferior, and did not want to say a word more. Anyway, Jasmine's good days are coming to an end soon. Jewelry or not, money and tickets or not, with Jiang Jasmine's stupid brain, she can't keep it even if she goes down to the countryside. She's got nothing to stare at. At night, Li Hongying had a rare bout of insomnia. She originally thought she was quite happy. A rural woman with a bottle of oil can marry Jiang Dehao, such a capable man, into the city to eat commercial food. do not have to farm in the countryside. The village women do not know how much envy her. I read her, but her daughter's words made her heart ache. In addition to jewelry, Ruan rose clothes, used objects, read books, and letters with Jiang Dehao when he was in love. Jiang Dehao still has all of them. As a woman herself, how could she not envy her husband's love for his late wife? She lived with Jiang Dehao for so many years, although Jiang Dehao did not treat her poorly in food and drink, but also never gave her the love of a man to a woman. And even the number of times in the same room are few and far between. The more you think about it, the more sour and aggrieved. Li Hongying cannot help but wipe up the tears. After learning about Jasmine Zhang's family background and her rotten, infamous reputation, and Hui lashes out at her husband, Lu Lao Lu, Xiao Chang. He has water in his brain. You also let him fool around. Do you wish I would die of anger earlier so that you can please the little one to enter the door? What a thing to say. Don't be quick to scold. I agreed to this marriage for Xiao Chang's sake. You fart. To give him a daughter-in-law with a ruined reputation. To make him be criticized by thousands of people. And still do him good. I think you can't see him good. Just listen to me first. Upstairs, Commissioner Lu's family all perked up their ears. End of chapter. Chapter 14, You're a Real Father. Lu Dehao closed the doors and windows and carefully explained to Anhui the original reason why he agreed to the marriage. Xiao Cheng these years into too fast too smooth. Only 26 to the battalion commander. The eldest into the battalion commander can be more than 30. Although this is Xiao Cheng's own rely on the military earned. But in our family environment, it is inevitable to provoke gossip. And Huey's anger subsided a bit. At this moment, too much wind is not a good thing. The Lu family now needs to be stable. Can't venture any further, or else they will be subject to D. When necessary, it won't hurt to take a step or two backward. To tell you the truth, if it weren't for this marriage in Xiaocheng, I plan to retire in a year or two through illness. And Hui emotionally calmed down completely. Even if that's the case, there's no need to find one so restless. Then your son is attracted to such a person. What can be done? From my point of view, it's not a bad thing. The brat grew up with a smooth ride. He's too wild. It's time to let him suffer and learn from his mistakes. And Hui looked at her husband. Since you agreed to this marriage, why were you still arguing with Xiao Chang in the office this afternoon? You're not afraid of being seen as a joke. I have to make a show of it. Let outsiders know. I am firmly opposed to this marriage. It is the brat himself is a fool. Have to marry. In the future, if his daughter-in-law breaks into any trouble, it has nothing to do with me. The brat himself to cover up. And Hui was speechless. You're really a real father. Acting to the end. I won't go for the marriage proposal. You accompany Xiao Chang for a piece, and I'll let Jiang Xiaoguan follow and play the hand. Early in the morning, Jiang Jasmine received a call from Lu Tingting, saying that she had helped her arrange a job. Jasmine ran to the place with gusto. Here, this is it. You start tomorrow. Jiang Jasmine stared at the black on white sign above her head and fell into deep thought. It could be a park or a cemetery, but it's a public restroom. Yes, that's right. Lu Tingting gave her the job of sweeping toilets. She tried to struggle a bit. No other jobs? We can still talk about money. Lu Tingting held her arms around her chest and smiled. A face of bad taste. Can immediately arrange only this? Other work need to wait. Can you afford to wait? Can't afford to wait. If you can't find a job in 2 days, you have to report to the youth office. I'll do it. When Jiang Jasmine left, Wu Meixia was the first one who didn't break into a fit of laughter. Look at her. She must have thought we were going to give her a nice job sitting in an office. But she didn't realize she was going to be asked to clean toilets. She's probably sulking. Song Ko, a deadbeat like her. Letting her clean toilets would be lifting her up. Lu Tingting coldly snorted. She still thinks she can play smart in front of me. Let's see how I'll clean her up. Arranging for Jiang Jasmine to sweep the toilets was deliberate on the part of Lu Tingting's trio. Although on the surface, the original owner has been dating the three Lu Tingting for several years, it was all wishful thinking on the part of the original owner, who was dead set on catching up. In the eyes of Lu Tingting's three, Jiang Jasmine was a piece of dogskin plaster that couldn't be shaken off and was still a pain in the ass. The three agreed to find a job for Jiang Jasmine, not for money at all, but to fix Jiang Jasmine. The next day, Jiang Jasmine got up early. It was the earliest day she had gotten up since she wore the book, but still not as early as Jiang Qing. Unlike her usual plainness, today's Jiang Qing was dressed up. She wore a newly made dress and had her eyebrows traced and her long hair tied in a bow with a yellow handkerchief. Should I say no? It's pretty good looking. Jiang Qing was not at all surprised by the fact that Jiang Jasmine had gotten up early. The Zhangs won't arrive until almost noon, so you don't have to get up so early. In Jiang Qing's opinion, Jiang Jasmine woke up so early for no other reason than to freshen up for the Zhang family's marriage proposal. To outsiders, Jiang Qing was kindly reminded. But the truth is, Jiang Jasmine and Jiang Qing both know in their hearts that the object of Jiang Jiaming's marriage proposal is Jiang Qing, so this reminder is very intriguing. I have my own reasons for getting up early. What do you care? Jiang Qing smiled, with a generous look that didn't bother with her. Jiang Jasmine rolled her eyes and simply washed up before heading out the door. Jiang Qing coldly hooked her lips at her back. Jasmine, you won't live long. While waiting for the bus, Jiang Jasmine took the time to buy 2 vegetable buns from the bakery next door. The buns were just in my hands when the bus came into the station. All she could do was scramble to the car with her bag. The degree of crowding in the carriage is comparable to the morning rush hour subway in the latter days, and when Jiang Jasmine arrived at the station and got off, the 2 vegetable packets in her hand had already been squeezed into 2 vegetable cakes. When she got to the public restroom, she was again dog-trained by the older employee in charge of taking her, because she was 2 minutes late. It opens promptly at 7:30 a.m. and closes at 9 p.m. The floors and walls are to be kept clean at all times, and the cesspool is flushed every half hour by turning on the box. As the veteran worker explains the workflow, Jasmine John realizes a problem as an afterthought. She still has to clean the men's room. Will it grow a needle's eye? So desperate to die. In order to welcome the Jiang family to propose marriage, Jiang Dehao specially transferred to rest at home today. He didn't see Jiang Jasmine at the breakfast table, and he didn't care, thinking that Jiang Jasmine was sleeping. After eating breakfast and leading the whole family to clean up the house and outside, Jiang Dehao went to the inner room to call Jiang Jasmine to get up. Where's Molly? Where did she go? She left early in the morning. Didn't say where. Jiang Qing replied, and in her heart, she couldn't help but guess what Jiang Jasmine had gone out for. It's such an important day, and you're still running around. You're not letting go. Seeing Jiang Dehao get angry, Li Honying busily said, did he go to his little sister's house to play? Go out and look for him. Jiang Dehao stayed at home to sit on the fence. Jiang Qing, Jiang Pang and Li Honying went out to find Jiang Jasmine. Jiang Jasmine realized that although the job of sweeping toilets was dirty and tiring, there was actually oil and water to be gained. 2 sheets of straw were sold for 1 copy for 1 cent. Straw paper is something that not everyone needs, and there is no set amount of how much to sell. A few cents a day. The leadership is not likely to send a person to watch over the management for the sake of these few cents. As a result, most of the income from selling toilet paper is eaten up by public toilet cleaning workers like Jasmine Kong. Eating 20 cents a day is several dollars a month. And don't worry about reconciling the accounts. The market price of straw paper is 10 cents a cut, and there are 100 sheets in a cut. Just make up the part of the money you put in your fanny pack with straw paper. Jiang Jasmine this head calculating how to rely on straw paper money. Do not know that the family looking for her are looking for crazy. See, the time has passed 10 o'clock. The Jiang family will arrive at any time. Jiang Dehao cannot care about Jiang Jasmine. Hurriedly instructed Jiang Qing to boil water and prepare tea, and let Li Honying go to the market to buy food. At 10:30, the Changs came to the door. The ones walking at the front were clearly Jiang Jiaming and Lu Chang. Both of them were dressed in straight military uniforms, with a stance like a pine and a resolute gaze, which was very noticeable. Especially Lu Chang, who was on Jiang Jiaming's side, was as tall as a tower, with sharp eyebrows and eyes, and carried an unruffled aura when he raised his hands and threw his feet. The 4 pockets of his military blouse emphasized his unusual status. The 2 men were each carrying a bottle of sorghum wine in their hands. In the back, Jin Yulan was carrying a heavy piece of pork in her hand, at least 3 or 4 pounds. Zhang Tiexing's right and left hand mesh pockets were filled with cigarettes and tea, while Zhang Jiachuan carried pastries and sugar. This looks like a door-to-door marriage proposal. A good person inquired. Learned that it was going to the Jiang family. A rumor. Soon, the entire family area of the machinery factory know. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Li, this is my leader, who specially accompanied me today to propose marriage and be a witness. Jiang Dehao noticed at a glance that Lu Qing's uniform had 4 pockets, which was at least a platoon leader. Jiang Jiaming was able to invite such a character to propose marriage, so it was evident that he was a capable one. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Proposing Marriage. As Jiang Dehao sized up Lu Chang also sized up Jiang Dehao without moving. There was some resemblance between his eyebrows and his daughter-in-law, but his features did not resemble each other, and he deduced that his daughter-in-law should resemble his mother-in-law. Lu Chang reached out. Hello Uncle Jiang. I'm Lu Chang. Good. Inside please. Taisheng, sister-in-law. Jiachuan, please sit at home. Jiang Dehao shook Lu Chang's outstretched big hand and smiled from ear to ear while greeting the Zhangs in quick succession. Gee, this is a nice yard, square and open. The place at home is too narrow, so I can only invite you to have tea in the courtyard. I'm sorry. Both parents exchanged pleasantries. Jiang Qing did not move to survey the Zhang family's marriage proposal gift. 2 bottles of Chuanqing Daku, 2 5-ox cigarettes. The rest of the pastries, sugar, tea are also double, and a large piece of pork. By the standards of city marriages, such a marriage proposal is undoubtedly shabby. But considering the conditions of the Jiang family, Jiang Qing was relieved again. After all, it wasn't the present she was looking at either, but the future. Calming down, Jiang Qing brought out the brewed tea. When Jiang Qing was serving tea to the Jiang family, Jiang Jiaming's eyes looked like they were glued to Jiang Qing, unable to move away for half a day, and only moved away with a pursed smile after being stared at by Jiang Qing. My daughter-in-law is so well dressed today. Lu Chang was sitting upright, eyes and ears, not searching for Jiang Jasmine people. After Jiang Peng handed a glance, Jiang Peng is also very resourceful. Dad, I went out to look for my sister. Early in the morning out of the door, and do not know where to run. No wonder I didn't see anyone when I walked in the door, so I wasn't home. Jiang Qing served the tea and went into the kitchen, helping Li Hongying with lunch, her eyes glancing toward the courtyard from time to time. Besides looking at Jiang Jiaming, she also looked at Lu Chang. In his previous life, Jiang Jiaming was promoted to several ranks in just a few years, and a big reason for this was because he was promoted by his leaders. If she guessed correctly, this nobleman should be Lu Chang. She secretly made up her mind that she must perform well in front of Lu Chang today to earn face for Jiang Jiaming and make Lu Chang pay more attention to Jiang Jiaming. Jiang's courtyard outside the crowd full of neighbors to see rare. As soon as Jiang Peng went out, he was surrounded by everyone, inquiring about the identity of the door-to-door guests. This came up to your house to propose marriage, didn't it? Which one was it? Jiang Peng proudly pointed out Lu Chang to the neighborhood. Nah, the one wearing 4 pockets. It's an officer. The neighborhood is dying of envy. Is it a marriage proposal to your stepsister or your own sister? Of course it's my sister. I'm going out to get my sister back. In the information Jiang Peng had learned, today was the day Lu Chang came to his door to propose marriage to Jiang Jasmine. It was because Jiang Jasmine mistakenly recognized Lu Chang as Jiang Jiaming that Lu Chang made the mistake of borrowing the name of the Jiang family to come to the door. Listening to Jiang Peng looking for Jiang Jasmine, a neighbor told a clue. Learned that Jiang Jasmine is to take the two-way bus away. Jiang Peng shouted on Shiyu Zhanlei, all the way along the route of the two-way bus to look for mechanical plant family area this end. Neighbors are because of Jiang Peng's words are talking about. For such a good-looking soldier to look at a lazy like Jiang Jasmine, there is either something wrong with his eyes or his body. A lazy bastard like Jiang Jasmine is only worthy of marrying a faulty man. Smack value +1+1+1+1+1. Credited 30,000 yuan. Jasmine Jiang is folding straw paper. 2 sheets to a serving. Folded in pairs for access. Hearing the system's prompt, she couldn't help but guess that Jiang Jiaming had already arrived at the Jiang family, and perhaps this would be the time to talk about withdrawing from the marriage. This end of the Jiang family. After a few rounds of small talk, Jiang mother brought the topic back to business. Hi. Our two families are old acquaintances for decades, so I'll get straight to the point. Sister-in-law. You say, Xiaoqing this child, since childhood, hardworking and down-to-earth progressive, temperament is also good. Our whole family is very like. Jiang Dehao hurriedly reminded. Sister-in-law, you're mistaken. My daughter-in-law is Jasmine. Xiaoqing is my stepdaughter. Mother Zhang waved her hand. There's no mistake. It's Xiaoqing. We're here today to propose marriage for Jia Ming and Xiaoqing. Jiang Dehao's smile tightened and looked at Jiang Taisheng. Taisheng, didn't you make it clear to your sister-in-law? The dull marriage that our two families have engaged is between Jasmine and Jia Ming. Jiang Taisheng looked at his son. What's going on? Didn't he say that he had withdrawn from the marriage? Jiang Jiaming then looked at Lu Chang. Leader, you quickly say something. Uncle Jiang, it's like this. Jia Ming and Jasmine have withdrawn from their marriage. Jiang Dehao was so shocked and angry that he didn't realize that Lu Chang's address to his daughter was too intimate and inappropriate. These days, those who don't know each other well, especially between men and women, are mostly referred to as comrades on the outside. Withdrawal? When did that happen? How come I don't know? Just 2 days ago, I was a witness. Lu Chang returned. No wonder Jiang Jiaming brought the leader to the door. This is clearly using power to suppress people. If Lu Chang hadn't been here today, he would have definitely flipped out with the Jiang family. 1 foot and his daughter to withdraw from the marriage. The next foot to marry his stepdaughter. When he Jiang family daughters or goods randomly pick. Jiang Dehao was angry and guilty. It's such a big deal for his daughter to be withdrawn from marriage, and he's not even aware of it as a father. Daughter always love face. Must be afraid of losing talent, ran out to hide. Wang Lotus has been perked up ears listening to the corner. Heard Jiang Jasmine was doll parents retired from the marriage. The doll parents turn around but also to marry Jiang Qing. Busy, ran out of the back door to pass the gossip. I told you, Jiang Jasmine's laziness. How can a soldier be interested in? In the end, it is the withdrawal of the marriage. all day long demonic, a capitalist style, stepsister as a maid, deserve people do not want her, asked to marry her stepsister it. As for Jiang Jasmine's withdrawal from the marriage, none of the neighbors sympathized with her, and many even clapped their hands. You can see how bad Jasmine Jiang's popularity and reputation is. All the malice and spit on Jiang Jasmine all turned into a steady stream of dislike. Smack value +1 +1 +1 +1. Credited $70. 000. Jiang Jasmine stretched, tore off 2 small pieces of straw paper, kneaded it into a ball to plug both nostrils, and walked into the toilet to pull the box to flush. On the side of the Jiang family, Jiang mother called Jiang Qing to the courtyard and stuffed a red envelope into her hand in front of both families. Xiao Qing, if you don't have a problem with it, go back to Jia Ming and file a marriage report. How about you two get your marriage license first? Jiang Chang nodded shyly. Good. Dehao, you're Haru's stepfather. You should take a stand on this too. Table my ass. He had already used up his maximum cultivation by not taking a broom and beating the Zhangs out. Jiang Dehao looked at his stepdaughter with a heavy brow. Xiao Qing, let me just ask you, you and Jia Ming, when did things start? He could accept his daughter being withdrawn from marriage, but if Jiang Jiaming's withdrawal was caused by his stepdaughter's seduction, then he would never forgive. Jiang Qing looked frank, and said in a loud voice, Uncle Jiang, I'm doing the right thing, and I definitely haven't done anything unrighteous. As for Jia Ming and I, to be honest, it was you who pulled the strings. 5 days ago, you asked me to go back home to deliver medicine to my uncle. I accidentally fell into the river, and it was Jia Ming who saved me. It was because of this reason that Jia Ming said he wanted to marry me. The next day, Jia Ming formally proposed to Jasmine to withdraw from the marriage, and Jasmine agreed to do so. As for why Jasmine didn't tell you, it's probably because she's good at saving face. After hearing what happened, Jiang Dehao had nothing to say. Blame it on God's will. Mother Zhang took advantage of the situation. Alright then, Xiao Chang and Jia Ming's marriage. It's settled? Good. Lu Chang stood up and applauded. Comrade Jiang Qing, Jia Ming, congratulations on tying the knot and having a child early. Driven by him, the Zhang family, as well as the neighbors watching at the entrance of the courtyard, also applauded and congratulated. Jiang Qing's cheeks were blushing, and her heart was overwhelmed with excitement and joy. She made it. She changed her early death in her last life by her own power and means. When Jiang Jiaming has been promoted to the cadre, and she has become a family member with the army, her life will completely embark on the road of prosperity. In the midst of a joyous atmosphere, Lu Cheng opened his mouth with a low voice. Everyone, I'm here today. Besides being a witness for Jia Ming, I have one more thing. Everyone looked at him in unison. Curious. Lu Cheng turned around, facing Jiang Dehao and said with a straight face, Uncle Jiang, since your daughter's marriage contract has been annulled, my following words are not considered abrupt. I am 26 years old and still unmarried. I think that Comrade Jiang Jasmine and I are quite suitable. I want to marry her. After that the update is fixed at 0:01 a.m. By the way, I'm looking for a ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Fancy by Your Son's Leader? Lu Cheng's marriage proposal undoubtedly shocked all 4 seats. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Cheng, as if they had heard a mirage. Zhang mother let out a strange dry laugh in her throat. I'm old. I'm afraid I'm not hearing things wrong. Who did leader Jia Ming say he was going to marry? Jiang Jasmine? How can it be? A woman that her son couldn't even look at as being looked at by her son's leader? Doesn't that mean it's a good one to be seen by a leader? If outsiders found out, they'd laugh at the Zhang family for having no talent. Jiang Qing likewise couldn't believe her ears. The leader of the fiancé's family has a crush on Jiang Jasmine? If Jiang Jasmine really married Lu Cheng, wouldn't she be riding on her and Zhang Jiaming's heads for the rest of her life? No, absolutely not. She forced a smile and asked Lu Cheng for confirmation. Leader, you must be joking, right? Not to mention that the Zhang family and Jiang Qing didn't believe it. Jiang Dehao himself couldn't believe it either. What's your daughter like? Adultery, laziness, gluttony, slipperiness, and work. In this life, I would be thankful if I could marry an ordinary soldier. How dare I expect to climb up to an officer like Lu Cheng? Wang Lotus in the next room secretly gritted her teeth. This person looks good looking, but actually a brainless. Even Jiang Jasmine such a lazy goods can see on. So it is not also can see on her family Shaoqing? If they did, the Zhou family would be in luck. Wang Lotus immediately ran to the janitorial room from the back door and called her daughter in the cotton mill. Uncle Jiang, I sincerely beg to marry Comrade Jiang Jasmine. Lu Cheng's upright look, resolute gaze, and powerful words all expressed his seriousness. Leader Jiaming, much love to you. It's just that my Jasmine doesn't deserve you. In just a few words, Jiang Dehao spoke with incomparable difficulty. God knows, he couldn't wait to tie up his daughter and throw her on Lu Cheng's bed so that the raw rice could be cooked. But the remnants of his sanity made it clear to him that once Lu Chang recognized his daughter's true nature, he would surely repent and withdraw from the marriage just like the Jiang family. My daughter's reputation is already bad, and she has already been returned once, so if she is returned again, she will not be able to get married in this life. Lu Chang was not discouraged by Jiang Dehai's refusal. On the contrary, he admired Jiang Dehai's temperament. So much better than snobby fathers who want to climb the ladder on their daughters. I am not married. Comrade Jiang Jasmine is not married. We are equal. There is no such thing as worthy or unworthy. I swear in the name of a soldier. If I can marry Comrade Jiang Jasmine, after marriage I will treat her with all my heart, do my best to protect her and give her a lifetime of peace. These words sort of spoke to Jiang Dehai's heart. Wasn't all he was asking for was to find his daughter a reliable man who could feed and clothe her for the rest of her life? Good. I agree to this marriage. Jiang Dehai swept away the gloom and smiled incomparably. The Jiang family, who were previously overjoyed, were all stiff-faced at this moment, none of them able to smile. Jiang Qing's nails pinched her palms to death, hating to raise her voice against this marriage, but she was in no position to stop it. Jiang Dehai doesn't care what moods and thoughts the Zhangs have. He can't wait to get his daughter back, marry Lu Chang, and hole up in the same place, lest Lu Chang's brain is sober and backtracks and runs away. He struck while the iron was hot. Little Lu, which day are you going to propose marriage? Let's do it today. It's just as well that everyone is here to bear witness for me. Good day. But when you look at Lu Chang's empty hands, Jiang Dehai has some bad feelings. However, on second thought, if my daughter can marry a son-in-law like Lu Chang, she is already burnt with high incense, and everything else is of secondary importance. Just as Jiang Dehai was consoling himself, he heard Lu Chang shouting outside. Mom! What? The in-laws/leader's own mother is here too? A yard of people were busy walking out of the yard to greet them. From afar, a line of people could be seen walking towards the Jiang family, the head of the young man in uniform, pushing a brand new Phoenix brand women's bicycle. The front of the car pocket is also hung with a big red flower. Behind them, a waterfall of uniformed boys, all with their hands full. Sewing machines, radios, whole strips of pig's hind leg meat, a whole box of woolyanyet, a foot-high assortment of clothing, peony cigarettes, imported fruit candies, snack boxes, canned fruits, and pairs of live chickens and ducks. Mechanical plant family home. Who has ever seen such a battle? Each shocked off their jaws. Holy, so many goodies. How much did this cost? The 4 big pieces will cost $400. To say the least, other cigarettes, wine, and sugar add up. And go to another 200. 2 hind legs of pigs and 16 live chickens and ducks will cost $100. To say the least, adding up. I'm afraid it won't be 700 or 800? Man, whose house is this going to be a marriage proposal again? What's with all the marriage proposals today? Wang Lotus blended in the neighborhood, looking at the long queue of marriage proposals, anxious. Dead girl, don't hurry back. The golden son-in-law will be snatched away by Jiang Jasmine, that goddamned. The entire family area of the idlers ran over to watch the fun. Many people even followed the marriage proposal procession, wanting to know exactly who this is going to the family. And Hui, empty-handed, walked faster and was the first to arrive at Jiang's house. Her decent dress, graceful and elegant temperament. Even if Jiang Dehai guessed her identity, he did not dare to be presumptuous, for fear that which sentence did not say well, leaving a bad impression. Uncle Jiang, this is my mom, MS. An Hui. Mom, this is Jasmine Jiang's father, Uncle Jiang, MS. An. Sit down at home. And Hui nodded politely. Comrade Jiang, excuse me, no interruptions, no interruptions, welcome to the core. Amidst the pleasantries, the group entered the courtyard. Jiang Xiaoguang gestured toward the team behind him, and the young boys fishtailed to carry their things into Jiang's house. The neighbors who saw the scene all exploded. Why is it the Jiang family again? The earlier one said it was a marriage proposal for Jiang Dehai's daughter, so this time it should be a marriage proposal for Jiang Dehai's stepdaughter, right? No, earlier that time was to Jiang Dehai's stepdaughter proposed marriage. Originally Jiang Jasmine doll marriage, but people want to withdraw from the marriage to marry Jiang Dehai daughter instead. What's going on here? And it's too messy. Although everyone is arguing over the object of the marriage proposal, but also have a common sense. That is, the Jiang family this time has climbed the high branch of the child. In the house, the Zhang family's marriage proposal gifts have been placed to avoid confusion, and the Lu family's marriage proposal gifts have been placed in the courtyard. They are all well-trained military personnel and items are placed in an organized manner. The 4 major pieces, such as bicycles and sewing machines, were neatly placed in the most prominent position. The rest of the cigarettes, wine, candy and meat were arranged around the 4 major pieces, and 16 live chickens and ducks were lined up in 2 rows, squatting under the root of the wall. The beaks and feet of chickens and ducks are tied with red rope, and there is no fear of them running around and squawking. The small courtyard, which is already small, is stuffed with Lu Cheng's marriage proposal gifts to the point that people have no place to land. Jiang Dehao was so happy that he almost fainted. He's not dreaming, is he? The Jiangs were dumbfounded. Oh, my God, the city people are so rich. Bicycles, sewing machines, radios, watches, cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, snack boxes, canned fruits, each of which is a rare good thing in the countryside, all of which are surprisingly available. Just those 2 fat tons and tons of pig's hind legs would be enough to feed their Jiang family for 2 years. Jiang Qing's eyes were red. There's no harm without comparison. Compared to the Lu family's generous marriage proposal gift, the bit from the Jiang family in the inner room was a disgrace. Uncle Jiang, this is the dowry money. And the bride price? The Jiang family looked at Lu Cheng with a swish. The neighbors outside the courtyard, their heads stretched out longer than the duck necks under the wall. Wolianye. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Why should it be her? Uncle Jiang, here's $888. It's my bride price for Comrade Jiang Jasmine. That's $388 more than the $500 Jasmine Jiang asked for. Originally, he wanted to make Jiang Jasmine happy, but he didn't know that Jiang Jasmine was not at home. But that's okay, it's just as well to coax the old man first. Jiang Dahao's hand that received the money was so excited that it trembled. A thick stack, each one is brand new, also made with red paper waste seal, enough to see the degree of care. To Jiang Dehao, the Lu family's intentions and attention were far more rare and valuable than money and things. The Jiang family was stunned. The red packet that Jiang mother gave Jiang Qing, which was wrapped with $8, that was the bride price that Jiang family gave to Jiang Qing. The bride price of the Lu family is 100 times that of the Jiang family. The neighbors also sucked in their breath in shock. 888 blocks. This is the highest specification for a bride price that has ever been offered in the family area of a machine shop. 2 years ago, the director of the machinery factory to marry his daughter. The man gave a bride price of 666, is still widely talked about it. Now Jiang Dahao's daughter actually received a bride price of $888. No, why? Like Jiang Jasmine, this kind of lazy bones, poor love rich, cannot be married. No one wants to be in line with common sense. How to let her climb up the high branch? It's so unfair. It's so infuriating. If it was a girl from another family who married so well, people might be envious and jealous for a few days. But when such a good thing fell on Jiang Jasmine's head, everyone only felt incomparably angry and hateful. The system looked at the rising dislike value and really couldn't understand it. Host, why on earth? You obviously didn't do anything obnoxious today. Why did you gain so much dislike value? Jiang Jasmine cupped her chin. Probably maybe it's the fruit I planted before and now it's time to harvest. People are a group species. Nothing to do but like to gather together to communicate. May a certain topic talk about me? Talk about the evil things I did before. Through this kind of word of mouth, some people who originally didn't know me, or didn't understand my nature, also began to hate me and resent me, thus contributing to my dislike value. I see. Host, you're so smart. It's not that she's smart, but it's human nature to spread gossip. It's just that the system doesn't make sense of humanity. In just a short while, Jiang Jasmine had gained over 50 dislike values, and the values were still rising. For every 1 smack value earned, $10,000 are credited. Jasmine Jiang said it felt good to lie down and earn money. This side of the Jiang family, and Hui surveyed the Jiang family's housing, saw the cleanliness of the place. The heart of the Jiang family also more than 2 points of goodwill. Seems like a decent family. And Hui didn't know that the only undignified person in the Jiang family was Jiang Jasmine. But this indignity was soon to become her Lu family's. And Hui did not know what Jiang Jasmine looked like. Glancing at the dignified and skillful Jiang Qing could not help but secretly speculate. Jiang Qing was a smart person and guessed that Hui had mistaken her for Jiang Jasmine. And her heart couldn't help but be so sour and bitter. What makes Jiang Jasmine so lucky in 2 lifetimes? After losing a Jiang Jiaming, he surprisingly picked up Lu Cheng, who was better and more excellent than Jiang Jiaming. And this good fortune, which she had made possible, was more difficult for her to feel than the tragic death in the countryside in her last life. Noticing Hui's gawking, Jiang Dehao was busy introducing Hui. Learning that Jiang Qing is her stepdaughter, and Hui withdraws her scowl and asks about Jiang Jasmine. Jasmine went out, and Pang, oh, that's Jasmine's brother, has gone out to look for it, and at this hour, should be almost back. Jiang Dehao apologized and explained, fearing that Hui would be upset and fling her sleeve away, while personally making tea for Hui. Learning that Jiang Jasmine wasn't home, Hui was vaguely upset. What could be more important than meeting her as a future mother-in-law? Jiang Dehao looked at Jiang Xiaoguang beside Lu Cheng and was a bit confused. is this Xiao Lu's brother? If you're a guest, you'll have to move stools and pour tea. Ko is my dad's guard. Everyone was shocked to learn Jiang Xiaoguang's identity. It's not a normal rank to be assigned a guard. Jiang Qing felt like there were cat scratches scratching at her heart, wanting to immediately ask Jiang Zheming what kind of big leader Lu Cheng's father was that he could be assigned a guard. Jiang Dehao trembled his voice, Xiao Lu's dad is, and Hui blandly, is an ordinary old cadre, older. The organization care before the guards were assigned. Oh, Jiang Dehao nodded his head repeatedly, but in his heart, he secretly thought that an ordinary cadre who could be taken care of by the organization was definitely not ordinary. And Hui Tung paused, and said, my old partner stubborn. 2 days ago, father and son had a fight, and now also set the gasset, not willing to come. So today only I accompanied Xiaocheng to go this trip. Please forgive me. On the surface, it was an explanation of why Lu's father didn't show up, but the amount of information revealed was really not small. As the saying goes, family shame is not for the eyes of the beholder, and Hui could have justified her husband's other no-shows by taking the father-son fight instead. It's okay to fight, who doesn't have a mix-up in their family? But no matter how fierce the argument is, it can't delay the business, can it? Unless, of course, it was over this marriage that father and son had quarreled. It seems that Lu's father doesn't like his daughter. Jiang Dehao does not blame people. Jiang Jasmine if it is not his own. He dislikes. Jiang Peng searched along the No. 2 bus route and couldn't find Jiang Jasmine. When I returned the same way, I was holding my urine and saw a public toilet not far away, so I ran for it. From a distance, he watched how the person guarding the toilet door looked so much like his sister. Is it possible that you're looking for his sister to find out about the hallucinations? Getting closer, it's really his sister. Sis, what are you doing here? Jiang Jasmine threw the folded straw paper into the cardboard box and gave Jiang Peng a blank look. When asking questions, can you bring some brains? What else can you do here? Wait for dinner? Jiang Peng cannot care about the urgency of urine, pulling up Jiang Jasmine to go. Sis, hurry back with me. Jiang Jasmine pushed Jiang Peng away. I'm not going back. I want to work. Jiang Peng was confused. What class? Jiang Jasmine pointed to the public restroom sign. Here, from today onwards, it's under my control. Jiang Peng was dumbfounded. Jiang Jasmine waved her hand. You go back. Don't affect my work. It's not easy to ask someone to help me arrange it. Jiang Peng gritted his teeth. I'll help you on. You go back. Good. Jiang Peng. I'm just being polite. You're not being polite at all. After handing over matters to be done by Jiang Peng, Jiang Jasmine patted her butt and left. After smelling in piss all morning, she'd wanted to throw up long ago. Toilets in these days are not like the later generations, where a toilet is flushed, and the whole toilet is just one open fecal canal, so that you can see clearly whether you are urinating or diarrheaing before and after. And only after the feces and urine have piled up to a certain amount will you let the water out to flush it into the septic tank. But you can't imagine what the smell is like in the toilet. Just thinking about it makes me want to. As soon as she entered the family home, Jiang Jasmine noticed that the neighbors were all saluting her. Unlike the usual dislike, the eyes were, how can I say, 2 parts envy, 3 parts jealousy, and 5 parts dislike. It's just a shame that most of these people have already contributed smack value to her. Therefore, all the way back home, Jiang Jasmine had only collected a total of 8 dislike values, but counting the morning smack value, the total has broken into triple digits. It was her best day so far in Eeyore. Jiang Jasmine was in quite a Nessie mood, humming the tune of the good old days as she walked. However, her good mood didn't last long, because she saw Jiang Zheming standing in front of her house. The man wore a military uniform, lining the body extraordinarily straight and slender, short hair trimmed neatly and sharply, under the full forehead, eyebrows cold and sharp and handsome. As she sized up Lu Cheng, he looked at her with the same unblinking gaze. Unlike the last time when she was so delicate and charming, today's daughter-in-law was more like a little girl who hadn't grown up. The top was a half-new floral cloth shirt, and underneath were blue pants that were a little wobbly when they walked because they were too thin. Shoulder-length hair was in a half-pencil, coiled bun at the back of her head, drooping frontal and ear hair, wet with sweat. The palm-sized, heart-shaped face with flushed cheeks seemed like a peach. Her eyes were watery as she looked at him, as if she wanted to seduce him. Lu Cheng unknowingly walked up. Where did you go? I didn't come back for half a day. I thought you had run away from the wedding. None of your business. Rolling her eyes, Jiang Jasmine bypassed Lu Cheng and entered the courtyard. Once inside, I was shocked. Bicycles, sewing machines, radios, pork shanks, cigarettes, wine, sugar, tea, snack boxes, canned fruits. The list went on, and several young soldiers lined up along the courtyard wall, all staring at her without blinking. Jiang Jasmine couldn't help but think, it's worthy of being the male lead. Mentioning a marriage is so branded. Where have you been, you child? The family has been looking for you all morning. Jiang Dehao counted down while looking Jiang Jasmine up and down in his heart. It's not a good idea to meet your future mother-in-law in such a disheveled state. Quickly, go inside and change into a nice dress. Brush your hair and wash your face, said the man, lowering his voice. Put on the lipstick that Peng bought, too, and go. What's there to dress up for? I don't look ugly. It's the ugly people who need to rely on their clothes. These words were clearly burying Jiang Qing. After all, anyone could see that Jiang Qing had dressed up with all her heart today. Although, what Jiang Qing pried was the original owner's corner, but now this body was being used by her. Rounding up that would be prying her corner. It's reasonable for her to curse twice to earn some smack value, right? However, she miscalculated and didn't smack value into the account. Seems like it wasn't nasty enough. Jasmine walked over to the canned fruit and tried to open the mesh pocket to take it out and eat it, but the netting was fastened with a deadbolt, and she tugged at it for half a day, and was about to go to the kitchen to get a knife to cut it, when a big hand reached out. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Tearing Up. Jiang Jasmine twisted her head to see that it was Jiang Jiaming and deliberately lifted her chin to provoke. What? I can't eat it? If Jiang Jiaming dared to go back to can't, she immediately performed an in situ Thomas pirouette and made a scene. Yet again, Jasmine Jiang miscalculated. It's edible. I'll open it for you. Lu Cheng used his thick and long fingers to unravel the netting, while saying to her, it can't be pulled apart by brute force. There's a buckle here. One pull and it's open. How can this be? There is no such rule. Jiang Dehao awkwardly stepped forward to stop it, and was blocked back by Lu Cheng with words. Uncle Jiang, it's fine. It was originally bought for her. If you eat his food, you're his man. Hey! Lu Cheng untied the netting in 3 tries and picked a bottle of canned food and handed it to Jiang Jasmine. Mind your own business. Jasmine cut in. She wasn't retarded. She could definitely solve it. And she deliberately made an exaggerated monkey face just to annoy people. Lu Cheng didn't care about her attitude, and backhandedly even unscrewed the lid of the canned fruit for her. Jasmine froze. It wasn't really in her plan to eat. Also, man, that's a strong hand. A vacuum sealed can that just unscrewed so lightly. Doing a full set of theater. Jiang Jasmine ground to catch a piece of yellow peach meat from the can with her hand, and gulped it into her mouth. The people in the first courtyard immediately showed expressions of disgust. Smack value +1 +1 +1 +1. Credited with $70. 000. The yellow peach flesh is crunchy, juicy and sweet. Jiang Jasmine's craving was completely hooked up, so she took the bottle from Lu Cheng and found a seat to eat. Don't even look at me. Take whatever you want. You're welcome. Jiang Jasmine couldn't eat enough herself and greeted the others as if she was the host. She's not just targeting these few people in the courtyard, but she wants them to help her spread the word. When word gets around, the dislike value will go up. Seeing her eat with her little mouth red and shiny, Jiang mother swallowed hard. She had seen, but not eaten, such upscale foods as canned fruit. Just smelling the mouth-watering aroma of peaches in the air. I know it must be delicious, but she wasn't as shameless as Jiang Jasmine. She didn't want to be called a glutton. Jiang Dehao's eyelids jumped, fearing that this marriage would be yellow. He yanked up Jiang Jasmine and led her towards Anhui, and in the process, he shoved the can in Jiang Jasmine's hand to Li Hongying, and in the process, he also took his sleeve to help Jiang Jasmine wipe her mouth. Jasmine, this is MS, and Huiyan, Xiaolu's mom. You quickly call Antian. Fawn, who's that? It's not like I recognize it. Jiang Dehao was confused by his daughter's reaction. You two weren't quite close just now. You ate someone else's food. Jiang Dehao was busy pulling Lu Cheng to his side. Lu Cheng, Xiao Lu, didn't you guys meet a few days ago? Jiang Jasmine stared at Lu Cheng. You're not Jiang Jiaming? You fool, he's the one who's coming. Jiang Jasmine followed the direction of Jiang Dehao's finger and saw the man in military uniform standing next to Li Hongying. 1.75 m. Thick eyebrows and big eyes. With a country face, is a big handsome man popular with girls in the current era. It wasn't that she hadn't noticed the man. She just assumed that he was a soldier accompanying Jiang Jiaming. Never expected that this person would be Jiang Jiaming. She mechanically turned her face toward Lu Cheng. He's Jiang Jiaming, so who are you? Lu Cheng extended his large hand towards her. I am Lu Cheng, Jiang Jiaming's leader. Jasmine Jiang. Seeing this, Jiang Qing could no longer control her anger. Jiang Jasmine, you're not pretending here. Rationally, Jiang Qing clearly knew that she should be careful with her words. After all, her marriage to Jiang Jiaming was really not considered decent. But she was too upset. Why should all the good things under the sky be taken by Jiang Jasmine? As soon as she saw Jiang Qing jumping out to pick a fight, Jiang Jasmine could be energized. I'll pretend I'm happy to. If you're not convinced, you'll pretend to. Let's see. I'm not as shameless as you. Hooking up with someone else's leader when you obviously have a baby bump. When Jiang Qing thought about it, she didn't think Lu Chang would take the initiative to look at Jiang Jasmine. Unless Jiang Jasmine deliberately seduced her. After all, Jiang Jasmine had the capital to seduce men. The more Jiang Qing thought about it, the more angry she became. Since you couldn't see that Jia Ming was from the countryside, why didn't you make it clear to Jia Ming earlier, delaying him for so many years for nothing? Outside the Jiang family home, I do not know when surrounded by lively neighbors. Jiang Qing's condemnation added the charge of being a watery woman to Jiang Jasmine's already malodorous reputation. I told you, people so good conditions. How will look at Jiang Jasmine such? The original was her seduction. Ugh, shame on you. +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Haru, Comrade Jiang Qing. The only two men present who loved Jiang Jasmine the most, almost simultaneously voiced their desire to write their daughter/woman, both of which were stopped by Jasmine. You guys be quiet. Don't even let it interfere with her making money. Dead unity, go up. 10,000 skeptics. It was only until she couldn't hear the rise of the dislike value that Jiang Jasmine didn't panic, carrying her hands behind her back and circling around Jiang Qing. TSK, 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 all these years, you've been waiting for it, haven't you? After all, as long as I don't withdraw from the marriage, you won't be able to get to the top. Jiang Qing's face swished white. You less nonsense. Before you withdraw from the marriage, between Zhang Jiaming and I is clean and innocent. Sent to the love stops to the rituals, never any for oversteps the distance behavior. This matter was not only about her reputation, but also about Zhang Jiaming's future. A soldier with a reputation for backstabbing will never get ahead in life. Jiang Chang, while she fell into the river, was passing by Zhang Jiaming, rescue the causes and consequences. Detailed again. As expected, after hearing her words, the neighbors expressed their understanding and sympathy. It's summer, the clothes are thin. Wet water is no different from not wearing. Jia Ming married me to save my reputation, and I'm grateful to him. If you feel hurt by us, then I'm willing to quit and fulfill you in Jia Ming. Jiang Qing's move of retreating to advance could not be described as anything less than venomous. Not only did he successfully whitewash his prying behavior, but he also put Jiang Jasmine in a dilemma. If you choose Lu Cheng to abandon Jiang Jiaming, you will be sitting on the reputation of being too poor to love the rich. And if you choose Zhang Jiaming, you will have to reject the marriage of the Lu family. In Jiang Qing's heart, she actually held so much fantasy. Without Jiang Jasmine, is it possible for her to be spotted by Lu Cheng? Cinderella's dream. What woman wouldn't want that? Humph. Zhang Jiaming went down to the river to save you this thing. You two don't talk about it. Who knows? And what's the point of losing your honor or not? Taking a step back, Zhang Jiaming did some intimate behavior to you. That was also to save you. This is righteousness. Whoever takes this to spread gossip will only prove that this person is inferior. And how innocent is Zhang Jiaming, who obviously saved someone, but had to take himself on. If he encounters this kind of thing again in the future, will he save or not? If he saves, will he have to divorce you again and marry the woman he saved? Jiang Qing stared at Jiang Jasmine dead in the face, her eyes filled with suspicion. Jiang Jasmine had always been a brainless fool who would only go crazy and insane when things went wrong. But with these words just now, her intelligence and wisdom were clearly not below her. Can it be that Jiang Jasmine has been reborn as well? If that was the case, it would explain why Jiang Jasmine had skipped Zhang Jiaming and hooked up with Lu Cheng, a better backer. Thinking of this, Jiang Qing's heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom. Being reborn was her exclusive advantage, but if Jiang Jasmine was reborn as well, then her advantage would seem like chicken ribs. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Don't mind having more than one stepfather. And Hui looked at Jiang Jasmine's pretty and delicate face and was inwardly surprised and astonished. She had originally thought that it was Jiang Jasmine's son who was dead set on bearing and pestering her, but from the way Jiang Jasmine took the canned food and ate it, it was obvious that her son was trying to curry favor and coax Jiang Jasmine's pleasure. She knew best as a mom how proud and picky her son was. The girls introduced in the past, which is not talented, well-read and reasonable, but the son froze to pick out a bunch of other people's faults. Nowadays, they are obedient to Jiang Jasmine, who was all stinky. It's really a briny thing. Although Jiang Jasmine was capricious and wanton, but just from the display of disliking her stepsister, she wasn't really someone without a bit of brains. And Hui got up. I've heard everything. Let me say a few words of justice. Zhang Jiaming saved people first. He is a good comrade. That's right. If it wasn't for Jia Ming who happened to pass by, Xiao Chang would have been killed in the river. Jin Yulan was too busy to agree. And Hui said, just because Zhang Jiaming is a good comrade, he couldn't help but be in a dilemma when he encountered this kind of thing, which is why he found his leader. That is, My son Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang sympathized with his subordinates and stepped in to help negotiate the withdrawal, which is how Xiao Chang met with Jasmine. In a few simple sentences, both explained the process of Lu Chang and Jiang Jasmine's acquaintance, and also clarified for Jiang Jasmine that she hooked up with a man. In my opinion, this is the divine's way of adulting. It's a good thing that a rescue has made two good couples. This capped conclusion convinced the vast majority of the neighbors on the scene, but there is still a part of her that feels jealousy and injustice towards Jasmine Jiang for climbing up the ladder. They hadn't encountered such a good thing, so why did they let Jiang Jasmine encounter it? Today the Jiang family is having a happy day. Thank you to the neighbors for coming over to congratulate us. All of you come to receive the joyful candies and dabble in the joyful spirit. Lu Chang carried fruit candies to the outside of the courtyard and handed them out one by one handful each. Eating people's mouths are soft. The neighborhood took the candy are smiling and scattered. Jiang Dehao was more and more satisfied with Lu Chang's son-in-law, and sighed that his ancestors were lucky. So he was about to go out and buy some good food and wine to entertain his in-law's mother. Lu Chang told Jiang Dehao not to be busy. He booked a banquet before he came, just across the street from the machinery factory, Manhwa Hotel. Because of its proximity, the leaders of the machine shop usually like to go there for entertainment. Lu Chang arranged the banquet at the Guanghua Hotel, obviously for Jiang Dehao to make a row. Over the years, Jiang Dehao because Jiang Jasmine this daughter, not a few people look at jokes, scolded Jiang Jasmine cannot marry out. Now Jiang Jasmine not only married out, but also married a military officer. Jiang Dehao is also considered to raise eyebrows. Jiang Dehao wanted to call on the Jiang family a peace, putting aside the marriage proposal. He and Jiang Taisheng are iron brothers. It makes no sense for him to go out and eat well, leaving Jiang Tiesheng's family cold at home. But the banquet was booked by the Lu family, so he couldn't take the liberty. And Hui could see his entanglement and smiled as she invited the Jiang family. Let's go together. It's rare that we bump into each other today. Although Jiang Taisheng was the head of the family, he had a stuffy personality, so it was Jin Yulan who had all the external say. In her heart, Jin Yulan wanted to go. After all, she had lived most of her life and had never been in a restaurant. On the other hand, he said politely, No, you guys go. I see that Hongying has prepared some dishes in the kitchen, so we'll just cook some for ourselves. Li Hongying busily said, How can that be? How can you let the guests cook for themselves? I'll stay home with my sister-in-law and the girls. You guys go eat. Jiang Dehao advised. Sister-in-law, let's go together. I have not seen Taisheng for more than half a year. Just take advantage of today to have a good drink. Kim Gwin then complied. Jiang Xiaoguang and a few of the junior soldiers who helped deliver the stuff stayed behind to watch over the colorful gifts in the courtyard. Lunch is also a good solution. There is rice and vegetables in the kitchen. It's just that Jiang Xiaoguang a few to cook their own. Jiang Dehao overly, specially took out the collection of tupai daku please Jiang Xiaoguang a few drink. Was Jiang Xiaoguang politely refused. After learning that soldiers can't drink, Jiang Dehao went back to the kitchen to get a knife and cut off a large piece of fat elbow from the pig thigh carried by the Lu family, so that Jiang Xiaoguang and the others could eat it in red. After getting Lu Chang's signal, Jiang Xiaoguang then took it with a smile. Such a big piece, at least 3 pounds. Can have a beautiful meal for lunch today. A group of 9 people, traveling in great numbers, causing the left and right neighbors to watch with curiosity. When they learned that Jiang Dehao was going to take his in-laws to eat at Guanghua restaurant, they were all envious. These days, it's harder than New Year's Eve to get a meal at a restaurant. Jiang Dehao and Hui walked side by side at the front, chatting about their respective families as they walked. Li Hongying accompanied Jiang Taisheng and Jin Yulan husband and wife to walk after the two of them, chatting about this year's harvest in the ground. Further back were Jiang Qing and Zhang Jiaming, the two of them walking side by side, neither of them speaking. Jiang Jasmine and Lu Chang fell at the end of the line, and neither said anything. Zhang Jiaming glanced back at Jiang Jasmine and Lu Chang from time to time, his heart strangely uncomfortable. He never dreamed that Jiang Jasmine would be so good-looking, like a fairy in a pictorial. If he hadn't mistaken the woman in the red dress for Jasmine Kong that day. Just as he was thinking, the hand hanging down at his side was suddenly held by Jiang Qing at his side. Jiang Qing's hands were a bit smaller than his, with slender fingers and silky skin. Jiang Qing quickly let go, but Zhang Jiaming came to his senses. It was so wrong of him to think about that just now. A virtuous and capable fiancé like Jiang Qing should be cherished by him. Lu Chang looked at Jiang Jasmine, who seemed to follow him like a little daughter-in-law, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Alabaster-like faceplate, embedded with a pair of willow leaves like a curved eyebrow, eyelashes and long and curved, blinking like butterfly wings, cheeks white and red, quite curved under the nose, lips reddish. Just looking at it makes you want to kiss it. Lu Chang's throat rolled and he softly shouted, "Daughter-in-law." Jiang Jasmine reacted half a beat slower. Lu Chang was calling her. She rolled her eyes nonchalantly, Don't yell, don't know you well. Men are male animals that naturally possess a strong desire to conquer, especially for a smooth-sailing son of the compound like Lu Chang. Jiang Jasmine's backbone instead excited him. He bent down slightly, his low voice carrying gentleness and teasing. Your father has agreed to our marriage. He agrees. So just marry him. It's not like I mind having more than one stepfather. Lu Chang laughed in anger, but his thoughts couldn't help but radiate that it would be nice to have a daughter like his daughter-in-law. The road to the Guanghua Hotel happens to be the same road as the machine shop back to the family area. It is the point of noon off. The road a lot of workers. See Jiang Dehao with so many people. It is inevitable to explore one or two. One by one, Jiang Dehao stepped into the Guanghua Hotel on the front foot, and the news that he brought his in-laws to the hotel on the back foot spread in the machinery factory. Lu Chang booked a private room, a large round table for 10, and the food was pre-ordered. As soon as the 9 people were seated, 4 cold dishes were served first, together with a bottle of 5 liquid grain. And Hui smiled. The men drink. Let's have drinks. What kind of drinks are there? The waitress skillfully announced the names of several drinks, and Hui let Zhang's mother choose first. Zhang's mother politely waved her hand. I'm a rural woman. I don't know how to understand this. You guys order. I'll eat anything. I want mountain dregs juice. Without waiting for Hui to ask, Jiang Jasmine raised her hand in return, and Hui glanced at her and turned her head to look at Jiang Qing on the other side. Jiang Qing smiled. I'm fine with water. Li Hongying is an unassertive. Listening to her daughter drink water, she also followed and said drink water, and Hui nodded and ordered the waiter 3 bottles of hawthorn juice, and a cup of warm water for each of the 2 of them. 2 bumpkins. The waitress implicitly blankly glanced at Jiang Qing's mother and daughter before she answered and left. Jiang Qing's hand under the table subconsciously curled up. She had wanted to earn a reputation for frugality in front of Hui, but it seemed as if she had overplayed her hand a bit, and had come off as petty instead. End of chapter. Chapter 20, The Engagement Banquet. The food was served quickly, spreading the entire round table with color and flavor. White pork with garlic paste, sweet and sour fish, diving rabbit, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, marinated beef, camphor tea duck, elbow flower in red oil. 4 veggies in 8 meat dishes, an old duck soup with sour radish, and 2 desserts, brown sugar mochi and sesame balls. The Zheng family was simply stunned. I've lived most of my life, and I've never seen so many good dishes, not to mention eating them. Jiang Qing was similarly greatly shocked. Although she had lived 2 lifetimes, it was the first time she had entered such a high-class restaurant, and the first time she had eaten such a good seat. But the thought of such enjoyment and experience, thanks to Jasmine Jiang, upset her. Jasmine, don't just eat for yourself. Help your auntie and with some of the food. Jiang Jasmine snapped and spat out a piece of fish bone, twisted her head and said to Hui, clip whatever you like to eat yourself, and stand up if you can't reach it. And Hui took a big sip of hawthorn juice in exasperation. She could sort of see that this daughter-in-law, she didn't care whether she, her mother-in-law, liked it or not. Jiang Qing looked at this scene and laughed coldly in her heart. Jiang Jasmine hasn't changed. She's still as stupid and manipulative as before. Lu's father was not able to see Jiang Jasmine, and refused to show up for the marriage proposal, but Jiang Jasmine still does not know how to restrain. According to today's behavior, I'm afraid that before I can marry into the Lu family, I'll be withdrawn from the marriage. Lu Chang, as the fiancé, is unshakable to stand up for his daughter-in-law. Molly's right. We'll all help ourselves to whatever we like to eat. Don't be formal. We're all family. And Hui and Jiang Jasmine gave him a blank look at the same time. Jasmine, shut up. And Hui, look at you monkey around. No eyes. Lu Chang laughed. Not bad for a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, rolling their eyes the same way. Jiang Dehao had completely given up the illusion of letting his daughter perform, and chose to go on the battlefield himself. I'll try the sweet and sour fish. Sweet and sour appetizing. The fish doesn't taste fishy at all. It's Guanghua's signature. Lu Chang cupped his hands and said, Uncle Jiang, if you like the flavor of their house, then Jasmine and I's wedding banquet will be set up here. Jasmine nearly choked. Jiang Dehao agreed with a full mouth. Good, then it's a deal. No, don't you ask her, the person in question, for her opinion on things like the wedding banquet? Also, she didn't promise to marry. Just as Jiang Jasmine slammed her chopsticks and prepared to protest, and Hui beside her suddenly placed a red envelope in front of her. It's a due courtesy. Take it. Perhaps angry at Jiang Jasmine for not giving the food, and Hui's tone was a bit cold. Jasmine, what are you fuming about? Why don't you thank your Auntie Anne? Seeing that Jiang Jasmine didn't move, Jiang Dehao couldn't help but remind the 3 people at the same table, Jiang Qing, Li Hongying and Jin Yulan, all looked at this scene with incomparable envy. The bride price of 888 was given before, and this will be a separate red packet. How thick the Lu family must be. Such good in-laws. How come they didn't meet them? Under normal circumstances, Jiang Jasmine wouldn't have a problem with money, but to take the money is to agree to the marriage. But think about it, Lu Chang has money and face, she doesn't lose out. As for the character family aspect, the army vetted and screened out the talent. There is nothing she is uneasy about. Thank you, auntie. Seeing her accept the red envelope, Jiang Dehao and Lu Chang were relieved. Everyone continues to move their chopsticks and have a good time. Ah, where's Pang? Li Hongying from across the street mentioned it, and Jiang Jasmine then remembered that Jiang Pang was still guarding the public toilet for her. Casually perfunctory 2 sentences. She asked the restaurant to borrow 2 aluminum lunchboxes, one loaded with vegetables, one loaded with 3 tails of rice, ready to eat the meal to Jiang Pang. Eat and drink. From the hotel out, Jiang Dehao enthusiastic to invite everyone on the tea house tea and listen to the commentary. Jiang Jasmine was thinking of bringing Jiang Pong food. Dad, you guys go, I have something to do. Jiang Dehao pulled her. You're not allowed to go anywhere. In the morning, the Lu family came to the door to propose marriage. Jiang Jasmine was rude not to be at home, and she had to accompany her future in-laws in the afternoon to try to leave a good impression. I really have something. Cut it out. What could you possibly be up to? Jiang Jasmine was just about to explain that she had found a job sweeping toilets, but Lu Chang opened his mouth. Uncle Jiang, you guys go and have some tea. I'll take Jasmine around the streets. Jiang Dehao immediately pushed Jiang Jasmine to Lu Chang's side and smiled so hard that 2 chrysanthemums exploded at the end of his eyes. Good. You guys go and hang out more. Jasmine Kong. Lu Chang greeted in Hui, Li Hongying, and the Zhang family one by one, and then took the lunchbox in Jiang Jasmine's hand in a self-conscious manner. Go. Let's go. Jiang Jasmine walked ahead of him with her toes in the air. Lu Chang followed half a step behind, his black eyes full of laughter falling onto her petite and delicate body. Jiang Dehao smiled from ear to ear. Glancing at his stepdaughter staring at his daughter's back, he asked Jiang Jiaming to take Jiang Qing out for a walk as well. After Jiang Jiaming and Jiang Qing also left, Jiang Dehao said to An Hui and Jiang Taisheng, the youngsters have their own way of playing, we'll go to tea in the theater. And Hui politely refused. Let's stop here for today. Let them young people discuss the wedding themselves. We elders are responsible for contributing money and effort. Well, in-laws, how do you get back? Shall I give you a ride? And Hui politely waved her hand. No, I'll go with Xiao Guang and the others. They drove the truck. Jiang Dehao was surprised. The liberated car in front of the family area. Is it yours? There was too much stuff to carry, so I borrowed a car from the organization to use. Jin Yulan and Jiang Taisheng looked at each other. Not only equipped with guards, even the troops' liberated car is also borrowed, so it can be imagined that Lu's father's rank in the army is definitely not low. Jiang Dehao is hitting the big time. Fortunately, the Zhang family and the Jiang family have also become in-laws. This great fortune, the Zhang family can also get a little light. After walking out some distance one after the other, Lu Chang took 3 steps to get alongside Jiang Jasmine. Who is this meal for? Your brother-in-law. Lu Chen laughed. I still owe him a big red packet. Jiang Jasmine took her eyes and scanned him up and down. On your condition, are you still worried about getting a daughter-in-law? Lu Chang asked instead of answering. Then why haven't you married off either? Because I didn't meet anyone who was willing to pay 500 for the bride price. Speaking of the bride price, Jiang Jasmine thought of something. Did you bring that lady's bike in my yard? Well, as you requested. 3 turns and a ring apiece no less, plus 888 dowry. Jiang Jasmine's already round eyes immediately widened. You gave my family a dowry of 888? To be precise, it's for you. It's at your father's. Go back and ask him for it. I don't think your father is the kind of man who would covet his daughter's bride price. It's not your turn to judge what he is. Jiang Jasmine rolled her eyes, but in her heart, she was more satisfied with the marriage. Satisfied, I should say, with the man in front of him. Looks and body are top, and not stingy, or soldier brother. This is to be placed in the latter part of the world. It will not be eaten alive by the single women who are like wolves and tigers. Have you ever been with anyone before? She asked with interest. No. I joined the army when I was 17 and spent 4 years in the snow zone before being transferred to a garrison on the southwest border. Been on the force all these years and haven't had a chance to find a date. Although Jiang Jasmine didn't mind the exes and all that, the other party was naturally better off without them. So, I'm your first love? Yes. And you? Jasmine blinked. Guess. End of chapter. Chapter 21, Marriage License. Lu Chen looked at her with downcast eyes. I guess not. Why? Because no one is better than me. Che. As narcissistic as the man was, he unexpectedly didn't make her feel greasy or offended. Probably because it's true. Lu Cheng's facial features are not considered to be the delicate one. And even because of his dark complexion and sharp eyebrows, he makes people feel a bit fierce. But broad shoulders and narrow waist and long legs body is really nothing to say. A look no absolutely have abs kind of. Noticing Lu Cheng's gaze following her as if he was waiting for an answer, Jiang Jasmine returned. Except for Jiang Qing, the doll marriage. I've never talked to anyone else in my life. You don't have male or female feelings for coming. Rounding up, I'm also your first love. Lu Cheng was clearly satisfied with this conclusion, and his eyebrows softened a few points. But how could he know that this life in Jiang Jasmine's mouth was actually only 4 short days? Jiang Jasmine in her last life actually talked to someone, and talked to 3 others, but they all ended without any problems. The first one talked for half a month, had 2 dinners, saw a movie and then said he didn't feel anything for her and got back together with his ex after breaking up with her in flames. The second one talked for 2 months, stopping short of kissing before she threw up from the other's bad breath. The third is a game to know. Online chat for 3 months feel good. In her ready to run with each other now. The other actually invited her to play in Thailand. Scared her immediately pull black all contact information. Let's go back to writing. Lu Cheng looked at her. You want to ride? Jasmine nodded. You ride my dad's. I'll ride the new one. In fact, as soon as she entered the yard, she fell in love with the Phoenix lady's bike. The clashing colors of beige and light curry, with a beige woven bib hanging in front of the car, suited her aesthetic vision. I thought it was Jiang Qing's dowry. She thought of robbing, but I didn't expect it to be hers. Okay, but first you come with me to the car. I have something for you. Jasmine Jiang. You have a car? What kind of car? Lu Cheng pointed to the military jeep in front of him. The car isn't mine. It's my father's. I'm not at this level yet. Jiang Jasmine looked at the jeep and then at him. If you had a car you wouldn't have said so earlier. What's with the bike? Lu Cheng laughed. I thought you wanted to ride. That's because I don't like squeezing the bus. Lu Cheng thoughtfully helped Jiang Jasmine open the door of the passenger seat. Smelling the faint odor of alcohol on the man as he stepped forward, Jasmine asked, Can you drive if you've been drinking? Just 2 small cups. Out of the way. Seeing his face as usual, eyes clear, Jiang Jasmine thought that the man does not look like a person who is not fixed in his heart. So he urged, Then you drive slowly, before getting into the car. When she was seated, Lu Cheng helped her buckle her seatbelt before closing the door and getting in from the other side. Gee, quite the gentleman. The jeep's compartment was simple, like a tin box, with 2 chairs in front and a bench hitch in the back, and compared to the modern automobiles of the latter days, it was a gross outfit. But in this day and age, to have a car with 4 wheels is something the average person doesn't even think about. Your father was a chief at high and low, wasn't he? Meeting Jiang Jasmine's curious eyes, Lu Chen laughed. It should be our father. Jiang Jasmine just wanted to retort that we haven't reached that point yet, when she saw Lu Cheng take out a packet of things from his military satchel and shove it into her arms. What is it? Lu Cheng gestured for her to open it. Jiang Jasmine opened the cloth bag, and at the top was a bank book. The balance of the passbook is 3806.45. In these days of scarcity, a deposit of over $3,000 was considered dirt cheap. Lu Cheng explained while observing Jiang Jasmine's face. My monthly salary is now $109. Before it was sent home for my mom to keep. In the future it will all be given to you. Usually how you spend your money I do not ask, but for the long-term consideration of our small family, the money in the passbook as far as possible not to move. You spend every month on my allowance. Of course, this is my personal idea. With today's prices and spending, $109 is more than enough for 2 people to spend. You know, Zhang Dehai's $68 salary can support a family of 5. Underneath the passbook are all the bills, food stamps, sugar stamps, meat stamps, cloth stamps, vegetable stamps, industrial stamps, etc. Each kind of ticket is bundled with rubber bands in different categories and neatly arranged. Obviously, these are Lu Cheng's home base. Jiang Jasmine teasingly swept towards the man. You're not afraid that I'll take your belongings and run away? Where can you run to? Also, here is not like the latter days. A ticket can run all over the country. This era of travel must have a letter of introduction. Otherwise even cannot buy a ticket, cannot live in the hotel. Once the public security officers will also be repatriated to the interrogation. I've already applied for the family room. It can't be arranged that quickly. You'll live with my parents and them for the time being, and when the house comes down, you'll move there. Don't worry, you don't have to do the chores. There's my cousin aunt. She's been in my house all these years, helping to take care of my mom and dad. To put it bluntly, this cousin's aunt is the babysitter. In the way of the present day on the capitalist style of salt beating, external is not dare to call nanny, mostly in the name of relatives to borrow the name of residence. Comrade Jasmine Kong. Jasmine turned her head to look at the man. 3 turns and a ring, 500 dowry. paycheck to paycheck after marriage. No matter how you spend your money. Don't need you to do housework. Don't live with in-laws. I've done it all. As for the child, if you don't want to have one now, you don't have one. Do you have any other requests? Jiang Jasmine was just talking off the cuff in the first place, aiming to make things difficult for the doll's marriage. I didn't realize that the men not only remembered, but did it all. No more for now. I'll let you know if I do. So you're happy with me and would like to be married to me? Looking at the man's serious brow, Jiang Jasmine casually teased, isn't it a bit late for you to propose? Both parents have met. The engagement dinner has been eaten. She even received the red envelope. There is still room for refusal? You didn't say no, that's a yes. Saying that, Lu Tingting handed her 2 books. One was a craft cardboard household book and the other was a red plastic marriage license. When she saw the marriage license, Jiang Jasmine's eyelids just jumped. When I turned over the marriage license and saw the name on it, the heart that was hanging in the air died completely. Comrade Lu Tingting, explain? When did we get married? Why don't I know? The day before yesterday Xiaopeng found me and said that the office of the young people's office was making things difficult for you and Uncle Jiang. And even gave me your family's account book, so that you and I could get our marriage license first, and I thought you knew about it. Jiang Peng, you're dead. Jiang Jasmine gritted her teeth and then looked at the enactment date on the marriage license, which was actually today. Does my dad know about our license? Haven't thought about it yet. Busy morning. I think you don't dare. Lu Tingting touched his nose sheepishly. Although the whole being licensed thing was a nuisance, Jasmine wasn't really too upset. The man was superior in every way, and she wasn't at a disadvantage. But she always felt unsure in her heart. Zhang Dehao and Jiang Peng were in a hurry to marry her off because they didn't want her to go to the countryside. But why would Lu Tingting be in such a hurry to marry her? She looked Lu Tingting up and down suspiciously. There's nothing physically wrong with you, right? Before her, Lu Tingting did not talk to anyone, and there was no second marriage with a baby her as a stepmother. The cadres in the army are surely fine in terms of character, and the only thing that is doubtful is the health aspect. Over the years stationed at the border, there have been several injuries, both large and small, but they have all healed, or else they would have changed careers. That's not what I asked. So what? You have normal male function, right? After asking, Jasmine warmed up her own face first. Lu Tingting is no better than her. Both ears are red and dripping blood, but his face is still normal. Do I look like I'm not normal? It's hard to say. This thing can't be seen. Or maybe you were normal, but the injury affected it may not be. You look at you. Good face, body or good. The root of the seedling red. A good skill, but where you yell out. A large number of excellent young women for you to choose. How to look at me like this. It's hard not to make people suspicious. Is that what you think of me? You think I've got a good face, a good body, good roots and all? Even though the words came out of her mouth, how could it be so mortifying to relay it all over again from a male's mouth? That's not the point. Lu Tingting, that's the point. Comrade Jasmine, what you think of me is important. It seems that you are still satisfied with me. Jasmine closed the marriage license. And what about you? What do you think of me? End of chapter. Chapter 22, the winner is the one who gets to the end. Lu Tingting didn't answer immediately. His deep eyes traveled along Jiang Jasmine's features, tracing them in detail before he spoke in a low voice. The first time I saw you, I was moved to marry you. Seeing color? Love at first sight, I should say. In Jasmine's mind, there was little difference between the two, but she didn't care. She's no slouch herself, but a money grubber and a womanizer. Short, fat, poor and ugly. Lu Tingting, but wherever it is stained with the same. She is refused. So, you're physically okay, right? That's not for me to say. You'll have to test it yourself. Nothing could be seen on Lu Tingting's face, but his reddened ears clearly revealed his shyness and embarrassment. Typical of the surface is as stable as an old dog, but in the heart is really panicked a batch. Jiang Jasmine was tickled by this sense of contrast in the man, and she couldn't wait to cave in and get rid of the man tonight. Now that we're legally married, do I have to move in with you? Lu Tingting didn't answer the question directly, but started the car while chatting with her. What do you think of the flavor of the food at lunch today? It's okay. If it's okay with you, we'll have our wedding banquet at Manhwa, at the same standard as today's noon. Could be. How about setting the date for the 20th? It's the 16th today. Just 4 days until the 20th. For fear of Jiang Jasmine's misunderstanding of his hasty and insincere decision, Lu Tingting explained, I'm going back to the army on the 21st, so if you finish the wedding early, you can move to my house first. I have seen your house, a total of only 2 rooms, and no fan, and crowded and hot. This is exactly what Jasmine Jiang was struggling with. Only the outer room of Jiang's house, that is, Jiang Dehao's room was equipped with a ceiling fan. The inner room where she and Jiang Qing lived was small in size and had a double-decker iron frame bed, which resulted in no space for a ceiling fan, coupled with poor ventilation. It was stuffy like a pigeon cage in summer. She asked Lu Chang rhetorically, "Is your house big?" "It's not bad. The old house was converted. Our family lives on the first floor. There are 4 rooms, 2 living rooms with a yard. My parents live in 1 room. My cousin's aunt lives in 1 room, and the others are empty." Jiang Jasmine's almond eyes lit up. "Does your room have a ceiling fan?" "Yes, and the family bought a TV set last year, so you can watch TV in the evenings when you're bored." Jasmine John's eyes lit up and brightened. "Can you move the TV into the room I'm staying in? What a day it must be to lie in bed and watch TV." "Can't." Che, talk about love at first sight. It's nothing more than that. Jiang Jasmine actually knew that her request was unreasonable, but her persona was that she had to make a fuss even if it was unreasonable. Lu Chang looked at her with helplessly downcast eyes. "TV mom has to watch too. Do you want her to watch TV in our room every night? So why can't you get another one? I'll ask around some other time." Jasmine didn't really have to watch TV, but the man's attitude, apparently, satisfied her. The charm of the older man is that he looks at you helplessly at one moment, which you later realize is a sign of his self-abasement. "First, we'll bring your brother his meal, and after that we'll go around to the department store and get some bridal supplies." Jasmine had no problem with that. Looking at the jeep that drove past, Jiang Qing's eyes floated in gloom. She and Jiang Jiaming, not far behind Jiang Jasmine and Lu Chang, witnessed the jeep that the two got into. Jiang Jiaming had wanted to pull her for a ride, but she refused. She could dip into anyone's light, but she didn't want or care to dip into Jiang Jasmine's light. The scenery of the moment counts for nothing, and the winner is the one who can laugh until the end. Lu Chang is also a stupid person. Looking at such a stupid person like Jiang Jasmine, sooner or later, he will be dragged into losing his position, just like Jiang Jiaming in his last life. Thinking so, Jiang Qing was in a much better mood. "Haru, where do you want to go shopping?" Hearing Jiang Jiaming ask, Jiang Qing casually replied, "Find a place to sit for a while. It's this hot, strolling around all sweaty, and it's also easy to spend money indiscriminately." Hearing her say that, Jiang Jiaming smiled very cheerfully. "My mother is still worried about it. Said you are a city girl, afraid that you dislike my family conditions are not good. Want to borrow money for you to put together a 66 bride price." I told her, "You do not fancy these false gifts. If you dislike the poor and love the rich, you will not marry me." Jiang Qing's heart was clogged. In order to make Jiang Jiaming and the Zhang family feel that she is better than Jiang Jasmine, she has been deliberately showing her hardworking and progressive hardworking side. But the truth is, she's not as indifferent to fame and fortune as she seems. She also wants to save face and wants to be respected and recognized. "Haru, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Jiang Qing's red eyes, Jiang Jiaming could not help but feel anxious. "Jia Ming, do you have any idea how much shame I will suffer with an $8 dowry? I'm not as noble as you think. I also need to be respected and cared about." "Yes, it was me who said I didn't want a bride price, but I was being considerate and didn't want to put too much pressure on you. But as a man, shouldn't you also think about me and do what you can to give me some decency?" Jiang Jiaming's face was flustered. I didn't think that much. Don't cry." Jiang Qing looked down and wiped her tears. In Jiang Jiaming's mind, Jiang Qing has always been strong, never shouted bitter and tired, but also people do not easily shed tears. Standing in front of him at this moment, the silent sobbing look is as pitiful as I can see, making Jiang Jiaming both heartbroken and guilty. "Xiao Chang, I was wrong. I'm sorry for making you suffer. When we go back I'll let my mom go borrow money and get you the full 66. No, $88 for the dowry, okay?" Jiang Qing wiped away her tears and raised her head. The reddened eyes showed the woman's softness, but the eyes showed a determined light. "No need. It's enough that you have this heart. Jia Ming, it was never the money I cared about. It was your heart for me." Jiang Jiaming was so touched by Jiang Qing's understanding that he couldn't wait to cut out his heart and give it to her. "Xiao Chang, don't worry. I'll definitely work hard to earn military honors and let you live a good life soon." "Ka Ming, I believe you." Jiang Qing looked at him with gentle eyes. "You are a man with commitment, a practical and progressive person, and also have a great mind. You will definitely make a big difference in the future, and you won't be worse than anyone else." These words of encouragement, for the poor and in the bottom of the Jiang Jiaming, is undoubtedly a shot in the arm, so that Jiang Jiaming secretly swore in his heart, must spell out a good future. Knock knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Lu Dehao did not raise his head. "Enter." He didn't look up until he heard the footsteps were wrong and was not surprised to see that it was Hui. "Why are you here?" And Hui didn't have a good temper. "Can't I come? I'll just leave here." "Gee, wait." Lu Dehao was busy stepping forward to stop the person, and closed the office door with his hand. "Look at you. You're being paranoid again, aren't you?" I'm just asking casually. Well, sit down. I'll make you tea myself. What would you like to drink? Drink up. My ass. I'm full of gas. Calm down and speak slowly. Lu Dehao brought his own cup of tea for her to drink. The marriage proposal didn't go well? And Hui drank 2 mouthfuls of tea before speaking. The marriage is a done deal. How's the girl? Lu Dehao people did not show up, but that is to do appearance. The heart has actually been remembered. Even work are absent-minded. Just like that. What's that like? And Hui did not lightly put Lu Dehao's pawn porcelain teacup on the coffee table. The appearance is not bad. The upbringing is not good. With your investigation into the situation, 8 or 9 is not close to the same. Lu Dehao is not surprised. The organization's back tone is still very strict. He asked again about Jasmine's family. The character of the in-laws is also important when the two families are married. End of chapter. Chapter 23, you can't beat up your brother-in-law if you beat him up. Status, 429 from https://69shuba. me/txt/87807/39857862 failed to retrieve the content of the segment and no text content. Chapter 24, a chance to earn smack value. On the way to the department store, Lu Cheng talks to Jiang Jasmine about her job. This job of yours, did your friend get it for you? Not really a friend. Someone I know but don't know well. Lu Cheng smiled and hummed. I told you, a true friend wouldn't arrange such a job for you. What? Do you look down on toilet sweepers too? Jiang Jasmine teased. You're young and educated. You're too big for this job. This answer was quite satisfactory to Jiang Jasmine. Quit this job and I'll find you something else. And you can say what you want. Jiang Jasmine blinks. Can I not work? I just want to be kept. Eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. And do nothing. Lu Cheng gave her a look. Eating and drinking is just the most basic survival. Don't you have anything else you want to do? What I want is actually very simple. A simple and ordinary life. A grass hut. A few acres of good land. A handsome husband and $100 million in savings. Lu Cheng was amused by her last sentence. Not a small mouth. Do you know how much $100 million is? I know. In another year and a half, she'll be able to achieve that goal. Lu Cheng didn't take her words too seriously, but gave a serious answer to the idea that she didn't want to work. You don't want to work? Then come with me to the army. Our place is surrounded by mountains. Beautiful scenery. Do whatever you want. No go. Why? I don't like mountains. Lu Cheng was silent for half a second before he opened his mouth again. His voice lowered a lot. The conditions in the mountains are indeed hard. The environment is also harsh. Life and medical resources are extremely scarce. Some of our comrades even lost their lives because of a cold that didn't get timely treatment. But as soldiers, we had to stick there to maintain the safety and security of the border people. You are great and noble. No matter if the country is in trouble or the people are in trouble, you are always on the front line, protecting the country and the people with your own flesh and blood. You deserve to be praised and admired by the world. Lu Cheng was surprised. I didn't see that you still have this kind of realization and awareness. Jiang Jasmine returned. Although I'm delicious and lazy, it doesn't mean that I don't have a brain or a mind. And I have a firm stance on what is right and wrong. Lu Cheng looked deeply at her for several moments, a hidden smile swirling under his eyes. The more he got to know, the more he seemed to grow fond of his dainty daughter-in-law. His tone was quite a bit softer. I won't force you if you don't want to accompany the army, but then we'll have to live apart. It's inevitable that you'll feel cold and lonely at home all by yourself. And you can't argue with me about this when the time comes. Don't worry, I won't. She just didn't want to stay in the mountains for a long time, and it was still okay to visit her family for a few days, just as a tourist break. Jiang Jasmine agreed readily, but Lu Cheng's heart was very unhappy. Deep down, he actually wanted to bring Jasmine with him. Parking his car, Lu Cheng didn't rush to lead Jiang Jasmine into the department store, but fished out his book and pen from his handy satchel. Seeing Jiang Jasmine looking at him, he explained, I'm used to planning before doing anything. Let's make a list of what we're going to buy in to make it easier to check and fill in the gaps. Jasmine Jiang gave a thumbs up. That's a good habit. For so many years, Lu Cheng had come this way, and he didn't feel anything. But when he was praised by Jiang Jasmine, he felt beautiful in his heart. Subconsciously, he wanted to talk to his daughter-in-law more and deepen his understanding of each other. I'm a roughneck. How thick is it? Lu Cheng froze at the rhetorical question. What? Jiang Jasmine's face was hot as she averted her eyes. Nothing. You continue. Lu Cheng suspiciously looked at her for a moment, which continued not finished words. I am a rough man. Culture is not high. Do not like to engage in bending that set. You have any ideas and requirements? Directly say, I can do must try to do. At this point, Lu Cheng suddenly stopped. Jiang Jasmine thought he had finished and was about to agree when she heard the man ask her, did you just turn on the yellow? Jiang Jasmine didn't expect the man to actually mean it. It was only after she finished her mouth that she reacted to the fact that this was the 70s, and verbal flirting would probably be taken as hooliganism. I asked you how thick your nerves were. What were you thinking? Jiang Jasmine's righteous attitude, in turn, made Lu Chang uncertain. I'm sorry, it was an unhealthy thought. I reflect deeply. Looking at the man's chagrined face with a few hints of embarrassment, Jiang Jasmine thought about all the sad things in her 2 lifetimes before she held back from laughing. So innocent. I wonder if it would be as innocent in bed. Imagine a 6 feet 3 inches man, shy as a bunny. Welp. Jasmine shook her head, trying to shake the yellow waste out of her brain. Lu Chang, however, misunderstood, not satisfied. Ha? Then what do you want me to do so you don't get angry? Jiang Jasmine waved her hand. My ears are a bit itchy. You continue writing yours. Itchy ears? Let's see. Did a bug get in there? Lu Chang said as he reached over to break her face with his hand, serious about helping her with her itchy ears. Jiang Jasmine subconsciously covered her ears. Her mouth said, it's fine. You write on. A set of wedding clothes. Being able to feel her avoiding his contact, Lu Chang withdrew his hand, unscrewed the cap of the fountain pen, and lowered his head to swish and write in his book. Jiang Jasmine probed and accidentally realized that the man's handwriting was extremely good. The strokes are strong and penetrate the back of the paper, and every single stroke is very standard, just like him as a person who is meticulous, resolute and upright. What else? Closet? Dressing table? Although his mouth was asking Jiang Jasmine's opinion, his hand had already written these 2 items onto the paper. It's genuinely about buying for her, not in a false sense of generosity. That's something that makes Jasmine River feel good about herself. Let's see. Are we missing anything? Jiang Jasmine took the book. The A6-sized paper surface has almost been written all over. From large furniture tables and chairs to small towels and toothbrushes and soap. Pretty much. Those first. Good. Unlike the shopping malls of the latter days, the department stores of this era hardly had much to choose from, and many categories were of fixed brands and styles, such as warm water bottles, which were all of red iron, and pond porcelain wash basins, which were all of red peonies printed on a white background. The department store has a total of 3 floors. The first floor sells daily necessities and food. The second floor is for furniture and electrical hardware, and the third floor sells jewelry, high-end shoes and clothing, and special offerings. It should be said not to say, the people who buy things are quite a lot. Jiang Jasmine roughly swept a glance. The entire department store inside, at least 100 or 200 people. Jiang Jasmine naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to earn smack value. Following the shopping list Lu Chang had made, the 2 came to the counter selling warm water bottles. There were 3 men and 2 women standing in front of the counter, looking like they were also buying additional items for their wedding. Jiang Jasmine reached out and peeled the 5 to the side. Make way, all of you. If you can't afford it, don't get in the way here. Really, when these words came out, they instantly caused the 5 to become annoyed. How do you talk? Saying who can't afford it? What's the use of just saying buy with your mouth? But pay for it. Don't block others from buying if you don't. Dislike value +6. Not only were the 5 buyers angry at Jiang Jasmine's behavior, even the salesman couldn't stand it. Smoothly earning the dislike value, Jiang Jasmine's words changed. Forget it. I'm not going to argue with you guys. I'll go look at something else. Hey, there's something wrong with you. Jiang Jasmine came to the counter next to the wash basin and asked the salesperson, don't you have any new styles and colors? When I was a child, you sold wash basins like this, but now that I'm married, you still sell them like this, so keep up with the times. A tirade and another 3 points of smack value earned without incident. The salesman had a murderous look in his eye when he brought her the basin, and probably wanted to slap her in the face with it. After leaving from the basin counter, Lu Chang pulled her aside with a serious face. Jiang Jasmine couldn't help but speculate whether the man would lose his temper and scold her because of what she had just done, or if he regretted finding such a thing as her and wanted a divorce after seeing her true colors. Do you still want to buy the stuff in the back? If you keep picking and choosing like that, we'll probably all be kicked out later. It's not like I'm wrong. The 5 of them standing lined up in front of the counter would have been in my way. Jasmine was obviously being forceful, so much so that her voice was a bit weak, but in Lu Chang's ears, he heard a sense of condescension. Thinking about her own nature of not suffering, he eased his breath. I'm not saying you're at fault, it's just that in the future when I'm not around, you should try to minimize getting into verbal fights with people. What if they beat you up? Her. Lu Chang is quite fond of his fearless and unconvincing energy. He didn't say more, just pulled Jiang Jasmine's wrist, a tone of elders. Let's go. Later you talk less. Just point to me which piece you fancy. What's to stop me from talking? It's not that you're not allowed to talk. It's that you talk less. I talk a lot. I like to talk a lot. Then tell me and I'll listen. You let go first. Noticing the sights of the people around him, Lu Chang then let go of her wrist and said on his lips, "Your wrist is so thin and white, like a big onion." Jiang Jasmine threw a blank stare over. If you can't compliment people, don't do it the hard way. Lu Chang rubbed his nose and pointed to the counter selling sheets. Go check that one out. Jiang Jasmine also didn't want to be kicked out of the department store, so she didn't make a demonic effort to carefully select things. Seeing that she was honest, Lu Chang unilaterally thought that it was his words that had worked, thinking that although his daughter-in-law was a bit rowdy, it was not impossible to temper her. Jiang Jasmine was in charge of picking, and Lu Chang was in charge of giving money and carrying things. In no time, Lu Chang's 2 hands were full. Lu Chang hung his satchel on her shoulder and fumbled for his car keys. "I'll put my stuff in the car first. Wait for me here." Oh, after Lu Chang led the stuff away, Jiang Jasmine walked over to a counter that sold face scrubs, wanting to see if there was any face wash or something. This era of people wash their faces with soap. Better conditions with soap. Soap products alkaline. After washing the face is not comfortable tight. Jasmine Kong. A familiar scolding voice came from behind him. It's a long, thick chapter. You know. Setting the bowl. Asking for monthly votes. End of chapter. 25. Chapter 25. Hear the third auntie's voice. Jiang Jasmine turned around to see Lu Tingting standing a few meters away, surrounded by stars around a few girls. Besides Wu Meixia and Song Ku, there were 3 other young girls who looked familiar but couldn't recall their names. Looking at the clothes, they should all be Lu Tingting's college classmates. The college entrance examination system had been abolished by this time, but it was possible to continue studying in institutions of higher learning through the recruitment of students from the workers, peasants and soldiers. Jasmine Jiang, what are you doing here at this hour if you're not in the restroom watching the door? Guess what I'm here for? Jiang Jasmine lazily returned, mentally calculating to get the dislike value of the 3 raw faces. Lu Tingting coldly snorted. The first day on the job is sneaky. I think you don't want to do it. If you don't want to do it, just say so. There are plenty of people who will grab the job. But you think about it, without this job, you will have to go to the countryside to join the army, and then marry a rural man, give birth to a bunch of rural children, and never want to go back to the city for the rest of your life. Song Ke stepped forward and pushed Jiang Jasmine. Didn't you hear what Tingting said? Why don't you hurry back to look at your toilet? Don't forget, who are you working for? If you dare to lose your job, you'll have a good time. Lu Chang returned to the mall, and at a glance, he saw Jiang Jasmine being surrounded by several women who were fuming, and his cold face immediately sank. He walked quickly back to Jasmine. What do you do? The deep, cold, low drink with the pressure of authority sent Song Ku into a shiver of fear. When she saw Lu Chang's cold-faced cultivator's face and the cold blade-like eyes, she shrank her neck and leaned towards Lu Tingting's side. Your Uncle Sam. Lu Tingting was also surprised to see Lu Chang, and a trace of weakness flashed across her face. Third uncle. The sound of this third uncle startled Jiang Jasmine for a moment. Her eyes flicked back and forth between Lu Chang and Lu Tingting, and she smiled. Only then did Lu Chang notice Lu Tingting beside Wu Ku, his brows furrowed. Tingting? What are you doing here? Jiang Jasmine grabbed Lu Chang's arm and said in a teary voice. Bing, you're just in time. They bullied me. You'll protect me, right? Lu Chang could tell at a glance that Jiang Jasmine was acting, and gave a cooperative Lu Tingting almost didn't fall back in anger. Her voice changed tone. Jiang Jasmine, do you want to be shameless? He is my third uncle. You give me a hand. I don't. Jiang Jasmine held Lu Chang's arm tighter. Lu Tingting was so angry that she wanted to pull Jiang Jasmine away. What the hell? How dare you get your hands on her third uncle? Jiang Jasmine ducked behind Lu Chang while pinching her throat. Soldier brother. Mind your niece. She's so fierce. Lu Chang helplessly reached out to block Lu Tingting. Tingting, stop it. Lu Tingting was furious and pointed at Jiang Jasmine. Third uncle, she's a piece of dog skin plaster. Whoever gets on her is unlucky. You stay away from her. Jiang Jasmine poked her little head out from behind Lu Chang, her large Kazran eyes blinking. Soldier brother, do you have a date? If not, I'll marry you. In the eyes of Lu Tingting's few, Jiang Jasmine's behavior was simply shameless to the extreme. Pretending and acting, and hitting on someone's elders in public. You should be dipped in a piggy bank. Hearing the hint of the smack value arriving, Jiang Jasmine smiled and stood out from behind Lu Chang, hooking her finger at Lu Tingting. Good niece, call out third auntie to listen. Lu Tingting was furious. Jiang Jasmine, you're dead. He said he was about to raise his hand to slap Jiang Jasmine, but he didn't want to be stopped by Lu Chang again. Uncle Sam, why are you helping her? She's a... Lu Chang's face sank. How do you talk? Watch your mouth with respect. After cursing, he added. Apologize to your third aunt. Lu Tingting's eyes were more round than copper bells. Actually asking her to apologize to Jiang Jasmine? No, what did her third uncle just say? Aunt Sam? She must have gotten so mad she got sidetracked. How can a man of his caliber be interested in young Jasmine? She's eating upside down. Uncle Sam, didn't you hear what I said? To your third aunt, apologize. Jiang Jasmine tugged at the corner of Lu Cheng's coat, in a tone of elders forgiving their juniors. Don't be so fierce. Juniors don't listen. Just say it properly. Lu Cheng looked at her askance with lowered eyes. Then you come? Yeah. Lu Tingting looked like she had been struck by lightning, her expression horrified. Third uncle, you and her, you know each other? This is your third aunt. Call her. How could? Her. Lu Cheng's face sank. Lu Tingting, who taught you to finger elders? Have you read so many books to the stomach of a dog? Lu Tingting was so scared that she withdrew her hand, but her eyes were still glaring at Jiang Jasmine, as if she wanted to eat Jiang Jasmine alive. Obviously unable to accept the fact that Jiang Jasmine had become her third aunt, she'd rather eat. Contrary to Lu Tingting's shock and anger, Jiang Jasmine was in a beautiful mood. Good niece, I see that you are quite idle all day long. It just so happens that your third uncle and I are busy organizing a wedding in the past few days, so I'll trouble you to help me look at the public toilet for a few days. On what grounds? By virtue of the fact that you arranged this job for me. If I can do it, you must be able to do it too. Lu Cheng's brows sank. The job of sweeping the toilet, did you find it for your third aunt? Although Lu Tingting didn't think she was at fault, she couldn't help but feel weak and short of breath under Lu Cheng's stern eyes. She's the one who asked me to help her find a job. I didn't make her do it. Lu Cheng is watching Lu Tingting grow up. Lu Tingting what mind? He can see at a glance. Obviously deliberately hold Jiang Jasmine. Even if Jiang Jasmine wasn't his daughter-in-law, he couldn't condone his nephew's women bullying the world outside. The army is going to run a school for its children, and it's short of teachers. I think you're quite suitable. Turn around and I'll enroll you. No, I'm not going. Lu Tingting's face changed drastically. She didn't want to go to a poor ravine that was nothing but mountains and mud and rocks. But Lu Cheng's serious face made her realize that it wasn't joking with her. Between sweeping toilets and teaching, Lu Tingting chose the former. 7:30 tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Yo, Jasmine. We'll see. Looking at Lu Tingting's huffing and puffing back, Jiang Jasmine only felt physically and mentally happy. Satisfied now? Heartbroken about your niece? Big brother is always away from home, and she was brought up by her sister-in-law, so it's inevitable that she's a bit spoiled. As an aunt, don't bother with her. Jiang Jasmine was non-committal. People don't offend me. I don't offend them. Lu Cheng looked at her. Can't you take a little loss? Aha, can't eat a little. It's nice not to suffer, and he's always away from home, so he doesn't have to worry about her getting bullied. Jiang Jasmine looked at the tall, handsome and lanky man at her side with a playful expression. I really didn't expect that you actually have such a big niece. I didn't realize that you knew Tina either. Lu Cheng's mouth is so back, but in his heart, he secretly speculates whether his daughter-in-law is in disguise to dislike his old age. We went to high school together. No wonder I haven't seen you. I was in the army when Tina was in high school. Two people talk and talk. The atmosphere is harmonious. From afar look also Lang talented woman. Very pair. Tina. Hearing someone call out to her, Lu Tingting turned back. Sister Vivian. Recognizing that it was Meng Wei, Lu Tingting flattened her mouth and her tears could no longer be held back. In Lu Tingting's heart, Meng Wei was like a knowing sister, who had been kind and caring to her since she was a child. What's wrong? Who bullied you? It's Jasmine Kong. End of chapter 26. Chapter 26. What does it mean to spend money like water? Without Lu Tingting opening her mouth, Wu Meixia told Meng Wei what happened as it happened. One sentence at a time. Jiang Jasmine's past behavior of being deadbeat and deliciously lazy was told in her head. The more Meng Wei listened, the uglier her face became. Several people thought she was fighting for Lu Tingting being bullied by Jiang Jasmine. In fact, Meng Wei was angry and depressed over Lu Cheng's poor vision, and even more angry and resentful that she had actually lost to a good-for-nothing straw woman like Jiang Jasmine. Dislike value +1. Hearing that there was a smack value credited, Jiang Jasmine didn't care too much. No need to think. It was bound to be someone cricketing her behind her back. Enduring her inner anger, Meng Wei pulled out a handkerchief and handed it to Lu Tingting, softly consoling. This is your third uncle's fault. No matter what, she shouldn't have favored an outsider, but instead let you suffer. This is sort of said to Lu Tingting's heart. Sister Wei Wei, it would be good if you were my third aunt. Jiang Jasmine that? I don't know what means she used to seduce my third uncle. It pisses me off. Listening to Lu Tingting scolded Jiang Jasmine, Meng Wei had some pain in her heart, but her mouth said, well, there is no need to be angry for the unworthy. The matter of teaching. I will plead with your third uncle for you. Lu Tingting flattened her mouth. I don't want to sweep the toilet either. It stinks. Meng Wei smiled. how simple this is. You got her the job. If she doesn't have this job, naturally she can't make you. Lu Tingting happily slapped her head. Right, oh. I'm so stupid. Thank you, Sister Weiwei. After seeing Lu Tingting and her group off, Meng Wei's smile converged and she turned around to walk into the department store. Although the department store was crowded, Meng Wei saw Lu Chang at a glance. The tall figure of a crane, the face with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, even in the pile of people is still dazzling. Then look at the woman beside Lu Chang. She admitted that Jiang Jasmine had some good looks, but compared to her lazy, uneducated, and vanity-loving faults, this bit of good looks was simply a flaw. Besides, Lu Chang was not a man who coveted beauty, although she cannot talk about the country, but is also recognized in the circle of talent and appearance. Lu Chang, if it is really a good man, has long been on her. No matter how you think about it, the fact that Lu Chang is attracted to Jiang Jasmine is very strange. Either Jiang Jasmine has unknown virtues in her, or Lu Chang has unavoidable hardships. Either way, she was bound to find out. The first floor of the counter all around did not see the sale of wedding clothes. Lu Chang led Jiang Jasmine to the fabric counter. Let Jiang Jasmine choose a piece of festive material. Home to find a tailor to do a set. It's a nice material, light and airy, and the right color. Lu Chang immediately fell in love with a piece of red polyester fabric, also known as Indeed. These days, young people are proud to wear Indeed. Jiang Jasmine did not like Indeed Liang, but instead looked at the fine cotton fabric with small flowers on a red background. I'll take this one. Okay, then this one. How many feet do you want? From the matter of buying cloth, we can see that the man does not have the common disease of most men in this era. That is, chauvinism, and does not think that he is the head of the family. The money is earned by him, and Jiang Jasmine has to listen to him. After buying the cloth, the two of them wandered toward the second floor. The second floor mainly sells furniture, electrical appliances and hardware. Jiang Jasmine chose a new bed, a new closet, a dressing table, and bought a set of rattan round tables and sofa chairs. The Lu family has a yard. Wait until the fall. Support a sunshade, round table and sofa chairs to the shed set. Her people to the umbrella ally. How cozy. But wherever Jiang Jasmine looks at, Lu Chang does not say a word and pays directly. These days the department store is a state-run system. The salesman is the envy of everyone's iron rice bowl. One by one, they are all high and mighty. Not because you buy something on how polite you are. Home delivery is not even think about it. Buy something, are their own way to move? Lu Chang saved himself some trouble and directly called Lu Dehao to send someone over to help. After making the call, Lu Chang asked Jiang Jasmine, are you still looking at the second floor? If not, we'll go to the third floor. Jiang Jasmine actually think almost. The buy basically buy all. The money also spent the old quite a lot. But looking at Lu Chang's look of a money man who doesn't care about money, Jiang Jasmine felt the need to let him see what it means to spend money like water. The two came to the third floor. The third floor as a whole gives people the feeling of high-end atmosphere. Gold, silver and jade, watches, fountain pens, cigarettes, wine and tea, high-grade ready-to-wear clothes, leather shoes, everything. As you move in, there is a separate area for specialties. Lu Chang was obviously prepared and led Jiang Jasmine straight to the jewelry counter. Do you prefer gold or jade or gems? Jasmine Jiang came straight back. I like them all. Lu Chang is not panicked. All the family belongings are with you. Set aside $1,000 for the banquet. The rest you can see to it. After spending it is gone. Jiang Jasmine didn't even know whether to say the man had no concept of money or a big heart. But on second thought, it's also true that he doesn't have much pressure to spend money in his profession and rank. Wearing the uniform of the army, eating the food of the army, even the housing is assigned by the army. The only thing that needs to be spent is her new daughter-in-law. Lu Chang pointed at a plain gold bracelet in the counter. This bracelet is nice and simple. Don't. Lu Chang pointed to another green jade bracelet. What about this one? Not like that. Lu Chang glanced at her and smiled. Then you pick it yourself. It's still early. Take your time to choose. There's no rush. The man's tone was not impatient, but rather, it had the tolerance of an older man. Jiang Jasmine turned around at the jewelry counter with her back and ended up not buying a single piece. None of them? Aha. Then we'll go to another store later. Tell me more. In fact, it is not on the jewelry styles do not like, but the current era is more special. Wearing gold and silver life is extravagant. It is easy to be criticized for capitalism due. Although jewelry did not buy, but the third floor of the ready-to-wear is not bad. Workmanship texture are superior. Is the color plain a little? Basically on the blue, black, gray and white 4 shades. Jasmine chose 2 sets. A shirt with pants, a short-sleeved shirt with a midi skirt, and a pair of pigskin sandals that were very popular in this era. While going to the bathroom, I saw a counter selling wenxiong in the nooks and crannies. People in this era are relatively conservative. Rural women are mostly wearing bibs. Women in the city basically wear undershirts. Wunxiong is not accepted by most people at the moment. But for Jiang Jasmine, a wunxiong is more comfortable to wear than a tank top. Probably seeing that Jiang Jasmine had not gone back for half a day, Lu Chang looked for it. RHF what? Jiang Jasmine casually picked up the two wunxiong she had selected. Which one do you think is better? Only to see the man staring at Wen Wengxing for 2 seconds before tactically averting his eyes, both ears reddening. As you like it. Just looking at the bra made her shy like this. So I wonder what her reaction would be if she wore it to him in person. Sheesh. Jasmine Jiang decisively bought both bras. After that, the two went to see the specials counter. End of chapter. Chapter 27. She couldn't figure out where she lost. Specialty counters are somewhat similar to small supermarkets in the latter days, with a full range of food, daily necessities, tobacco, alcohol and sugar in small quantities, but of a more upscale quality, and a lot of imported goods, such as powdered milk, perfume, cameras, and so on. Other Jiang Jasmine is not much interest. Only see sanitary napkin. Let Jiang Jasmine cannot walk. At the moment, there is no sanitary napkins as a product in China, and women generally use toilet paper or menstrual belts for their menstrual period. How does this sell? The salesman is greeting two well-dressed buyers. Hearing her ask for a price, he squinted his eyes and sized her up once, waiting until he saw Lu Chang in uniform off to the side before speaking. $2.50 a bag. Limited to 2 bags per month for executive level 3 and above. $2.50 is not an expensive price for this day and age. After all, pork is only 70 cents a pound. But the salesman's attitude makes Jiang Jasmine very upset. Ha! 2 yuan 5. Why foreign goods have to be sold so expensive? Not to mention 2 yuan 5. Why to me I do not want. I will not bow down to capitalism. And I will never pander to foreigners. Originally, the two ladies were going to buy sanitary napkins, but after hearing such an impassioned speech from her, they hurriedly put it down to look at something else. The saleswoman is angry with Jasmine for stirring up her business, but she can't blame her for shouting her slogans. Hearing the sound of the smack value being credited, Emery got comfortable. When she came out of the special needs counter, Jiang Jasmine twisted her head to ask the man, but realized that the other man was looking at her as well, with admiration and delight in his eyes. You're quite ideologically aware. You're overthinking it. I purely just couldn't stand to see the salesgirl being condescending and purposely pissed her off. Although Jiang Jasmine's frankness broke Lu Cheng's fantasy, he was not angry, but felt that his daughter-in-law was real and uncontrived in front of him. What level of administration are you? Hearing Jiang Jasmine ask this, Lu Cheng guessed what she was thinking. You want that? Jasmine nodded. It's expensive, but that stuff works. I'll send you home in a couple days. Jiang Jasmine is not stupid, guessing that Lu Cheng probably cannot reach the purchase qualification. Anyway, he promised her. She does not care so much. Not far away, Meng Wei watched in awe as Lu Cheng accompanied Jiang Jasmine all the way to pick and choose, and her heart was as hard as a knife. She had never seen Lu Cheng being so patient and considerate to a woman in her entire life. Rationally, she knew that her sneaky stalking was shameful, and that she should turn away, out of sight, out of mind. But she couldn't swallow it. She was a childhood friend of Lu Cheng and was 100 times better than Jiang Jasmine in every way. She couldn't figure out where she lost. Jiang Dehao stood in front of the door of the house with his waist crossed, looking at the yard full of bride price, both happy and worried. I'm glad that my daughter finally got married. And she's still in a high marriage, and her son-in-law is a cadre in the army. The offense is that there is no place to put this yard of dowry. It's just too much. In addition to the bride price is too much. 2 pig hind legs also make Jiang Dehao difficult. Usually I can't eat some meat when I want to, but now I have more than I can eat. If it's good in the fall and winter, you can salt it and dry it for bacon. This hot day, fresh pork can only be divided into small pieces of small pieces, with the neighbors in exchange for food and tickets. 16 live chickens and ducks. Jiang Dehao intends to borrow a tricycle, sent back home to let the elder brother and sister-in-law to help raise. Until Jiang Jasmine married, they will use them to set a banquet. Tobacco, alcohol, sugar, pastries and canned goods were tucked under the bed. The dining room table was moved to the yard, and the empty space was for the sewing machine and bicycle. Busy afternoon. Jiang Dehao and Li Hongying tired sweaty. Finally the dowry are placed well. Jiang Jasmine and Lu Cheng returned home with a full load. As soon as the jeep pulled up in front of the gates of the family area, it immediately attracted attention from all sides. A group of children even look at the rarity of the body surrounded. There is no way. These days 4 wheels are just so rare. The effect is no less than the 21st century civilian neighborhood entrance. Suddenly parked a Rolls Royce. Such a big party. I wonder which big leader it is. Hiss. This seems to be Jiang Dehao's son-in-law. someone recognized Lu Cheng. Look around the whole neighborhood and you won't find another young man so tall and handsome, or in a four-pocket uniform. Which son-in-law of Jiang Dehao? Thanks to Jiang Jasmine's blessing, Jiang Dehao is also quite famous in this area. All know that he has a delicious and lazy daughter, and a diligent stepdaughter. His own son-in-law. Can't be, with that lazy thing? Can a man so young and promising an officer look at her? As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Jiang Jasmine get down from the passenger seat of the Jeep. It's really her. Dislike value +1 +1 +1 +1. From the moment Jiang Jasmine got out of the car, the dislike value started to rise. If a good, upright, kind and good woman climbs the ladder, people will only envy and bless her, thinking that this is a blessing she deserves. But what makes a bad woman with a low character like Jiang Jasmine climb the ladder? If the lazy and vain people can enjoy a good life, then what is their daily hard work? This unwillingness to live, the injustice of fate, collectively transformed into hatred of Jiang Jasmine. Then I saw Lu Cheng's big bag and small bag following Jiang Jasmine, obviously tall and sturdy, but Jiang Jasmine was treated as a follower of the call. And Jiang Jasmine empty 2 hands, do not help at all. A kind of 10 fingers do not touch the water of Yang Qing style. Everyone's dissatisfaction and disgust is even heavier. How in the world can there be such ungrateful people? Dislike value +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Listening to the rising dislike value, Jiang Jasmine couldn't help but hum a tune. Lu Cheng clearly sensed Jiang Jasmine's delight. He subconsciously thought that Jiang Jasmine was so happy because she had spent money on something, and therefore figured out a set of personal theories that as long as you spend money on your daughter-in-law, you can make her happy. Jiang Dehao greeted the two from a distance. You child, how can you let Xiao Lu carry so much by himself and not help? It's okay, things look like a lot. Our light and soft things do not have much weight. Lu Cheng said. Jiang Dehao is a man of the past, which will not be able to hear Lu Cheng in favor of his daughter. The heart of this son-in-law is simply satisfied. Back home, Jiang Dehao greeted Jiang Jasmine and poured water for Lu Cheng. Jiang Jasmine didn't make another demon, poured 2 cups of water, handed Lu Cheng a cup, and the other cup she drank herself. Lu Cheng drank water while discussing the marriage with Jiang Dehao. Knowing that Lu Cheng is going back to the army on the 21st, Jiang Dehao quickly agreed to hold a banquet on the 20th. He couldn't wait for his daughter to marry earlier, and he was worried that Lu Cheng would regret the marriage. Things finished, Lu Cheng proposed to take his leave. Jiang Dehao wanted to keep him for dinner, but Lu Cheng declined on the grounds that he had to go home early to discuss his marriage with his parents. Jasmine, you see Lu off. Jiang Jasmine was too lazy to move, and was directly pushed out of the door with Jiang Dehao's arm. That posture. Hate to Jiang Jasmine with a bedsheet wrapped. Let Lu Cheng carry home. Let's go. Lu Cheng was amused by her reluctant look, but couldn't give up the chance to be alone with her. Are you tired today? Jiang Jasmine looked at him. You're not tired? I'm not tired. My native language is speechless. Hang in there. There's still a few days of tiredness behind us, and tomorrow you'll remember to get the tailor to make the wedding clothes. Jasmine nodded. Go back and take a look at it, and let me know the first thing that's missing. Oh. Lu Cheng looked at her pink and white cheeks, whiter than a freshly peeled egg, and her eyelashes were like 2 little fans, blinking so much that his heart melted. Want to stop by my house? I'll bring you back after dinner. No go. Seeing that she was really tired and her voice was breathless, Lu Cheng fished out a pen and book from his bag and wrote down the house number and phone number. Okay, just drop it off here, and come see me if you need anything, or call. Jiang Jasmine took the note and put it in her pocket. You pay attention to safety on the road. Well, go back. Jasmine turned around decisively. Lu Cheng looked at her back and smiled for a while before turning around and striding away. End of chapter 28. Chapter 28, Shameless. Jiang Dehao sat in the courtyard and flipped through the yellow calendar, and before he could turn to the page on the 20th, Jiang Jasmine entered the door. I thought I told you to send Lu. Why are you back so soon? Your son-in-law cares for me and won't let me walk much for fear that I'll get tired. You're a girl's girl and you're not ashamed to talk. Jiang Jasmine sat her but on the bench with a curious look on her face. Did you just find out about my thick skin today? Jiang Dehao choked dryly for half a day and ignored her. Don't want to get pissed off. Jiang Jasmine carried the 2 sets of ready-made clothes she bought in the afternoon back to the inner room, intending to try to see if they fit. In this era there is no customer is God's service concept. Buy clothes are not given to try on. Choose a good style and size directly pay. And so back home to try on. Do not fit cannot be returned. Can only go to find a tailor to change. When I took off my pants, I felt something in my pants pocket and felt it out. It was the red packet given by Lu Cheng's mom at noon. Jiang Jasmine opened the red envelope and looked at it. Exactly 101. 1 in 100? It should be said that the Lu family's manners were quite thorough, although Anhui didn't seem to like her as a daughter-in-law. Haru, wait for me. At the entrance of the family area, Zhou Xiaoqing whimpered and caught up with Jiang Qing, and inquired about Jiang Qing and Jiang Jiaming with a gossipy face. I heard from my mom that you pried Jiang Jasmine's corner. Just that Jiang Jiaming, you made it with him? Jiang Qing obviously didn't like Zhou Xiaoqing's statement. Jiaming withdrew from his marriage with Jiang Jasmine before he got together with me. We're innocent and clear. You don't talk nonsense. Zhou Xiaoqing heart does not think, mouth but soft. Well, is that I said the wrong words? But I heard my mom say, Jiang Jasmine again by Jiang Jiaming's leader looked at? Humph. She is a traitor luck. That person must be a handful of years old and ugly, or perhaps a second marriage with children. Jiang Jasmine married over to people as a stepmother it. While burying Jiang Jasmine's object, he took his eyes and looked up and down on Jiang Qing's body. That's a nice dress you're wearing. When was it made? Just did. No wonder I haven't seen it before. I'm going on a blind date in a few days, so lend it to me to wear then. Jiang Qing didn't respond directly to the words to borrow or not to borrow, but asked Zhou Xiaoqing who she was going on a blind date with. Zhou Xiaoqing was successfully brought off topic. A turner in my dad's factory. The family's conditions are okay, and both parents are official employees. Zhou Xiaoqing couldn't hide the bragging in her tone. These days, being able to marry into a two-income family is the envy of many unmarried women. Zhou Xiaoqing also wanted to see envy on Jiang Qing's face. Although Jiang Qing married a soldier, the other party was from the countryside, and his family conditions were far worse than her matchmaking conditions. However, Jiang Qing didn't seem to be listening to her, instead staring straight ahead. Zhou Xiaoqing wondered as she followed Jiang Qing's line of sight to the front, and saw a tall man in military uniform walking head-on. As the man approached, after seeing the other party's looks and dress, Zhou Xiaoqing couldn't move her eyes. Mom, that's too handsome, and a young officer. Zhou Xiaoqing's heart fluttered wildly. Lu leader. Lu Chang stopped walking, nodded politely at Jiang Qing, and casually exchanged pleasantries. Jiaming went back? Well, thank you for witnessing the marriage of Jiaming and I. We've already discussed the wedding date, and I hope you'll come and drink a cup of wedding wine then. Okay, congratulations. Thanks. Seeing that Jiang Qing and Lu Chang knew each other, Zhou Xiaoqing was busy coming to Lu Chang. Hello leader, I'm good friends with Haru, and our two families are neighbors. Hearing that he was his daughter-in-law's neighbor, Lu Chang said hello to Zhou Xiaoqing. It was only when Lu Chang's figure was out of sight that Zhou Xiaoqing reluctantly withdrew her gaze and caught up with Jiang Qing, who had already walked a long way ahead. Xiaoqing, is that man just now the leader of Jiang Jiaming? Do you have a date? Jiang Qing, which will not be able to see Zhou Xiaoqing's springiness, seemingly smiling. Yes, his object, you still know it. Who? Jasmine Kong. Zhou Xiaoqing's two eyeballs almost didn't stare out. Who? Jiang Jasmine? How can that be? Is he blind? Looking at Jiang Jasmine? Seeing Zhou Xiaoqing's eating expression, Jiang Qing was suddenly in a much better mood. It wasn't that she was psychologically dark and couldn't see the good in Jiang Jasmine, but the matter itself was unacceptable. Haru, you said he even looks at the likes of Jiang Jasmine. Is it possible that he also looks at me? Who knows? Zhou Xiaoqing didn't hear Jiang Qing's sarcasm. Instead, she held her cheeks narcissistically. He even greeted me just now, his eyes staring straight at my face. Maybe he really has a couple of meanings for me. Jiang Qing resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Don't let Jiang Jasmine hear this. If she knows that you covet her man, you'll have a good time. I'm not afraid of her. Zhou Xiaoqing's mouth was unconvinced, but her heart was still weak. Jiang Jasmine looks delicate and weak, but her temper is not small and she fights well. She also only dared to cricket Jiang Jasmine behind her back, easily not daring to provoke Jiang Jasmine head-on. Xiaoqing, you and Jiang Jasmine both married military men. Why don't you also help me introduce a military man, preferably an officer? Jiang Qing was dying of speechlessness. She hasn't even talked to an officer herself, and she's helping Zhou Xiaoqing introduce an officer. Is she sick? In the small courtyard of the Jiang family, Jiang Dehao looked at the new clothes on Jiang Jasmine and nodded straight. Nice. Really nice. You look so much more proper in person when you dress like that. Jasmine Jiang, Dad. You complimented me well. Next time don't. Jiang Dehao grinned with a raised eyebrow of finally recovered the scene. Jiang Qing and Zhou Xiaoqing crossed into the courtyard with their feet back and forth, and their eyes all coincidentally landed on Jiang Jasmine. Haru's back. Li Hongying walked to Jiang Qing's side, pointing at the clothes and sandals on Jiang Jasmine's body, smiling with her eyebrows. Look at the clothes and shoes Xiao Lu bought for Jasmine. How nice they look. Jiang Qing pursed her lips, but the tip of her heart was quietly sour. Jiang Jasmine has a good figure, white skin, wearing such a well-made good clothes. The whole person's temperament is dialed up by a large margin. Zhou Xiaoqing stared at the new clothes and sandals on Jiang Jasmine with the same jealousy, and then thought of Lu Cheng's tall and handsome image, as well as his status as an officer, and finally did not hold back. Shameless. The scolding caused a courtyard of people to look at her. Jiang Dehai's tone was still peaceful. Who is Xiao Chang scolding? Jiang Jasmine seemed to smile. Of course it's scolding Jiang Qing. I didn't steal anyone else's doll's marriage. It can't be scolding me, right? Zhou Xiaoqing hurriedly looked at Jiang Qing. I didn't scold you. Of course, Jiang Qing knew that Zhou Xiaoqing was not scolding her, but she was in a really bad mood, and coldly put down a sentence, I'm going to cook, and then went into the kitchen. Zhou Xiaoqing glared at Jiang Jasmine and also followed and dug into the kitchen. Haru, I really didn't say anything about you. In the kitchen, Zhou Xiaoqing panicked and explained to Jiang Qing. I know. Seeing that Jiang Qing didn't misunderstand herself, Zhou Xiaoqing let go of her heart and turned her head to spit up Jiang Jasmine. Look at her, that smug look. Not just 2 pieces of clothing, like who can't afford it? He said and asked Jiang Qing, what did Jia Ming buy you? End of chapter 29. Chapter 29, Losing Your Job. Li Hongying stepped into the kitchen just in time to hear Zhou Xiaoqing ask Jiang Qing, and busily spoke out. Xiaoqing, your mom seems to be looking for you. Zhou Xiaoqing sniffed and went back to the east room. Li Hongying walked over to Jiang Qing's side and comforted her in a low voice. Although the conditions of Jia Ming's family are not as good as Xiao Lu's, your uncle Jiang said that he will give you a dowry and banquet, so that you can marry into the Zhang family in style. I don't need to. Li Hongying has always been weak, but also by Jiang Qing's rebellious stirred up to temper. You and Jia Mingdas, your uncle Jiang Magnanimous did not bother with you, but also willing to give you a dowry. You do not know enough. Jiang Qing couldn't help but be furious. What did I do wrong? He and Jiang Jasmine are all the same. If he really liked Jiang Jiaming, he would have married Jiang Jasmine long ago. Where would I be? I was willing to marry Jiang Jiaming, so he didn't have to tear his face off with the Zhang family. He should be thanking me. Li Hongying felt that her daughter was being forceful, but she was clumsy and didn't know how to refute it. At this time, Zhou Xiaoqing entered the kitchen, so the mother and daughter stopped talking and went about their business. Not long after, the shouts of Jiang Peng came from outside the house. Dad! Sis! I'm home! Jiang Peng hugged the teapot and poured water down his throat as soon as he entered the courtyard. Jiang Dehai stared at his son in a bad mood. You still know to come back. I thought you died outside. A day no one see. Jiang Jasmine looked at him as well. Why are you back so early? Jiang Peng put down the teapot, looked at Jiang Dehai, and then looked at Jiang Jasmine. His expression was aggrieved and stifled. Do you guys want me to come back? Or don't you want me to come back? Jiang Jasmine spoke. Who's going to watch the toilet door when you're gone? Jiang Dehai looked at the siblings in bewilderment. What are you talking about? Jiang Peng sat on a stool with his butt, gasping for breath back to Jiang Jasmine. I was about to talk to you about this. They threw me back, but also let me give you a message. Said you have a bad attitude towards work. Take back this job. Not let you do it. Jiang Dehai listened in a cloudy manner. What job? Jasmine, where did you get that job? Why don't I know? Jiang Jasmine does not care about losing her job. She is really not happy to do the work of cleaning toilets, but she has to make a fuss. That. Where did I lose my attitude? You call him up and let him talk to me. Jiang Peng was speechless. That's what people say. This can't just go away. I'll talk to him. Said he was about to rush out the door, and was gripped by Jiang Dehai's collar. Okay, just stop it. What the hell is going on? With all this commotion, Li Hongying and Jiang Qing's mother and daughter in the kitchen, and Zhou Weiguang's family in the next door east room, all came out to watch the fun. Jiang Jasmine loudly told Jiang Dehai that she had asked someone to find a job as a toilet attendant, but she was dismissed on the first day. After the speech, but also full of defiance, what makes him say that I have a bad attitude? Where do I have a bad attitude? Jiang Peng, people say you went AWOL on your first day of work. I had something to do there. Didn't I ask you to keep watch for me? Jiang Peng didn't dare to say anything with a weak heart. Not long after Jiang Jasmine and Lu Chang left, he got sleepy and ran to the side flower bed to sleep, and was caught by the leader of the street office. Knowing the ins and outs, Jiang Dehai stared at the two siblings. Angry or not? Not angry or not? I'm mad at my daughter for losing her job, but cleaning toilets isn't a good job. My daughter is as young as a flower and educated. How can she do this? Lotus Wang turned her head and spread the news that Jiang Jasmine had lost her job. The two families live in one courtyard. Wang Lotus has always been unable to see Jiang Jasmine's good and bad virtues. Speaking of lazy goods like Jiang Jasmine to her maternal nephew, she had felt quite shortchanged and sorry for her maternal brother. Whichever thought, Jiang Jasmine actually still picks and chooses not to see her nephew. When she learned that Jiang Jasmine's doll's marriage was pried by Jiang Qing, she was happier than New Year's Eve and felt that Jiang Jasmine deserved it. As a result, Jiang Jasmine turned her head and was looked at by the leader of the doll's family. It's unconscionable. A lazy like Jiang Jasmine should be unable to marry for the rest of her life. Laughing my ass off, she lost this job before it was even warmed up in her hands. What sins did Jiang Gong do in his previous life to give birth to such a debt collector? Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoqing similarly dragged a group of young sisters in the family area to mock Jiang Jasmine about losing her job. You guys say, if the surname Lu knew about her virtues, would he repent the marriage? She's been bounced out of a marriage once, and if this is repudiated again, she won't be able to marry for the rest of her life. Serves you right. Dislike value +1 +1 +1 +1. With the news of losing her job spreading in the family area of the machinery factory, Jiang Jasmine harvested countless ridicule at the same time. The dislike value is also rubbing up. A million people smacked the system for being numb. Its hosts do their tasks as easily as drinking water. Although Jiang Qing was used to this matter of Jiang Jasmine losing her job. After Jiang Jasmine graduated from high school, Jiang Dehao did not bother to help Jiang Jasmine find a job. Without exception, were Jiang Jasmine screwed up? Still, she got some comfort and balance inside. So what if Jiang Jasmine is better than her in every way? Sooner or later, she will be defeated. When having dinner, Jiang Qing talked to Jiang Dehao about getting a license. Jia Ming's marriage report has been submitted. When the approval comes down, we will get a license. The banquet will not be big. Please both sides of the relatives get together to eat a meal on the line. Jiang Dehao was clear about his stepdaughter's strong nature. Since you and Jia Ming have already made up your mind, let's do as you wish. What are your requirements for the dowry? Jiang Chang was shaken inwardly for a split second, then shook her head no. No need. Jia Ming and I are good with our hands. We'll earn our own living in the future. Li Hongying, as a person who has been there, knows too well that it is no good for her daughter to be stubborn at this time, and her heart can't help but be anxious. Before she could open her mouth to persuade, snap, Jasmine Jiang applauded in a way that made the whole family look at her. Good, 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 good. Everyone heard it. Uncle Weiguang, Aunt Lotus, you heard it too, right? Jiang Cheng didn't want the dowry herself. It's not that my father treated her harshly as his stepdaughter. You guys have to prove it for my father. Being called by Jiang Jasmine, Zhou Weiguang only had to come out of the house with his rice bowl. Jiang Gong, congratulations. Both daughters have found in-laws. Double happiness. Your family's Xiaoqing is beautiful and excellent. Surely she can find you a good son-in-law as well. I'm borrowing your advice. After blowing off a few words to each other, Zhou Weiguang went back inside. Jiang Dehao also stopped talking about Jiang Qing's dowry. He's got a temper, too. Don't pull back. He's even saving. Turning to Jiang Jasmine, she asks Lu Chang what day she and Lu Chang are planning to get their license. We get our license on the 16th. Hearing number 16, Jiang Dehao froze for a moment, thinking that today is the 16th, but only this morning to propose marriage. It is not as if the two quietly in the afternoon to get the marriage license. The 16th of next month? This month. Jiang Dehao didn't have a good temper. Be serious. What day is it? Next door. In the East Room, Zhou Weiguang's family coincidentally pricked up their ears. Especially Wine Lotus and Zhou Xiaoqing mother and daughter. Jiang Jasmine married an officer this matter. Too difficult for them. End of chapter 30. Chapter 30, Dear Father, can't you wish me well? Today, Jiang Jasmine's words, apart from Jiang Pang, none of Jiang's family members believe them. Even Zhou Xiaoqing in the next room, cannot sit still with a bowl of rice out to ridicule. Jiang Jasmine, you want to marry crazy, right? Also yes, traitor luck hit such a good man. After this village will not have this store. You must not hold tight. Although Jiang Dehao was also angry at his daughter's lack of tone, he was also not happy that Zhou Xiaoqing was taunting his daughter so much. Little green go back to the house and eat properly. The food will get cold in a while. Zhou Xiaoqing didn't fail to hear Jiang Dehao's intention of shooing guests, but she was thick-skinned. Uncle Jiang, your family has two happy events at once. Let me dip my hands in the joy. Saying that, he sat down next to Jiang Qing with a span of his legs. Zhou Xiaoqing usually didn't dare to mess with Jiang Jasmine too much. After all, Jiang Jasmine was not to be messed with. But the fact that Jiang Jasmine married an officer was too much of a stimulus for her. What's the old saying? What's yours can't escape, and what's not yours can't stay. Don't get too happy too soon. He is a leader, young and talented. When he recognizes someone's true nature, he may regret it. Right, Xiaoqing? Jiang Qing agreed with Zhou Xiaoqing's words in her heart, but she was silent on her face. In her opinion, it was a stupid and unhelpful thing to wear her joy and anger on her face. Jiang Jasmine wasn't one to be aggravated. Zhou Xiaoqing, did no one ever tell you? What? You're jealous of my face, and it's really ugly. Zhou Xiaoqing's face stiffened for a moment. Then she exploded. Ha! I'm jealous of you? What do you have to be jealous of? I at least have an iron rice bowl job. This life is not worried about food and drink. What do you have? What do you have? I have a face. I'm better looking than you. And I don't work or worry about food. Jiang Jasmine, you need to have some face. You're so justified in being lazy. The social atmosphere is corrupted by you. I think you should be arrested and sent to the countryside for labor reform. Then you'll be disappointed. I'm married, and it won't be my turn to go down to the countryside for the 800th time. Saying that, Jiang Jasmine threw out the king bomb deck in her hand. What? The light was dim, and Jiang Dehao couldn't quite read the words on the red book cover. When he picked it up and flipped through it, he froze for 2 seconds, then smiled crookedly. Ha! 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 Dehao, what are you so happy about? Li Hongying wondered. Jiang Dehao handed her the marriage license. Although Li Hongying was uneducated, she still recognized the marriage certificate and Jiang Jasmine's name. Gee, Jasmine, you and Lu are all licensed? Zhou Shaoqing was unbelievable and snatched the marriage license in Li Hongying's hand. After seeing the names of Jiang Jasmine and Lu Chang written on the documents, people were dumbfounded. No way. You've got a fake marriage license. Right. Have you eaten too much rice and bloated your brain? Is it necessary for me to make a fake license to cheat people? Jiang Jasmine disliked people without mercy. Jiang Qing's eyes moved from the names on the marriage license to the date, and then back to Jiang Jasmine's delicate and soulful face. An imperceptible bloom swept across the bottom of his eyes. She didn't expect that Jiang Jasmine would move so quickly. The date of issue on the marriage license is today. No wonder Jiang Jasmine risked losing her job to run out of town. So it was to get a license with Lu Chang. But it's not right either. Lu Chang, an officer of this rank, needs to make a marriage report before getting married. And only after the organization approves the pass can he get a license. Could it be that Jiang Jasmine couldn't wait and had to pester Lu Chang to get the license first? If this is really the case, Lu Chang will be lightly disciplined by the army, or he will be dismissed from the army. Jiang Qing laughed coldly in the bottom of her heart. She said, with Jiang Jasmine's troublemaker personality, Lu Chang will be implicated sooner or later and be demoted. Jiang Dehao also thought of this. Jasmine, has Xiao Lu made the marriage report? Ha? Do you have to make a report to get married? Hearing Jiang Jasmine's rhetorical question, Zhou Shaoqing almost didn't laugh out loud. Jiang Jasmine, you're so stupid. You don't even know that you have to file a marriage report for military marriages. You're finished. Jiang Dehao blew his beard and glared. You and Xiao Lu got the license without reporting? Although Jiang Jasmine didn't ask Lu Chang about the marriage report, she felt that Lu Chang wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. What's the difference between getting a license early and getting a license late? Geez, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Jiang Dehao's full of joy was gone, and turned to become worried. He is worried that Lu Chang will be disciplined for taking the license privately, and even more worried that Lu Chang will blame Jiang Jasmine for it. Lu Chang was so busy decorating the new house that he couldn't even eat dinner. The old desk and old closet were removed and a new dresser and 4-door armoire were put in place. Mom, what do you think of the new bed? Molly picked it out. Hearing Lu Chang's tone of bragging, and Hui didn't have the good sense to say, why don't you just replace the entire home? There's no need for that. Molly doesn't like living with you guys. She'll move out when the family room is divided up. And Hui was furious. Originally on Jiang Jasmine, this daughter-in-law is not much good feelings. This is even more to look at the eyes. You haven't even entered the house yet. And you're already hating on your in-laws? Look at all these things you've bought. The cupboard, the basin, the thermos. What do we not have at home? Do they have to be new? You don't know how to be thrifty. I don't know what kind of eye you have for picking such a loser daughter-in-law. Then I earn money is not for my daughter-in-law and children to spend, right? Why else would I save it? I'll just donate it to the state and get a commendation. With the way she spends her money, is your small salary enough for her to build? Don't we still have you and Dad? You're thrifty and can't afford to spend the money Dad earns. How nice to have a daughter-in-law to help you spend it. And Hui was almost out of breath. She huffed and puffed back to the living room. Looking at Lu Dehao leisurely sitting and eating, she was even more furious. Eat, 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 just know how to eat. What else can you do besides eating? Lu Dehao was used to his wife's fiery temper. What's wrong again? You raised a good son. He's just like you. He only pisses me off. Upstairs at Commissioner Lu's house, Wei Xiaoqin exchanged a glance at her husband and whispered, listen, there's another noise downstairs. Lu Zhengguo with his wife flirted. Lu family, the oldest on this, is not a light. Wait and see. There will be trouble later. Hearing her husband say this, Wei Xiaoqin could not help but feel displeased with Jiang Jasmine, whom she had never met. I've had my in-laws argue several times before I even entered the house. Dislike value +2. Upon hearing that his wife was angry with his youngest son, Lu Dehao immediately raised his voice and shouted Lu Tingting out. You brat! Look how angry you've made your old lady. Looking at Hui's furious face, Lu Tingting suddenly remembered Jiang Jasmine's comment that in the future, if there is a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, they will directly fight, and he did not hold back a laugh. Lu Dehao kicked him. You're still laughing. You need a beating. Don't you? Lu Tingting regained his straight face. Mom, Jasmine, she has a lot of little faults, but I also have a lot of faults in me. She was a pampered daughter in her mother's family. I am the son that you have nurtured to maturity with all your heart. We are all equal in terms of being a child. I fell in love with her, want to marry her. She is also happy to marry me, and I set up a family. In the future, we live our small life. You as a mother-in-law, peace of mind with the grandchildren on the line. Small matters less worry. Not good? Lu Dehao glared at him and turned his head to coax Hui. Although the dog is angry, but what he said has some truth. If he is willing to start a family, our mission will be accomplished. If he is willing to start a family, then our mission will be accomplished. If the chickens fly and the dogs jump around in the future, then it is all his retribution, and it has nothing to do with us. Lu Tingting, dear father, can't you wish me well? Happy Valentine's Day to all the babies. End of chapter 31. Chapter 31 account balance of $5. 170,000. Oh. Meng's mother pushed open the door of the house and looked at her daughter who was lying on the desk and whimpering, both heartbroken and helpless. Wei, don't cry. Go out to eat some dinner. Eat and sleep well. Tomorrow go to meet the blind date your sister told you about. I've met the young man twice. His character and talent are not inferior to the Lu family's oldest, and his job is also good. He's engaged in geography research. Meng Wei raised her head, her two eyes red and swollen, like two pairs of wild peaches. Mom, I'm so upset. Even if he doesn't like me, he shouldn't have found one that's that uptight. Speaking of which, Meng's mother was also in a foul mood. The fact that her daughter likes the oldest member of the Lu family is well known in the circle of relatives and friends. Lu Tingting didn't like her daughter. She could accept that. But Lu Tingting turned around and actually found someone who was not as good as her daughter in every way, which is clearly a slap in the face of their family, and also caused her daughter to be laughed at. She couldn't swallow that either. Marrying a wife who isn't virtuous wreaks havoc on 3 generations. Wei, just wait and see. Sooner or later Lu Tingting will regret not choosing you. Meng's mother's intention was to appease, but she didn't want Meng Wei to give birth to another interpretation. Lu Tingting is only temporarily confused, and when he recognizes Jiang Jasmine's bad nature, he will return to his senses. All she had to do was watch with cold eyes and patiently bide her time. Lu Tingting's father's name is Lu Yuan, Lu Tingting's nominal elder brother. The reason why it was nominal was because Lu Yuan was the eldest son adopted by Lu Dehao. Lu Yuan is stationed at the China-Russia border all year round, and his wife and children stay and live in Rongqing. Lu Tingting is the oldest, with a younger brother and a younger sister below her, plus her grandparents, making a total of 6 people. Lu Tingting was so disgusted by the fact that Jiang Jasmine had become her third aunt that she shook Jiang Jasmine's past black history to the ground at her family's dinner table. Smack value plus $5. $50. 000. Listening to the hint that the smack value had arrived, Jiang Jasmine asked the system, how much smack value do I have now? Mission progress 517/10,000. Host's personal account balance 5,170,000 yuan, netting more than 400 points of smack value in one day, and crediting more than $4 million. Jiang Jasmine was hard-pressed not to burst out laughing. At this time, Jiang's family was sitting around the dining table. Jiang Dehao and Li Hongying discuss the items that need to be purchased for the dowry and wedding line, while Jiang Peng is in charge of keeping records so as not to miss anything. Jiang Jasmine took a slice of watermelon and nibbled on it. Jiang Qing was locked in the inner room by herself, not knowing what she was up to. Hearing Jiang Jasmine's sudden joyful outburst, Jiang's family thought she was happy because she had married. Jiang Dehao said to her, don't just fool around. In 2 days we're going to have a banquet. Help take care of things. Li Hongying thought of something. Jasmine, did Xiao Lu say anything about helping you prepare the dowry? Jiang Jasmine flipped out the rags she bought in the afternoon. I didn't get a ready-made garment. I bought the fabric and will find a tailor to do it tomorrow. Li Hongying picked up the cloth and looked at it, and said cheerfully, and don't look for a tailor. I'll make it for you. What kind do you want? Although Li Hongying was uneducated, she was good at stepping on sewing machines. Most of the family's clothing, hats, shoes and socks were through her hands. Jiang Jasmine didn't care, took a pen and paper and sketched the horseface dress and focused on outlining the details. Like this. Can you do it? Li Hongying nodded her head even though she thought the dress she drew was strange. Yes. You're wearing a bustier, right? What about the dress? I'm ready for the top. She had picked out an apricot-colored blouse at the department store this afternoon in order to wear it with a horse-faced skirt. If you wear a red silk flower on your chest, you will be more than able to cope with the wedding banquet. Where are the head flowers? Did you get the head flowers? Seeing Jiang Jasmine shaking her head, Li Hongying busily said, I'll go buy it tomorrow. And by the way, I'll also buy a piece for Xiao Qing's. Jiang Dehao signaled Jiang Peng to write it down in the book. Li Hongying sighed in relief. Her daughter gambled that she didn't want a dowry, and she could feel that Jiang Dehao was angry. She offered to buy her daughter a head flower, but she was also testing Jiang Dehao to see if he was still willing to give Jiang Qing, his stepdaughter, a dowry. In the inner room, Jiang Qing was counting the savings in her hand. She lost her regular job at the sugar factory, but she had saved some money in the past 2 years by doing odd jobs. Together with the red packet given by Kim Gwyn, she had more than $60 in her hand. She knew that Li Hongying also pinched some money in her hand. Not much, but it is certainly no problem to give her enough 100. This money is the bottom line for her to refuse Jiang Dahao's dowry. With this amount of money in her and Jiang Jiaming's diligence and competence, their lives will definitely get better and better. As for Jiang Jasmine, even if she married an officer, she couldn't avoid the fate of going downhill. After eating the watermelon, Jiang Jasmine kicked Jiang Peng with her foot. Help me carry a bucket of bath water to the bathhouse. Jiang Peng disliked, you lift it yourself. You don't have hands? Jasmine Jiang put up her white index finger. 10 cents. Jiang Peng was unmoved. How much money was in the red envelope Lu Chang gave you this afternoon? Jiang Dehao glared fiercely at his son. You received your brother-in-law's red envelope? What red packets? There are no red packets. I'm going to help my sister carry the bath water. Looking at Jiang Peng, who ran faster than a rabbit, Jiang Jasmine pulled the corner of her mouth in satisfaction. Bastard! Can't you be ruled? Jiang Peng slipped away. Jiang Dehao turned his head to teach Jiang Jasmine, you too. Carry a bath water, still have to call people. And so married over cannot be so lazy. In front of the in-laws to be diligent. Do not 2 days to be driven back. I cannot afford to lose face. What are you afraid of? Your old face has been pretty much lost for so many years. It's not so bad as this once or twice. Jiang Dehao. It's a sin in my past life to have such a debt collector. On second thought, he was inexplicably a little excited that this debt collector would soon be the Lu family's. Before going to sleep, Jiang Jasmine specially gave Jiang's family a wake-up call that no one should quarrel with her in the morning, or don't blame her for turning her face. Unsurprisingly, Jasmine Jiang still didn't manage to get any sleep. Early in the morning, people from the youth office came to the door. Jiang Jasmine was already annoyed at being disturbed in her sleep, and choked directly with an officer. I respect the party and love the country. I have not done anything illegal. Where is my thinking improper? The governor's officer blushed at her scolding. You are simply vulgar and barbaric. You're not barbaric. You're arresting people at random. As bad as that black and carrot. Nonsense. You avoid going to the countryside and you have a point? Am I wrong for registering my marriage? The marriage law stipulates that young women who have reached the age of 20 can register for marriage if both of them want to do so. What? You're even more lenient than the law. And you still won't let people get married? You have strong words. If you don't tie the knot sooner or later, but only at this time, you know what you're thinking. Marriage is a lifelong event, so of course you have to pick and choose a good one. The youth office of the people took turns to say also cannot Jiang Jasmine. A red face and neck. No need to tell her that much. Drag her out on the street. The eyes of the masses are shining. When she thought of the upcoming big wave of dislike value, the corners of Jiang Jasmine's mouth were harder to suppress than an AK-47. The end of the chapter is neutered, so just read it. End of chapter 32. Chapter 32. Whenever you look, it's all about money. As the old saying goes, what goes around comes around. Jiang Jasmine had planned to use the loss of her job to earn a wave of smack value. I didn't realize that I had gone too far and let Gao Jing hear the wind. Gao Jing was so angry that she didn't sleep all night. She had never seen anyone more stupid than Jiang Jasmine in her life, and she had lost her job before it was even warmed up. She was even more angry at herself for actually believing Jiang Jasmine's bull *******, thinking that Jiang Jasmine could really get a job slot, and privately striking a deal with Jiang Jasmine. That's why he brought someone to the door early in the morning to raise hell. Originally, Gao Jing didn't want to do anything to Jiang Jasmine, as long as Jiang Jasmine bowed her head in public and admitted her mistake, so that her anger would be smoothed out. This matter would be over. After all, Jiang Jasmine's fiancé was an officer, and she didn't want to offend too hard. Jiang Jasmine is not only stupid, but also arrogant and cocky, not knowing what to do and quarrel with the people in their youth class. In all these years, I've never seen anyone who dared to go against the youth class. Jasmine Jiang is the first one. A group of officers of the youth class were furious and swarmed up to pull Jiang Jasmine to the street. The fact that things had developed to this point was also far beyond Gao Jing's expectations. Seeing that Jiang Jasmine was going to be escorted away by the youth class, Jiang Dehao was so anxious that the corners of his mouth were blistering. Wait, I'll go. You guys pull me to go. It's my fault for not teaching my daughter well. I'm a sinner. I should repent. Looking at Jiang Dehao, who stopped the crowd of Jiqing class with his own strength, it was hard for Jiang Jasmine not to be moved inside. Touched as she was, even her own father couldn't stand in the way of her plans to get rich. Old man, get out of the way. One man's job is one man's job. I don't believe they really dare to drag me there. Jiang Dehao couldn't wait to take off his shoes and stuff her mouth. Shut up. The people from the youth office laughed in anger. You all saw it. Ah, she's not seeing her coffin, so don't blame us for being unforgiving. Escort her away. Yes. The melon-eating crowd looked on with great joy and applauded. This tasty, lazy thing is going to get cleaned up. It's so soothing. Dislike value +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. The system's counter was spinning so fast it was smoking. Looking at Jiang Jasmine, who was taken away by the youth class, Jiang Qing pinched her palm hard before controlling herself from laughing out loud. See, she didn't even have to do it. Jiang Jasmine could just make herself dead. Although Jiang Dehao was anxious, his mind was still clear. He grabbed Jiang Peng in front of him. Quickly go find your brother-in-law to come. Jiang Peng ran out the door in a huff. Jiang Qing watched with cold eyes, secretly mocking in her heart. If Lu Chang knew about Jiang Jasmine's stupidity, he would have regretted that he rashly took the marriage license with Jiang Jasmine yesterday. It might even back out of the marriage. It was a pity that Zhang's family was in the countryside and didn't have a phone. Otherwise, she really wanted to let Zhang's family come to see for themselves how much Jiang Jasmine could poke a hole in their hearts, so that the Zhang family will know that abandoning Jiang Jasmine and choosing her is a wise choice for Zhang Jiaming. Hiss, isn't that Jiang Jasmine? What's her offense again? Avoiding going to the countryside, and still unrepentant in barging in with the youth class. No, people want to make an example of them. Serves you right. She deserves it. She's lazy as hell and she's got an officer. For God's sake. Dislike value +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. But to Jiang Jasmine, she was simply picking up money. As far as the eye can see, there is no one. All of them are banknotes. Everywhere she went, countless bills poured wildly into her wallet. Have you heard? That Jiang Jasmine from the family area of the machinery factory is in trouble again. Geez, when did this happen? Just this morning. So many people ran to see it. If I wasn't working, I'd go see it too. This Jiang Jasmine is really capable of causing death. Whoever has such a troublemaker in their family won't want to be quiet in this life. Who says it isn't? Good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. The news spread through the streets as if it had wings. The dislike value was even more astonishing, soaring past the 1,000 mark. Comrades have worked hard and come all this way to see me. Don't crowd. Pay attention to the order. It's not good to step on the flowers and plants. Whose kid? Watch it. Don't lose it. Jiang Jasmine waved to the crowd that surrounded her while not forgetting to remind to be safe and take care of the children. The demeanor was loose. Not like a sinner who had made a mistake, but like a hero who had returned victorious. Lu Cheng hurriedly arrived but was relieved to see this scene. He thought his daughter-in-law would cry and cry, and he was heartbroken all the way. It's really worthy of being his daughter-in-law. She doesn't panic when things go wrong. She's calm and collected, and she has the demeanor of the head mother of the Lu family. If the others knew what he was thinking, they would have to roll their eyes up to the sky. Is this temperament? This is clearly cheeky. The group of people in the youth class were all blue in the face. Jiang Jasmine, put on a proper attitude. You're the one in the wrong now. Do you think you're honorable? I was in the wrong. So am I not being punished now? Is that a punished attitude? Who's as playful as you are? Then it's always okay if I don't laugh. And no talking. Seriously, get your attitude right. Anyway, the purpose had been achieved. And Jiang Jasmine didn't want to really piss off the Jiqing class, so she shut her mouth. Molly. The voice was a bit familiar. Jiang Jasmine twisted her head to look and saw Lu Cheng in the crowd at a glance. The man's tall figure stood out from the crowd. His face was serious and cold, but his eyes were resolute, and he was crowding towards her at a fast pace. In a trance, she had the illusion that if she was now a major criminal running to the execution ground, Lu Cheng would not hesitate to rob the court. Don't you come any closer. Jiang Jasmine didn't want a man to influence her to earn smack value. Lu Cheng, however, misunderstood and thought that Jiang Jasmine didn't want to involve him in the disgrace. With such a knowledgeable and considerate daughter-in-law, it was all the more important for him not to let her suffer alone. Don't be afraid. I'm coming. Lu Cheng squeezed harder and harder, like an ice-breaking ship, invincible, heading straight for Jasmine. Jiang Jasmine was exasperated. Don't you come over. Before she could shout out, Lu Chang had already stood in front of her in a tall and powerful manner. I'm coming. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jiang Jasmine was speechless. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Lu Chang looked like he couldn't hear her. You don't look well. Are you sick? You're the one who's sick. Your whole family's sick. Jiang Jasmine was about to roll her eyes when Lu Chang suddenly raised his hand and pinched the back of her neck. Not waiting for her to react, she felt a dull ache at the back of her neck. You old six. Before she fainted, she cursed this as hard as she could. End of chapter. Chapter 33. Be good and don't make me worry. Molly, wake up. Don't scare me. Molly. Lu Chang knelt down on one knee so that Jiang Jasmine could lean into his arms, his cold face filled with anxiety and eagerness. He looked to the people of the youth office. You have punished and Jasmine has been taught a lesson. She is now fainting and human life is at stake. I have to take her back to see the doctor. Looking at the fainted Jiang Jasmine, the people in the youth office all looked suspicious. They suspected that Jiang Jasmine was pretending to be faint, but they had no proof. Since she was so ashamed that she fainted, she must have realized her mistake. So let's give her a chance to mend her ways, and you can take her back. Gao Jing has the intention to sell Lu Chang a face and loosely release him. She is the leader. She gave the word. The youth office of a group of officers, although reluctant, can only watch Lu Chang Jiang Jasmine carry away. Jiang Qing and the crowd watched this scene with disappointment. In her opinion, Jiang Jasmine didn't know how to live and was stupid and arrogant, so she should be publicized all over the city and be spurned and hated by more people. It's so cheap for Jiang Jasmine. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qing, Jiang Jasmine wanted the whole city to see her even more than she did. Even Jasmine Jiang wanted to do a national tour if she could. Originally, I think, the buzz of River Molly had cooled down a bit, but the fainting spell reignited the exuberance of the onlookers. She must be faking it. Just now she was alive and kicking, full of vigor and contradicting the office of knowledge and youth. And the moment she turned her head, she fainted. Fooling the ghost? The idea of feigning illness was agreed upon by all. How dare you evade punishment by pretending to be sick? You are so dead set in your ways. It's just abominable and hateful. Dislike value +1 +3 +5 +7. Seeing Lu Chang holding his daughter and striding towards home, Jiang Dehao was instantly flustered. What's going on? What's wrong with her, Molly? Go back. Lu Chang didn't stop his feet and walked directly past Jiang Dehao, bringing up the wind that lifted the hem of Jiang Dahao's coat. Jasmine was settled on the large bed in the outer room. What the hell is going on? What's wrong with her? Molly? Looking at the unconscious daughter, Jiang Dehao anxious. Uncle Jiang, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for a moment. Before Lu Chang finished speaking, Jiang Pang leaped into the house with a pond porcelain basin and spatula, and swiftly knocked Jiang Jasmine on top of her head. Jiang Jasmine sat up in shock from her dying illness. A roomful of people were relieved to see her awake. Jiang Jasmine's brain buzzed with confusion. Thunder? Or an earthquake? Lu Chang covered her ears with both hands, patted them twice, and coaxed, It's okay, you heard wrong. The man's palm was a little coarse and his body temperature was higher than normal, rubbing her ears and making them itch and burn. Jiang Jasmine's consciousness gradually returned, remembering the time when she was paraded through the streets and was choked unconscious by Lu Chang. However, she couldn't be bothered to settle the score with Lu Chang, as the hints of the rising dislike value hadn't stopped. System, what's the progress of my mission now? Mission progress 1679/10-000. Just as the system reported back, the smack value popped upward several more times. She distinctly remembered that the quest progress was only about 1,200 minutes before she fainted. According to reason, after she was taken away by Lu Chang, the growth of the dislike value should have slowed down. So why did it feel like it was rising even more ferociously? What did you do? She suspected that the dogman had done something offensive while she was unconscious. Lu Chang thought that Jiang Jasmine was angry about being pinched by him. He politely invited Jiang Dehao, Li Hongying and Jiang Peng to go outside the house and explain to Jiang Jasmine alone the reason why he did so. The youth office pull you to show the public. Is the duty. If I force to step in to stop, not to mention the truth, but also not necessarily can save you out. You can only let you pretend to be sick. The youth office is afraid of being responsible for sure will release people. Both the name and will not fall into people's hands, is the best way. While acknowledging that the man's plan was thoughtful and effective, Jiang Jasmine's mouth was irritated. Did I fake faint? I was pinched unconscious by you. Did the pinching hurt you? Let's see. Lu Chang said, about to break over her head to look at the back of her neck. But Jiang Jasmine did not have the good sense to block it away. Don't you touch me. If it's hard, rubbing it with medicinal wine will make it more comfortable. Jiang Jasmine pressed on the back of her neck. It didn't hurt to say it was painful, but it wasn't very comfortable either. How do you get it? Any tips? Want to learn? Inside, Jasmine wanted to learn. In the future, she will be able to do a lot of bad things, and more people will hate her, and one day she will be beaten up with a sack. There's no harm in learning one more life-saving trick, but she didn't want to be held by a man. I'm just asking. If you don't want to talk about it, pull back. I'll teach you in a couple days. Jiang Jasmine just wanted to say, why don't you teach now? It will take 2 more days. No sincerity even. Just then I heard the man laugh in a low voice. This is our Lu family's unique secret technique. You have to pass through the door before I can teach you. Che. Jasmine rolled her eyes. Outside the house, Jiang Dehao looked at the closed door and was even more worried than when he saw Jiang Jasmine being carried back by Lu Chang. What are son-in-law and daughter whispering behind closed doors? You don't think your daughter's such a troublemaker that she's backing out of the marriage, do you? Glancing at Jiang Peng, who had nothing to do, Jiang Dehao grabbed the man up and whispered, Go, listen to what your brother-in-law said to your sister. Jiang Peng was not happy. You want to know, you go yourself. He was a dignified old man, eavesdropping on his daughter's son-in-law's corner. He couldn't afford to lose this man. Listen, go listen in case your brother-in-law wants to back out. Without waiting for Jiang Dehao to finish his sentence, Jiang Peng interrupted. Don't worry, even if brother-in-law wants to withdraw from the marriage, sister won't be willing. She will definitely be like a mad dog, biting at the bit. Can she find a better man than brother-in-law in her life? The words are a little rough, but the reasoning is not. Jiang Dehao slightly relaxed, but do not want to behind the kitchen. Wang Lotus will be father and son's conversation to listen to the right. Wang Lianhua turned around and ran out through the back door of the east house. That army officer and Jiang Jasmine are behind closed doors, and I hear they're discussing withdrawal. Have you heard? The army officer wants to withdraw from the marriage, and this is being discussed behind closed doors. Joy to the world. Jiang Jasmine has been withdrawn from her marriage. Under Wang Lotus's selling, the news that Jiang Jasmine was withdrawn from the marriage soon spread throughout the family area. Jiang Qing returned to the family area and couldn't help but stare at the news. She quickened her pace back toward Jiang's house, afraid that she would miss Jiang Jasmine's remorseful and wretched appearance. Seeing that Jiang Jasmine was not in any serious condition, Lu Chang got up and prepared to leave. Inside he was reluctant to leave, wanting to stay with his daughter-in-law a little longer. But 2 days later is the good day to welcome Jiang Jasmine through the door. Welcome the marriage team selection, the guest list, happy cigarettes, happy candy, happy feast, and a whole lot of things waiting for him to organize. You rest well. I'll go back first. Oh, behave yourself and don't worry me. Lu Cheng's voice line is very special. There is a kind of low after being baptized by blood and fire. Listening to people inexplicably feel at ease and have the power. Favoring a kind of coaxing tone, listening to Jiang Jasmine's ears hot. If you want to go, just go. What's all this nonsense? I'm really leaving? Get the hell out of here. Looking at Jiang Jasmine's small appearance of blowing up, Lu Chang only felt indescribably cute, and after stifling a laugh, he turned around and opened the door to go out. End of chapter. Chapter 34, The smoke has risen from our ancestors' graves. Jiang Qing entered the courtyard door just in time to see Lu Chang come out of the house. Her heart skipped a beat and she almost couldn't control herself from opening her mouth to ask Lu Chang if she had withdrawn from the marriage. Lu Chang didn't even look at her, but instead politely said to Jiang Dehao, Uncle Jiang, let's go out and have a few words. Good. Jiang Dehao had a smile on his face, but in his heart he was dying of worry. His son-in-law had only finished speaking to his daughter alone one foot and then approached him for a chat the next, so I'm afraid he didn't really want to back out of the marriage. Did he? After the two sons-in-law went out outside the courtyard, Jiang Qing immediately walked over to Li Hongying. Mom, did the Lu family withdraw from the marriage? Yo, so concerned about me? Looking at Jiang Jasmine, who had walked out of the house at some point and was leaning against the doorframe, Jiang Qing wasn't vain. I heard it from someone else when I came back. You believe whatever people say, and when they say that smells good, are you going to lick it to try the flavor? Worried that the two sisters were going to fight again, Li Hongying was busy being a peacemaker. Jasmine, don't be mad. Haru, she cares about you too. Saying that, he pushed Jiang Qing towards the kitchen. You go and heat up the breakfast. Jasmine fainted and just woke up. Eat something so she can replenish her strength. It's been like this since she was a child. But whenever she and Jiang Jasmine quarreled, Li Hongying was all for siding with Jiang Jasmine as her stepdaughter. She'd had enough a long time ago. After coldly throwing down a sentence of I'm not available, Jiang Qing shrugged and went back to the inner room. Li Hongying couldn't make her daughter move, so she had to get it herself. In no time at all, steaming rice porridge and corn poop were placed in front of Jiang Jasmine. Jasmine, Lu's not mad, is he? Li Hongying asked cautiously. She still had some feelings and care for Jiang Jasmine, her stepdaughter, but more than that, she was worried that her own daughter would be implicated. With Jiang Jasmine's unreasonable temperament, if she really blew it with Lu Chang, she would definitely obstruct her daughter's marriage to Jiang Qing. Don't worry, we didn't back out. Jiang Jasmine deliberately raised her volume. As expected, Jiang Qing in the inner room couldn't help but slam her pillow hard when she heard this. It's amazing this all didn't get bounced. Mr. Lu, is it possible that Jasmine Jiang has dropped her head? Outside, Li Hongying, however, let out a long sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Jasmine, take your time to eat. When you're full, I'll accompany you out to buy head flowers. Ha! Knowing that Li Hongying is thinking about getting Jiang Qing a dowry, Jiang Jasmine doesn't break it down. Li Hongying is a cowardly but also good-natured stepmother. The other party does not provoke her. She will not be bad with each other. Uncle Jiang, I want to apologize to you. Looking at Lu Cheng's serious face, Jiang Dehai's heart steeply sank. Xiaolu, my Jasmine temperament is spoiled a little. Her own mother left early. I as a father did not do a good job of raising responsibility. In the future I hope that you more to take care of it too. If you really feel with Jasmine cannot go on. Also alright, you properly send her back to her mother's home on the line. Jiang Dehai knew that he could not hide from the first day of the month, so he opened the window of heaven with Lu Cheng. Even if Lu Cheng wants to back out of the marriage, he must at least wait for this wave of downfall to pass. It's okay for his daughter to get a divorce as long as she doesn't go to the countryside. He's a big deal to support her for the rest of her life. Jasmine is fine. I like her very much. It is I who have not done my duty as a husband. When I proposed marriage, I promised you that I would do everything in my power to protect her. It was I who failed to do my job. I didn't take care of things ahead of time, and I caused her to suffer. I'll review. The people of Jianghai were stunned. He was about to wonder if his daughter was putting some kind of ecstasy in his son-in-law's head. His daughter had gotten into such trouble that even he, her own father, felt ashamed. Instead of being angry, the son-in-law took the fault upon himself. Uncle Jiang, don't worry. I'll negotiate with the Jiqing office side to ensure that they won't trouble you and Jasmine again. Making a military order, Lu Cheng turned around and left in stride. Dad, what did my brother-in-law tell you? Jiang Dehai came back to his senses, looking at his son beside him, and only after a long time did he say, Xiao Peng, you go back home. Go back for what? Go back and report to your great-uncle and the others, and ask them to come to the city on the 20th to drink your sister's wedding wine, and, by the way, go to your great-grandfather, great-grandmother, and a few of your great-uncles and uncles, and visit their graves all over again. Jiang Peng was confused. What are you looking at? See if there's any grass growing? See if there's smoke coming from their graves. If it wasn't for the smoke coming out of her ancestors' graves, with her daughter's stinking virtue, how could she have just picked up a treasure like Lu Cheng? It's incredible. The director of the Office of Knowledge and Youth is surnamed Zhong, and his full name is Zhong Changhua. Lu Cheng, in the name of sending wedding invitations, personally approached Zhong Changhua, made amends and apologized on behalf of Jiang Jasmine, and asked the other party to be magnanimous. Lu Cheng's administrative level is higher than Zhong Changhua's, and put a low profile to take the initiative to show good. Zhong Changhua naturally will not take Zhou. From the youth office, Lu Cheng rushed to Guanghua Hotel without stopping. He invited his sister-in-law, Fan Wenfang, and In Hui, to try the dishes at noon at the Guanghua restaurant. When he arrived, the table was full of food, but none of the chopsticks had been moved, obviously waiting for him to arrive. What took you so long? The food is getting cold. Seeing that he was late, and Hui couldn't help but complain, went on an errand and got delayed. Getting married. There are definitely a lot of things to do. It's understandable. Xiao Cheng, come and sit down. Wu Miaoyun smiled and rounded off the conversation. Wu Miaoyun is a friend invited by An Hui. In addition to Wu Miaoyun, at the same table are Wu Lan and Xiao Jing, both from a family home, usually on good terms with An Hui. Together with Lu Cheng and his two sisters-in-law, there were a total of 6 people at the table. The seats were ordered by Lu Cheng and Jiang Jasmine, all the dishes eaten at the engagement banquet, and Lu Cheng added a few extra upscale signature dishes. Everyone was quite satisfied with the taste of the dishes, but compared to the dishes, Wu Miaoyun and Wu Lan III were obviously more curious about Jiang Jasmine's origin. Lu Cheng is considered the oldest problem in the family home, and An Hui is so worried that her hair is white. In fact, not only were they curious, the entire military family compound was curious. Just what kind of excellent and outstanding girl can make Lu Cheng so monkey-minded to marry home? Speaking of his own daughter-in-law, Lu Cheng couldn't stop being happy. My Jasmine. Ah, beautiful, smart, kind-hearted, and considerate to others. Everywhere is good. Can't be better. It took An Hui a lifetime of patience to keep from scolding her son. Are your eyes smeared with? Fan Wenfang was self-doubting. The Jiang Jasmine in her younger uncle's mouth and the Jiang Jasmine in her daughter's mouth can't be said to be exactly the same. They can only be said to be worlds apart. Wu Miaoyun, Wu Lan and Xiao Jing did not know Jiang Jasmine, nor were they clear about Jiang Jasmine's details. Listening to Lu Cheng praising Jiang Jasmine to the heavens, they all believed it. With Lu Cheng's pickiness, if she is not a top-notch good girl, she won't be able to look at her. Everyone ate and chatted. Coldly, Xiao Jing said Jiang Jasmine by the youth office to show the interesting story. Of course, she did not know at this time that the heroine of this public display was Lu Cheng's good daughter-in-law in the mouth of 10 perfect. Listen to the hotel waiter said. This person is the number one lazy bones in the family area of the machinery factory. All day long lazy do not work, but also bold with the office of the young people. Annoyed the office of the young people. Was escorted to show the public. Just like this. Actually also found an officer. I do not know whose family is so unlucky. Stood on such a troublemaking spirit. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Marrying a Daughter-in-Law and Forgetting Her Mother. After listening to her friend's words, and Hui realized what her son had gone to do when he said he had done something. She was so angry she couldn't eat. Fan Wenfan looked at her mother-in-law and brother-in-law with a strange expression on her face. The number one slacker in the family area of the machinery factory. Lazy, greedy and slippery, but found an officer. This is not the daughter of the mouth of the third aunt? The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of a conversation with a young man who had been arrested by the youth class, and Lu Cheng didn't want to hide it from his family, but he just wanted to wait until he got back home to tell Hui. He didn't dislike Jiang Jasmine's disgrace and wanted to cover it up for Jiang Jasmine, but he felt that there was no need to talk about family matters in front of outsiders. Right now, having been told by Xiao Jing in advance, he simply confessed as well. Auntie Xiao, the lesbian you're talking about is none other than my soon-to-be-married daughter-in-law, Jiang Jasmine. There was a silence at the table. Everyone stopped their chopsticks and looked incredulously at Lu Cheng and Hui's mother and son. And Hui pulled out a smile harder than tears with difficulty. I've made you all laugh. It's a feeling like, everyone thinks you're hiding a good treasure and are waiting with anticipation to see what your family has. Turns out the shroud was lifted. And wow, it was a stinking pile of. The three Wu Miaons looked at each other. Isn't it good to be pretty, smart, kind and considerate? You Lu family, is there some misconception about being smart and kind and considerate? Of course, with their friendship with Hui, they naturally wouldn't say what was in their hearts. It's okay, young people, it's inevitable to make mistakes on impulse. There was a lot of fuss when the policy of going down to the countryside came out. Eat. This dish tastes really good, especially this sweet and sour fish. Sweet and sour and appetizing. I don't even like fish. The three of them said one thing to each other and uncovered the topic. Until the end of the meal, no one mentioned half a word about Jiang Jasmine. But just because you don't mention it on your lips doesn't mean you don't want it in your heart. Coming out of the restaurant, Lu Cheng first sent the three Wu Miaons back, and Hui took Fan Wenfang's bike. Mom, don't be angry. The marriage has been finalized. Let's look on the bright side. Lao San at least got a daughter-in-law. Maybe next year you and Dad will be able to hold a new grandson. Along the way, Fan Wenfang comforted. At noon, Hui didn't move her chopsticks much, obviously furious. Hui, if I had known he was marrying such a thing, I would have preferred him to be a bachelor for the rest of his life. Fan Wenfang's heart agreed with Hui's words. In her place, she would rather not have a daughter-in-law than one like Jiang Jasmine. But the mouth had to be relieved. What else could one do? One couldn't back out of a marriage. Could one? Halfway across the military district headquarters, Hui asked Fan Wenfang to drop her off. What? You're not satisfied with the food you tried today? Otherwise, change it to another one. I think Red Apricot Restaurant is good. Seeing his wife enter the door with a black face, Lu Dehao hurriedly cared. Hui carried her bag and slammed it on his face. What kind of vision is that? Are women dead under the sky? You have to pick that kind of thing. Lu Dehao caught the bag hanging on the coat rack, and closed the office door, which asked the original reason. Lu Dehao didn't know what to say. How can this little daughter-in-law cause so much trouble? After easily coaxing Hui to go home, Lu Dehao immediately called out to Jiang Xiaoguang. Tell that son of a to get his ass in front of me right now. Jiang Xiaoguang blinked. Chief, which little rabbit cub? Please clarify. Lu Dehao glared at him without any good humor. Which little brat are you talking about? Besides him, Lu Laosan, can there be anyone else? Yes. Jiang Xiaoguang stood upright and turned around, running out of the office in a puff of smoke. A stupid soldier. Cursing at Jiang Xiaoguang's back, Lu Dehao picked up the teacup to drink water, only to find that the teacup was already empty, opened his mouth to shout at Jiang Xiaoguang, and then remembered that Jiang Xiaoguang had been dispatched by him, so he had to curse and get up to pour water himself. Lucius came quickly. What is it that you can't go home and talk about at night? You have to call me to come over. I'm busy. As soon as he entered, Lu Cheng complained with dissatisfaction. Lu Dehao opened his mouth and cursed, "You are busy. Lu Lao-san. I see that you are now more and more live back, so a little cannot handle. You still want to get married. You play a lifetime bachelor counted beg. You are right in scolding me. It is indeed a matter of negligence on my part to take care of the head and not the tail." Lu Cheng's open-mindedness to be taught made Lu Dehao very pleased. Although the oldest three is arrogant and rebellious, but never ambiguous on matters of business. The wrong to admit the wrong. The introspection. He eased his breath. "Mind your daughter-in-law. Make your mom angry again. I won't spare you." Lu Cheng returned. "Likewise to each other. In the future, when I'm not at home, you also control mom. Don't let her bully my daughter-in-law. You've married your wife and forgotten your mother, haven't you? It's not from childhood that you taught me to love my daughter-in-law, to spoil her, and to listen to her." Lu Dehao was so angry that he glared dryly. "Get out." After lunch, Jiang Jasmine lay in bed and drifted off to sleep. Jiang Qing pushed the door in and closed it behind her back before walking over to the bed. "Molly, have a fart. Do you want to know who reported our family for avoiding the countryside?" Jiang Jasmine lazily opened her eyelids. "Meaningless. Who else but you? The one who can't see me as good in this family is none other than you." Jiang Qing snorted coldly. "Can you use your brain? Your father favors you so much. If one person in this family must go to the countryside, he will definitely let me go. Reporting you won't do me half the good. And what favor are you trying to gain by coming all the way out here to snitch on me?" Jiang Qing didn't expect Jiang Jasmine to have a bright brain when she actually guessed that she had an ulterior motive. She didn't argue much. With Jiang Jasmine's impulsive personality, she was bound to not let Zhou Xiaoqing off lightly. Jiang Qing so stirred up. Jiang Jasmine also did not sleep. "Simply get up and go to the outer room. Want to call Jiang Peng to buy some watermelon back to relieve the summer heat." Which know that Jiang Peng was Jiang Dehao shouted to go out to do business. Li Hongying was sitting in front of the new sewing machine that Lu's family had carried over and was making her address. "Molly, sit down for a minute. It's almost done." Li Hongying thought she came out because she was anxious to look at the skirt and opened her mouth to pacify her. Jasmine unscrewed the ceiling fan switch. As the fan blade turns, a slight coolness comes, and the anxious mood is instantly relieved. Jiang Jasmine pulled out a chair and sat under the ceiling fan, watching Li Hongying step on the sewing machine while she thought about things. She wasn't interested in finding such a little karami like Zhou Xiaoqing to tear her apart, but if tearing with Zhou Xiaoqing could earn her more dislike value, then that was another story. But Jiang Qing told her about it, and it was obvious that she didn't have good intentions, since the other party had done the first day. Don't blame her for doing the 15th. It should be said not to say. Li Hongying's hand is quite clever, just based on the sketch she drew. The horseface skirt made 8 or 9 not quite right. Jiang Jasmine tried it on and was satisfied with it, and agreed graciously to Li Hongying's idea of using her sewing machine to make a wedding dress for Jiang Qing. In the evening, Jiang Qing and Zhou Xiaoqing returned towards the family area in company. Although she has set a wedding date with Zhang Jiaming, Jiang Qing still diligently runs the match factory every day to do odd jobs, which is very much the heroine. Seeing Jiang Jasmine standing in front of the door of the family area compound like a door god, Jiang Qing glanced at Zhou Xiaoqing, who was immersed in the joy of going on a blind date tomorrow, and the corners of her mouth hooked up with an imperceptible cold smile. End of chapter. Chapter 36, One thing in front of people, another thing behind them. Xiao Cheng. I went to my father's factory today to see that person. His height is not bad. There should be 1.7 meters. Wearing a pair of glasses. Looking quite intellectual temperament. Looking at Jiang Jasmine, who was standing in front of the family compound like a door god in front of her, and then looking at Zhou Xiaoqing, who was talking incessantly about her blind date. A gloating sneer swept across the bottom of Jiang Qing's eyes, with Jiang Jasmine's brashness and unreasonableness. Knowing that Zhou Xiaoqing was a whistleblower, she was bound to count today's shame on Zhou Xiaoqing's head. Zhou Xiaoqing left the house early in the morning and missed the good fight between Jiang Jasmine and Jiqing office. Hearing the news about Jiang Jasmine from her workers at the factory made her happy. Jiang Jasmine, you still have the face to go out after losing so much face in the morning. If I were you, I'd just buy a block of tofu and die. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoqing still didn't know how to take the initiative to provoke Jiang Jasmine, Jiang Cheng almost didn't burst out laughing. She couldn't wait for the two to fight in the street, preferably in the police station. She couldn't believe that Lu Cheng could tolerate Jiang Jasmine's demonic behavior over and over again. Zhou Xiaoqing, you also quite have 2 sets of it. A set in front of people, a set after people. You say you, usually with Jiang Qing's surface good friend good sister, secretly but ran to the office of Youth JB. She does not go to the countryside. How do you treat friends? Zhou Xiaoqing and Jiang Qing's eyelids both jumped. The former was a heartfelt report of a public revelation by Jasmine Kong. The latter was surprised that Jiang Jasmine didn't do as expected and directly ed with Zhou Xiaoqing. Did Jasmine grow a brain? It's late in the evening. and there are a lot of people coming in and out of the compound from school and work. Hearing Jiang Jasmine choking with Zhou Xiaoqing, everyone stopped to watch the fun. You fart. You avoided going to the countryside yourself. What's it got to do with me? Zhou Xiaoqing denied in panic. Jiang Jasmine pointed at Jiang Qing. This is what Jiang Qing told me herself. You guys are so close. She doesn't have a reason to falsely accuse you, right? After saying that, she looked at Jiang Qing. Zhou Xiaoqing doesn't admit it. If you have evidence, bring it out. Zhou Xiaoqing looked fiercely at Jiang Qing. Eboshi looked at her in the same way. The two men looked at each other with eyes filled with weakness, panic and defensiveness. Zhou Xiaoqing knows in her heart that she has not been wronged, and it is indeed she who secretly reported the Jiang family, but she absolutely couldn't admit it, or she could be drowned in spittle. Although Jiang Qing loathed Zhou Xiaoqing, she did not want to tear her face off with Zhou Xiaoqing. After all, she's always projected the image of a hardworking, kind and bright good person, and suing her little sister with her stepsister clearly doesn't fit her image or persona. Jasmine, don't be a bloodhound. I didn't tell you the word that Zhou Xiaoqing was a whistleblower. In the end, being a person who had lived 2 lifetimes, Jiang Qing quickly calmed down and made a counterattack to Jiang Jasmine. Zhou Xiaoqing followed suit. There are many people who dislike you. What makes you say that I reported it? Jiang Jasmine, you really have an evil heart. You actually want to use this method to sow discord between Xiaoqing and I. Hearing Zhou Xiaoqing say this, everyone decided that Jiang Jasmine was stirring up trouble. There's no way around it. Jiang Jasmine's popularity rating is really bad. Making a big deal out of nothing and stirring up trouble like this is something she can do. For a while, the onlookers all cast disgusted glances towards Jiang Jasmine. What kind of person picks on people's friendships when they don't have any themselves? She was punished just this morning, and she still hasn't learned her lesson. And now she's jumping up and down for nothing. I think she's hopeless. Dislike value +1 +1 +1 +1. This wave managed to make Jiang Jasmine earn 20 smack value. In fact, the vast majority of the crowd that was watching had already contributed dislike values to Jiang Jasmine. Most of those 20 smack values came from elementary and middle school students coming home from school. The circle of small children, different from the adults. Usually even if you hear all kinds of news about Jiang Jasmine, you will not take it to heart. But having witnessed Jiang Jasmine's irrationality at this moment, they all contributed their own dislike values. Only when the dislike value stopped rising did Jiang Jasmine feign exasperation and point at Jiang Qing. Obviously you told me it was Zhou Xiaoqing who reported our family, and now you're denying it. Luckily I have evidence in my hands, or else I'd really be wronged by you guys today. Jiang Jasmine, you have any evidence to show? That's right. If you have evidence, hurry up and show it. Don't just play smart. The onlookers were up in arms. Zhou Xiaoqing would be skeptical. Jiang Jasmine, who are you pretending to bluff? Jiang Jasmine pulled out a few pieces of crumpled letter paper from her pocket and distributed them to the onlookers. Come, all come to see. This is the draft of Zhou Xiaoqing's letter to report our family. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoqing's face instantly changed drastically. Jiang Qing's eyelids fluttered. These few letters? She used newspaper to paste on the wall. I didn't expect to be actually found by Jiang Jasmine. It's really a whistleblower letter. Someone took the letter paper and handed it to Zhou Xiaoqing. Zhou Xiaoqing, did you write this? Looking at the handwriting and content on the letter paper, Zhou Xiaoqing fell into the ice cellar. Impossible. I am clearly all. A few words were torn out, pushed down into her throat by what little sanity she had left, but her panicked look still made everyone suspicious. Jiang Jasmine struck while the iron was hot. These drafts, I found them at the head of Jiang Qing's bed. Zhou Xiaoqing jerked her head to look at Jiang Qing. What draft? I haven't seen it. Jiang Qing pretended to be at a loss, but in her heart she knew exactly what was going on. These letters were indeed quietly hidden by her, and were originally her backstroke. If Jiang Jasmine couldn't deal with Zhou Xiaoqing, she would then strike again. Although things were 100,000 miles short of what she expected, but being able to expose Zhou Xiaoqing's villainous behavior in public, her purpose was halfway accomplished. Zhou Xiaoqing, you can't even dream of it. All those unseemly hooks you've been secretly doing. Jiang Qing has always known about it, and has been quietly hiding your handles. Guess what she's doing it for? I didn't even know these letterheads existed. Jasmine, don't put on my head for something you did yourself. Of course Jiang Qing wouldn't admit it. Admitting that the draft was hers would undoubtedly be admitting that she had an ulterior motive. Her reputation and popularity were better than Jiang Jasmine's, and her words were hardly doubted by anyone, so Jiang Jasmine doubled her dislike value by 8 more, because there are constantly new eaters joining the ranks of those watching the show. From there, he kept contributing smack value to River Jasmine. Jiang Jasmine guessed that Jiang Qing wouldn't admit it, and she really couldn't produce any evidence that the draft was hidden by Jiang Qing. The black pot of slandering her stepsister is one she'll take. Well, It was a loss she hadn't taken for nothing. The more people decided that she had slandered Jiang Qing, the more dislike value she earned accordingly. To put it another way, Jiang Qing was not harming her, but helping her. She had it all figured out that when the day the mission was completed, she would definitely send Jiang Qing a banner of kindness. The meeting was over. Lu Dehao was ready to go back to his office with a teapot in his hand, and a few of his colleagues followed him. Old Lu, congratulations, you're going to have daughter-in-law tea. Good point, come all in a couple days for the wedding drinks. A few of his fellow officers laughed and agreed. I've heard that your new daughter-in-law is a bit rowdy. If you ask me, you're just too low-key, or else people would have to make things easier even for your sake, wouldn't they? Youth going to the countryside to support rural construction is a development strategy formulated by the party and the state, and anyone who makes special arrangements or interferes is breaking the law. The person who said that was simply digging a hole for Lu Dehao. If something doesn't read well, 9 times out of 10, it's been systematically censored. End of chapter. Chapter 37, there are thousands of women in the world. Old Sue, your thinking is very problematic. We do cadres, when set a good example to take the lead, and even more resolutely to put an end to engage in special backdoor evil wind. Lu Dehao looked at Su Chengping, righteously said, it's also been a while since we've organized training and learning, and everyone's thinking is slack. Starting tomorrow, you come to the conference room every day from 12:30 to 1 p.m. to think and learn for half an hour, as well as several of you all come together. I'm going to go to the chief to report. Whoever is absent will be treated as a disciplinary offense. After saying that, Lu Dehao carried the teapot and headed for the commander's office. A few of Su Chengping's faces looked at each other. This old Lu was really something. Say a couple of jokes and he's on the post. His temperament you do not know. This is good. In the future I'll have to listen to his lessons. Coming out of the commander's office, Lu Dehao coldly snorted. Wanting to see me laugh? Really think that I have no way to clean up you? Lu Dehao returned home, saw his wife sitting alone on the living room sofa sewing, opened his mouth and puffed and cursed. Mother asterisk 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 her, one and all are fed up, and we looked at him through the old lens and didn't make a sound. Instead, Ma Hongmei, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the commotion and came out, pouring Lu Dehao a glass of water. Calm down. What's going on? What's the matter? Did you have a fight with the people in the unit? One doesn't do his job properly. He's like a long-winded woman, staring at people's domestic affairs and talking at length. Ma Hongmei glanced at Hui and guessed that it might be because of Jiang Jasmine's matter, so she couldn't say anything more and comforted Lu Dehao for a few moments before going back to the kitchen to continue her work. Pissed off, after waiting for half a day and not seeing his wife's response, Lu Dehao couldn't help but say, I'm so angry, and you don't comfort me. And Hui looked at him, when I didn't agree to this marriage, what did you say? Saying that finding a daughter-in-law like this isn't a bad thing. Lao San grew up with smooth sailing, wild beyond bounds. It's time to let him suffer and learn from his mistakes. Lu Dehao snapped, busy sitting next to his wife, whispered, then you do not also support my views. We have reached a united front. We cannot fight in the nest. Let outsiders look at the joke now. And Hui coldly grunted. I don't know if Lao San has grown a long memory, but anyway, I don't have the face to go out. Lu Dehao looked at her. What? Are you being made fun of by the people in the family home too? And Hui gave him a blank look, not wanting to talk at all. Lu Dehao scratched his head. I did not expect this old 3 daughter-in-law so can cause trouble but where a brain normal point of the daughter encountered difficulties, not to come to us to help? Whether it's you, or the oldest 3, this is a very good solution to it. How can not make a mess like that? After saying this, he coaxed his wife, don't be angry. When she passes through the door, let her follow Lao San to go with the army. And when she goes to a place like Manhwa, she can't turn over the waves even if she is a sun monkey. Hearing her husband say that, and Hui was really a bit more relaxed. Upstairs, Commissioner Lu's house. Wei Shouqin was talking to her husband and mother-in-law about Jiang Jasmine being paraded, and was talking feverishly when she heard Lu Dehao cursing downstairs. Although Lu Dehao scolded is not her, but her face also bashful panic, hurried to stop the conversation to chat about something else. Downstairs at Lu's, seeing that it was dark, Lu Dehao asked about his son. Where is Lao San? Went out to hand out invitations and hasn't returned yet. There are some important relatives, elders and leaders' homes that Hui should have personally visited to show her sincerity, but Hui was really pissed off by Jiang Jasmine, and felt too ashamed, so the door did not come out, leaving Lu Chang to do it on his own. Are you saying that Jiang Jasmine got engaged to your third uncle to avoid going to the countryside? Meng Wei looked incredulous. Lu Tingting nodded. She looked for me to arrange a job for her before, just so she wouldn't go to the countryside. And I don't know how she hooked up with her third uncle. It's not even a matter of her getting into trouble and losing face. She also dragged my third uncle and grandma into losing face, making my grandma so angry that she couldn't even eat. Manhwa huffed. Outrageous. How dare she? Using your third uncle as a shield to avoid going to the countryside. Sister Weiwei, please persuade my third uncle. There are thousands of women in the world. Why do you have to find one like Jiang Jasmine? Tingting, you've known Jiang Jasmine for several years. How much do you know about her past? Lu Tingting was puzzled. Sister Weiwei, which things are you referring to? Manhwa said. In terms of lifestyle, I see that she has a few good looks, and there should be one or two heterosexual admirers pursuing her, right? Lu Tingting disdained. She eyes long to the top of the head. She cannot see the poor, the good family, and look at her. Typical of the life without a big lady, but also got a big lady's disease. No one at school plays with her, so she's been pestering us all day. Manhwa was disappointed in her heart. I thought that Jiang Jasmine was greedy and vain and would mess around with boys for money. Lu Chang is so proud of himself. If he knew that Jiang Jasmine was a woman of improper style, he would naturally abandon her. Undeterred, Manhwa asked again if Jiang Jasmine had ever received any expensive gifts from boys. Taking things from boys for no reason is also evidence of frivolity and indiscretion. Yet again, Manhwa was disappointed. Jiang Jasmine has Jiang Dehao spoiled. Food and clothing are not worse than classmates. Male classmates of small favors she simply do not see in the eyes, but often let the small gifts sent to the male classmates cannot stand. Over time, no male classmates dare to run to the front of her courtesies. Although she didn't pick up on Jiang Jasmine's problems with her style, Manhwa still approached Lu Chang. Sango, the night was like water, and the scent of elegant flowers wafted from the several clumps of moonflowers in the Lu family's yard. Manhwa specially wore a light pink dress, waist-length hair draped behind her shoulders, and stood in front of Lu Chang with her eyes full. If it were any other man, I'm afraid he would only be confused by the beauty. It was a pity that Lu Chang was blind. If there's something you need to say, I'm busy at home. Manhwa grumbled. Do you like that Jiang Jasmine that much? What's so good about her? She's good in every way. More than can be said in a sentence, and more than can be said to you. Straight man's words were like knives, poking Manhwa's heart. Third brother, marriage is a big deal, not a child's play. I sincerely hope that you can consider it carefully. Even if you don't like me, you can still find a good woman who is excellent and virtuous. Instead of looking for a woman like Jiang Jasmine to make up the numbers, you are being irresponsible for your own future in future. This was not something Lu Chang was happy to hear. I didn't marry Jasmine to make up the numbers, much less to settle for life, but I genuinely like her and want her to be my wife. Manhwa couldn't understand. Third brother, why can't you come to your senses? She's full of stinky problems and bad traits. On her, what bit of her is worthy of your favor? The good and bad of my wife is just clear to me. I don't need to discuss it with outsiders or gain their approval. To her is an outsider. To Jiang Jasmine is a wife. Manhwa Fong heart broken into pieces. Sango, you guys aren't married yet. We have a marriage license and are legally recognized as a legal couple. Manhwa was shaken and saddened to the point of not being able to breathe. However, Lu Cheng's next words were more like a knife stabbing hard at her heart. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Premarital Anxiety. I'm a married man now, and it's not appropriate for me to see you alone again, and it's best if I don't see you again. After Lu Cheng finished speaking, he went back home. Manhwa's figure swayed twice, her eyes filled with intense cynicism and unwillingness. She won't give up. In order to buy a dowry for Jiang Jasmine, Jiang Dehao and Jiang Peng ran outside for a day and didn't come home until 8 p.m. Tired and sweaty, Li Hongying busily beat the father and son with fresh water to wash their faces, and ordered Jiang Qing to set out the dinner. The family just put on the rice bowl ready to eat. Someone outside the yard shouted Jiang Peng to go to the janitorial room to answer the phone. Jiang Peng went out the door with his rice bowl and returned in no time. Who's looking for you? It's late at night. Jiang Dehao's tone is permeated with dissatisfaction, thinking that it is a fox friend who shouts at his son to go out and make waves. It's my brother-in-law. He asked me to bring a message to my sister that the matter of going to the countryside has been settled, so that she can stay at home at ease and wait for her marriage. Upon hearing that it was his son-in-law, Jiang Dehao turned his anger into joy. Although his son-in-law had assured him during the day that this would be resolved, his heart was always hanging in the air, worrying that his son-in-law had forgotten about it or that it wasn't going to work out so well. Now that his son-in-law has come with a promise, his hanging heart is finally at ease. What else did your brother-in-law say? Jiang Dehao asked his son good-naturedly. Nope. Seeing Jiang Dehao staring at him skeptically, Jiang Peng exclaimed, it's really gone. I'm a dog for lying to you. Just for this? Why doesn't your brother-in-law just put your sister on the phone? Jiang Qing and Li Hongying also looked at Jiang Peng, curious as to why Lu Cheng didn't give Jiang Jasmine the word directly, but instead had to go through Jiang Peng, his brother-in-law. My brother-in-law said it was too late and was afraid it would be unsafe for my sister to go out at night. There was a silence at the table. Even Jiang Jasmine herself didn't expect that Lu Chang, who looked so tall and big, had such a delicate and considerate side. Li Hongying looked at Jiang Jasmine and then at her husband, and said with some envy, Xiao Lu is worthy of being a leader. Thinking things through, Jiang Dehao was equally happy. It's really the blessing of our ancestors that our family met such a good son-in-law. Jiang Qing lowered her eyes, unable to eat. She couldn't figure out how Jiang Jasmine was capable of meeting such a good and considerate man. Jasmine, from now on, you are not allowed to leave the house until Xiao Lu comes to the door to meet his bride. In order to keep the wedding from going wrong, Jiang Dehao directly puts a grounding order on Jiang Jasmine and tells Jiang Pang and Li Hongying to keep an eye on her at home. Jiang Jasmine looked at the progress of the quest and thought that it wouldn't hurt to take a break for 2 days. The smack value is approaching 1900 after a day of fussing and tossing around today. Today's events should fester for another day or two, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem for another 100 or so smackers to break the 2000 mark. For another, the Jiang family has been in the limelight too much these days. Everyone is watching. Everything has to be done in moderation. Jiang Jasmine accepted Jiang Dehao's arrangement with alacrity. In the days when there was no internet, cell phones or computers, 2 days at home was really torture. Jiang Jasmine solely learned to step on the sewing machine with Li Hongying, and when she goes out, bah! In short, there's no such thing as too much skill. In 2 days, Jiang Jasmine learned to sew straight lines, curved lines, single stitches and backward stitches, and barely made a hand-carried canvas bag with rough stitches. Jiang Jasmine herself disliked it, but Jiang Dehao was overjoyed. Daughter grew up so big. Do the first needlework, say anything to be a kit to carry to work. Jasmine said, as long as you're happy. On the first day of the wedding, Jiang Jiaming's marriage report approval was passed, and he and Jiang Qing went to get a marriage license. It was already 11 p.m., but the entire Jiang family was still brightly lit. A busy scene. Jiang Dehao and a few relatives of the Jiang family gathered in the courtyard, counting the dowry objects while discussing the process of tomorrow's marriage delivery. Jiang Jasmine in the inner room tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. On the one hand, it was too noisy outside, and on the other hand, I was a little apprehensive about getting married tomorrow. She eats up Lu Chang's face, so she doesn't resist much when Lu Chang proposes marriage. But as she got to know the man, after sensing how serious and sincere the other was about the marriage, she actually backed off a bit. She's only here for the mission. Longer than a year, shorter than 3 to 5 months. The mission is completed, she is sure to return to the original world. After spending a few days together, she could feel that Lu Chang was a sincere and serious man. It's really hard not to feel guilty about hurting a man like that. Jiang Jasmine reacted as an afterthought. She was afraid that she was not suffering from pre-wedding anxiety. Meanwhile, the Lu family was about as busy as the Jiang family, and Hui led her 2 daughters-in-law, along with some relatives and friends, who were busy draping red and green, and labeling doors and windows in the inside and outside of the home with happy words. Lu Chang, on the other hand, and a group of male relatives and friends, check one by one the bicycles that will be used to welcome the bride tomorrow. He asked relatives and friends to borrow 22 bar. Set up a welcoming caravan. Welcoming a bride on a bicycle is a good way to avoid being criticized for capitalism, but it's also loud enough. He wants to give his daughter-in-law the grandest wedding. Lu Dehao looked here and there, looking busier than anyone else, and didn't know what he was working on. Jingle bells. Lu Dehao picked up the phone, and after listening to the words on the other end of the line, his joyful face became serious. Lao San, come in. Hearing Lu Dehao shout, Lu Cheng handed over the work in his hand to Jiang Xiaoguang and quickly ran home. Hurry up with something. I'm busy. Go to my room and talk. Looking at Lu Dejiao's serious look, Lu Cheng guessed what was going on and silently followed Lu Dejiao into the bedroom. Half an hour ago, a magnitude 4 earthquake hit Diancheng. Lu Cheng straightened up. Are the casualties serious? Lu Dejiao looked at his son. The magnitude of the quake is not high, but several villages have suffered mudslides. The exact casualties are still unclear. The nearby garrison troops are already rushing to the relief efforts, and you have to return to the army immediately. Diancheng is exactly the area where Lu Cheng's unit is stationed. As a battalion commander, Lu Cheng must be the first to return to his unit at such a time and command the rescue and relief efforts. In fact, as early as when he was called into the bedroom by Lu Dejiao, Lu Cheng guessed that there must be something in the army, and made a corresponding countermeasure in his head. It's a troop commander's instinct. Lu Dejiao looked at his son. His heart was actually very difficult. His son is looking at 27, and it's hard to get a daughter-in-law. So as a father, he wants his son to have a successful wedding more than anyone else. But a soldier's vocation is to defend the country and the people. When the people are in trouble, they must be on the front line. There's a train to Kuan City at 12:30. I'll have Jiang Xiaoguang send you to the station now. After a pause, he slowed his tone by 2. I'll give you 5 minutes to go and explain yourself to your daughter-in-law. Okay, I'm on my way. Lu Chang responded crisply and without the slightest hesitation. Although in a few hours he would be able to marry the woman he loved, obeying military orders was etched into his bones by nature. Mom, I'm leaving, take care of yourself. Before Hui could react, Lu Chang was like a strong wind sweeping away from the door. Where are you going this late? Hui asked before guessing with hindsight that her son was probably on an urgent mission. But the wedding is tomorrow. What's the wedding going to be without a groomsman? End of chapter. Chapter 39, Let's Get a Divorce. Status, 429 from https://69 Shuba. me/txt/87807/399155512 failed to retrieve the content of this segment and no text content. Chapter 40, Deserved to be disliked by her husband's family. Molly, wake up. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Jasmine was patted awake by Li Honying. As soon as she opened her eyes, all she saw was her face in the mirror. Her face was like a hibiscus, her eyebrows like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn water, and her vermilion lips were delicate. She dozed off and woke up, awakened by her own beauty. It was actually just a simple pull back of the hair, an eyebrow stroke, and a lipstick, all held together by the underlying color of the face itself. Li Honying and a group of relatives surrounded Jiang Jasmine and couldn't look away. Gee, that's pretty. I've lived most of my life and I've never seen a better looking bride than our Jasmine. This little face, white and tender, like a freshly peeled egg. No wonder she can be looked at by a big leader. What man wouldn't like to see this look? Jiang Jasmine stretched a big lazy waist in a piece of compliments. Learned that there is still an hour from the Lu family door to welcome the bride. Nonchalant will people all out of the room. She herself lying on the bed to continue to make up for the sleep. At 8:30, the welcoming party came to Jiang's house with gongs and drums. Not only Hui the mother-in-law came, and even has not been shown Lu Dehao also came. A military uniform brave and martial. Really let Jiang Dehai was overjoyed. Originally, the process of welcoming the bride had the process of messing with the door and putting on the shoes, which was cancelled in view of the absence of Lu Chang, the groom, and went straight to the step of honoring the tea and paying goodbye. The home was so small that the place to toast tea was located in the yard. Jiang Dehai sat high on the top seat. Next to him was a photo of Ruan Ro, and Li Honying stood next to the photo. When Jiang Jasmine, dressed in her wedding clothes, showed up, the whole room went silent. The girl's skin was white as snow, her eyebrows were like a painting, her red dress reached the ground, and her thin waist was not too thin to hold. Standing there like that, she looked like a classical lady from a painting. Exclamations rang out all around them. It's beautiful. Yeah. Outside the courtyard is full of neighbors. Although Jiang Jasmine all kinds of disdain and dislike, but Jiang Jasmine's face, they really have nothing to say. Lu Dehao whispered to his wife, biting his ear. This brat Lao San, he has a good eye, picking such a good-looking daughter-in-law. And Hui had some hard feelings in her heart. How much Lao San likes this girl. She as a mother is to see in the eyes and remember in the heart. Today is the most beautiful time in this girl's life. But unfortunately Lao San, the groom, can't see it. Aya, why are you crying? On this big day, don't let people see you, or they'll think we're not satisfied with this marriage. Seeing in Hui's red eyes, Lu Dehao was busy comforting her, and Hui looked down and wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, muffling her voice. I miss Lao San. I don't know where he's gotten to now. Guess this will get to a May mountain. Mentioning the youngest son, Lu Dehao's heart is also very bad. On the night of the wedding, one of the 4 great joys of life, the son misses out because of his mission and has a lifetime of regrets. He signaled Jiang Xiaoguang, who was holding a camera at the side. Hurry up and take a picture. Chief, it's been photographed. Take a picture when I tell you to. Where's the bull ? Take more pictures. Yes. Jiang Xiaoguang lifted the Nikon camera on his chest and furiously pressed the shutter on Jiang Jasmine, who was honoring Jiang Dehai with tea. Jiang Jasmine took the tea from the bridesmaids and handed it to Jiang Dehai with both hands. Dad, have some tea. Good. Jiang Dehai's face was full of smiles, but his eyes reddened at once. Once upon a time, every day I was looking forward to my daughter to be able to marry out, worrying about eating and sleeping badly. Today really want to marry out. He dug his heart and cut his flesh in general cannot afford to give up. Jiang Jasmine watched Jiang Dehai cry, and her nose also became a little sour. Jiang Dehai finished his tea and handed Jiang Jasmine the red packet with Lu Chang's share of the rewording. In the future, you should live a good life with Xiao Lu, do your duty as a wife, and be filial to your in-laws. When Jiang Dehai finished his words of advice, and Hui took Lu Chang's place and made a promise to Jiang Dehai to take care of Jiang Jasmine, and the tea ceremony was completed. Next up is the back marriage. Jiang Peng carried Jiang Jasmine on his back and buried his head outside, tears snapping on the ground. Sis, listen to dad and live a good life with your brother-in-law. Don't mess with him. If your brother-in-law bullies you in the future, come back and tell me. Jasmine, tell you what you can do? As soon as she opened her mouth, Jasmine realized she was choking up as well. It's all about father and son. To her, today's wedding was just going through the motions. After all, she was just a passerby. But she was infected by the sadness of the father and son's emotions, and she didn't help but redden her eyes. Jiang Peng said, even if he's a brother-in-law and dares to bully you, I'll fight him to the death. Jiang Jasmine said, can you beat him? You can't beat it. The two siblings had a chat, which washed away some of the sadness. A number of neighbors on both sides of the alleyway watched the action. 20 uniformed boys, each pushing a 2/8 bar, each with a heavy bundle of dowry in the back seat. This was the first time they had seen such a grand and solemn welcome. This troublemaker can be considered married off? In the future our family area can be a little quieter. The words were said, but the tone was sour. Can it not be sour that the most hated person married the best? It's too much to think about. Someone realized that there was no Lu Chang in the vast welcoming party. Hiss, how come I don't see the groom? The groomsman didn't come to meet the bride. It was the two in-laws who came for the groomsman. He didn't even come to welcome the bride. He must have known Jiang Jasmine's stinking virtue, regretted it, and wasn't happy to marry. This speculation was shared by a number of people. In the eyes of the neighbors, Jiang Jasmine doesn't deserve to live a good life, and deserves to be disliked by her husband's family. The original plan for welcoming the bride was for Lu Chang to ride a bicycle to carry Jiang Jasmine to woo the city. But Lu Chang is not in. Let other people instead of Lu Chang ride a bicycle to carry Jiang Jasmine, and is not a matter of course. Simply used Lu Dehao's military jeep as the first wedding car. Jiang Xiaoguang drove. Lu Dehao sat in the passenger seat, and Jiang Jasmine and Hui sat in the back. The cars drove at a snail's pace to keep up with the peloton behind them. Jiang Jasmine was so sleepy that her eyelids were fighting, and she leaned against the back of the chair and drifted off to sleep in no time. Lu Dehao craned his head every now and then and exchanged glances with his wife. This daughter has a big heart. If it were any other girl, the first time she was alone with her in-laws, she would not dare to put her hands and feet in the air. And Hui twisted her head and looked at Jiang Jasmine, who was sleeping like a pig, and thought that a big heart was quite good, better than a crying little winner. The car suddenly lurched. Jiang Jasmine's body lurched and her head slammed directly onto Hui's shoulder. Seemingly feeling more comfortable sleeping this way, she unconsciously adjusted her position and then continued to huff and puff. Jasmine is really sleepy. After mentioning the divorce to Lu Chang last night, she was quite upset and tossed and turned until the latter part of the night, and was shouted up not long after she had just closed her eyes, and Hui's shoulder was smashed with some pain. She reached out to push Jiang Jasmine away, but when she looked at the girl's delicate and soft face, she couldn't help but feel a hint of softness in her heart. She has no daughters of her own, and although the oldest daughter-in-law and the second daughter-in-law are filial and understanding, they have never been polite and courteous in front of her, and do not have the kind of intimacy between mothers and daughters. Being leaned on by Jiang Jasmine like this actually made her realize the satisfaction of having a daughter. Jiang Jasmine slept like this all the way until she was almost at Lu's house when she was yelled at to wake up. End of chapter. Chapter 41, she's a real piece of work. Looking at the strict military compound, the guards at the entrance respectfully saluting Lu Dehao, Jiang Jasmine realized with hindsight that Lu Chang's family lineage was even more illustrious than she had imagined. Coming from a prestigious family and good enough in her own right, it's a bit condescending to look at a thing like her. She filed for divorce and he was probably pissed off but didn't lash out to his face, and should have said no. The grooming was really good too. The car pulled up in front of a small, one-block courtyard with green bricks and red tiles. Jiang Jasmine saw at a glance the round tables and rattan chairs set up in the courtyard, above which a mushroom-shaped awning had been built with straw raincoats and stakes. When I bought the round table and rattan chair, Jiang Jasmine just casually mentioned to the man, I did not expect the other party not only in mind, but also seriously to do it. She's something else. Xiao Jiang. We're here. Get off. Lu Dehao politely greeted Jiang Jasmine, getting out of the car and looking around at the crowds of people huddled to see what was going on. Jiang Jasmine was instantly energized. The bride is so beautiful. Old Lu, your family's oldest is so lucky to have such a good-looking daughter-in-law. Sister Hui, your family's Lao San is really thunderous. The marriage is concluded when he says so, and with this vigor, next year you and Lao Lu are expected to hold grandchildren. The Lu family is well liked in the family home, and everyone picks up the good words of good luck. Lu Dehao was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth, turning his head to greet Auntie Ma to give everyone happy cigarettes and candies. Wait a minute. The lively and festive scene was silenced by Jiang Jasmine's shout, and Hui looked at Jiang Jasmine's eyelids as a jump. This thing is not to make a demon? Jiang Jasmine grinned in the many uncomprehending gazes. I've never been complimented like this when I was growing up. If you guys can boast about it, you can boast more. I like to hear it. The scene was quiet as a chicken. Everyone looked at each other. What kind of person rushes up to be complimented? That's a lot of cheek. Dislike value +5. So many people and only 5 points of smack value up. Why are you all silent? It can't be that you're secretly cursing me in your hearts, right? There wouldn't be such a two-faced villain, would there? Although Jiang Jasmine didn't name names, she made the onlookers feel offended. You're a two-faced villain if you don't? Dislike value +1 +2 +3. Listening to the rising dislike value, Jiang Jasmine got comfortable. Damn. This girl looks beautiful. Why is her mouth so bad? Lu Dehao had 2 big heads and hurriedly asked Hui to lead Jiang Jasmine into the house. While he was busy rounding up the scene, Xiao Jiang, first time to experience this kind of scene, a moment of nervousness, said the wrong words. Everyone forgive me, come on, all eat happy candy, dip happy. Not far away, Meng's mother said to Meng Wei at her side. See, I was right, wasn't I? Marrying a good wife. Lu Laosan found such a stupid thing. Sooner or later he'll regret it. Meng Wei was despondent. Why would he rather find one like that than me? That's because he has no vision. A blessed daughter doesn't enter a blessed house. Sober up. Meng Wei looked at the lights and colors of a joyful Lu family. For her will lose to Jiang Jasmine such a stupid. How can not swallow the anger? As soon as I entered the Lu family, my eyes were filled with red. From the entrance to the living room, to the roof inside the living room, all of them were filled with layers and layers of wedding paper. The relatives of the Lu family, separated on both sides of the courtyard to see her as a bride. Confetti kept floating down overhead. Jiang Jasmine looked up and realized it was 2 young guys, standing on the second floor balcony, spreading confetti down hard. Bride, cross the fire pit. Jiang Jasmine carried her skirt and stepped over the fire pit, and the high-pitched singing of the MC's maiden voice rang out behind her. Crossing the fire bowl removes evils and avoids disasters, and the couple will love each other well after marriage, and their days will be red hot. At this moment, Jiang Jasmine really had a trance-like feeling of getting married and marrying someone. After crossing the fire pit, they went into the Lu family parlor. Similar to when she was in the Jiang family, Jiang Jasmine toasted tea to Lu Dehao and Hui, received the red packet for the change of heart, and then immediately went to the hotel in a hurry to prepare for the guests. Xiao Jiang. Later on at the wedding banquet, you will follow your mama piece. Let you shout at people and you shout again. If you didn't let you shout, you don't say anything, so as not to get tired. Ha! In the car, Lu Dehao good-naturedly mentioned to Jiang Jasmine. He was genuinely afraid that Jiang Jasmine would offend all the guests when she opened her mouth. Lao San, the brat, has never let him worry about him since he was a child, and finding a daughter-in-law has also made it hard to worry about him. What a sin he really did. Dad, I'm not tired. Jiang Jasmine's voice was brittle and hard, choking Lu Dehao's heartache. He simply opened the window and said, Xiao Jiang, there are a lot of old leaders attending the wedding banquet today. You are young, not experienced, easy to say the wrong thing to offend people. That's why you let you talk less. Understand? Oh, got it. In fact, if Lu Dehao didn't say anything, Jiang Jasmine didn't plan to make a scene at the wedding banquet. Both Lu Chang and the Lu family were sincere about this wedding. She can complete her mission and walk away, but Lu Chang has to live in this world for the rest of his life. Furthermore, she had to consider Jiang Dehai and Jiang Peng's father and son. She messed up the wedding to make the Lu family lose face, and then divorced and patted on the back. The Lu family may not be able to calculate the account to the head of Jiang Dehai. Just tie the knot properly and make good memories. The wedding scene has been set up in advance. Wedding candy, wedding cigarettes, wedding tea, all neatly placed on the welcome table. Jiang Jasmine quietly stood in the side of Hui. Guests to her smile, and Hui let her shouting she shouted. Not let her shouting she is saw mouth gourd. Look also good manners. Not far away, Lu Tingting and a few of her little sisters were getting high while cricketing Jasmine. Jiang Tingting, will Jiang Jasmine really be your third aunt from now on? Then won't you be shorter in front of her from now on? Lu Tingting was furious and depressed. I don't know what kind of sorcery she used to mesmerize my third uncle. Today's wedding your third uncle did not show up. Maybe he is the same as us. Hate Jiang Jasmine it. Marry her is forced. According to me, must be Jiang Jasmine stalking rely on your third uncle. Although Lu Tingting knew full well that Lu Chang was on a mission for not attending, her little sister's speculation was right up her alley. Otherwise, how could her third uncle, who was in such good condition and had such a discerning eye for men, look at Jiang Jasmine? It's not like all the women in the world are dead. It must have been Jiang Jasmine who took the initiative to throw herself at her, and her third uncle didn't hold it in a moment of carelessness. Jiang Jasmine's stomach will not already be pregnant with her third uncle's child, right? Lu Cheng, I thank you. Bean flour, cold noodles and cold noodles. Listening to the hawkers yelling outside the restaurant, Jiang Jasmine subconsciously swallowed her saliva and suddenly remembered that she actually forgot to eat breakfast. No wonder she stood all week and thought she was tired. But it turned out she was hungry. Dad, Mom, you guys welcome me? I'm going to go fix a personal problem. Lu Dehao thought that Jiang Jasmine was thin-skinned and embarrassed to say that she was going to the toilet, and he let her go in a pleasant manner. Jiang Jasmine left on the front foot, and Lu Tingting led a group of little sisters to follow her on the back foot. End of chapter. Chapter 42, A Battle of the Tongues. Looking for the waiter and asking for directions, Jiang Jasmine went straight to the back kitchen of the restaurant. It's still half an hour before we leave the table, but the coolers are all ready. Crispy peanuts, cold shredded radish, marinated beef, roasted chicken, camphor tea duck and so on, stacked the 5-meter-long table to the brim. Jiang Jasmine casually took a big, fatty chicken leg. The people in the back kitchen were so busy that they didn't notice her for a while, and by the time they saw her eating the chicken, the large chicken leg in Jiang Jasmine's hand was already almost finished. Ouch! Bride! This is inedible! Jiang Jasmine looked surprised. What? You guys poisoned the dish? Will you die if you eat it? The people in the back kitchen were taken aback by her words, which were not to be taken lightly. Roasted chicken comes in one whole piece per plate. You ate one leg, so the plate will only have one leg left. It doesn't look good. Jiang Jasmine smiled. All weddings have only brides and roasted chickens have only one leg. What's the fuss? Jiang Jasmine, how dare you come here to steal food? Looking at Lu Tingting, who was standing at the door of the back kitchen with a look of righteous indignation, Jiang Jasmine smiled. Yes, I stole food. You call the police. Lu Tingting clenched her teeth in anger. Stealing food is not stealing, so public security will not care. Besides, today was the Lu family's wedding banquet, and if they messed it up, they would lose the face of the Lu family. Seeing Jiang Jasmine recklessly eating the marinated beef again in front of her, Lu Tingting was so angry that she twisted her head and walked away. Out of sight, out of mind. She didn't want to be pissed off by Jiang Jasmine. Ting Ting, this Jiang Jasmine is also too obnoxious. Are you just going to let her be such a bully? Her best friend's words made Lu Tingting's stomach burn. What can I do? She's my third aunt now. In the past, she could have beaten and scolded Jiang Jasmine as much as she wanted, or even kicked her out. But now, Jiang Jasmine was her third aunt. The Lu family is extremely strict. She dared to touch Jiang Jasmine a finger. Not to mention her third uncle Lu Chang. Her mother will have to clean up her. We can't do anything to her, but we can let the guests know her ugly nature and make her a joke. Lu Tingting's eyes lit up. That's it. Did you hear? The bride will be stealing food in the back kitchen. No wonder I didn't see the bride's face when I came in. It's really not mentioning, not helping the in-laws to welcome the guests on the big day, but actually running to the kitchen by herself to steal food? That's not true. I'm laughing my ass off. I've never seen such a gluttonous new daughter-in-law in all my years of life. With Lu Tingting and a group of little sisters spreading the word, the news of Jiang Jasmine stealing food in the back kitchen blew like a gust of wind through the ears of every guest. Dislike value +1 +2 +3 +4. Looking at the crazily rising smack value, 10,000 smacks had gone numb. Host, what did you do again? Jiang Jasmine also wondered in her heart. She had not said a word of nonsense at the wedding banquet. On the other hand, he said, I thought you saw I was getting married today and gave me a share of the money. 10,000 skeptics. The news of Jiang Jasmine stealing food in the back kitchen soon reached Lu Dehao and in Hui's ears as well. And Hui was so angry that she immediately had to go to the back kitchen to catch Jiang Jasmine back, and was stopped by Lu Dehao. Let her eat. Stealing food is not a big deal. Hungry and still don't know how to eat. That's not a little cutie, is it? And Hui glared at her husband. You're just like Lao San. 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 You just spoil her. Lu Dehao gently patted his wife's back, signaling her to calm down. It's already a joke. You still don't let her have enough to eat. So isn't it a waste of time to let people laugh at you? And Hui couldn't even refute it. Jasmine ate and drank her fill and returned to the wedding reception. Seeing that the guests were gawking at her and exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Jasmine didn't care too much. After all, she was the main character today, and she looked beautiful. In her place, she looked too. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Lu Dehao smiled. Xiao Jiang, are you full? And Hui was in a bad mood. You don't know to wipe your mouth clean even if you steal food. Jiang Jasmine thought that Hui said that she had oil in her mouth, so she raised her hand to wipe her mouth. In fact, Hui meant to imply that she should have hidden the food she stole from people. Looking at his daughter-in-law who wiped her mouth in ignorance, Lu Dehao decided to retract his earlier words. That's a stupid daughter-in-law. And Hui didn't bother to get angry. She's with a cutie. What's there to be angry about? Jiang Jasmine also understood the reason for the crazy rise in dislike value at this time. It seemed that they all knew that she was stealing food in the back kitchen. I don't have to think about it. I know it's Lu Tingting's bad, but well, it's just what she wants. That gave Jasmine new ideas. She didn't really have to go through all the trouble of doing bad things herself every time. She could have gotten a few more. No, dozens of nemesis and let them push the envelope. And she just sit back and reap the benefits. The table will be open soon. Jiang Jasmine followed Lu Dehao and Hui, moving from table to table toasting. The front rows are all leadership tables, seated in all walks of life of the Big Brother. Are decent people, speak decently, talking about how good you are and how good I am and how good everyone is. When it comes to the relatives table, some oddball relatives spring up like the rain. If you call me Auntie Six will say a few heartfelt words to you today. Jiang Jasmine, but don't, pulling out the heart is too scary. It's better to pull out the money really. You follow 2 more gifts. Lu Chang and I thank you. Dislike value +2. When you come to your in-laws' home, you can't be as lazy as you were in your mother's home. You have to be diligent in running the household when you're a daughter-in-law. Jiang Jasmine, third auntie, you seem to be a diligent person. Don't be too busy to leave after the meal. Help clean up the dishes. Dislike value +3. Xiao Cheng is not getting any younger. You need to start him off early to continue the flavor. Jiang Jasmine, Lu Chang has delayed getting married until now. And it's all because of you. Cousin auntie, what does that have to do with me? Yeah, what's it to you? Dislike value +4. In the thoughts of Hui and Lu Dezhao, after the toast had wanted to bring Jiang Jasmine to the front of several leaders and old-timers, to show a good face. Seeing her ghostly and hateful appearance, the old couple resolutely dismissed the idea. At the end of the toast let Jiang Jasmine follow the 2 sisters-in-law and bridesmaids to the main table to eat. The old couple went to socialize on their own. Jiang Jasmine before the opening of the meal on the full. This will look at the table of food also have no appetite. Just at end of the cup drinking juice. After all, it takes a lot out of your voice to make a toast with your tongue in your cheek. Xiao Jiang, you eat, you're exhausted after a round of toasts. Seeing that Jiang Jasmine hadn't moved her chopsticks, Zhou Jinyu spoke out to greet her. Although she didn't have a good feeling about Jiang Jasmine as her new sister-in-law, as a sister-in-law, she still had to do her job to save face. Mom, she doesn't need you to worry about her. She's hiding in the back kitchen to steal food before the table is even open. And she's already full. Jiang Jasmine is stealing food. Everyone has naturally heard about it. And now by Lu Tingting so many people broke. A table of people cannot help but look at Jiang Jasmine. The atmosphere is subtle and awkward. Although Jiang Jasmine didn't care about face, but Lu Tingting wanted to rush up to seek abuse, then she naturally wouldn't be polite. Niece, what is the definition of stealing? Aunt Sam quizzed you? End of chapter. Chapter 43, able to dislike and coax people. Taking without asking is considered stealing. Lu Tingting replied dryly and loudly. Jasmine clapped her hands and applauded. Good answer. So tell the guys what that means again. Lu Tingting looked disdainful. A kind of high and mighty just because you still want to test me. This sentence comes from the Disciples' Rules. The original text is if you use a character, you must ask for it. If you don't ask, you are stealing. It means that to use other people's things, you need to go through the other party's consent. And to take other people's things without asking is stealing. Jiang Jasmine nodded. Taking other people's things is considered stealing. Which of the wine and dishes at the wedding banquet today was not paid for by your third uncle? I eat what my man bought. How is that stealing? You have strong words. You organize a wedding banquet. The guests have not yet eaten. You eat yourself first. Do you have the good sense? Hey, what law says you can't have a banquet and the host family can't eat first? You, what's all the noise about? I heard your loud voice all the way out there. You're not ashamed enough, are you? And Hui walked over at some point and gave Lu Tingting a lecture. Although she was heartily dissatisfied with Jiang Jasmine as her daughter-in-law, she would never condone her granddaughter's following and choking the elders in public. Lu Tingting deflated in defiance. Grandma, why don't you scold Jiang Jasmine? She has disgraced both you and Grandpa by stealing food. What are you calling her? She's your third aunt, calling your elders by their first names. What's happened to your tutelage? Although she was heartbroken that her daughter was being reprimanded, Zhou Jinyu was also clear that it was indeed inappropriate for her daughter to violate the law below, and could only open her mouth with a hardened heart. Tina, apologize to your third aunt. Why should I apologize to her? She should be the one who should review and reflect on herself for stealing food. Okay? Uncle San is blind. And so are all of you. Humph. Lu Tingting threw down her chopsticks and ran away in a huff. This child is getting more and more disobedient. Third sibling. Don't take it to heart. Mom, you eat first. I'll go talk to Tingting. Zhou Jinyu spoke a few words about the scene. then got up and went to find Lu Tingting. Su Xiuzhen smiled and rounded off the scene. Don't all freeze. Eat, the food will get cold in a while. Mom, you also sit and eat some. And Hui sat down at Zhou Jinyu's place and looked at Jiang Jasmine, who looked as if nothing had happened. Her chest clogged up. What's with the ability to cause so much trouble? It doesn't let up for a moment. Angry as she was, she still had to teach what she should teach. Old third daughter-in-law. You are the elder. Tingting is the younger. If she has done something wrong, you should take care of her a little bit more. Jiang Jasmine smiled. Mom, there's an old saying that as long as you're willing to suffer, there's no end to suffering. But then again, Mom, you still made me admire and move me when you disciplined Tingting just now. Tingting always said that you, a grandmother, spoiled her and loved her, treating her like a treasure. But you didn't unfairly favor Tingting just because I'm an unconscious daughter-in-law. It's a blessing for me to be able to meet such a sensible, unbiased, and even-handedly kind of mother-in-law as you are. Come on, let's have a drink between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. I'll drink first. And Huey's original belly of fire was directly blown out by Jiang Jasmine. The words of Jiang Jasmine also impressed Su Xiuzhen, who was also the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. No wonder you can charm your brother-in-law. Although you are full of problems, but you are not a straw beauty with empty beauty and no brain, able to dislike and cajole. 10 minutes later. Mom, I miss you so much. Why are you ignoring me? You don't want me? Jiang Jasmine lying on in Huey's knees, tilting her flushed face, her small nose slightly red, her eyes were wet with tears. Living like an abandoned puppy is heartbreaking. Third younger sibling, you're drunk. Let me help you to rest for a while. I'm not going. Go away. I want to be with my mom. Jiang Jasmine pushed away Su Xiuzhen, who was assisting her, and sat on in Huey's lap with her whole body, cupping in Huey's face with her hands and crying. Mom, I missed you so much. With that, he burrowed his head into the nest of in Huey's shoulder. Jiang Jasmine drinking is quite good. When studying with the little sister to eat a snack and drink beer, she drank 4 or 5 bottles alone in no time. White wine can also drink 3 or 4 too, but that was before. This current body grew up without a drop of alcohol. A glass of white wine, directly drunk as a puppy, in the face of Jiang Jasmine, who was hugging herself and crying, and Hui couldn't get out of her anger and couldn't push. I don't know where the strength comes from with such thin arms and legs. Guests surrounded the room to see what was going on. Seeing the groom drunk, the bride drunk crazy, or the first time in the world. Even if you're a glutton for punishment. Dislike value +1 +2 +3. In a short amount of time, Jiang Jasmine had harvested several dozen dislike values. Lu Dehao heard the news over, looked at the drunken Jiang Jasmine head too big, had to call 2 daughters-in-law, helped Jiang Jasmine lift the car, sent home. When they reached the car door, Jiang Jasmine was dead set on pulling in Hui. There was no other way, and Hui could only accompany a piece of the car. Along the way, Jiang Jasmine was just like a meek little drunken cat, snuggling up to in Huey's shoulder, her mouth murmuring softly, Mom, you're not even talking to me. Are you mad at me? Just wait. I'll be back with you soon. I'm making lots and lots of money. I'll buy you a big villa and a car. And when grandma gets better, I'll take you guys on a trip around the world. And Hui squinted and glared at Jiang Jasmine, who was holding her arm. The palm-sized face was flushed with a drunken scarlet. The lips, redder than cherries, were parted in ravings, and the curled eyelashes covered the eyelids with an inexplicable good-naturedness and pitifulness. A large portion of the fire that had originally built up was dispersed without realizing it. Just a bitter girl who grew up without her own mother. Though he is full of stinking problems, he is a filial son in his bones and knows that he earns money to honor his parents. As for what Jiang Jasmine said about earning money and going back to find her mother, she only thought that Jiang Jasmine was talking drunken nonsense and did not take it to heart. It was hard to get to the doorstep, and Hui had thought that she would bring Jiang Jasmine home to settle down and be done with it. As a result, Jiang Jasmine got off the car and saw the door of the Lu family courtyard, and died not to go in. This is not my house. I'm not going in. Let go of me. Help. Someone's robbing a woman. This voice directly startled the entire family home. There were those who opened their windows and those who stood in front of their homes, all of them stretching their necks to look at Lu's house. What's all this fuss about again? That new daughter-in-law of the Lu family got drunk at the wedding banquet and is playing drunk. Drunk like that? What a disgrace. Dislike value +1 +2 +3. When I told my daughter to Lu Laosan, he still did not see. I measured his eyes how high it. The result of picking and picking, just picked such a thing. This kind of eyes and heart-blind man, in the future is difficult to have a big success. Fortunately my daughter did not marry him, with such an awful and troublemaking daughter-in-law. Lu Vaishangwei is only afraid that he'll be late in life. Lu Chang was born in the compound, and young and talented. The bones are inevitably arrogant and rebellious. I do what I want. Lu Dehao is in a high position and naturally has many enemies, taking advantage of Jiang Jasmine's drunkenness. A lot of people secretly made a snide remark about father and son as well. And most of these cynicisms against the Lu family were transformed into dislike for Jiang Jasmine. Because in everyone's subconscious mind, Jiang Jasmine is the source of uncertainty and woe. And sooner or later, she will implicate the Lu family father and son, thus creating dislike and antipathy towards Jiang Jasmine. It's bad luck for the family to have a daughter-in-law like Jiang Jasmine. End of chapter. Chapter 44 Riding on my mother-in-law's head. And Hui was so angry by the drunken Jiang Jasmine that she couldn't wait to take a stick and knock the person out. But only in your mind. Not really. I don't know how many pairs of eyes in the compound are watching. She really dared to take a stick to knock Jiang Jasmine. She might be rumored to be an evil mother-in-law who abuses her new daughter-in-law. She held back a bellyful of fire and patiently coaxed Jiang Jasmine. Xiao Jiang, let's go home and be obedient. I'm not listening. Jiang Jasmine staggered to avoid Hui's hand pulling her, tilting her head, her cheeks red like ripe apples under the effect of alcohol, her apricot eyes wet and moist. Her soft voice permeated with aggression. Mom, you used to call me Lily, do you not love me anymore? You have to say, Princess Lily, please come home. And Hui took a deep breath. Okay, Princess Lily, please come home. You carry me. Woohoo! I'm coming. Before Hui could react, Jiang Jasmine jumped onto her back like a monkey. And Hui is almost 60 years old. Old arms and legs, steep 80 or 90 pounds of weight pressure down. Almost did not dry the old waist to waist. Ma Hongmei clutched Jiang Jasmine's hand and tried to pull her down, but Jiang Jasmine refused to let go of her hand, sticking to Hui's back like a piece of cowhide. Having no choice, and Hui had to carry Jiang Jasmine back home on trembling legs. Just being put on the bed, Jiang Jasmine herself got under the quilt and fell asleep. Her little face was good and quiet, and she was a different person from the previous drunken lunatic. And Hui was so tired that her legs and stomach were cramping, and she was assisted by Ma Hongmei to the living room. Sister-in-law, are you alright? Ma Hongmei was concerned as hell, and Hui held her back waist, her face in pain. My waist is a bit flashed. You take out old Lu's medicinal wine and rub it for me. Ma Hongmei quickly found out the medicinal wine, poured it on her palm and rubbed it hot before rubbing in Hui's waist. While rubbing, he complained, this Xiao Jiang is also really unlikable, getting drunk on the big day and hurting his sister-in-law's back. Seeing Hui's lack of response after saying that, Ma Hongmei busily added, is it hard? Do you want to go to the hospital? And Hui waved her hand breathlessly. I'm just wondering if this is my retribution. Lao San refused to take a daughter-in-law. I pushed him every day and read him month after month. This time it's good. He married an ancestor back. I'm really asking for it. Ma Hongmei was busy comforting her. Sister-in-law, don't say that. Xiao Chang's age should have started a family long ago. This is also Xiao Chang's fault. There are so many good girls he didn't choose, but chose one like this. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of a conversation with a man who had been in the middle of a conversation with a woman. Better. Seeing that Hui was no longer in serious trouble, Ma Hongmei put away the medicinal wine and looked at the wall clock, saying, I'm afraid the banquet is still open at this hour. Sister-in-law, if you don't go back to the hotel, I'll take care of it at home. Ma Hongmei didn't go to the wedding banquet today, but kept to her home. Jiang Jasmine's dowry, relatives with the gift of money, and all kinds of valuable gifts, piled up the entire home. No one cannot watch. In the past, Hui would have hoofed it back to the wedding banquet and would never have lost her manners and propriety. But today, her old face has been Jiang Jasmine lost all. Go back is also in vain to make people laugh. Might as well rest at home. Forget it, I'm not going back. Old Lu will see to it. Hongmei I'll never take a daughter-in-law again in my life. Ma Hongmei was amused. 3 sons and 3 daughters-in-law. All of them are alive. Sister-in-law, if you want to marry, then you should also marry your grandson's daughter-in-law. And Hui grunted. With such a pair of rebellious sons and daughters-in-law, she was afraid that she wouldn't live to drink her grandson's daughter-in-law's tea. After the banquet, Lu Dehao let the oldest and the second family, and some relatives to help wrap up. He went home first, later the Jiang family to recognize the door. Recognize the door should have been before the wedding. Just the 2 families of the marriage booked in haste. The wedding date is tight, so it was changed to today. At around 3 p.m., Jiang Dehao led his brother and sister-in-law, as well as relatives from the Ruan side of the family, to the door. In-laws, we've come over to see, and we're sorry to bother you. Welcome, home please. Jiang Dehao and Hui Lu Dehao couple pleasantries and courtesies to come. Behind a group of relatives were Lu family's grandeur and solemnity blinded. Gu, look at this yard. This house. How nice. It looks like a big family. That's not true. He is the head of the government. Not only is he equipped with guards, but he also has 4 wheels. Can he be compared to ordinary people? TSK, Jasmine. This girl, she's really flown the coop. Yeah, why don't we see Jasmine her person? In fact, Jiang Dehao realized that his daughter was not there as soon as he entered the door, but he did not dare to ask. With my daughter's stinking virtue, once she's quiet, she's either sleeping or she's a demon. Xiao Jiang had too many drinks at noon. This will be resting in his room. Hearing that Jiang Jasmine drank, Jiang Dehao was a bit puzzled. Although her daughter was a good cook, she never drank. Let the in-laws father and mother of the family laugh. This child is so uncharacteristic. On the big day, even put herself to sleep. I'll go and shout her up. Don't. Let Xiao Jiang sleep. And Hui subconsciously stopped it. An accidental tug on her backside caused her to huff lightly in pain. Lu Dehao held her nervously. Back pain again? Jiang Dehao sniffed and cared for an Hui in passing. In-law's mother's waist is not good Then hurry back to the room to lie down. Ma Hongmei endured half a day. Heard Jiang Dehao, this really can't help it. Xiao Jiang at noon drank too much. Non-disturbance to sister-in-law to carry her home, which does not cause sister-in-law to the waist to flash. The room full of relatives had their jaws on the floor when this was said. How dare a new daughter-in-law let her mother-in-law carry her into the house? Will you be riding on your mother-in-law's head from now on? Jiang Dehao blushed, wishing to have a hole in the ground to drill into. He knew his daughter could cause trouble, but he didn't expect her to be so good at it that she hurt her mother-in-law's back the first day she married. Lu Dehao knew that his wife had flashed her back, and it was hard for him not to smell the medicinal wine odor that was so heavy in the house. He didn't realize his wife had flashed her back because of it. If Jiang Jasmine was his own son, he would have to beat the other's ass. But Jiang Jasmine is the daughter-in-law. Cannot beat, can only put the account Lu Chung head. It's fine. Xiao Jiang didn't mean to do it. It's a small injury. It'll be fine if you nurse it. Although Anhui said so on her lips, but Jiang Dehao is not so thick-skinned. So that Anhui propped up the injury to receive a large family of them. And after compensating a bucket of knot for his daughter, gray-headed farewell and left. After they left, Lu Dehao hurriedly helped his wife back to her room to rest. Does it still hurt? Should we go to the hospital? Anhui shook her head. No, it's just a little twisted. I'll just lie down. Seeing her uncomfortable appearance, Lu Dehao's heart ached, and he was even more furious. Old 3, this dog, when he comes back, I'll have to whip him. What the hell is he looking for? Causing trouble all day long. And Hui leaned on the bed and looked at him. You've forgotten what you said in the beginning, saying that finding a daughter-in-law like this isn't a bad thing, and that it will make Lao San learn from his mistakes. Now it's good. Nothing happened to Lao San, but I went halfway through my life first. Lu Dehao snapped. Otherwise, I'll send her back tomorrow, so I don't have to leave her at home to make you angry. And Hui was silent. End of chapter. Chapter 45, Turning the Other Cheek. Status, 429 from https://69 Shuba. me/txt/87807/399233222 failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. No text content. Chapter 46, Playing to Kill You. Although Yang Chuanshan was anxious about Lao Er's marriage, she would not be as indolent as Ding Yuzhen. The daughter of another person has just passed through the door. The heel has not yet stood firmly, and is in a hurry to find others to open the back door to the troops. Eat face is too ugly. She and her husband Jiang Dashan discussed in whispers. The plums at home are starting to ripen, so when the Dragon Boat Festival is over in a few days, pick 2 baskets of the big, sweet ones, send them to third brother's family, and by the way, mention oldest two's marriage to him. Jiang Dashan crossed his wife's eyes. Didn't you hear what Dehai said today? Don't look for Dehai for everything. He doesn't owe us anything. Yang Chuanxiang angrily, we are not looking for the Lu family to facilitate the back door. The sea itself also said, brothers have difficulties to help each other is deserved. When he was a close uncle, his nephew cannot marry a daughter-in-law. He shall not help Jiang Chao is also a smart, listening to his parents talk about his lifelong affairs. Busy to answer. Dad. Swallow said that their family wants a sewing machine and another $66 for the bride price. Jiang Dashan dropped his eyelids and didn't say anything. When he was the old man, he saw that the old man was getting older and older, but he couldn't get the money for the old man to get a wife. So naturally his heart was also anxious, but he really didn't have the face to open this mouth. 2 years ago, when the boss got married, he borrowed $200 from Jiang Dehai, and he hasn't paid it back yet. Now that the second one is getting married, he comes to the door to borrow from his brother. Woolgathering cannot just catch a sheep woolgathering it. The village people will not poke his backbone. Yang Chuanxiang naturally knows her husband's concerns. Persuaded, the sea lent us money. We still want to pay him back. If lent to the Ruan family, that gang of shameless, that is a meat bag. Look at it. The Lu family gave the third brother such a large bride price. The Ruan family, that gang of bloodsuckers, may secretly play what ghost ideas. Hearing his wife say this, Jiang Dashan's sense of guilt was immediately alleviated. Since this money is going to be lent out, we might as well lend it to them. He and Jiang Dehao are blood brothers. Jiang Jasmine was woken up by the sound of sparrows outside the window, and when she opened her eyes, what came into her eyes was a big red. The high ceiling is hung with rice-shaped pull-out wedding paper, underneath which is a big red wedding quilt and pillowcase, and all the furniture in the room, dressing mirror, desk, lamp, water heater, and teapot, are also plastered with happy words. She sat up from the bed bleary-eyed and inclined her head to the window on her left. Other than that, the window was very much to her liking. The 4 steel-framed glass windows with up windows are not only well ventilated, but the lighting is nothing to sneeze at. Through the bright windows, you can see a lot of vegetables growing in the yard outside: peppers, eggplants, cucumbers, tomatoes. A little farther away, at the base of the courtyard wall, there was a clump of moonflowers, adult fist-sized corollas of beautiful purples and reds, vying for attention. Amory yawned and got up. After opening the door to her room, she poked out half of her head first, looking to the left and then to the right to get a basic idea of the Lu family. There was a room to her left, 2 rooms across the street, and with the room she was in, there were exactly 4 rooms. Outside the room there was a 6 or 7 meter long walkway, at the end of which should be the living room, with faint voices of talking coming from it. And Hui, her 2 daughters-in-law, and Wu Miaoyun were reconciling their accounts. Seeing Jiang Jasmine come out of her room with her hair draped over her head, several people were quiet. Yo, Eva woke up from her nap? Wu Miaoyun's flirtatious tone was mixed with faint displeasure. Obviously, this dislike was directed at Jiang Jasmine. The wedding day caused a bunch of messes and made guests laugh, not to mention breaking her mother-in-law's back. As a mother-in-law herself, she is disgusted by such a daughter-in-law. Jiang Jasmine body is to grow a few anti-bones. The main fight: the more you do not like me, the more I come to you. It's all about playing and being pissed off. She sat down with her but next to Wu Miaoyun. What are you talking about? It's so lively. Keep talking, I'll listen too. Why don't you say anything? Is there something I can't hear? It's not supposed to be bad-mouthing me, is it? Wu Miaoyun was not accustomed to her, but she was still shamelessly in front of her, and immediately cold face. Seeing as it's getting late and I have to get home to cook dinner, I'll be heading back. As Wu Miaoyun spoke, she passed a wink to Wulan and Xiaojing. The 2 men were busy getting up after them and said they were going home to cook dinner. You're leaving already? Let's have dinner before we go. Ping. Responding to Jasmine, there was the not-so-light slamming of the door. Jiang Jasmine turned back to the dumbfounded and Hui and 2 sisters-in-law said, they will not be angry, right? I casually say a couple of laughs. This belly is too small. Mom, you do not learn from them. Angry big hurt body. Is there any food? I'm hungry. Jiang Jasmine's topic changed so quickly that Hui and Zhou Jinyu and Su Xiuzhen froze for a long time and couldn't catch a word. Ma Hongmei was quick to respond. There are dumplings. I'll cook you a bowl. Jiang Jasmine looked at Ma Hongmei. Looking at the other party's dress and age, she guessed that she should be the Lu family's nanny. It's auntie cousin, isn't it? Please cook a few more. I'm a big eater. Thanks. Ma Hongmei nodded and turned to the kitchen. Jiang Jasmine is really hungry. See loquats and green peeled tangerines on the coffee table. Casually took a tangerine. 3 or 2 peeled the skin, broke a petal and put it into the mouth. So sweet. Jiang Jasmine generously distributed the orange petals in her hand to Hui and her 2 sister-in-laws. You guys try it too. Zhou Jinyu smiled. Third sibling, take your time to eat. Mom, we'll go back first. Anhui nodded. Aha. Zhou Jinyu and Su Xiuzhen went out in the front foot, and Lu Dehao came back in the back foot. Seeing Jiang Jasmine sitting on the sofa, he politely said, Little Jiang, Dad, do you want an orange? Lu Dehao looked at the yellow-orange petals in Jiang Jasmine's hand, and was still a little touched in his heart. Secretly thought that this daughter is more thoughtful than the son. His 3 brats grew to be so big, have not given him. This old man peeled the orange to eat it. Okay, I'll taste it. Lu Dehao took the orange petal and brought it into his mouth. 1 second his face was smiling, the next his eyebrows twisted uncontrollably into a ball. Holy, it's sour. Why is this so sour? Ga ga ga. Jiang Jasmine laughed her head off, her pretty almond eyes curving into a pair of crescent moons. Although what he did was infuriating, his magical laughter was so infectious that the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up along with those beside him. Realizing that she was laughing along with him, and Hui hurriedly cleared her throat to regain her proper color. Lu Dehao, however, saw with sharp eyes that his wife was smiling, and was both surprised and excited. Although his wife had been smiling in front of the guests all day today, It was all a fake smile, and in her heart she was actually very unhappy. But that smile just now was a pleasure from the heart. It was brief, but good for a laugh. To get a smile from his wife, he didn't eat this sour orange for nothing. Thinking this in his heart, he complained to Anhui with his mouth. This orange is so sour, and you didn't give me a heads up. Anhui gave him a blank look. I didn't eat it again. Lu Dehao looked at Jiang Jasmine. Jiang Jasmine blinked innocently. I gave it to mom and sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, but they didn't eat it. He's the one who fell for it. Lu Dehao pretended to be depressed. Xiao Jiang, this won't happen again. No more teasing elders in the future. Oh, Jiang Jasmine looked at the yellow loquat, thinking that loquat should not be so sour, and was reaching out to take it. Ma Hongmei came out of the kitchen with freshly cooked dumplings. The dumplings are ready. Xiao Jiang, come and eat. Jiang Jasmine immediately lost interest in loquats. The dumplings, fresh from the pot, are white and chubby and smell of wheat from the crust. Jiang Jasmine couldn't wait to pick up one and just took a bite before spitting it back into the bowl with a yuck. End of chapter. Chapter 47, You can't run with the ball. Can you? Cousin auntie, your dumplings aren't cooked. Ma Hongmei looked at her with a smiling face. Xiao Jiang, you should say that the dumplings are raw. Raw? Raw and you're serving it to me? Cousin auntie, do you have a problem with me? Ma Hongmei did not expect Jiang Jasmine's brain circuit is so different from normal people. Busy explaining, Xiao Jiang, this is the custom. Married into the in-laws on the day to be like this. We don't have such a custom in our house. You cook it for me. Ma Hongmei looked at Anhui and Lu Dehao speechlessly. Lu Dehao waved his hand, signaling Ma Hongmei to take the dumplings away. Don't have a baby. With that kind of nature, it's probably unconscionable to be born. Jiang Jasmine is not stupid. Of course she knows the meaning of Ma Hongmei giving her raw dumplings. It's just that she's going to be out of here in a couple months, so she can't run with a ball. Can she? Xiao Jiang, this is the breakdown of all the expenses for today's wedding banquet. Take a look. Jiang Jasmine received a thick pile of lists from Lu Dehao, symbolically flipping through them, but secretly calculating in her heart whether her in-laws wanted her to take the bride price money to fill the wedding banquet expenses. If the two couples really want her to take the money, she'll just take it. Anyway, sooner or later she will get divorced and go away, and then the bride price will be returned to the Lu family in no less than a cent. Just as he was ruminating, he heard Lu Dehao say, the wedding banquet Lao San was planning to pay for it himself, but your mom and I have discussed it. The expenses of the wedding banquet will be paid by us, and the gift money collected today will go to you, which is considered to be a piece of support from our old family to your new family. When your two brothers and sisters-in-law got married, we also paid for the banquet, so all three brothers are the same. There is no favoritism towards anyone. Jiang Jasmine was surprised that Lu Dehao and Anhui could make it this far. After all, Anhui seemed to genuinely dislike her as a daughter-in-law. This is today's gift list, a total of 1586 cash. In addition there are some jewelry and gifts. You can take the jewelry and gifts yourself, and let your mom take care of the cash first, and then ask your mom for it later if you need it. You are young. We are worried that if you hold too much money in your hands, you will not be able to hold on to it. Jiang Jasmine was still quite able to understand the old couple's concerns. After all, she's done stakes that just don't make sense. Yes, no problem. She was reasonable and obviously relieved both families. After things were talked over, Ma Hongmei's dinner was ready. It should be said that the Lu family's food is much better than the Jiang family's. Not only were there scrambled eggs and barbecued ribs, but there was also a pot of old hen soup. In fact, the Lu family's usual meals are not so sumptuous. Basically just a meat and a vegetarian 2 dishes. The reason why there are 3 meat dishes on the table today, on the one hand, is to take care of Jiang Jasmine, the new daughter-in-law who has just passed through the door. Always have to treat 1 or 2. On the other hand, it is to give Anhui to supplement the nutrition. She helped to run the inside and outside these days, eating and sleeping badly, and her waist was injured. Ma Hongmei specially stewed an old hen. Ma Hongmei first ladled a bowl of fresh chicken soup for each person, then fished the old hen onto an empty plate. Authentic local chicken, braised to the point of cracking the skin. With a gentle tug, a large, flavorful, yellow chicken leg left the chicken's body. The first chicken leg, Ma Hongmei gave to Anhui. As she pulled off the second chicken leg, she looked at Lu Dehao and then at Jiang Jasmine. Normally, the second chicken leg would be for Lu Dehao. Give it to Xiao Jiang. Lu Dehao humbly said. Jiang Jasmine reached out to cover the bowl. I don't want it. Perhaps they didn't expect Jiang Jasmine to refuse the fragrant big chicken leg. The 3 of them all looked at her. Lu Dehao was a little moved. Xiao Jiang, you eat the chicken leg. Look at you. You're too thin. Eat more meat and nourish your body better. If you don't even want it, I don't want it either. Auntie cousin, rip me a chicken wing. White moved. So you're the one who's picking on me here. Saying that, but Lu Dehao and his wife looked at each other and saw a hint of relief in each other's eyes. Although this young daughter-in-law attracts cats and teases dogs, but her nature is still not bad, and she knows to be humble to her elders. After dinner, Jiang Dehao counted the gifts received today. Jiang's side of the rural relatives set up 10 tables of wine received a total of only more than 400 yuan of gifts, excluding the expenses of the wine. Not much left. Jiang Dehao counted out the big head and prepared to take it to pay off the debt tomorrow. The cost of the banquet. More than half of the neighbors and colleagues in the factory borrowed. Said that after the banquet will be returned. After settling the accounts, Jiang Dehao asked about Jiang Qing's plans. Jiang Qing's original plan was to set up a wine tomorrow. Not to do. Simply invite relatives on both sides of a meal on the line. However, the plan could not catch up with the changes, and Jiang Jiaming returned to the army ahead of schedule. Jiang Jiaming doesn't have Lu Cheng's skill and ability to put everything in order before he leaves. Before Jiang Jiaming left, he didn't even bother to meet and ventilate with her. Jiang family also came to the city today to drink the wedding wine, but with Jiang Dehao mentioned the mouth of the wedding. Want to wait for Jiang Jiaming back to do wine. Jiang Dehao didn't refuse or agree. This was something he had to see what Jiang Qing thought. After all, this stepdaughter grew up with an idea of her own. Since Jia Ming isn't here, there's no need for a banquet. I'll go directly to the Zhang family tomorrow. How about that? Li Hongying was the first to object. If you go straight to the door without setting up a banquet, you'll be looked down upon by your in-laws and outsiders will laugh at you. Jiang Dehao also disapproved of his stepdaughter going to the Zhang family just like that. The first day to the pro-daughter scenery big ceremony. The next day it is the turn of the stepdaughter on the in-laws alone with a baggage. Outsiders still do not know how to make up his stepfather it. He said to his stepdaughter, wait around for a year and a half, and when Jia Ming comes back, even if he doesn't put on a banquet, he'll have to take you over in person. Li Hongying nodded. It's so true, Xiao Chang. Listen to your uncle Jiang. But Eboshi had his own ideas. It is now June, and in another 3 months, the news of the resumption of the college entrance examination will spread throughout the country. In December, the first college entrance examination will be held after the restoration of the college entrance examination system. Nearly 6 million people applied for this winter exam, but less than 300,000 were admitted. With a 20-to-1 acceptance ratio, she had to scramble. She had already planned to enroll in the university over in Kunshan, so that she could reunite with Jiang Jiaming and his wife without delaying her advancement. She insisted on going to the Zhang family, partly because she didn't want to continue to serve as a slave to the Jiang family, and partly because she wanted to focus on her revision. The resumption of the college entrance examination was 3 months away, and it was inevitable that she would arouse suspicion if she started to review now. Not to mention that there was still a shadowy Zhou Xiaoqing around. She would never give Zhou Xiaoqing another chance to ruin her life. When she arrived at Jiang's house, she shut herself up in her room to study and no one knew what she was doing. Mom, Uncle Jiang, I've made up my mind. I'll leave first thing in the morning. After saying that, Jiang Chang went into the inner room and closed the door. As an expression of her persistence and determination, Li Hongying was so angry that tears fell straight from her eyes. This child, why is she so stubborn? Can't it be that we will still harm her? Jiang Dehao was also a bit angry that his stepdaughter didn't know better. Since she insists on leaving, let her go. He counted $66 from the gift money and gave it to Li Hongying. You give this money to Xiao Chang. It's a small token of my gratitude for being a stepfather. Li Hongying took the money, clutched in his hand, touched straight wiped tears. Dahai, I thank you for Haru. Although Haru isn't my biological child, she came into this family, and I see her as my child, and I will try my best to do what I should do. It's a blessing for us mother and daughter to have met you. Jiang Qing heard the conversation between Jiang Dehao and Li Hongying in the outer room through the door panel, and the corner of her mouth hooked up in mockery. Hypocrisy. If they really treated her and Jiang Jasmine equally, then why didn't they give her the same dowry as Jiang Jasmine? Jiang Jasmine had just finished counting her dowry. The cash is basically the bride price of 888 given by Lu Chang, as well as 2 red packets of change fees given by Jiang Dehao, one of which is 18 yuan 8. Also at the engagement banquet, and Hui gave her 101 red envelopes, adding up to a total of 1,000 or so. The rest are objects. In addition to the dowry given by Lu Chang, all let her bring back. Jiang Dehao also gave 4 quilts, 2 sets of bedding, 2 boxes and cabinets, needle and thread colander flashlight and so on. 7 and 7 counted down to spend a small 100. It doesn't sound like much, but it's rare enough in this day and age. Many families marry their daughters. The dowry money given by the man, the woman's parents are directly into their pockets. Jiang Dehao in the economic situation, not a penny of the bride price did not take, but also poured a lot of dowry, has surpassed 99.9% of the parents. Jiang Jasmine's own dowry, plus the change of address fee given by the Lu family, as well as the red packets given by Lu Cheng's 2 brothers and sisters-in-law and other relatives, added up to more than 1,300 cash in her hand. Jiang Jasmine counted out the change, and the rest of the whole number of 1,300, ready to go to the bank tomorrow and deposit it in Lu Cheng's bankbook. The money will have to be returned in full when the divorce is finalized anyway. Pulled open the bottom of the dresser cabinet with a locking drawer, ready to put the money in. The drawer was pulled open. Jiang Jasmine froze. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Tutoring a Daughter-in-Law. Jiang Jasmine looked at the contents of the drawer and froze for half a day. It's the tampon she mentioned to Lu Cheng earlier. At that time, Lu Cheng promised her that he would send her home in a couple of days. She waited for 2 days without waiting and thought he had forgotten. Unexpectedly, Jasmine closed the drawer and skimmed her head to the picture frame sitting on the desk. Looking at the dress and the background, it should be a photo taken at the train station when Lu Cheng enlisted in the army. In the photo, he had handsome features and a deep, soulful gaze, and smiled brightly at her. From acquaintance to now, although only a few days, but the man's care and detail, like a silent rain, a little bit soaked into the heart. System, what's my quest progress now? Mission progress 2890/10,000. Personal account balance 289,000,000. Go host. You're over a quarter of the way through your mission. Very good. Don't just mouth encouragement. Can you give something practical? Let's say, add 500 points to my smack value. The silence of the system was deafening. On the provincial road to Diancheng, 4 liberated vehicles carrying 100 soldiers marched overnight to the disaster area. Lu Cheng sits in the back of one of the liberated vehicles and discusses the disaster relief program with Kang Jiqiang. Kang Jiqiang is a company commander in the Kuncheng military district, and he and the entire company under his hand were temporarily deployed under Lu Cheng's command to support the disaster relief in Diancheng. The plan was finalized. Lu Cheng lifted his wrist and looked at his watch, and said to Kang Jiqiang, "Let's do this first. Take advantage of the fact that there's still 5 or 6 bells left to reach Diancheng to rest and recuperate. Lu Battalion, congratulations." Seeing Lu Cheng raise his eyes and look over, Kang smiled and said, "I heard from our leader before we left, that you're marrying your daughter-in-law today, so I wish you a happy wedding, 100 years of good fortune, and an early birth." The same car are all Kang Jiqiang's soldiers, not waiting for him to command. They chanted slogans in unison. "Happy wedding to Camp Lu. 100 years of good fortune. Have a son soon." Lu Cheng boldly made an oar. "Thank you all for your blessings. When the relief is over, I'll treat you all to some wedding candies." The busload of soldiers all cheered. Looking at a strange and simple smiling face, Lu Cheng's thoughts couldn't help but fly back to Rongcheng, thousands of miles away. I wonder what my daughter-in-law is doing at this hour. Is she asleep? But then he thought of his daughter-in-law divorcing him, and the smile on his face instantly collapsed. After dawn, the liberated vehicles arrived at the outskirts of the disaster area. The affected areas are all in the mountains and there are no roads that can be traveled by liberated vehicles, so the only way to get there is on foot. After nearly 2 hours of trekking, we finally reached the first affected area. The terrain here is relatively flat and the houses are built in a decentralized manner. Most of the villagers have successfully escaped, and there are still 2 families buried deep. After deploying the relief operation and leaving 20 soldiers to help the villagers rescue the buried villagers, Lu Cheng led the rest of the people and continued to go deeper into the center of the disaster area. Li Hongying persuaded her daughter, Xiao Cheng, "If you go to the door empty-handed like this, people will laugh at you and look down on you. Listen to your Uncle Jiang and wait at home for Jiaming to come back." Jiang Qing concentrated on packing her bags without raising her head. "This is not my home. How can you say that? Isn't your Uncle Jiang treating you well? You go against his wishes at every turn, and he's still willing to get you money for a dowry." Staring at the money Li Hongying handed over, Jiang Qing's eyes flashed with struggle. If it was $6, she could refuse without hesitation, but 66 was really a lot of money. After all, it was all she had in her entire body. That extra $66 would make her life a lot better down the road. But after receiving this money, with Jiang Dehai's hypocrisy, he would definitely use it to pinch her in the future. Jiang Jasmine is sure to get into big trouble. If she doesn't take the opportunity to completely sever her relationship with the Jiang family now, she will definitely be implicated in the future. "I don't want this money." Li Hongying's eyes widened. "Don't? Why don't you?" A married daughter splashes out water. "After leaving this door today, I am no longer a daughter of the Jiang family. Good or bad days in the future, it all depends on my own ability. Don't let him, an outsider, worry about it." Li Hongying simply couldn't understand. "Your Uncle Jiang has at least raised you for 10 years. You say such things, you really don't have any conscience." Jiang Qing sneered. "He's just treating us mother and daughter as free laborers. were no different in his eyes than the mules and cows raised in the countryside. Li Hongying angry eyes are red. Why do you always think of your uncle Jiang so bad? He did not let you starve cold, but also let you study. Good enough for you. You think he let you work is bad for you, but you go out and ask around. Whose daughter at home does not take care of household chores? Do not serve the elders? Ever since I was a child, Jiang Jasmine didn't have to do anything. Why should she be able to be lazy and sit on her ass? Why should I have to be a cow and a horse? Why should I? Looking at her daughter's grief and indignation, Li Hongying was both helpless and heartbroken. Xiao Qing, you don't always compare yourself to Jasmine. She was born with a better life than you. She had a father who was both capable and loved her. And now that she's married, she has a husband who loves her and spoils her. It's her good fortune. You can't envy her. These words did not soothe Jiang Qing's emotions in the slightest, but instead stirred up a strong desire to win in the depths of her heart. A good life? 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. I just don't believe it. She can continue to have a good life for the rest of her life. Ignoring Li Hongying's repeated discouragement, Jiang Qing was bent on leaving the Jiang family. She was facing the brilliant sunrise, her feet firm and her back solitary, like a warrior running to the battlefield. Taking advantage of the good weather, Wu Miaoyun came to Lu's house to look for Anhui to make insoles. In the summer there is a lot of sweat and the insoles have to be changed every day, so I have to make more for the family. Do not wear the dirt cloth, rough cloth, cleaned and cut into flat cloth, a layer of cloth, a layer of paste, glued into a thick cloth plate, and finally pasted a layer of white cotton vamps, put into the sun under the dry sun, and then compared to the insole mold cut out the style of the insole. The insole with the needle and thread dense not tightly, and then wrapped in cloth on the edge of the pair of insoles is made. Some women who are skillful with their hands will also embroider the insoles with beautiful patterns and motifs. Ma Hongmei ironed the pieces of cloth flat with a kettle, and Hui brushed the paper shells with paste, and Wu Miaoyun laid the cloth head flat onto the brushed paste paper shells. Wu Miaoyun handwork did not delay. Eyes looking left and right. Hui how do not see your oldest 3 daughter-in-law? Out, and Hui grunted. Missy hasn't gotten up yet. Wu Miaoyun looked at the clock on the wall. Incredulous, it's already 10 o'clock and you're still asleep? Seeing that Hui did not say anything, Wu Miaoyun said, this is not good. You can't control how she is in her mother's house, but now that she has arrived at her mother-in-law's house, you, as a mother-in-law, should set up the rules. How can she be allowed to have her way? And Hui laughed. What rules to set up? This isn't the old society anymore. And you're not afraid of people laughing. Wu Miaoyun disapproved. This person are taught. Daughter-in-law is the same. The more you spoil her, the lazier she is. When my eldest daughter-in-law just passed through the door, this also do not do well that also do not like to do. Was I coaching so many years? Is now both virtuous and know how to also filial piety. And Hui was a bit impressed. What mother-in-law doesn't want her daughter-in-law to be virtuous and filial? She looked at Wu Miaoyun. Then how did you temper your oldest daughter-in-law? Wu Miaoyun confidently patted her chest. Don't worry. I'll take care of this. End of chapter. Chapter 49. I'm going to wash the dishes. Jiang Jasmine was awakened by the knocking on the door, sleepily opened the door to her room, looked at Anhui outside the door, and casually asked, Mom, what time is it? It's almost 11 o'clock. Get up and clean up. We'll go to your Auntie Wu's house for lunch at noon. Oh, closing the door. Jiang Jasmine went back to bed and lay down for a while, laid down in better spirits, which slowly got up to find clothes to wear. The 4-door coat closet. The 2 on the left are for Lu Chang. Except for heavy coats hanging on hangers, all the other clothes and pants were folded into square tofu blocks and stacked neatly. It should be said, not said, that men on this force just love to clean up more than the average man. Jiang Jasmine inhaled her nose. A manly smell. She closed the left closet door and opened the right one, which was empty and spotless. She had only married in yesterday, and her clothes were all still packed in the 2 chests and cupboards that accompanied her, and she hadn't had time to organize them. Thinking about going to someone's house as a guest, Jiang Jasmine rummaged through the short-sleeved shirt and mid-skirt that she and Lu Chang had bought at the department store on the day of their engagement, paired with piggyback leather sandals. It's considered pretty decent wear in this day and age. After packing up, Jiang Jasmine followed Anhui out the door. Your Aunt Wu has many children. 3 sons, 2 daughters, in addition to the eldest son in the army. The other children are all working in the city. The oldest 2 into a family to share the house moved out outside. The other are still living at home. Wu Miaoyun's house was just 20 steps away from Lu's house, and he arrived as soon as he spoke. Xiao Jiang is here. Please have a seat at home. Jiang Jasmine recognized Wu Miaoyun at once. Yesterday, she was looking at her with a different nose and eyes, but today she has changed her face and warmly invited her to dinner. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Wu Miaoyun's family also lives on the 1st floor, but does not have a yard. And the indoor area is smaller than the Lu family, probably because Qin Dadong, Wu Miaoyun's husband, has a lower position than Lu Dehao. During the day, all the Chen family members had gone out to work, so it was just Wu Miaoyun and her youngest daughter, Chen Shui, as well as the oldest daughter-in-law and her mother and son, and together with her and In Hui, there were a total of 6 people for dinner. The meal was homey: a plate of tossed cucumbers, a bowl of steamed peas and edamame and lard, and a pot of celery stir-fry. It's a little simpler, but in this day and age it's a rare thing to be able to bring out pork for guests. Jiang Jasmine just served her rice bowl. Wu Miaoyun put a chopstick of celery in her bowl. Xiao Jiang, come on, eat more celery. People are hard-working when they eat celery. There is such a thing? I'll have to eat more then. Jasmine picked up the celery and brought it to her mouth. See her eat happy. Wu Miaoyun with In Hui exchanged a look. Continued to teach. Xiao Jiang, you are now when the daughter-in-law. Cannot be like doing the girl is lazy. You have to learn to run the household. Serving a family of old and young. Learn to be a virtuous and filial daughter-in-law. Before Wu Miaoyun finished speaking, Jiang Jasmine stood up with a miso. Auntie Wu, your celery is also too effective. I can't be idle at all right now. Come on, come on, come on. Don't even eat. I'm going to wash the dishes. Without waiting for the people at the table to react, Jiang Jasmine nimbly began to collect the dishes. The rice in Wu Miaoyun's bowl was still full, and without moving a single bite, she was directly seized by Jiang Jasmine with chopsticks and a rice bowl. The rest of the group did the same, and the bowl was taken away by Jiang Jasmine before they could take 2 bites. The table watched dumbfounded as Jiang Jasmine picked up a pile of dishes and headed for the kitchen. Xiao Jiang, you, Clang. Wu Miaoyun had just opened her mouth to call out to Jiang Jasmine, when the rice bowl in Jiang Jasmine's hand dropped one, splattering all over the place. Jiang Jasmine turned back and grinned. I dropped a bowl, but it doesn't matter. Auntie Wu, what other orders do you have? Just say. Before the words were finished, another bowl fell and crashed to the ground. Looking at the remaining shaky few bowls in Jiang Jasmine's hand, Wu Miaoyun couldn't sit still. Hold it. Don't drop it. Yet the dishes in Jiang Jasmine's hand seemed to jump down one after another as if they had made some sort of determination. For a moment, the entire living room was filled with the sound of dishes hitting the floor, crackling and lingering. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Auntie Cousin, is there any food? Ma Hongmei came out of the kitchen and was surprised to see the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law coming home. Didn't you go to the Chen family for dinner? How come you're back so soon? Jiang Jasmine said. I was going to say that I would help Auntie Wu wash the dishes, but Auntie Wu didn't seem too happy, so we came back. Ma Hongmei listened to the clouds, did not move to In Hui's side, and used the volume that 2 people heard. Didn't Sister Wu say she wanted to help temper Xiao Jiang? Don't mention it. What are you whispering about? I'll listen too. Turning her head to see Jiang Jasmine, who had come over at some point, and Hui tugged at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Jiang, go back to your room first. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Then you guys hurry up. I'm hungry. Jiang Jasmine is really hungry. After all, have not even eaten breakfast yet. She took the fruit plate on the coffee table, stride 6 parents back to his room. When Jiang Jasmine closed the door to the room, Ma Hongmei immediately asked In Hui what happened, and Hui told what had happened in the Chen family. One by one, Ma Hongmei didn't even know what to say after hearing this. This Xiao Jiang, how can you stab a basket so well? And Hui sighed. You didn't see Miaoyun's face. She's only afraid that she'll never let Xiao Jiang into the house again in her life. Ma Hongmei said. I was thinking that Sister Wu could really help you train Xiao Jiang well, and Hui was about to be infuriated. Still tempering? Who's tempering who? Can't you see it yet? Ma Hongmei thought carefully. Not really. A meal fell 6 bowls. She anyway is not afraid to let Jiang Jasmine wash the dishes. And Hui was also resigned to her fate. Forget it. I don't expect her to be more diligent and virtuous. As long as she's peaceful and doesn't make a demon, and doesn't wrestle at home, I'm satisfied. Ma Hongmei. That's why there is no bottom line for people, because the bottom line will be constantly breached. Thinking that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law will go to the Chen family to eat at noon, Ma Hongmei did not burn rice at noon, and cooked her own bowl of noodles and ate it with last night's leftovers. Jiang Jasmine made such a mess in the Chen family. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law came back without having lunch. To save time, plus after the mealtime, Ma Hongmei also gave the 2 daughters-in-law each cooked a bowl of egg soup noodles. Smack value plus 3, $30, 000. Jiang Jasmine had just picked up her chopsticks and was about to eat the noodles when the system prompted that a smack value had arrived. After Jiang Jasmine and In Hui left, Wu Miaoyun didn't clean up the hygiene first time, but picked up the phone to find her old sisters. In a short while, the Amazon aunts of the family home who were on good terms with Wu Miaoyun gathered at the Chen family home. Look at it all. This is what that lazy bone did. White rice. just so spoiled. And this rice bowl of mine, Jing Dejun blue and white lingerie bowl, a set of 12, she dropped 6 of them for me at once. In this day and age, wasting food was quite a shameful act, not to mention that it was all good white rice. Even for them, the middle class who ate state food, they didn't get to eat white rice all the time. Door-to-door guests not only waste people's food, but also drop their food bowls. It would be excusable to say that you dropped one by accident. You're dropping 6 in one fall. It's obvious you did it on purpose. This is too vicious. End of chapter. Chapter 50, Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. Tina. Lu Tingting had eaten her lunch and was going out to prepare to go to school when she met Chen Shui as soon as she left the house. As a matter of fact, Chen Shui had come specifically to find Lu Tingting. The Chen family has many children. Wu Miaoyun cannot take care of over. Chen Shui was sent to the countryside home to raise, and when finished junior high school before being brought back. Such an upbringing makes Chen Shui different from children like Lu Tingting who grew up in a big house, and is full of a fearful and small family spirit. This made Lu Tingting look down on her, so she usually didn't bring Chen Shui to play. But Chen Shui was always moving towards her. However, Chen Shui was not as faceless and annoying as Jiang Jasmine, and Lu Tingting neither hated nor liked Chen Shui. Something's wrong with you? Lu Tingting looked at Chen Shui and asked. Chen Shui looked towards the left and right with a cautious look. Your third aunt came to my house for lunch at noon. Once she heard Jiang Jasmine's name, Lu Tingting directly chilled her face. Don't you mention her to me. With that said, he lifted his foot and walked away. Chen Shui was busy pulling her back. You don't even know what she's done. It's pissed me off all mom. As soon as she heard there was gossip, Lu Tingting stopped walking. What did she do? Seeing that Lu Tingting was interested, Chen Shui was secretly happy. She knew that Lu Tingting and Jiang Jasmine did not deal with each other, and when things went wrong, the first thing she thought of was to get close to Lu Tingting with this. Learning about what Jiang Jasmine had done in the Chen family, Lu Tingting was in no hurry to go to school, but followed Chen Shui to the Chen family. Seeing with her own eyes the Chen family that was messed up by Jiang Jasmine, Lu Tingting bloated badly. Wu Miaoyun is her grandmother's oldest sister. Jiang Jasmine made the Chen family like this. With her grandmother's temper, she will definitely scold Jiang Jasmine. Maybe, even beat up Jasmine Jiang. Grandma. Lu Tingting ran into the Lu family's living room and was disappointed to see Jiang Jasmine eating noodles at the dining table. Stabbed such a big piper actually let eat. Should starve Jiang Jasmine a few times is right. And Hui looked at her granddaughter with concerned eyes. Ting, have you had lunch? Eat up. Mom asked me to bring it over to you so you can stick it on your waist. Lu Tingting handed in Hui the dog skin ointment in her hand. The dog skin ointment was indeed what Zhou Jinyu had asked Lu Tingting to send over when she was having lunch. But Lu Tingting was not happy to see Jiang Jasmine and refused directly. Learning that Jiang Jasmine had caused trouble in the Chen family, Lu Tingting ran home again to get the dog skin ointment, wanting to take advantage of the delivery of the ointment to come over to watch the show. Tina's niece. Hello again. Unlike Jiang Jasmine's beaming smile, Lu Tingting secretly hated her so much that she almost didn't bite her back teeth. And Hui looked at Jiang Jasmine, then at Lu Tingting, and spoke out. Your third aunt greeted you. Don't be impolite. This was the reason why Lu Tingting was reluctant to meet Jiang Jasmine. When she saw it once, she had to call out to her third aunt. It's so infuriating. After the angry from the teeth to squeeze out a third aunt, Lu Tingting face complained, Grandma, Jiang, she and the Chen family broke the trouble. The whole compound know. You have to take good care of her, or she will not know what kind of trouble to break out in the future. To give you and Grandpa shame it. Jiang Jasmine kinda liked that about Lu Tingting. Her distaste for her has never been real and obvious, plainly on her face, unlike the kind of sinister villain who has a knife in his face and a knife behind his back. And Hui naturally could see her granddaughter's bit of mind, which was nothing more than wanting to use her hand to make Jiang Jasmine suffer a lesson. But to her, Jiang Jasmine was a powder keg that didn't know when it would explode. She didn't dare touch it at all, and she didn't want to. It might blow up all over her. I'll see to it that you go to school. Grandma, listen. And Hui could do nothing about Jiang Jasmine, but in front of Lu Tingting, she was extremely authoritative. When she gave her word, Lu Tingting didn't dare to disobey. After Lu Tingting left, and Hui turned her head to look at Jiang Jasmine, who was shivering her noodles with her head down like no one else, and said, among the gifts given to you yesterday, there are a few sets of ceramic dishes and chopsticks, so pick a set out and send it to your Aunt Wu this afternoon to make amends. Okay, I'll go after dinner. Seeing that Jiang Jasmine was honest and obedient, and Hui couldn't help but sigh in relief. At this point, she didn't realize that she was a little too early for this relief. After eating, Jiang Jasmine went back to her room and picked out a set of porcelain bowls, carried them on and headed to Chen's house, and Hui would have liked to accompany her, but she had back pain and thought that Jiang Jasmine was so big that she wouldn't be unable to do this little thing. Moreover, she and Wu Miaoyun have more than 10 years of friendship. When Jiang Jasmine sent the bowl over, she hung up the phone to Wu Miaoyun to say a few good words. This matter will be over. When Jiang Jasmine arrived at the Chen family's house, there were still quite a few residents of the compound gathered in the Chen family's living room. Yo, so many people. In a meeting? Seeing Jiang Jasmine who had gone and returned, Wu Miaoyun didn't even bother to pretend to be polite. Her tone was cold and indifferent. Xiao Jiang, did you come over for something? Jiang Jasmine raised the porcelain bowl gift box in her hand. I accidentally dropped your family's bowl at noon. My mom asked me to pick out a new set from the newlywed gifts and compensate you. And Wu, see if you like this, if not I have other styles in the house. You go over and pick a favorite set. Jiang Jasmine's words had been said to this point. Wu Miaoyun could not pull a face anymore. No need for. I told you, Auntie Wu is not that kind of small-minded person. You and my mom have been friends for decades. Do you still need to be concerned about dropping a few rice bowls? No way. What's that? Auntie Wu, seeing as you're quite busy here, I'll go back first. I'll go up to your house for celery some other time. It's still weirdly delicious. Jiang Jasmine finished and left, along with the porcelain bowl she carried over. A parlor of people, looking at each other. What kind of person is this? Miaoyun was polite to her and she really wasn't. She actually carried the stuff back again? Wu Miaoyun was so angry that her face was red for a while and green for a while, as if she had overturned a pallet. She was not pretending to be polite with Jiang Jasmine. She originally wanted to say no need to be so troublesome. This set will be fine. But Jiang Jasmine did not let her finish her sentence. If you break her bowls, it's only right that you pay her for a new set of bowls. Did she become a small-minded person after accepting the compensation gift instead? It's downright deceptive. After coming out of the Chen family, Jiang Jasmine didn't rush back to the Lu family, but planned to go to the bank to deposit money first. If she went back to the Lu family now and Hui knew that she hadn't sent the bowl out, she would definitely go up to the Chen family in person at the first opportunity to make amends. That wouldn't do. She was still counting on Wu Miaoyun to help her earn smack value. From breaking the bowl to going home and eating the noodles, in less than half a bell, she had risen more than a dozen smack values, which showed Wu Miaoyun's ability to spread gossip. What's more, Wu Miaoyun's family has a bunch of women comrades who like to get together. The progress of her mission today, whether she could break through the 3,000 barrier or not, depended on Wu Miaoyun and this group of women comrades. Ah, pisses me off. How can there be such a nasty person? Lu Tingting took her pencil and poked it hard into the pages of the book, wishing that the illustrations of the characters on the pages were Jiang Jasmine herself. I'll poke her. Seeing Lu Tingting being infuriated like this, Wu Meixia and Song Ke both showed sympathy. Tina, why don't we do the same thing to her? End of chapter. Chapter 51, Stepmother to Jiang Jasmine? Hearing Wu Meixia say this, Lu Tingting became interested. How so? Song Ke fast-talked. Jiang Jasmine's ability to step on your head is because she married your third uncle. You can also marry her elder and step back on her head. Lu Tingting's head felt like it had split open. Right. Why didn't I think of that? 3 heads came together in a pile, picking apart Jasmine Zhang's male relatives. Eventually it turns out that the youngest male elder beside Jiang Jasmine is Jiang Jasmine's her father. Jiang family this end, Jiang Dehao and the 3 brothers rank the smallest, 39 this year. On the Ruan family side, Ruan Ro is also the youngest of the siblings, and the youngest uncle is 44 this year. Then, how about you marry Jiang Jasmine's father and be her stepmother? She'll have to call you mom every time she sees you from now on. Lu Tingting glared at her 2 little sisters, angry to the point of red warmth. Are you guys filled within your heads? This girl is young and beautiful. She has talent and family. What kind of man can't she find to marry a 40-year-old man? See, the classroom students are casting a strange gaze. Wu Meixia hurriedly shushed, whisper. We are not talking about it, but not really let you marry. Right? Oh, Jiang Jasmine has a stepmother. Also not you want to marry can be married. Cannot run to get broken shoes as a person junior, right? Ah. Lu Tingting was so angry that the groundhog squealed, and Hui nap up, passing Jiang Jasmine's house. See the door of the house open. They looked in, found the room empty, bed neat. When she went to the living room, Ma Hongmei brought her a large bowl of warm tea. Sister-in-law, I made fire-reducing tea. Have some. And Hui took the tea and was a bit puzzled. What are you doing cooking fire-reducing tea for a good reason? Where is Xiao Jiang? Ma Hongmei looked at her, wanting to speak to lower your fire, so that you don't catch fire. And Hui's eyelids just jumped. Then don't say anything first, wait for me to drink my tea. On her lips, she said so, but when she thought that Jiang Jasmine had stabbed some kind of piper during her nap, she couldn't drink a single sip of this tea. Forget it, you tell me. What did she do again? Seeing that Zhang Jasmine didn't come home for half a day, Ma Hongmei was uneasy and went to the Chen family to take a look. Once I went there, I realized that Jiang Jasmine did not even compensate the Chen family for the things, and carried them away again. After hearing what Jiang Jasmine had done, and Hui immediately called Lu Dejiao's office. Lu Dejiao, look at the good son you've given birth to. I can't go a day without being angry at me. Lu Dejiao was scolded and his brain buzzed. What? Who's mad at you again? In addition to Lu Laosan, who else can there be? What sin did I do in my past life? Gave birth to such an angry thing too. Let her take something to go over to make amends. She was good. Went to a trip and carried the things away as is. This is a human being to do things? Indeed, it's not like that. I'll call the rabbit boy and tell him to take care of his daughter-in-law. It's so unlike him. Lu Dejiao hung up the phone, ready to give Lu Chang the number dialed halfway to remember. Lu Chang, this person is not in the army. In Dianqing disaster relief it. And I don't know how it's going. It's really not a relief at all. Landslide site. Lu Chang and 2 soldiers struggled to lift a large stone weighing hundreds of pounds, to have been searched and rescued place to move. It rained several times and the site was muddy as a swamp. Including Lu Chang, all the disaster relief fighters cannot see the real appearance. All become mud people. Zhao Hongbing pickpocketed one warrior at a time and looked for a while before finding Lu Chang, who had just finished lifting stones. Lu Battalion. Another soldier has fainted. Lu Chang wiped his face and stared with eyes that could only see black and white pupils. Carry them down if they faint. Let the medical team grab the treatment. What's the point of talking to me? After cursing, Lu Cheng flung himself to give a hand to the warrior picking mud next to him. Zhao Hongbing followed him. Lu Battalion. 3 have already fainted. Give the order to take a rest. Many warriors have been fighting continuously for a day and a night. They can barely carry on. After helping the warrior picking the mud to stabilize himself, Lu Chang stood up straight and looked around. Although the warriors' faces were covered with mud and the exhaustion on their faces could not be seen, it was obvious from their staggering steps that their physical strength had basically reached its limit. Disaster relief is urgent, but the lives of the soldiers are equally important. Pass the word to all to rest for 2 hours. Yes. Zhao Hongbing stood upright and turned around, pulling his hoarse voice and shouting 3 times in a row. All of you, take a 2-hour break. As Zhao Hongbing's shout spread, the warriors were like puppets on strings that had been broken, and one by one, they went limp and lay down on the ground to sleep. Although the ground was wet and cold, for the exhausted young soldiers, they were content to lie flat and rest for a while. Why don't you all stop digging? My grandson is still buried down there. Hurry up and dig. Watching the warriors lie down, an old woman stumbled up not far away, worried that the other party would fall. Lu Cheng quickly walked a few steps to hold the person up. Ma'am, don't be anxious, we definitely have to save the person. How can you not be in a hurry? My grandson is still buried in the ground, waiting for you to save his life. If you're late, he won't be alive. Auntie, don't worry, we will definitely save your family, but please also be considerate of our warriors. They have been tired for a day and a night and need to rest to replenish their strength. What about my grandson? Do you not care if he lives or dies? Fortunately, the old lady's son and daughter-in-law were quite sensible and came forward to pull the old lady away. After all, everyone is watching. The troops from yesterday's arrival has been relief until now. A breath did not rest. Iron Man cannot suffer. But the old woman's words made the young warriors sweat and feel guilty. Their mission was to save lives, and before the people were saved, they themselves were laid up first. Lu Battalion, we're not resting. Right. Let's all just grit our teeth and hold on. It's not too late to get the people out before we rest. Lu Chang looked back and realized that the lying warriors all stood up again. Each man's face was so thickly covered with dirt that it was impossible to see his original face, but his gaze was resolute and fearless as he looked up at him, just waiting for his order, even if it's a mountain of daggers. Lu Chang's eyes sharply swept over every face, his hoarse voice resounding. As soldiers, protecting the country and the people is your vocation, and I, as the commander, will likewise safeguard the lives of each and every one of you. On my command, all gather in front of the straw stacks 100 meters to the southeast and rest in unison. Yes. After the warriors advanced in formation towards the straw stacks, Lu Chang turned his head and instructed Zhao Hongbing to assign dry rations to each warrior, while he strided towards the gathered villagers, asking them to help boil 2 buckets of boiling water and add some salt to the water. Drinking light salt water can relieve fatigue after intense physical labor. The dry food is fried noodles, wheat and soybeans paired together and fried, then ground into flour. The advantage of fried noodles is not easy to deteriorate, easy to carry, especially now is summer. A bag of fried noodles to eat for 10 days and a half months are not bad. The downside is that it's not tasty and chokes the throat. Luckily, there was boiling water from the villagers, and the texture and flavor of the chow mein noodles after being washed down with boiling water was much better. Or at least it didn't choke the throat. It would be worth dying for a bite of my daughter-in-law's fried scallion pancakes at this time of year. An old squad leader let out an exclamation, prompting several soldiers to make fun of him for being a fool. Lu Chang stared at the laughing and joking few old warriors and couldn't help but see Jiang Jasmine's face in his mind. End of chapter. Chapter 52. Jiang Qing disliked by her mother-in-law. Let me tell you, my daughter-in-law's fried pancakes are very flavorful. The batter is not too thin and not too thick, and with an egg and a sprinkling of chopped green onions in it, and fried in lard. It tastes better than meat. Soldiers drink fried noodle paste, while listening to the old squad leader to tell his daughter-in-law fried scallion pancake technique. Each eyes show longing and hunger. With eggs and lard, it's going to smell good. Lu Chang stared at the old squad leader's colorful face, and his mind couldn't help but conjure up his own daughter-in-law's white, delicate, jade-like face. Before he became a family, he could not understand. A big man, all day open-mouthed to daughter-in-law hanging on the mouth. It's not like an unweaned baby can't live without its mother or daughter-in-law. Now he kind of knows what that's like firsthand. I was so worried, thinking about my daughter-in-law all day and night. The thought of the delicate and soft she is waiting for him at home. His chest is like a flame burning as hot. Do what all thieves have energy. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The rested fighters continued to fight. It was hot and the sun was blazing. After depositing money in the bank, Jiang Jasmine found a candy store and sat there until almost evening before leisurely returning to the military compound. I'm back. And Hui sat on the couch, arms around her chest, in a posture that had been waiting for her for a long time. I told you to go and apologize to Auntie Wu this afternoon. Where have you been? Jiang Jasmine was calm. I took the set of bowls over. Auntie Wu said no, so I brought them back. Ma Hongmei came out of the kitchen with a tone of assiduousness. Xiao Jiang, your Aunt Wu is polite with you. You can't really just carry the stuff back. If it gets out, people will say that the Lu family has no manners. I see. Then I'll bring her the bowl. My sister-in-law has already sent it over for you this afternoon, and has also made amends to Auntie Wu on your behalf. Oh, looking at her appearance of having nothing to hang on to, Ma Hongmei shook her head and went back to the kitchen to cook, and Hui stared at her angrily, not in a good mood. What have you been doing all afternoon? Went to the bank to deposit money. Deposit what? My dowry. The 888 pieces of dowry you gave at the time of the engagement, and the meeting gift. My father let me bring it back, together with the alteration fee and the red packet I received for the wedding. The total amount is 1358, and I put the whole number of 1300 and deposited it in Lu Cheng's passbook. Jiang Jasmine handed in Hui the deposit slip and passbook. Although the Lu family didn't ask her how much dowry she had brought over, she had to make it clear. After all, if she divorced afterward, all these accounts would have to be cleared, lest the Lu family think she cheated on her marriage and her money. And Hui looked at her white face, and the depression hovering in her heart dispersed quite a bit. The dowries of the eldest and second daughters-in-law were in their own hands, and she, the mother-in-law, never asked about them. It's not that the two daughters-in-law are bad or have any personal agenda. A woman who clutches her dowry in her own hands has no excuse in her mind. But instead of opening her own account to save the dowry, Jasmine Jiang saved it all under her old tree. Evidently, it was a genuine desire to spend time with Lao San. Her face eased quite a bit and returned the passbook to Jiang Jasmine. If you want to go out in the future, say hello to your family. Don't run out without a word and make people worry. The request wasn't too harsh, and Jiang Jasmine readily agreed. Not long after, Lu Dehao came home from work. Seeing In Hui sitting alone on the sofa doing needlework, he busily put down his briefcase over the clouds and sat down next to In Hui with a pleasing tone. Still angry? I gave that bastard Lao San a hard lecture to take it out on you. And Hui squinted at him, skeptical. Lao San should be in Dianqing at this time. Can you contact him? I trained it in my mind. And Hui was speechless. Get out of my way. It's annoying to look at you. Lu Dehao licked his face and came closer. Why don't I give Xiao Jiang a hard lecture too? Discipline this and that all day long? Don't you bring that unit of yours into the house. Lu Dehao said. Then she's not making you angry. And Hui breathed a sigh of relief and told Lu Dehao about Jiang Jasmine depositing her dowry in Lu Cheng's name. I used to think that Lao San's vision was too poor, finding a loser daughter-in-law who was lazy and spent money like water. Now it seems that Lao San's vision isn't that bad. No matter what, her heart is toward Lao San. Lu Dehao scratched his head. Standing in a man's point of view of thinking, he couldn't understand what was worth saying about this. Two families, isn't it the same as whose name the money is in? But from the perspective of an In Hui woman, a woman who is willing to give her entire dowry to a man must truly love that man and want to live with him for the rest of her life. Lizigu is not connected to the electricity. Once it is dark, the village people eat dinner and go to bed early. Jin Yulan carried a kerosene lamp and led Jiang Qing into an adobe room. Xiao Chang you'll sleep in this room. Jia Ming in order to marry you. Specially asked the uncles to help the new house. You see this wall is not even dry yet. Let the uncles take the trouble. When Jia Ming returns, we'll go together to thank them. Jiang Qing's understanding made Jin Yulan satisfied. That's fine. You rest. This kerosene lamp is for you. You don't light it too late. Kerosene is expensive. Good. After Jin Yulan went out, Jiang Qing closed the door to the house and carried a kerosene lamp to survey the house. Mud block walls, a thatched roof, floors paved with unfired mud block bricks, and nothing else in the house except a wooden bed and a bar stool, probably because of the newly built adobe walls not drying out. Coupled with the humidity, the house sub has a rotten smell. Very unpleasant. Used to living in the city's brick houses, and overnight back to the countryside of the earth house, Jiang Qing and her feel extremely uncomfortable, but the immediate difficulties are only temporary. 3 months at the most, when Jiang Jiaming had made a military achievement and was promoted, she would go with the army and come back to take the exam when the college entrance exam was over. If she can pass the exam, of course it's good. If she can't pass the exam, she can also get a job in the army, and Jiang Jiaming will be her husband and wife. Thinking so, Jiang Qing was full of confidence in the future. On this end, Jin Yulan returned to her house in the dark by the light of the moon, took off her shoes and went to bed. She had just laid down when her husband Zhang Tiexing's hand reached over, which she slapped away in a rude manner. Stop it, the old lady is upset. What's bothering you? You used to worry about Jia Ming's marriage, but now that Jia Ming's daughter-in-law is married, why are you still worried? What kind of marriage is this? What's the point of coming here without a word, without a dowry? This is the new society. In the past, this was the behavior of a concubine. When she married Jia Ming without a match, she had no rules or upbringing at all. Before today, Jin Yulan was still full of praise for Jiang Qing as her daughter-in-law. She is dignified, pretty, highly educated, a city resident, and a hard worker. Who in the village doesn't envy her for having such a good daughter-in-law? But as the saying goes, upstaging is not a deal. Jiang Qing just ran to the Zhang family with a baggage, and did not bring some dowry. She in turn did not see it. If this were to be put aside in ancient times, Jiang Qing, like this, is not even considered to be married to a wife. It is a concubine. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Lu Tingting relief. The Jiang family is having dinner. In the past, at this time, the family was always noisy. Either Jiang Jasmine disliked this and that, picking fat and picking up thin, or the two sisters were bickering and quarreling. Now that the sisters are married off, the house is quiet, but cold. Jiang Peng finished the bowl of noodles in a few mouthfuls and wiped his mouth to get into the inner room. The Jiang family has a total of 2 rooms. In the past, Jiang Dehao and Li Hongying slept in the outer room. Jiang Jasmine and Jiang Qing slept in the inner room. Jiang Peng has not had his own room since he was a child, and he sleeps crammed on a cot in the outer room. Jiang Jasmine and Jiang Qing dismarried. Jiang Peng finally have their own room. Jiang Dehao looked at Li Hongying, who was secretly in tears, and opened his mouth to advise. Let's eat. The noodles are all heaped up. Li Hongying, with red eyes, pushed the untouched rice bowl to Jiang Dehao. You eat. I can't eat, and I don't know how Xiao Qing is, whether she has eaten or not. Jiang Dehao looked at her. If you can't, rest assured, go back to your hometown tomorrow to take a look at the family's canned food and sugar. Carry on some to go. Don't lose your manners. Li Hongying busily said. Then I'll go tomorrow morning and come back before noon, so I won't miss the cooking. Okay, let's eat. Li Hongying wiped her tears and picked up her chopsticks. Looking at the bottom of Jiang Dehao's bowl, she subconsciously said, I'll share half the bowl with you. I can't finish it. I'm enough. Hearing Jiang Dehao say this, Li Hongying then buried her head and ate. Jiang Dehao quickly finished eating, put down his chopsticks and got up. I'll go out for a walk, then come back early and I'll heat up the bathwater in the pot for you. Good. Jiang Dehao pushed his bicycle just out of the door and ran into a colleague from the workshop. Jiang Gong, you're still out this late? Well, something came up and I went out, and you're just getting back? This is not the old week invited to drink, shouted Yor. And you do not go. Jiang Dehao waved his hand. Recently there are a lot of things going on at home. Some other day I'll treat. Okay, I can wait. After a few moments of small talk, Jiang Dehao got on his bicycle and left the house. Seeing that the military compound was not far ahead, Jiang Dehao got off his bike and pushed it instead. His steps were slow, his eyes fixed on the entrance to the military compound. Li Hongying wants her daughter, and why wouldn't he want her? I want to know if my daughter is doing well in her in-laws' home, if she has been wronged or embarrassed. So why don't you just come over at night and take a look around for a while? Jiang Dehao pushed his bicycle and wandered in front of the gate of the military compound twice, but he didn't see his daughter, which caused the guards to be alerted. Stepping forward to cut him off. What do you do? comrade? The guards and soldiers were loaded with bullets and their eyes were cold and sharp. Jiang Dehao couldn't help but be nervous. I was passing by. What unit are you from? Where does the family live? Please show me your papers. Jiang Dehao knew that the guardsmen were treating him as an outlaw. Just a phone call to my daughter and an explanation would have solved it. But he didn't want to cause trouble for his daughter. His daughter was not liked by her mother-in-law, and he could not help as a father. But he must not drag his daughter back. What's more, he didn't stay at home at night, but came here to guard the gate of his daughter's in-law's house, which was a shameful rumor. Jiang Dehao honestly told the guards personal information and units, but could not produce documents to prove that the guards would not let him go, but also to report his personal information to the superiors to verify. Jiang Dehao was both regretful and anxious. If he had known that he would have caused such a mess, he would not have come. Lu Tingting went out at night to throw out the garbage and heard an argument outside the compound, so she was curious and came out to see the fun. Hey, isn't that Jasmine's dad? Jasmine often got into trouble at school and was asked to be a parent several times, and every time it was Jiang Dehao who came to the school, so much so that basically everyone at the school knew Jiang Dehao. Jiang Dehao has a straight face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, wearing a white shirt and combing his parted hair. In the hazy evening light, it was actually a bit elegant and handsome. Thinking of her little sister's offer to make her a stepmother to Jiang Jasmine, Lu Tingting's face was bashful, but her feet were uncontrollably walking to Jiang Dehao. What are you doing here? Jiang Dehao looked at Lu Tingting and felt familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen her before. The guard recognized Lu Tingting's identity and politely said, Comrade Lu, do you know him? Hearing the guards address Lu Tingting, Jiang Dehao was both happy and worried. The girl is from the Lu family and can prove his identity for him. But then, I'm afraid he won't be able to hide the fact that he sneaked over to see his daughter. Well, no, he's my third aunt's father. Auntie Luck? This is Master Lu's old husband? The guardsmen were so scared that they immediately let go of their hands and saluted Jiang Dehao to apologize. Lu Chang is famously protective and overbearing, and knowing that he has captured his old man, he still doesn't know how to clean him up. After the guards left, Jiang Dehao thanked Lu Tingting gratefully. Lu family girl, thank you. There's one more thing I'd like to trouble you with. Can you not tell my Jasmine about this tonight? I was on an errand and thought that I could bump into my Jasmine, so I stayed a little longer, but I didn't realize that the guards misunderstood. Jasmine is impatient. I don't want her to worry. Lu Tingting hummed. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. It's too much trouble for you tonight. It's getting late. You go home and rest early too. Bye. After saying that, Jiang Dehao got on his bike and left. Lu Tingting stared at his back for a while and also turned around to go back to the compound. Even if Jiang Dehao didn't let her keep it a secret, she wasn't going to mention it to Jiang Jasmine. She didn't want to help Jiang Dehao. She wanted Jiang Dehao to be arrested by the guards, so that Jiang Jasmine could be embarrassed and disgraced. But if her family knew about it afterward, especially if her third uncle knew about it, he would surely punish her severely. She had to help Jiang Dehao because she was in the way of the majesty of her elders, and she didn't want Jiang Jasmine to think that she was showing weakness and bowing down. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. And as she passed by the entrance of Lu's house, Lu Tingting clenched her fists and swore darkly, Jiang Jasmine, wait for me. I'll step on your head sooner or later. The Chang family breakfast table. Jiang Qing took half a bowl of corn paste and ate it in small bites, unable to swallow. Corn flour in the countryside is pushed by the family with a stone mill. The powder is very rough. Even if boiled into a soup paste, eats still la throat. Didn't sleep well last night either. The adobe room was not only damp, but the bed was hard. And it was killing her. Before she came she was psychologically prepared, knowing that rural conditions were bitter, but she didn't expect them to be so bitter. It's just 2 or 3 months, so just grit your teeth and get through it. Jiang Qing silently cheered herself up in her heart. Across the street, Jin Yulan looked at her elegant appearance. Machine gun-like mouth, Xiao Chang, hurry to eat a piece of the field to work. There's a lot of grass growing in the rice paddies. The cornfields need to be fertilized, and the sweet potato fields need to be cleared of worms. So there's a lot of work to do. So it's good for you to get in early and help the family work together. Jin Yulan's words were like a bucket of cool water, dousing Jiang Cheng's confidence that had not been easily ignited with a sizzle. It's the end of the month. I'm begging for votes. End of chapter. Chapter 54, Jiang Cheng's regret. Mom, I'm going to study to prepare for my exams, so I'll be working hard for you and Dad to do the work in the fields on your own. As soon as she saw that Jiang Qing did not listen to herself as her mother-in-law, Jin Yulan immediately hung up her face. Xiao Chang, our countryside is not like the city, where everyone from the oldest to the youngest has to work in the fields. If you marry into our family and become a daughter-in-law in the countryside, you'll have to work in the fields as well. Zhang Taisheng, however, is not like Jin Yulan's hair is long and short-sighted. He heard Jiang Qing say that he wants to review and prepare for the exam, so he cares about what test Jiang Qing will take. If you pass the exam and get a job or something, that's a great thing, so there's no harm in not going to the ground. Jiang Qing had already thought of the rhetoric. I have a classmate in the Education Bureau has a relationship with the news that this year is expected to resume the college entrance examination. I want to participate in the college entrance examination to go to college. The Zhang family looked at each other. In rural areas, junior high school education is considered highly educated. Jiang Qing was a high school educated, a proper intellectual in their eyes. That's not enough. You want to go to college? You're a woman. What's the use of reading so many books? A married woman has to work around the stove and the man, serve the family and the children, and work in the fields. These are the things you should do. Hearing Jin Yulan's words, Jiang Qing almost didn't die of anger. If she really got into college, it would be a great honor for the family, and no one else could even ask for it. Jin Yulan is not only against her advancement, but also wants her to take care of the household, serve the family and children, and also wants her to work in the field. She had only married into the Zhang family as a daughter-in-law, not sold herself into slavery to the Zhang family. Although she was furious in her heart, Jiang Qing did not show it on her face. She had just entered the house and contradicted her mother-in-law, and outsiders would only say that she was not a daughter-in-law. Anyway, she wouldn't stay in the Zhang family for long. Just wait for Zhang Jiaming a promotion. She immediately packed her baggage to go with the army. There is no need to tear her face with Jin Yulan, which in turn affects her and Zhang Jiaming's conjugal love. Dad, Mom, if I go to college, not only do I not need tuition, but instead the state gives me $12 or so in subsidies every month. Hearing that she could receive money for going to college, Jin Yulan's attitude shifted 180 degrees. You can receive so much? Every month? Yes, until I graduate from university. The job assigned by the state after graduation, that's an iron rice bowl for life. When Jia Ming and I get ahead, we'll also drive our younger siblings to get rich together. The pie drawn by Jiang Qing was big and round, and the Zhang family ate it with their bellies round. The whole family looked at Jiang Qing as if they were looking at a glittering gold dollar. Jin Yulan's tone was intimate as if she was treating her own daughter. Xiao Chang can you really get into this university? With an admission ratio of 20-1, Jiang Qing is actually not very sure. After all, her grades when she was studying only ranked in the middle of the class. But if she was honest, the Zhang family would definitely not support her in taking the college entrance exam. I have 80% certainty that I can go to college. Even if I can't go to college, it's certainly not a problem to go to a middle school teacher's middle school. And after graduation, the state assigns the same job. Sure enough, listening to her tone of certainty, as if the iron rice bowl is in the bag, Jin Yulan agreed to let her study at home. Although the work on the ground, but the cooking and washing dishes and laundry work still have to do. Jiang Qing was clear that her in-laws could not provide for her for nothing like they did for their son. As long as you don't go off the land, just doing chores isn't a big deal anymore. Haru, the dirty clothes are in the bucket for you. Remember to wash them later. Got it, Mom. When Jiang Qing washed the bowls and walked out of the stoveroom, her face was hard to see when she saw 2 large buckets full of dirty clothes. Rural people work in the fields every day. Clothes are full of thick dirt. Repeated scrubbing 4 or 5 times cannot be clean. It's also not polite. A family's undershirts and pants are all mixed together. Even if she washes Jin Yulan's pants, she even lets her wash the pants of her father-in-law and brother-in-law. Pissed her off. Jiang Qing endured a belly full of humiliation and anger. Will be 2 buckets of dirty clothes washed? Drying good. Back to the house to take the books to the hall. Turn the pages just ready to learn. Zhang family great-grandmother on crutches trembling stepped into the hall. What are you doing here? Ha, great-grandmother, I'm reading. Read a book. Read what book? You do not go out to help work the road. Reading books here. Reading books can be food. The Zhang family's great-grandmother was already 90 years old and had never attended a single day of school. She couldn't even write her own name and didn't understand the usefulness of reading. In her thinking, Jiang Qing not going out to work to sit at home and read books was lazy and unprofessional, and should be scolded. Jiang Qing knew in her heart that she couldn't reason with a 90-year-old man, so she just put away her books and went back to her house. The earth houses in the countryside are not like those in the city. The doors and windows are narrow, and the windows are not glazed, but have wooden latticework, which is okay for air permeability, but not enough light. You can light a kerosene lamp if the light is bad, but there's not even a table in the house, so there's no way to study properly. Jiang Qing lay on the bed in exasperation, somewhat regretting coming to the Zhang family. Originally, she had come to the Zhang family to focus on her revision, but there was no way for her to focus at all, and she even had to serve a large family, and her living environment and standard was even more greatly reduced. Might as well stay in the Jiang family. It was hard to calm VB mood and turn over the book to prepare to study, when Jin Yulan shouted outside again. Haru! Haru! Coming! Jiang Qing held a bellyful of fire to open the door of the house, and when she saw Li Hongying, who was led in by Jin Yulan, her nose was violently sour, and her grievances emerged from all parts of her body like spring bamboo shoots after the rain. She sniffled. Mom, what are you doing here? Your uncle Jiang asked me to bring some food back for the old couple, and I stopped by to see you. Li Hongying looked her up and down and saw that she was all whiskers and couldn't help but be secretly relieved. Turning her head, she handed the gift in her hand to Jin Yulan, brought some nutrients to replenish the old man's body. Jin Yulan smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into a slit. Aya, we are all family members. Why are you so polite? His mouth said politely, but his hands took the things nimbly. Li Hongying brought cream of wheat and canned fruits, both of which are rare and good in the countryside. Little cute. Before pushing outward, in front of the hall, Jin Yulan and Li Hongying sat on a bar stool and made out. Jiang Qing quietly stood aside, her fingernails silently clasping her palms. If Li Hongying was coming to take her back, should she go back? She really couldn't stay in this environment of the Jiang family, but if she went back, she and the Jiang family would continue to be involved. If Jiang Jasmine got into big trouble like she did in her last life, she and Jiang Jiaming might be implicated as well. Just as she was torn, she heard Li Hongying call out to her, Xiao Chang, come here. Jiang Qing walked over to Li Hongying. Li Hongying took her hand and spoke at length. Being a daughter-in-law is not as free as being a girl, so be diligent in your in-laws' home and help your in-laws do more. Although Jiang Qing did not want to go back, but Li Hongying actually did not mention to take her back, but let her stay in the Zhang family. Her heart cannot help but disappointment, then blocked the air not to make a sound. Li Hongying could see that her daughter was blocking her anger, but she was not sure of the reason why her daughter was blocking her anger, and she did not know what to say for a while. Seeing the stalemate between mother and daughter, Jin Yulan took over the conversation. End of chapter. Chapter 55, Returning to the Gate. Don't worry, younger sibling. Xiao Qing knows what she's doing. Look at the clothes in this courtyard. She washed them all. How clean they are. Li Hongying looked at the clothes drying in the yard. The two drying poles were full of clothes, between which were not uncommonly the pants of great old men. When my daughter was in the Jiang family, she also washed the family's clothes, though. But Jiang Dehao and Jiang Ping, father and son's pants, never washed themselves, did not let their daughters dip their hands. Li Hongying was a coward by nature, and even though she felt it was not right, she was not good enough to bring it up in front of Jin Yulan. The daughter has only just arrived at her in-laws' home and has caused Jin Yulan's displeasure, so I am afraid that she will have a hard time in the future. It's just a matter of my daughter choosing her own path. It's all life. Jin Yulan is a person who has been there before, and knows how to settle Li Hongying's heart as her own mother. Sister-in-law, don't worry, when Xiao Qing enters our family's door, I'll definitely treat her as my own daughter, and will never let her suffer half a bit of wrongdoing. Li Hongying wanted this, and nodded repeatedly. Trouble for you. It's not fair to say this. Not to mention that Xiao Qing is now my daughter-in-law. As long as our two families have been friends for so many years, I have to take care of Xiao Qing as an uncle's mother, don't I? We are not the kind of evil mother-in-law who abuses her daughter-in-law. When it came to this, Li Hongying had nothing else to say and got up to say goodbye. I'm just stopping by. You guys are busy in there, so I'll head back. Jin Yulan got up and sent her out, but her mouth was polite. It's rare to come here. Eat before you go. I won't eat today. I have things to do at home. I'll come back some other time when I'm free. Li Hongying looked back and saw that Jiang Qing had no intention of sending her off. After Jiang Qing struggled internally, she still chased after him. Mom, I'll walk you. That's fine. Xiao Chang, you see your mom off. It's not easy for your mom to make the trip, so you accompany her to talk more. Seeing that mother and daughter were going to have a sweet talk, Jin Yulan had the sense to stop her steps. When the mother and daughter were out of the door, she went back to the hall and took the things Li Hongying had carried into the house and locked them in the cupboard. A bunch of greedy people at home. Good things are not hidden. 2 days to create. No. How's it going at home? Jiang Peng didn't bully you, did he? Hearing her daughter ask, Li Hongying replied, although Xiaopeng is not in tune, but his heart is not bad. You don't always look at him in a bad way. They're both siblings. No good. Jiang Qing cursed without a trace of anger and asked about the things she had left at home. She left in a hurry, only bringing a few changes of clothes and textbooks for revision, and quite a few personal belongings left behind at John's house. I've put away everything you and Jasmine left at home, so come back and get it if you want to use it. The room you and Jasmine stayed in is now occupied by Peng. Jiang Qing sneered. On the surface of the fake persuade her to stay at home to get married, turn around and let her own son move into the room as soon as she left. It was clear that he didn't want to leave her any way out. It didn't matter. And she'd never counted on the disingenuous stepfather. Knock. Knock. Xiao Jiang. It's time to get up. Jiang Jasmine sat up from the bed with great difficulty, twisted her head to look at the alarm clock on the nightstand. It was only 8 o'clock, and immediately collapsed back into bed. I'll sleep again. Stop yelling. Hearing the reply coming from the room, and Hui simply pushed the door open and said to Jiang Jasmine on the bed, Xiao Jiang, get up. In a moment cousin aunt will send you back to your mother's home. Send her back to her mother's house? Is this a case of not tolerating her demonic behavior and sweeping her off her feet? No, she'd have to cry, and make a scene that the entire military compound knew about, earning a wave of smack value to make it worthwhile. Otherwise the marriage would not have been in vain. Jiang Jasmine a cark jumped up from the bed, opened the box cabinet, nimbly began to pack luggage. Alright, don't clean up. Hurry up and wash your face, eat something and go back to your mother's house with your cousin's aunt. Jiang Jasmine became furious, crossed her arms and raised her voice. No, what do you mean? Driving me back to my mother's home and not letting me bring my things back? What? Do you want to take advantage of my dowry? And Hui was dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Today is your return day. You're not going back to your mother's house? Jasmine blinked tactically, her crossed hands dropping. Oh, back to the door. It was a little awkward, but as long as she wasn't awkward, it was everyone else who was. Mom, it's my fault that I misunderstood you, but facts aside, aren't you wrong? And Hui had a what are you talking about look on her face. What did I do wrong? Jiang Jasmine perked up. For something so important, you should at least tell me a day in advance so I can be prepared. Forget it, we're all at fault. I don't care and you don't care about me. That's it, I'm going to go wash my face. And Hui glared at her back as she ran into the bathroom. This daughter-in-law is just like a rabbit. She is not comfortable until she is angry with her once a day. In front of Jiang's house, Jiang Dehao paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, occasionally looking twice toward the entrance of the alleyway. Today is the day of his daughter's return. He specially transferred off from work, but also with his son to clean the house, just waiting for his daughter to come back. Jiang Gong, it's already 9:30 and your Jasmine hasn't returned yet? I'm not even in a hurry as the emperor. Why are you eunuchs in a hurry? Jiang Dahao's heart was annoyed with the neighborhood's meddling, but his mouth snorted. It's almost back. Jiang Jasmine married into the military compound, but the family area of the machinery factory in recent times the most sensational, the most talked about topic. No one talks about it in the streets and at tea time. Today she returned to the door. The whole family area was concerned, and some people even came over specifically to keep watch to see what was going on. You can tell if you're doing well in your in-laws' house by going back to your mom's house. If you come back with a rosy face and a big smile, you must have had a comfortable and nourishing life in your in-laws' home. On the contrary, if you go back to your mother's house with a sad face, you are bound to have a bad time in your in-laws' house. With the exception of Jiang Dahao's family, all the women in the entire family area wished the latter, and none of them wished Jiang Jasmine well in her in-laws' home. They didn't have a good life, so why should Jiang Jasmine have a good life? Not long after, from the direction of the entrance of the alleyway came a line of people. At the head of the line, it was clearly the great uncle Wan Fuquoc. Dahai, you knew we were coming and came out to greet us specially? Ungwin Fuquoc's voice came before his arrival. Jiang Dahai greeted him. Fu Gua, Fu Qian, Fu Shun, what brings you here? Ruan Fuqian smiled. Today Jasmine is not returning to the door. We came to support you. According to custom, when the newlyweds return home, the woman's side will usually call on her relatives and friends to host a banquet for her new son-in-law. Lu Chang went back to the army, not accompanied by his daughter back to the door today. Jiang Dahai did not intend to set up a banquet, just want to simply have a meal with his daughter, accompanied by his daughter to talk. But relatives have come to the door. He cannot drive out, can only smile to welcome people into the door. Entrance to the family area. Zhang Peng sat boredly on the big stone mill with a blade of grass in his mouth, stretching his neck to look out the gate. It's this time of the day. Why isn't his sister back yet? You didn't forget to come back today, did you? Sure you. Who was on the side? Poked and cooed at his arm. Zhang Peng, your three uncles are here today. They must be looking for your father to borrow money again. My father has no money. The money went to my sister for her dowry. Zhang Lei said. Your father has no money. Your sister has money. Didn't the Lu family give her a large bride price? Zhang Peng pulled the corner of his mouth. If they can borrow money from my sister, I won't even call them uncle from now on. I'll call them dad. The words were followed by a slap to the back of the head. End of chapter. Chapter 56. Asterisk. Who is it? Zhang Peng grumpily turned back, seeing that it was his own old sister. He immediately put away his open teeth and claws. Sister, you're back? Both sure you and Zhang Lei were also busy fawning over Jiang Jasmine. Sister Jasmine, I haven't seen you for a few days. You're getting prettier and prettier. Jiang Jasmine fished out a pack of cadre cigarettes from her bag and threw it to the two men, and shunned it in Lu Dehao's cigarette case on the way out. Ping has something to do today, so you guys can play by yourselves. Okay. The two men proceeded to smoke and walked away happily. Jiang Ping enviously eyed the two. Leave a few for my old man. Before the words were finished, Jiang Jasmine grabbed her ears. You're not going to fight for 3 days, are you? Recognizing someone else as your father behind your old man's back? Jiang Ping, I think you owe it to yourself. Ouch. Lighten up, sis. I was wrong. I was joking. You are quite filial. Jiang Jasmine let go of her hand and kicked the man forward. Go home and clean you up. Don't kick. I made new pants. First day wearing them today. And the shirt is also new. With material bought by my brother-in-law. How about it? Handsome? Jiang Ping patted the ash on his body while gagging with Jiang Jasmine. Ma Hongmei looked at this scene and inexplicably felt familiar. Isn't this her sister-in-law when she was young? Same spunky, hot-tempered. To say what? It's not a family that doesn't come into a family. Jiang Ping looked at the high-grade cigarettes, wine and candies Ma Hongmei was carrying in her hand, her eyes glowing. Sister, are these the ones you bought for Dad? Jiang Jasmine introduced Ma Hongmei. This is cousin aunt, shouting. Hey, hello cousin. Ma Hongmei smiled and nodded. Jiang Ping took the initiative to get in front of Ma Hongmei to help. Cousin aunt, give me the stuff. Auntie cousin, carry it for him. Hearing Jiang Jasmine say this, Ma Hongmei took the two mesh pockets in her hand and gave them both to Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping tied the two mesh pockets together and hung them around his neck, holding his head in chest high, as if he had $2 hanging around his neck. Jasmine laughed. Is there something wrong with you? Those ES can't bear to see you. Saying that your brother-in-law doesn't like you, and didn't show up on the day of the wedding, all hoping that you'll be disliked by your in-laws. I have to show them that you're doing well in your in-laws' home, and that you've brought back so many goodies for Dad, so they'll be furious. Jiang Jasmine looked around, and sure enough, there were quite a few people looking their way and mingling. Isn't that Jasmine Jiang? Yes, she returned to the door today. Look at the cigarettes, why not tea? Are all good things it? The Jiang family is really lucky this time, and will enjoy endless blessings in the future. Some people look at the good cigarettes and wine hanging over Jiang Ping's shoulder and are sour. How come she's alone and her husband didn't come back with her? He didn't show up on the day of the wedding, and he didn't show up at the door today, so I don't think this marriage will last long. Who says it isn't? Letting her return to the door on her own makes it clear that she doesn't see her as a daughter-in-law. Neighborhood talk siblings cannot hear, but also guess that no good fart. These 8 ES. They must be bad-mouthing you behind your back again. Let them talk. The more she said, the more her dislike value went up. It's just a shame that this part of the family area has been pretty much exploited by her, and it's hard to harvest new smack value. The military compound end could be developed for another 2 days, but it wouldn't be enough, and she wasn't even a third of the way through the mission yet. Gotta think of new ways to do that. Sister, uncle and the others are here. If they ask you to borrow money later, don't say yes. From Jiang Ping's expression and tone of voice, it was clear that there was a lot of resentment towards a few uncles. Normally, nephews and uncles are close to each other. Jiang Jasmine raised her eyebrows. Do they often come to the door to borrow money? 9 times out of 10. And anyway, every time I come to the door, it's not good. Jiang Jasmine called the system. How much money do a few of Rowan's uncles owe the Jiang family? After a clattering sound of flipping books, the book states that Great Uncle Wan Fuquoc has borrowed money a total of 9 times and owes $135 to the Jiang family. Second Uncle Wan Fuquang has borrowed money 7 times and owes $124 to the Jiang family. Third Uncle Wan Fuquan has borrowed money 5 times and owes $80 to the Jiang family. Did they pay back the money after Jiang Dehao was injured and lost his job? No, they didn't. Jiang Dehao lost his job and couldn't afford to treat his injuries, so he came to the door a few times to ask for money. But the 3 brothers not only didn't pay back a penny, they even threw stones at him. In the original book, after Li Hongying was swept away by Jiang Dehao, she took a peace with Jiang Qing to the southwest with the army, and Jiang Ping was far away in the army. Jiang Dehao lost his arm, and with no one to take care of him and no source of income, it was difficult to make ends meet. Jiang Dehao approached the 3 Ruan brothers to collect a debt. Instead of paying back the money, the 3 brothers scolded Jiang Dehao for his own fault, saying that he treated his stepdaughter harshly, pampered his own daughter, and raised her to be stupid and bad, and said that Jiang Dehao's situation of losing his family and his family was all due to Jiang Dehao's retribution. These words made Jiang Dehao suffer a great shock, and finally died of his injuries. If you ask Jiang Jasmine, Jiang Dehao is just too kind. If she were in her place, she would have to die by pulling the Ruan family, a bunch of wolfish things, as her back. What the hell? The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Jiang Jasmine raised her foot and gave Jiang Peng a kick. Jiang Peng was puzzled. Sister, why are you kicking me? It doesn't help at all to see you come to blows. What's wrong with me? This kind of borrowed money does not pay back the relative's door. Directly take a broom to beat out is, but also let them again and again door. You just grow up without a brain? You just scold me. Aren't you the same yourself? Every time great auntie carries peaches and apricots, you eat them the most. The original owner was spoiled by Jiang Dehao not knowing the hardships of the world, not knowing how to sympathize with Jiang Dahao's hard work to make money, but also vanity. Being a few aunts and uncles touting a few sentences, say a few good words, she really thought her family was a big landlord, urging Jiang Dehao to borrow money out of the country. So stupid she wanted to slap herself a few times. Jiang Jasmine turned to Ma Hongmei and said, Auntie, do me a favor, okay? In a moment, you go home as a member of the Lu family and ask my uncles to pay back the money. If they don't pay back the money, arrest them all and put them in jail. Is that the kind of thing you can say? No matter how powerful the Lu family is, arresting people indiscriminately is against the law. Ma Hongmei looked at her with a blank expression. Xiao Jiang, there are still things at home waiting for me to go back and get busy. I'll go back first. It's at our doorstep. Go in and have a cup of tea before you go. No more drinks. Next time. Before the words were finished, Ma Hongmei had already turned around and headed for the front door, clearly not wanting to get involved in the Jiang family's domestic affairs. Watching Ma Hongmei walk fast, Jiang Jasmine secretly laughed. She didn't expect Ma Hongmei to help her, but she was just looking for excuses to get rid of people. The alleyway outside Jiang's house was exceptionally busy today. There were people playing with their grandchildren, peeling beans and picking vegetables, and tanning things. It looks like each one is busy with his own business, but in fact, they are all waiting to see Jiang Jasmine's joke. They can all know that Jiang Jasmine went back to her mother's house alone. Serves you right. The siblings just showed their heads at the entrance of the alley, and the neighbors looked over in unison. Yeah, Molly's back. Why are you alone? No sign of your man? Looking at the other party's gloating face, Jiang Jasmine pointed to her side. Isn't my man here? The man stared at where she was pointing for half a second, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. There's no one. Can't see that's designated as a problem with your eyes. Go home and nibble on a few more carrots for your eyes. Jiang Peng followed Jiang Jasmine under the guise of a fox, casting a mocking skill. What a pity. Your eyes went blind at a young age. The man was so angry that he spat at the siblings. You'll get what's coming to you if you scare people by pretending to be a ghost. Jiang Jasmine turned back. Don't worry. If that day really comes, you won't be able to see it at your age. The man fell backward in anger. Smack value +2. $20. 000. Successfully capturing 2 leaky fish. Jiang Jasmine felt comfortable in her heart. End of chapter. Chapter 57, Ungrateful Daughter. Don't come back if you can. Yay, Molly's back. As soon as Jiang Jasmine entered the door, her great aunt greeted her with a big smile. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Come on, have a peach. I picked a big red one specially. Come on, eat a peach. I specially picked the big red pick. Water spirited. Second aunt was also not willing to show her weakness, sending the plums she brought to Jiang Jasmine. Jasmine, eat the plums. This year's plums are tastier than previous years, crisp and sweet. Third aunt, eat watermelon, the first crop of the year. Jiang Jasmine came and tasted each one. It's pretty tasty, and after all, it doesn't cost anything. Auntie, uncle, you're just in time. I was just about to tell you something. Ruan Fuguo smiled. If there's anything you want to say, we're all family. Jiang Jasmine bit into a mouthful of crunchy plums and ate with a click. In the past 2 days, my in-laws have asked about the situation of their relatives at home, and I thought that if I could help them, I would help them. Hearing this, each member of the Nguyen family showed joy. Told you, climbed into the head of such in-laws. How can not get the light? A little bit of oil leaking from the cracks of people's fingers would be enough for them to eat and drink. But, I guess, my in-laws heard something about some of your uncles and have a bad opinion of you. Nguyen's family looked at each other. This duck that's almost in the mouth can't fly. Jasmine, our Nguyen family has lived for the last count of 3 generations, and that's all law-abiding, honest people. Your second aunt and I, and your cousins and them, have never done half as much harm in our lives. Jasmine, you have to talk to your in-laws. You can't misunderstand us. We're all good people. Jiang Jasmine spat out the plum kernel, took Jiang Peng's peeled peaches, and ate with moist and red lips. My in-laws are very upset about the fact that you borrowed money from our family and didn't pay it back. Upon hearing that this was the case, the Nguyen family couldn't help but look at each other. Molly, we're not. Great uncle, don't say anything yet. Listen to me first. My in-laws said, relatives like you who borrow money and don't pay it back, they will never come and go, and they won't help arrange jobs. What? Organization of work? Each of Nguyen's family members' eyes glazed over, as excited as a dog smelling. They came to the door today because they wanted to borrow money from Jiang Jasmine, their niece. Lu family disciples prominent and generous. Glossy gift money to the 888. Lu Chang and is an officer. A month's salary is also not expensive. Niece in the hands of more money to spend. All the flowers are not finished. They were thinking of borrowing a sum of money to buy their son a job in town and to eat state food as well. If the Lu family is willing to arrange a job, won't they save a lot of money? Molly, did your father-in-law really say he was going to get us jobs? What kind of job are the Lukes going to offer? Can you arrange for your cousin to get into the town grain station? Can you arrange for your great-uncle to be the village chief? A few people you a sentence and I a sentence. The mood is called a high-pitched. With the monkey into the mountain of flowers and fruits like flying eyebrows. Jiang Jasmine waved her hand with a disinterested face. Arranging a job, that's all a small thing. The problem now is that you have to pay back the money you owe our family first. If you don't pay back the money, my in-laws think that you're a bad character. Great Aunt Lu Feng immediately cried, poor and miserable. Jasmine, not we do not pay back the money. The family is really difficult. Cannot get money, How about this? You first let your father-in-law to work to arrange. Received a salary. We must pay back the money, okay? Rowan's family members were busy nodding their heads. Right. We'll have money to pay it back when we have a job. Grandma, she's just a sweetie. You're kidding, aren't you? Jiang Jasmine threw the nod peach kernel to the ground. In that case, I can only ask my eldest two uncles to see if they can pay back my family's money first, and if they can, then they will arrange a job for them first. Rowan's family looked at each other, all seeing the imperative in each other's eyes. How rare the job is. How many people compete for it? Must not let the relatives from Jiang's side of the family snatch it first. Jasmine, let's get one thing straight. Can the Lukes really get us a job? Jiang Jasmine said. You guys don't believe me? Forget it then. Just pretend I didn't. Dad, burn the noon meal. I'm starving. Take it easy. Molly, there's no disbelief. It's just that I want to hear it for sure. Lu Feng pulled her, a pleasing face. Jasmine, great aunt, but since childhood you treat you as a daughter. You like to eat fruit? The family's peaches are apricot every year to pick a good big one to send you. Auntie doesn't ask for anything else. Just ask for your first cousin to arrange a job in town. Can you? Pay it back and I'll make arrangements right away. Really? I shall not die for lying to you. Then it's a deal. I'll go home with your great uncle to get the money together and send it over when I have it. After saying that, the two families left in a hurry. I'm afraid I'll be too slow to catch up. The second aunt and the third aunt also cannot sit still. The two left and right pulled Jiang Jasmine. Words similar to Lu Feng. Also led Jiang Jasmine for the eldest son of the family to arrange a job. Jiang Jasmine waved her hand and promised dryly, as long as the money is returned. All arrangements. So the two brothers, Ruan Fuqiang and Ruan Fushun, each led their daughters-in-law and left happily. As soon as the three brothers left, Jiang Dehao hurriedly pulled Jiang Jasmine into the house. Jasmine, the Lu family is really going to arrange for our relatives. False. Jiang Dehao's unasked words just choked in his throat. Fake? Jiang Jasmine kicked Jiang Peng, signaling him to guard the door, lest he be overheard by the Zhou family next door. Lotus Wang is famous for her broken mouth. Don't spoil it for her. Heart secretly think. Mouth with Jiang Dehao continued. I coaxed the little cute. Playing. They really believed it. Jiang Dehao is not a purebred ingrate. The Ruan family is always door to door to borrow money. Borrowed and did not pay back. He has long been annoyed. Mouth but counted Jiang Jasmine unruly. How to talk. They are your uncle. Don't have no big or small. If they don't pay back the money, it won't be my uncle anymore. Jiang Dehao smoothly answered. If it's not your uncle, what else could it be? It's the defendant. Jiang Dehao. Jiang Peng gave Jiang Jasmine a thumbs up. It's still his sister who has the cure for his uncle's gang of bloodsuckers. Although Jiang Dehao heart also do not treat Ruan Fugwa three brothers, but in his wife's honor, he does not want his daughter and uncle's side of the unpleasant. Then he said, your uncle and the others are having a hard time. They didn't mean to owe money. Jiang Jasmine looked surprised. Could it be that our family is having a good time? I have to eat an egg on credit if I want to. Xiaopeng picks up your old clothes to wear year after year. And you haven't even bothered to make yourself a new dress for so many years. Jiang Peng henpecked. That's it, Dad. In the future, everything in the family will be mine and Xiaopeng's. In other words, what uncle and the others owe, is mine and Xiaopeng's money. So don't worry about collecting the debt. When the debt is recovered, I'll be the head of the family. In the future, your salary will also be given to me together. And in the future, whoever comes to the door to borrow money, let him come to me. Jiang Dehao. I'm not dead yet. Sooner or later. Jiang Dehao was so angry that he copied the chicken feather duster. And Jiang Jasmine seized the door. You ungrateful daughter. What are you running for? Don't come back if you can. Jiang Dehao with a chicken feather duster chased half a mile and did not catch up. Can only stare at the daughter's back impotent rage. End of chapter. Chapter 58. Are you teaching me how to do things? Status, 429 from https://69 Shuba. me/txt/87807/399703000 failed to retrieve the content of this segment, no text content. Chapter 59. I forgot I had a man. Jiang Dehao used to listen to his daughter talk about Lu Tingting. Listening to the two friendship seems to be good. He was questioned by the guards last night. Lu Tingting would not hide it from Jiang Jasmine as a good friend. But Jiang Dehao did not know that the friendship with Lu Tingting in his daughter's mouth was all wishful thinking on her part. Lu Tingting never put her daughter in her sights. Of course, that's the past. Now to Jiang Jasmine, the third aunt. Lu Tingting was angry, hateful and afraid. But Jiang Dehao is not clear about these inside information, thinking that instead of his daughter hearing about last night's events from Lu Tingting's mouth, it would be better for him to say it himself. Then he told Jasmine Jiang about his visit to the military compound. He didn't have the heart to say that he was thinking about his daughter, but used the excuse that he was concerned about Hui's back injury. That old Chinese doctor is quite famous. I thought I'd let your mother-in-law go and have a look when she had time, but the guards saw me as a stranger and pulled me in for a half day of questioning, and I came back later. Jiang Jasmine casually said, this matter you make a phone call on the line. Do you need to run a trip? As a pillow. Li Hongying guessed that Jiang Dehao must have missed his daughter, which is why he ran to the door of the military compound in the middle of the night. But she also knew that her husband was afraid of being laughed at, so she opened her mouth to cover up for him. Jasmine, your father is also for you. You just married over to your mother-in-law's back injury. He personally visited the door. It seems to have more sincerity. River Jasmine was puzzled. What does her back injury have to do with me? Seeing that she really didn't know, Jiang Dehao and Li Hongying looked at each other. You got drunk on your wedding day and had to ask your mother-in-law to carry you home, causing her to flash her back. Have you forgotten about that? Jiang Jasmine has a memory of Hui carrying her when she was drunk, but she didn't realize that Hui was injured because of that. From start to finish, none of the Lu family mentioned it to her. Jiang Dehao was originally worried that the in-laws would blame their daughter for this, but I didn't expect them to mention it at all. He was truly touched to the core. To meet such a good son-in-law and good in-laws, it is their Jiang family's ancestors' good fortune. Speaking of his son-in-law, Jiang Dehao was concerned about Lu Chang. Has Shalu called back in the past few days? Jiang Jasmine slapped her head. If you don't mention it, I forgot I have a man. Jiang Dehao was so exasperated by her heartlessness that he couldn't speak. The original small bedroom went to Jiang Pang. Jiang Jasmine had no place to take a nap, and after lunch, she went back with melons and fruits sent by the Ruan family. Ma Hongmei was napping in the living room and opened the door for Jiang Jasmine when she heard the commotion. Xiao Jiang, you're back so early? Had dinner, right? Eat? Jiang Jasmine handed Ma Hongmei the things in her hand and asked about Hui. Where's mom? Resting in her room. You move softly, don't disturb her. She didn't sleep well last night with her back pain. Learning that Hui was taking a nap, Jiang Jasmine gingerly went back to her room, slept till 4. In the living room there is a radio, babbling opera, and Hui wearing black-rimmed old-fashioned glasses, and Ma Hongmei side of the shoe mats, while listening to the opera to talk. Mom! And Hui looked at her. There is green bean soup in the pot. If you want to drink it, go and serve it yourself. Ma Hongmei hurriedly got up. It's better if I go. Xiao Jiang, you sit. It was clear that she was afraid that Jiang Jasmine would go into the kitchen and drop the bowls and pots and pans. It was also shadowed by the Chen family. Jiang Jasmine sat down next to Hui and supported her head to watch Hui nabbing the insoles. For dad? Aha. Mom, you're really good with your hands. Make me 2 pairs too. In other families, it was the daughter-in-law who made clothes, hats, shoes, and socks to honor her mother-in-law. In their family it was the other way around, and she, the mother-in-law, had to make clothes for her daughter-in-law. Inverted Big Dipper. And Hui didn't have the heart to give her a blank look. There are extra cloth cushions over there. Cut them yourself according to the shoe size and make them yourself. You have nothing to do anyway. I'm not good at that. I'm good at something else. And Hui looked at her, obviously curious about what her skill set was. Jiang Jasmine got up and did a stretching action, with a look of doing something great. Idle is idle. Mom, I'll show you a couple of hands. Without waiting for Hui to react, she was pressed onto the couch. Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Jasmine bent her knees on the sofa and pressed her hands on Hui's waist. Rub your waist, I have 2 hands. And Hui struggled. No need. Snap. A slap on Hui's ass. Don't move. And Hui was so confused that she really forgot to struggle. The next second, a sharp pain came from his waist. Ah, it hurts dash. Hearing Hui scream in pain, Ma Hongmei hurriedly ran out from the kitchen. Aya, sister-in-law, are you alright? Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? Ma Hongmei caught Jiang Jasmine's wrist, fearing that she would press Hui waist to the bed. Mom's back is not feeling well, so I'll rub it for her to ease it. Xiao Jiang, don't mess around. Don't break your sister-in-law's waist. As the two argued, Hui spoke out. Hongmei, I'm fine. Let her press it. Although the first press was quite painful, after the pain was over she felt her waist loosen up all of a sudden and it wasn't as tight as it had been. Ma Hongmei looked at Hui, and then at Jiang Jasmine, still unsure. Jiang, can you really press it? Jiang Jasmine patted her chest. It's a wrap. Ma Hongmei will be convinced to let go, but also dare not leave, just inching aside to guard. Jiang Jasmine is a serious Chinese medicine practitioner who has had massage. Her grandmother had a very serious herniated lumbar disc and regularly did massage and physiotherapy in a Chinese medicine clinic. Chinese medicine hall is not open at night. Grandmother often back pain at night cannot sleep. Our Jiang Jasmine helped to massage points, cupping gua sha hot compresses to do relief. What do you think, sister-in-law? Not bad. Back pain doesn't want to eat, and it doesn't hurt to barely eat 2 bites of a bad meal. This back pain cannot endure a little bit. Look at Hui mold. Is really nothing uncomfortable. Then look at Jiang Jasmine's technique is quite like that. Not in the chaotic press. Ma Hongmei hanging heart a little down. Jiang, did you learn this specifically or? The family's best skills are passed on to women, not to men. And inside, not outside. Ma Hongmei was really bluffed by her. I didn't see it. Your ancestors still have this craft. I also know how to do fire cupping, so get some clean cups and I'll do one for mom later. Ma Hongmei, good. Half an hour later, when Jiang Jasmine finished removing the cup of fire cupping, Ma Hongmei was busy helping Hui up. Sister-in-law, how do you feel? Any better? Hui pinched the back of her waist and got up to take 2 more steps. It's a lot easier. The waist isn't as tight, and it doesn't tug and hurt anymore. Ma Hongmei was overjoyed and gave a thumbs up to Jiang Jasmine, who was lying on the sofa in a kudzu position. Xiao Jiang, you really have 2 brushes. Jiang Jasmine smiled awkwardly without losing her politeness. It's a good compliment. Don't do it next time. Hui held her waist and sat down on the sofa. Looking at Jiang Jasmine's white and playful face, the bit of resentment in her heart gradually dissipated. Jiang Jasmine caused her to suffer back injuries. She was in her own way as the elders. Mouth did not blame Jiang Jasmine. The heart is indeed blocked gas. Hard work. Jiang Jasmine waved her hand. A great favor is not to be thanked. Just remember to gush. Hui gave her a blank look, but there was no dislike in her eyes. Instead, she was faintly doting. Alright, I'll make you 2 pairs of insoles. Yes I want to embroider flowers. Well, let's embroider lotus flowers. Padded walking step by step. Hui herself is not very educated. War and turmoil in the era. To survive is quite a struggle. How can have the leisure time to read and write? Listening to Jiang Jasmine talking with a fluttering brow, I thought to myself that it was worthy of being a cultural person, and the ideas were all so sentimental. His gaze softened without realizing it. I heard Hongmei say that several of your uncles owe your mother's family a lot of money? End of chapter. Chapter 60 Organization of Work. Status, 429 from https://69 Shuba. me/txt/87807/399703009 failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. No text content. Chapter 61, You're ugly and you think about beautiful things. Jiang Jasmine can say that whoever pays back the money first will be given a job. My in-laws have already put together enough money to go to the 3rd uncle's house tomorrow. Dad. Mom, you also think of a way. Borrow or whatever. Hurry to owe Jiang Dehao that little money to pay. Mother Xia and Father Xia looked at each other. Our family and Jiang Dehao do not have a deep friendship. How can such a good thing as arranging a job not fall into our family's head? Xia Yan said. Our family doesn't get a turn, but your son-in-law Jiang Chao does. If he gets an official job, won't you all benefit from it? Anyway, our family doesn't owe much, just 10 yuan, so we'll pay it off as soon as possible. If this money is the cause of Chao's success, will I be able to have a good life in my in-laws' home? Hearing her daughter say that, Xia's mother had to put together $10, so that her daughter to take back to her in-laws. Tomorrow a piece of return to Jiang Dehao. This money is still 2 years ago. They went to the city to see a doctor. Not enough money on their bodies. Asked Jiang Dehao borrowed. The countryside is poor, but you can still get your hands on $10. but Jiang Dehao never asked them for it, so they pretended to be deaf and dumb, thinking that they could rely on it. For the sake of my son-in-law's future, this money has to be paid back even if I don't want to. They know the difference between a job and $10. The same thing played out in the homes of other relatives of the Jiang family. Jiang family up and down several generations are farmers. Only Jiang Dehao, the most promising, into the city, holding an iron rice bowl, jumped out of the countryside this poor nest. Whenever anyone's family encounters a difficult situation, they are accustomed to reaching out to Jiang Dehao. Jiang Dehao is a loyal person, but also has the responsibility. Think they have the ability to pull the poor relatives as should. Lent money relatives do not pay back. He does not urge, but to find ways to earn extra money to subsidize the family. As a result, over the years, there were a few relatives who owed money to Jiang Dehao, as little as $3 or $5, as much as 30 or 50. Learned the Jiang Jasmine words, owed money not to pay relatives will not be arranged for work, each anxious like ants on the hot pot. Even though they knew very well that such a good thing as arranging a job would most likely not fall into the hands of their distant next of kin. But everyone has paid back. You do not pay back. In case there is something good in the future, other people all benefit. You did not pay back, the money does not allow you to benefit. That is not a big loss. Dehao, keep this money, and our two families' accounts will be settled. Looking at the money Yang Qing put on the table, Jiang Dehao subconsciously said, sister-in-law, you and big brother don't need to hurry to pay back the money. I'm not in a hurry to use it either. No way. It has to be paid back. It's been so long in arrears. If we don't pay it back we won't be able to face it. Yang Qing could not help but shove the money into Jiang Dehao's hands. Jiang Dehao pinched the money like it was a hot potato, though the money was originally a debt he had loaned out, and he collected it with peace of mind. But the elder brother and sister-in-law obviously have ulterior motives for returning the money at this time. Dehao, you and Dashan are brothers from the same mother. We are family. There's no reason to help a foreigner and not help your own family. Isn't that unreasonable? Anyway, if Jasmine really arranges jobs for a few of her uncles, then she'll have to arrange them for her two brothers as well. Jiang Dehao smiled bitterly. Sister-in-law, I'll talk to Jasmine about this and give you an answer after the Dragon Boat Festival. Okay, then we'll wait for your good news at home. It was hard to send Yang Qing and Jiang Dashan's two families away, but Ding Yuzhen and Jiang Dachuan's two families came again. In the past 2 days, the Jiang family was as lively as the new year. Wave after wave of relatives came to the door, all offering to pay back the money. After sending off the relatives, looking at the bills on the table, Jiang Dehao was so worried that he called Jiang Jasmine to call her back to her mother's home. Look, these are all the money that relatives have paid back in the last couple days. Jiang Jasmine picked up the money on the table and asked as she counted. All of them have been paid back, right? Is there anyone who hasn't paid it back? Jiang Dehao nodded her head. You only know about money. Do you know you've blown your cover? The relatives all know about your promise to arrange a job. They're all waiting for you to arrange a job. I'll see how you'll end up. It's all set up. Jiang Jasmine said casually. Jiang Dehao glared at her. What are you arranging with? Arranging with your mouth? That's $275. Jiang Jasmine put 200 yuan into her bag and handed 75 to Jiang Dehao. Take this money and buy yourself something nice to eat and drink. Jiang Dehao gambled. I don't want it. Don't forget it. Jasmine slipped the 75 piece into her bag. Jiang Dehao got even more angry. It was only 2 days ago that he thought his daughter was growing up, understanding and doing things, only to have this big piper wrapped around his arm the second he turned his head. He did not even dare to think. If relatives know that his daughter is coaxing the little cute, if the relatives knew that his daughter was playing with the little cutie, they would come to the door and eat him alive. If any more relatives come to your door to return the money, you will keep it, and I will take care of all the arrangements. Jiang Jasmine didn't explain much, put down her words and left. What she was going to do, Jiang Dehao would know in a few days. Jiang Jasmine had just left the house when she was called by Wang Lotus from the next house. Jasmine, come to Auntie's house and eat the melons. They were just picked this morning and are fresh. Can you hold a good fart when you have nothing to offer? And meet each other. Jiang Jasmine followed Wan Lianhua into the house. The melons were indeed fresh this time, crunchy and sweet, and still juicy. Jiang Jasmine was not polite at all and ate the whole thing. Seeing her eat with pink and moist lips, Wang Lotus flower mouth swallowed again and again. The melon was brought back from her mother's house. Just one, and she hadn't even bothered to eat it herself. Jasmine, look at you now being the daughter-in-law of the head of the family. And the man is so capable. You can enjoy the rest of your life. Unlike my family Xiaolan and Xiaohong, they really have a bitter life. Wow. Jiang family in the past 2 days relatives to door to return the money. Wang Lotus in the eyes. In these days of not having enough to eat or wear, it's not uncommon to see people who borrow money and don't pay it back. but it's the first time I've ever seen them scrambling to pay it back. Upon inquiring, I realized that Jasmine Jiang promised to arrange jobs for her relatives back home, Wang Lotus' oldest 2 daughters, the countryside for 3 or 4 years, and then do not want to find a way to transfer back to the city. You can only marry in the countryside. She wants Jasmine Jiang to arrange jobs for her 2 daughters as well. As long as there is a unit to accept them, the youths can return to the city. Auntie knows it's not a good thing to do, but as long as you help Auntie do it, Auntie will definitely give you a big red envelope. Although it is said that the mouth of a person is soft, but Jiang Jasmine's whole body is the hardest mouth. Auntie Wang, I thought I was thick-skinned enough, but I didn't realize you were even thicker-skinned than me. When you were chewing on me behind my back, you were quite happy, but now you want me to help you arrange a job? You're ugly, but you're still thinking about beauty. Wash up and go to bed early at night. You can dream of anything. In the next room, Zhang Dehao overheard his daughter's rejection of Wang Lianhua and was secretly relieved. He is really afraid that his daughter's brain is muddled. Coaxed by Wang Lotus a few good words on everything, Wang Lianhua, however, was furious, eating her melon and calling her ugly. She had never seen anything more black-hearted and rotten in her life than Jiang Jasmine. You're saying that I'm a gossip, aren't you? I'll just chew. I don't just chew in the family home. I go outside and chew. Chew you're up for all to see and let the spit drown you mother asterisk. End of chapter. Chapter 62 Eating she's willing to do. That black-hearted rotten-livered thing is privately enriching herself by arranging jobs for whoever pays her. Is there such a thing? You guys didn't see it. In the past 2 days, their relatives have been stepping over the Jiang family's threshold, all coming to send money to Jiang Dehao. I saw that dog carry a pile of money as thick as a brick. My 3 children, they all graduated without being assigned a job, but she's so good that she sells job slots like they're cabbages. It's so unfair. Smack value plus 25, credited $250,000. In the street office of the family workshop out, Wang Lotus and non-stop to the usual odd jobs match factory to go. Wang Lotus originally had a formal job as a weaver in a cotton mill. After the policy of mandatory countryside, Zhou Shaoqing took over her job, and she moved around in some small factories and family workshops organized by the street office, doing some handmade work such as gluing paper boxes and lanterns, earning a little money to subsidize her family. Can't anyone control her when she's so lawless? How do you manage? Who dares to offend? Smack value plus 18, credited with $180,000. Jiang Jasmine lay in bed reading literary works to help her sleep, and was quite surprised to hear the system prompting the smack value to arrive at the account from time to time. I would have thought that the area of the family area of the machine shop had been pretty much developed by her. I didn't realize there was so much potential. She scolded Wang Lotus. In addition to disliking Wang Lotus's character, she also wanted to make rely on Wang Lotus's broken mouth attribute to help her earn dislike value. Lotus Wang's ability and connections were more powerful than she had imagined. That's really nice. The sun is blazing and the robins are calling. The Zhang family members were each taking a lunch break in the house. Jiang Qing was sitting cross-legged on the bed. A small wooden stool was placed in front of her to act as a desk, and she was burying her head in her studies. Jin Yulan pushed the door in. Shao Cheng, reading a book? Take a break. Mom wants to talk to you about something. Looking at Jin Yulan who directly entered her house without knocking, Jiang Qing tried her best to hide her inner dislike and annoyance, a smile on his face. Mom, tell me what's up. Kim Gwyn sat across the edge of the bed, looking a little agitated. Did you know that Jasmine was going to give your relative a job? Jiang Qing subconsciously shook her head. Who said that? Jin Yulan looked at her. Eyes quite a bit of blame. Look at you. Every day bored at home to study. Outside the things do not know at all. Jiang Jasmine said. Who owes your family money back? We'll arrange a job for who? Your eldest uncle and second uncle and other relatives. These 2 days are running to your home. Jiang Qing was aware that Jiang Dehao had borrowed a lot of money out, but wondered, arranging a job, what does it have to do with paying back the money? This is not to ask you. The result is that you do not know anything. Every day only know to read books. You see, Jasmine is now more successful. A person to get the road, the chicken and the dog. Jin Yulan's disgusting tone made Jiang Qing feel bad. Ever since she was a child, she was the good child who was praised and commended by everyone, while Jiang Jasmine was the bad child who was disliked and mocked by everyone. She also thought to herself that she was better than Jasmine Kong in every way. Since her rebirth, she has been exhausting her efforts. Not only did he successfully avoid the death of the countryside, but he also snatched Zhang Jiaming, a potential stock, and now he is even taking advantage of the rebirth to prepare hard for the examination of the university. Her future is bright. Jin Yulan only saw Jiang Jasmine's current scenery, and had no idea that Jiang Jasmine's disaster was behind her. Jin Yulan suddenly sighed. Alas! Speaking of which, Jasmine and our family Ming should have been a couple. Jiang Qing looked like she had been hit with a muffled stick. Mom, what do you mean by that? Realizing that he actually said out of his heart. Jin Yulan busy smile, I just said in passing. Shao Cheng, you do not take it to heart. In the heart of the mother. You are much better than Jasmine. Jasmine is just a good life. By the leadership of the family Ming to see. I think, if you go back to your mother's home, ask Jasmine sighed. Can you give Jia Chuan also to arrange arrangements? Okay, Mom. I'll go back to my mom's house and ask. Jin Yulan did not mention that Jiang Qing also wanted to return to the Jiang family. She wanted to see what Jiang Jasmine was up to. Back in the city, Jiang Qing did not return to the Jiang family first, but found Zhou Shaoqing to find out the news. You don't even know how hateful Jiang Jasmine is. She ate my mom's melon, even if she didn't agree to help. She also called my mom a long tongue, saying that my mom chewed on her tongue, but it made my mom angry. Don't be mad. Molly is supposed to be that way. Let me buy you a soda to take the edge off. Yeah. Drinking a soda. Jiang Qing spoke with Zhou Shaoqing about Jiang Jasmine. She'll be finished soon. How? If she is quiet as her head daughter-in-law, the rest of her life is certainly not worry about glory and wealth. But unfortunately she cannot change her dog to eat. Had to die. How long past the civil cuts? Cadres and leaders who are not diligently disciplined. Low-profile people, for fear of being seized with pigtails. She is good. Fanfare unrivaled. Afraid that others will not notice the Lu family. Jiang Qing's words made Zhou Shaoqing relieve her fire even more than the ice soda. Zhou Shaoqing went on a blind date yesterday, and the match was from a dual-income family and good-looking. She looked at it, but she was angry that the man didn't even look at her. She just couldn't figure out how a woman like Jiang Jasmine, who was a good eater and lazy, could be looked upon by a handsome officer man. She doesn't have a bad family. She has a decent job herself. What's so bad about it that she can't look at her? After hearing that the job she was so proud of, Jiang Jasmine even had it at her fingertips to arrange at will. She couldn't help but feel jealous and unwilling in her heart. Jasmine, what right does she have? If she could bring down Jiang Jasmine, she would be willing to make her eat. The people in the military compound, I guess they don't know about all the things she's done in her mother's house, and if they did, her good days would be over. Jiang Qing's words undoubtedly showed Zhou Shaoqing the way. Chen Shui, this shirt of yours is indeed Liang, right? It's so pretty. Facing Zhou Shaoqing's envious eyes, Chen Shui subconsciously straightened her chest. She was cautious and discreet in front of Lu Tingting, but her attitude towards a classmate from an ordinary family like Zhou Shaoqing was a bit puritanical. Zhou Shaoqing, what do you want from me? I'd like to ask something, like if your father is a cadre in the military district, can he just arrange jobs for his relatives? Nonsense. Wu Miaoyun had just received her eldest grandson from the Yuhong class and was ready to go home when she ran into Chen Shui, who had run to her. Mom, I have something to tell you. What's it like to be such a big man and still be fussy when things go wrong? It was the time when the Yukong class was dismissed from school, surrounded by the residents of the compound who were picking up their children, and her daughter's behavior upset Wu Miaoyun. This daughter was raised in the countryside, compared with the children of the compound is always a little worse. For this, she secretly gave her daughter said a number of marriage did not work, but the daughter cannot learn to be stable. Let her angry. Chen Shui couldn't catch her breath. It's Jiang Jasmine. She's so powerful in her mother's house. The moment they heard Jiang Jasmine's name, all the people around them swished their gazes in unison. End of chapter. Chapter 63, joining forces to do a job and screw her over. Smack value plus 3, $30, 000. Smack value plus 5, $50, 000. Smack value plus 7, $70, 000. Hearing the tone of the suspicion value rising crazily, Jiang Jasmine called out the system. You got a bug? 10,000 skeptics. No, the quest is progressing normally. Jiang Jasmine was a bit puzzled. She didn't do anything today. She didn't even go out the door. How could Jiang Jasmine know that Jiang Qing, Zhou Shaoqing and Chen Shui, the three of them, had teamed up to make a game and were preparing to screw her? At this hour, all the big men are at work, and those who pick up their children from the organization's nursery class are all women comrades. A woman's ability to spread gossip is devastating. Have you heard? The Lu family's new daughter-in-law is selling her work at her mother's house, and their relatives are all bringing money in sacks to her door. My mom, she's really got the guts of a dog. Not afraid of her father-in-law being investigated by the organization? Deputy ZW Lu has been honest and upright all his life, and on the verge of retirement. He was dragged down by such a family stir. What a family misfortune. Jingle bell, on him. Hearing the phone ring, Lu Dehao casually picked it up, and the majestic and calm voice of the leader above came from the other end of the phone. Come to my office. Yes, leader. After hanging up the phone, Lu Dehao had some drums in his heart. As the leader's oldest subordinate, he keenly heard the other man's displeasure, which was clearly directed at him. He hasn't done much lately. Old leader, calling me over specifically. What important instructions do you have to give? Wu Lifeng signaled Lu Dehao to close the door of the office. Only then did he open his mouth with a smile that was not gloomy. Looking for you is a bit of a personal matter. I heard that you have a wide range of paths. I have a few distant relatives of the children do not have a job, and I would like to ask you to give the arrangement. Lu Dehao is also an old man elite. Guessed that the leader could never find him to say such things without reason. On his face, he had a look of "You're kidding me. Leader, are you kidding me? I don't care about that, but I'll take care of the labor bureau. I don't care about that. Besides, nowadays, jobs are scarcer than pork, so where can I get you one? You're not forcing me to do something difficult." Wu Lifeng head back, hands on the armrests of the chair. Not angry self-conviction. Lao Lu comrades, passed to my ears, can be different from what you said yourself. I said, why did you call me over? Dare I say that someone has sued me? Look at Lu Dehao, there are always unruly people want to harm me. Dead look. Wu Lifeng bang bang knocked on the table. Don't you move to put a charge on people. An empty cave may not be without a cause. I am not so dim as to be unable to argue right and wrong. Well then, tell me, what's the word on the street about me? Nonsense. Who the hell is spouting bull? Asterisk. Call him out and I'll confront him. Lu Dehao is as stable as an old dog on the surface, but he is actually panicking inside. Lao San's daughter-in-law is indeed a money-loving master, so maybe she really saw the money and did something confusing. It's over. Is it really going to be too late? Wu Lifeng looked at him coldly. The body is not afraid of the shadow slant. If you did not do this kind of thing, others cannot accuse you. I did not do. I, Lu Dehao, am not so shallow as to give up my spine for those 3 or 2 dates. Lu Dehao's face was red and thick-necked, and he looked like he was going to fight for his life. Leader, I'm putting my word down here today. No matter who it is, let him show the evidence, or else he's making false accusations. It is organized and premeditated persecution of national cadres. You have to give me justice. If you don't care, I'll go up to the center / center. Wu Lifeng pointed at him with a look of disgust. Look at you, almost 60 years old. You're in a hurry when things go wrong. Why am I not in a hurry? Someone put on my head. Damn it, I can't swallow this. Outside the commander's office, a dozen or so middle and high-level cadres, led by Su Changping of the political department, were listening in through the cracks in the door panel, while eavesdropping and whispering crickets. It's getting loud. It's getting loud. Having such an uncaring daughter-in-law is enough to make old Lu drink a few pots. Smack value +7. $70. 000. Although Wu Lifeng didn't tell Lu Dehao who actually made the small report, he gave Lu Dehao an appeasement and affirmation. He still trusted this old subordinate 100%. The reason why Lu Dehao called Lu Dehao to the office is simply to let Lu Dehao good control of the family's unproblematic little daughter-in-law. As senior cadres like them, it is vital to establish a good family culture, cultivate one's moral character, align one's family, rule the country and pacify the world. And how can one do a good job when one's family can't even manage it well? The Lu family. Wu Miaoyun took his daughter Chen Shui door to door to Anhui to make amends. You say you said how many times you still fidgety. Things are not clear on the blind yelling, as much as to your auntie and Uncle Lu to add to the chaos. Auntie Anne, I'm sorry. Chen Shui stood behind Wu Miaoyun, apologizing with trepidation on her lips, but her eyes couldn't stop glancing towards Jiang Jasmine on the sofa. If someone else had done this kind of thing and was exposed, he would have been in a state of confusion and would have been unable to sit still. Jiang Jasmine even acted like a nobody and had the leisure to eat there. Her skin was really thick. At the same time, there was a hidden gloating in the back of his mind. Lu Chang is tall and handsome, with excellent ability and good birth. He is the most outstanding one among the high cadre children of the whole compound, who all want to marry. She had been taken advantage of by Jiang Jasmine, a straw man with nothing but her face. Not only her, but the whole compound of young unmarried women are not convinced yet. This time it is good. Jiang Jasmine death broke such a big trouble, and Lu Chang did not have a round room. Maybe it will be swept away by the Lu family. And Hui was shocked and furious in her heart, but her face was unperturbed. They are all false rumors. My old Lu was not this kind of person, and Xiao Jiang can't do this kind of thing. Lu Dehao's character, Wu Miaoyun, is believed, but there's a question mark as to whether or not Jasmine Kong would do such a thing. Wu Miaoyun looked to Jiang Jasmine. Skin smile not smile. Xiao Jiang, you also say something. Do not be muffled. You really do this kind of thing. Say it before it becomes a big mistake. We think of a way to help you remedy. Jiang Jasmine sked and threw away the peach kernel. I talk hard, but some people, I guess. Just don't deserve to hear good words. I'm neither your father nor your mother. So why do you keep thinking about me all day long? If you have nothing to do, you can go to the public restroom and lick the cesspools clean one by one. Wu Miaoyun took her daughter and left the Lu family with a black face. And Hui came back after sending Wu Miaoyun's mother and daughter. Looking at Jiang Jasmine, who was relaxing on the sofa, her forehead jutted. Jiang, tell the truth. Did you do those things or not? Without waiting for Jiang Jasmine to reply, the door of the house was pushed open with a clang, and Lu Dehao entered with a dark face. End of chapter. Chapter 64. Can't look at me, but can't kill me. Closing the door to his home, Lu Dehao grilled Jiang Jasmine with a serious face. Xiao Jiang, you've been running to your mother's house all the time these days. What have you been doing? Not waiting for Jiang Jasmine to answer, Manhwa said sharply, Xiao Jiang, this is not a joke. Buying and selling work is speculation. It's punishable by imprisonment. You can't make a mistake. And Hui had the same serious look on her face. Xiao Jiang, if you tell the truth, I won't beat you. I didn't buy or sell a job. All three were relieved to hear her say that. I just promised my mother's relatives that I would help them get jobs. Lu Dehao almost didn't raise his breath. Xiao Jiang, finish your words once and for all. Don't gasp for air. Is this the time for bull asterisk 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 asterisk? And Hui gave him a blank look and said seriously to Jiang Jasmine, Xiao Jiang, you're not a child anymore. How can you be so unaware of the importance of things? Is this job something that can be arranged casually? They won't pay our family back if I don't say so. Lu Dehao back hands in the living room back and forth. Finished. I also in the afternoon in front of the leadership of the face, patting the table and swearing that there is no such thing. This time there is a mouth cannot be said. Hearing that this had alarmed the leaders, and Huey's face sank. Their family looks at the surface as a high-ranking official and powerful. However, the dark waiting to see their bad luck do not know how many. In the heavy atmosphere, Jiang Jasmine's silverling voice could be heard. Dad, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. How can you not be in a hurry? Xiao Jiang, what can I say about you? Such a big thing. Why don't you discuss it with your family first? Xiao Jiang, you've made a big mess this time. It's not just yourself you're harming with this nonsense. Lao San and your father will be implicated as well. In the face of the Lu family's reproach and blame, Jiang Jasmine calmly abashed. The Qing dynasty has been extinguished. Now is a new society. Not Qing 9 families that set. In other words, if I have committed a crime, I can't implicate Lu Chang and you, Mom and Dad. Moreover, I just brag. It's not against the law, right? Bragging rights? Jiang Jasmine I just casually said that, and they all believed it, and one by one they rushed to pay back the money. The Lu family looked at each other. And we also reacted at this time. You took the matter of arranging a job and tricked a few of your uncles into paying back the money? It was they who lied to my father first. When they borrowed the money they said they would pay back when they had the money. But what happened? Obviously have money in hand. One by one crying poor and selling misery. If they are not kind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Lu Dehao's hanging heart completely dropped. It's unkind to lie to people, I guess, but it's nothing compared to corruption and bribery. Xiao Jiang, in the future, if there's anything, you must discuss it with your family. Your mom and I are getting old and can't withstand the scares. Oh, got it. Seeing that she had promised to be good, and that she hadn't caused any serious trouble, Lu Dehao's tone was much more amiable. Did you collect all those debts from your relatives? There's one or two more, so I'm going to have to ask you guys to do me a favor and keep it a secret for a few days. This is not difficult. Lu Dehao nodded, and then concerned about how much money the relatives owed her family. Jiang Jasmine didn't have time to count it herself, and went back to her room to take the money out and count it in front of Lu's family. A total of 614. Yo-ho, that's quite a lot. Almost as much as your father's salary for a year. Lu Dehao was surprised. It's all old, and without this method, this money won't even be recovered. Hearing her say this, Lu Dehao thought to himself that this daughter-in-law was still a little smart. Dad, Mom, do you have enough money to spend? Lu Dehao and Hui looked at each other. What do you mean? Is Lao San's daughter-in-law getting them money to spend? Although this daughter is a bit rowdy, but filial piety is still there. Xiao Jiang, your mom and I have enough money to spend. Enough to spend you guys to spend some for me. Don't you have money? I don't want to spend my own money. I like to spend other people's money. That's a nice thought for you. The Chan family. Wu Miaoyun exasperated with Wu Lan and Xiao Jing. Spitting Jiang Jasmine, I think she is a stick. Day after day to cause trouble, not to mention. The mouth also stinks. In exchange for my daughter-in-law, I would have taken a broom to beat out the door. Wu Lan comforted her. You know Hui's temperament. She stabbed such a big piper. Can Hui spare her? Xiao Jing mysteriously said, this can be a big deal. The old Lu was called to the leadership office in the afternoon. Received a scolding. Wait and see. Maybe old Lu will be disciplined because of this. This news undoubtedly smoothed Wu Miaoyun's heart. She is not a good sister on the surface, behind the back of the villain who cannot see and Hui good. But her eyes cannot tolerate Jiang Jasmine this sand. On the one hand, she hates Jiang Jasmine for disobeying her and dropping her bowl. And on the other hand, she has always had a hard time with Jiang Jasmine marrying Lu Chang. She had set up her eldest daughter, Chen Dan, with Lu Chang and wanted to be in-laws with An Hui. But Lu Chang was too picky to look at her eldest daughter. It's okay if she doesn't see her eldest daughter. After all, Lu Chang is really outstanding and has the capital to be picky. As a result, in the end, Lu Chang married such a thing and it was very hard for her to figure out. Her daughter is 10 times better than Jasmine. However, Jiang Jasmine can't hold the wall. This time in such a big trouble, will be swept away by the Lu family. If Lu Chang really left, her second daughter Chen Shui has not yet been able to talk to anyone, so she may have a chance. Lu Chang is good, but a second marriage is worthless. In the evening, Zhou Jinyu and Su Xiuzhen take the opportunity of delivering dumplings to come to Lu's house to find An Hui to find out the news. The two were relieved to learn that Jiang Jasmine did not have a trading job and that the money was a debt paid by a relative. Speculation is not a small crime. Pulling out the carrot and bring out the mud. Lu Dehao really happened. Their two families will have to follow the bad luck. Although the misunderstanding was solved, the two of them still had grudges and dislikes in their hearts towards Jiang Jasmine, their new sister-in-law. After leaving the door, Zhou Jinyu lamented with Su Xiuzhen, it's bad luck to have such a troublemaker. Su Xiuzhen patted her chest. My heart jumps when I hear about her now. Day in and day out. There's no stopping. Snap. The sound of a crisp slap startled both men. When he looked for the sound, he vaguely saw a person lying on a chaise longue under the gazebo. Where's who? Me. Hearing that it was Jiang Jasmine, Zhou Jinyu and Su Xiuzhen couldn't help but be embarrassed. It's bad luck to be caught gossiping by the person in question. Eat a full meal out to nab some air. I didn't realize there were so many mosquitoes biting me several bags. Jiang Jasmine patted herself on the back and walked to the two of them with a sincere face. You guys don't just hate me with your mouths. You have to act. Usually there is nothing to do. You can go to the 3 ants and 6 ants houses more often. Talk to everyone more about me. So that more people hate me. So that I will be very happy. Because I like it when people can't look at me, but can't me over. Zhou Jinyu and Su Xiuzhen. After seeing Jiang Jasmine home, Su Xiuzhen couldn't help but curse lowly. She's got a brain problem, right? Don't talk about it. Let's go. Go back. Zhou Jinyu pulled Su Xiuzhen and left in a hurry. On the second floor balcony, Wei Xiuqin turned around and returned to the bedroom, rushing to her husband, who was lying on the bed and reading the newspaper, and said, It's a fight. It's a fight. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Mouse Droppings. Wei Xiuqin's face of excitement of having eaten a melon made Lu Jinghua curious. Who argued? Wei Xiuqin pointed downstairs while getting into bed, mysteriously lowering her voice. Just now, the 3 daughters-in-law of the Lu family were at each other's throats in the first floor courtyard. Lu Jinghua looked at her. What are you happy about when people are at each other's throats? Wei Xiuqin said, I have long said, Lu Laosan married. This is not a lamp. This is not I said? Into the door these days. Which day not make trouble? That's true. Getting drunk on your wedding day and making a joke of the whole compound. Wrestled the Chen family's bull the next day. The third day back to the door to fight with my mother-in-law. This time it is even more outrageous. Daring to take bribes and buy and sell jobs openly in her mother's house. If this man could go to heaven, he wouldn't break the sky. Lu Laosan doesn't know what kind of vision he has. He found a daughter-in-law who can cause so much trouble. He himself dumped his hand and went back to the army. His old man can't even wipe his ass every day. Listening to his wife's complaints, Lu Jinghua couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Lu Dehao. Despite his old-ass temper, Lu Dehao's work ability is beyond reproach. When he was young, he fought bravely and made great achievements in battle. And after entering the military district, he was conscientious, clean and honest. And his prestige in the army was extremely high, especially in the past year or two. There are rumors that the higher-ups intend to let Lu Dehao take over Wu Lifeng's class. Although the rumors cannot be taken as true, but it is also a kind of recognition of Lu Dehao's personal ability. But with such an uncaring daughter-in-law, it is hard to say whether she can retire peacefully, not to mention advancement. Wei Xiuqin lying flat with her husband whispered, crickets, the compound are rumors. The old Lu may be disciplined. Lu returned, this depends on his old 3 daughter-in-law to do this thing or not. If not done, then there is room for redemption. If really done, then this thing is not good to say. Old Lu, this position, staring at the people can be quite a lot. Wei Xiuqin looked at her husband. What about you? If Lao Lu really steps down, is it possible for you? Lu Jinghua, like Lu Dehao, was in political work, and Lu Dehao was his superior. Lu Jing said to his wife, "Who doesn't want to get ahead? But wanting to and being able to are two different things." The Jiang family would still be eating dinner at this time. Workshop has an equipment failure. Jiang Dehao is responsible for maintenance. Work more than an hour later than usual. Xiao Qing, how have you been doing in the Jiang family for the past few days? Are you still adapting? Jiang Dehao is from the countryside, out of the countryside. Know the pain of the countryside. Worried about the stepdaughter in the countryside is not accustomed to. Cannot help but care about a few words. It's quite good. Uncle Jiang, my mom heard that Jasmine was able to arrange a job for her, and she wants Jasmine to arrange a job for Jiachuan as well. As soon as he heard the words arrange work, Jiang Dehao got a headache. The mouth snorted. This matter turn around when Jasmine comes back. I will talk to her, but you also talk to your mom. The job is not so good to arrange. Do not hold too much hope. Jiang Qing sneered in her heart. She says she treats her like a child, and when she actually opens her mouth and makes a request, she shows her true colors. It's easy to arrange jobs for uncles and uncles, but not for her? It didn't matter. She didn't expect the Jiang family either. It was just a matter of completing the task entrusted by Jin Yulan. At night, Jiang Dehao and his son squeeze into the inner room, while Jiang Qing and Li Hongying sleep on the big bed in the outer room. The bed in Jiang's house is much more comfortable to sleep in than Jiang's house, and there is a ceiling fan overhead to beat the cool breeze, which is neither stuffy nor has an unpleasant odor. Jiang Qing rolled over comfortably and couldn't help but think of Jiang Jasmine in her mind. The Lu family lived in the military compound in a first-class ministerial building, which not only had a separate courtyard, but also several rooms. Each month, 30 pounds of rice and noodles, 10 pounds of meat and eggs, 2 pounds of oil, 1 pound of sugar, and 40 pounds of vegetables. She couldn't even begin to think how pleasant it would be to live in such abundance. However, Jasmine will soon lose such glory and be knocked back. With that thought, she breathed a long sigh of relief. Jiang Jasmine got up early in the morning for the first time in her life. Much to Lu Dehao's surprise, it was the first time he had breakfast with Jiang Jasmine after so many days of her passing through the door. Xiao Jiang, you have something to do today? Getting up so early? Dad, after dinner I'll accompany you to the military district and explain the situation to the leaders. Seeing the Lu family all look at her in surprise, Jiang Jasmine said, the matter started because of me, so naturally I have to solve it. Hearing her say such responsible words, Lu Dehao and Hui were both surprised and relieved at the same time. Even Ma Hongmei looked at her with much more kind eyes, and attentively she peeled salted duck eggs. Lu Dehao considered, felt that it was necessary to bring Jiang Jasmine to the leaders and explain clearly in person, so he agreed. And Hui, however, is not quite at ease, fearing that Jiang Jasmine will offend the leaders as well when she opens her mouth. I'll accompany you all. Lu Dehao knew what she was worried about. Bringing her daughter-in-law into the military district would be an exception, and then bringing his wife as well would be too much labor. Then he consoled. I'm here. Let Xiao Jiang tell the leader about the money and I'll have someone send her back. It was easy to say, but Hui had a real problem with Jiang Jasmine's mouth. Xiao Jiang, when it comes to the leaders, you must be careful with your words, and don't say a word more than you should. Got it? Jiang Jasmine henpecked. Good. After breakfast, Jiang Jasmine followed Lu Dehao out the door, taking Lu Dehao's car to the military area. The scene was seen by a number of people in the compound. Have you heard? Lu Vice Zhangwei took his old third daughter-in-law to find the leader to ask for forgiveness. I heard that Lu Vice Zhangwei was so righteous that he personally twisted his little daughter-in-law to the Public Security Bureau. The rumor mill has gone off the rails, but everyone has the same consensus that Jasmine deserved it. The compound has always been harmonious and united, but there is such a rat mixed in, which makes people suspicious. Smack value plus 15. $150. 000. Jeep on. Lu Dehao said. Xiao Jiang, when you see the leader in a while, do you know what to say? No. Let's rehearse it. You say what you want to say to me first, and if there's something wrong with it we can change it. All right. Jiang Jasmine cleared her throat and opened her mouth under Lu Dehao's expectant gaze. Leader, if I say the wrong thing to make you angry, will I be shot? Lu Dehao choked. Won't. Then I have something to say. For your serious criticism of Comrade Lu Dehao yesterday, I want to give you criticism. Lu Dehao's eyelids fluttered. Stop. 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 Zhang Xiaoguang slammed on the brakes. Both Lu Dehao and Jiang Jasmine almost hit their heads. Lu Dehao opened his mouth to scold Jiang Xiaoguang. Can you drive? Jiang Xiaoguang commiserated. Chief, you said stop. I'm not talking about you. Keep driving. Yes. After waiting for the vehicle to continue traveling, Lu Dehao twisted his head to look at Jiang Jasmine, saw her small face white, subconsciously concerned. Xiao Jiang, did not hit it? Nope. Lu Dehao released his heart, then remembered Jiang Jasmine's words just now, and his brain jumped suddenly. Xiao Jiang, you're there to report to the leader, and you're criticizing the leader. Aren't you adding to the chaos? Forget it, you'd better not go. I'll let Xiao Guang send you back later. Dad, I'm teasing you. The leader was already angry. How could I add fuel to the fire? I'm not stupid. Rudjiao, you sure don't look too smart. It's mostly easier to get along with you guys that way. Be sure to send Laosan's daughter-in-law with the army. Let this mouth of hers piss off Laosan's brat. When he thought of Laosan being so angry by Laosan's daughter-in-law that he jumped to his feet, Lu Dehao couldn't even suppress the corners of his AK-47 mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 66. From the moment she stepped through the gates of the military district, Jiang Jasmine was completely honest. Lu Dehao told her to shout at people and she did so, and she laughed when she was told to laugh. A military heavyweight is no joke. Lu Dehao led her to the office first. The leader of the military district has a lot of work to do on a day-to-day basis, so it's not like you can just meet him. Lu Dehao had his guards make her tea and bring her some newspapers to pass the time. I don't know how long it took, but the commander's office called and asked him to bring Jasmine Jiang over. Lu Dehao shouted Jiang Jasmine on the sofa awake. Xiao Jiang, get up. The leader wants us to go over. Jiang Jasmine stretched and got up from the sofa. Looking at the handkerchief Lu Dehao handed over a little puzzled. Lu Dehao pointed to the corner of her mouth. Wipe the saliva. Oh, look at her wipe saliva naive. Lu Dehao secretly worried. This daughter heart is also too big point. To see the leader is not nervous. Sleep more than a pig. Packing up. Jiang Jasmine followed Lu Dehao to meet Wu Lifeng. Wu Lifeng is in his early 60s. Gray at the temples, but hale and hearty. Especially a pair of eyes. Deep and sharp. With scrutiny. As if he can penetrate her heart. Leader, the cause of the matter is like this. The day I returned to the door, a few uncles approached me to borrow money. I thought that they still owed my father a buttload of unpaid debts, so I let them pay back their previous debts first, but it turned out that they said that they had to buy jobs for a few of their cousins, and they couldn't pay back the money, or else they would let me help them arrange for a job, and they would pay back my family's money. I thought if I didn't say yes, would they have an excuse to renege on their debt and not pay back the money? So I agreed that as long as they paid back the money, I would help arrange a job. This was spread by my brother to the ears of other relatives, and everyone ran to my mother's house. Saying that, he took out the account book that he had prepared last night and put it on Wu Lifeng's desk. They do send money door to door, but not to buy jobs, but to pay off debts. I've written down every single amount, so you can send someone up to my relatives' houses one by one to investigate. Wu Lifeng flipped open the ledger and looked at it. This matter, I guess. My father-in-law, Comrade Lu Dehao, was unaware of it, and I never thought of using my in-laws and father-in-law's relationship to help arrange jobs for my mother's family. Even if I wanted to do that, my father-in-law wouldn't do it. He doesn't even look at me as a daughter-in-law, and he's too full of himself to help my mother's family organize jobs. Rudjiao, don't think I can't hear you cursing me. Wu Lifeng derisively swept Lu Dehao a glance, clearly laughing at his poorly conducted relationship with his daughter-in-law. Then she asked Jiang Jasmine, then how are you going to help your mother's relatives arrange jobs? I have my own way of doing things, but I can assure you that there will be no specialization, much less breaking the law. Wu Lifeng returned the ledger to her. Alright, I know about this. Jiang Jasmine, then you can't scold my father-in-law anymore, Al. He's old and has to take the blame for unfilial children and grandchildren. It's too hard. Rudjiao, you're quite self-aware. Jiang Jasmine's small mouth continued to blather. But well, because of this, it makes me have some new views on the military region. Oh, tell me about it. Wu Lifeng looked at her with good humor. Jiang Jasmine, I used to think that the military district was a solemn and sacred and inviolable place. And every time I passed by the gate of the military district and saw the brightly colored five-pointed red star on the gate, I would unconsciously stand in awe. But today I found it. The military district is actually quite pro-people. With our machine shop family home is almost the same. Everyone is ordinary people. Idle nothing also like to pass gossip. In addition, I personally have a small suggestion that you, leader, can listen to as fun. When the military region's automobiles are not normally used, a short-term driving course can be organized. This will not only increase some funds for the military region, but also cultivate talents for the country. A multi-benefit. I'll be the first to state that if the military district runs a driving course, I'll be the first to sign up for it. From the commander's office, looking at Jiang Jasmine's white and pretty little face, Lu Dehao's heart drummed. The oldest daughter-in-law should just be talking off the top of her head, right? Said cadres are long-winded women, love to spread gossip. This lawsuit can be more advanced than playing a small report. The oldest daughter-in-law is just a fool and should not have the intelligence to do so. I don't think so. Walking out of the gates of the military district, Jiang Jasmine turned her head to Lu Dehao and said, "Dad, go back to work. I'm leaving." Lu Dehao urged her with his backhand. "It's hot. Go home early. Don't play around outside." "Got it." With the departure of Jiang Jasmine from the military region, Lu Dehao took her to the leadership of the news of the sin in the family compound spread. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. The family committee organized the women comrades of the compound to make dumplings, which were to be sent to the troops for the soldiers. In order to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm, the family council also divided the women comrades who participated in making rice dumplings into groups. Whichever group wraps the most dumplings will be rewarded with a pound of meat tickets each. And Hui and Wu Miaoyun, Wu Lan, Xiao Jing, plus Ma Hongmei form a group. Is wrapping the dumplings it? Heard the news back from the military region. Wu Miaoyun cannot help but share the feelings of An Hui. Your family Xiaochang personal ability that is really no words. Young age was promoted to the battalion level. The compound who do not envy you, but his vision. It is really poor point. Find such a worry-free daughter-in-law. He is patting his ass to go to the army, leaving the mess to you and old Lu to clean up. Xiao Jing picked up. If I say so, the Meng family's second daughter is quite good. Her family history, appearance, and talent are all first-class good. I've heard that her family has offered her an associate professor at the university. Associate professor? Mustn't that be a handful of years old? That's not clear, but it can't be helped. And Meng's daughter isn't getting any younger. Both being moms, they can't help but feel sorry and sigh for Meng Wei. All those years wasted for nothing, becoming an old girl. Wu Miaoyun is especially glad that Lu Chang rejected the marriage and did not die, but immediately made a decision to give the eldest daughter said other marriage. Otherwise, the eldest daughter would only have to follow in Meng Wei's footsteps. When the rice dumplings were almost finished, the military district had another gossip back, saying that some cadres had been criticized by internal warnings. A room full of military families looked like it was exploding with whispers. Who do you guys think will be disciplined? That's hard to say. They said that it was not good to talk about it, but each of them intentionally or unintentionally glanced at An Hui. An Hui continued wrapping the dumplings as if nothing had happened, her brows and eyes unable to see any joy or anger. Wu Miaoyun, Wu Lan and Xiao Jing quietly exchanged glances, apparently also guessing that the disciplined is Lu Dehao. Jiang Jasmine, the family stirrer, finally got her in-laws involved. It's just a warning. It's nothing serious, and after this wind everyone will forget about it. Wu Miaoyun spoke with her mouth, but her eyes looked at An Hui. Anyone could see it was meant for An Hui. A warning is the lightest discipline on the military. A verbal warning that doesn't go into a file to leave a stain. End of chapter. Chapter 67, I can double your paycheck tenfold. An Hui is strong in her bones, and although she has no idea in her heart and guesses that the disciplinary action will most likely be taken against her husband, she does not admit defeat on her lips. Who says it isn't? With so many cadres in the military region, it's not uncommon for them to be criticized by the leadership any day. Yeah, Wu Miaoyun echoed An Hui on her lips, but in her heart, she secretly thought that An Hui had a big heart, and that she was not even in a hurry. If it were her, she would have swept such a troublemaker out of the house before she dragged the family down. Not long after, He Chioxia, the director of the family committee, led people over to collect the dumplings. Yo, your group has bagged so many. It looks like you're expected to win the championship. Wu Miaoyun smiled and said, if you really take first place, come to the house at night and treat you to meat. Yeah, seeing Wu Miaoyun's cheerfulness, He Chioxia's eyes flashed and she couldn't help but say, it's hard for you to still be so optimistic, but a warning really isn't considered much of a serious matter. And after this gust of wind it'll all be forgotten. Wu Miaoyun smoothly picked up, that's what I told Sisterin. He Chioxia is also a human savant. A listen to know that Wu Miaoyun has not been clear, cannot help but meaningful, this cannot say with Mrs. Lu vice Shangwei and not disciplined. An Hui, who had been looking down to help the activity committee members count the dumplings, looked up at the words. All the women comrades around them hooted and hollered as well. Director, the one who was disciplined wasn't Deputy Zhang Wei Lu. Who was it then? The gossips only said that some cadres had been warned and criticized, but did not name them, associated with Jiang Jasmine's actions. Everyone guessed that the cadre warned and criticized is Lu Dehao. Who else could it be if not Luck Taxiu? Who else could it be? Although the news will spread sooner or later, it is offensive to say it like that in public. He Chioxiao will not do this detrimental thing. I also hearsay, cannot be accurate, but certainly not Lu vice Shangwei. And Huey's group lived up to its name and won first place in the dumpling wrapping, and each was rewarded with a pound of meat tickets. But everyone can't care about envy. Their minds are taken away by which cadre has been disciplined. There was a flurry of people heading home, going back to call their men to find out what was going on. and Hui, who had returned home, also made the first call to Lu Dijao's office. Sister-in-law. What did sixth brother say? Who was it that was disciplined? When Hui hung up the phone, Ma Hongmei was busy asking. And Hui looked at her. It's Dehao. Ma Hongmei was surprised. How could it be Dadong? Wu Miaoyun also dreamed that the disciplinary action was actually her husband. The thought of her still comforting Hui in the activity room made her face burn like she'd been slapped several times. It goes back a day. Wu Miaoyun scolded her daughter's fussy mouth, but she herself was not much better. Turned her head and called her husband, telling Jiang Jasmine's private matter of buying and selling jobs with her mother's relatives. Chen Dadong then ran to Wu Lifeng and snitched. In fact, Chen Dadong does not think that Lu Dijao really dares to embezzle and accept bribes. Cadres like them. That is the name and integrity, valued more important than life, will never be able to make such low-level mistakes. The reason for this little report was to take the opportunity to pander to Wu Lifeng. Wu Miaoyun and he called Wu Lifeng cousin-uncle, although out of the 5 services, but also stained with the story. Wu Lifeng being in this position would do him no harm, if not good. But in the past year or two there have been rumors that Lu Dijao might take over from Wu Lifeng. He pondered to himself that Wu Lifeng must have a problem with Lu Dijao. Imagine what superior person would like a subordinate who wants to take his place? It's just right. Wu Lifeng can use this to suppress Lu Dijao's anger. Whoever thought of lifting a stone and hitting his own foot, did not get any good, but was scolded instead. Besides, Wu Lifeng, he hadn't wanted to make a big deal out of it. Chen Dadong did not report. 2 did not slander. Is the gossip spread in the compound? As a joke in his follow-a-mouth. Lu Dijao explains this clearly and the matter is settled. But Jiang Jasmine's sentence with the long-tongued women like to spread gossip, pointed out the cadres of slack thinking, loose discipline, did not put their minds on the work. This is a serious problem, and he, as a hand, must reorganize and strengthen the management of the team. That's why he killed the chicken and made an example of Chen Dadong. Jiang Jasmine played outside all day and didn't return to the compound until late afternoon. The family committee door-to-door notification in advance, so that the idle-at-home women comrades have to participate in the activities of the dumplings. She was not happy to participate in the military region out of the department store went to hang out, and in the afternoon to find a tea house to listen to the opera for recreation. While waiting for the bus, there were 2 older women next to me chatting animatedly, staring at the netful of skinned eggs carried in the hands of one of the older sisters. Jiang Jasmine unconsciously swallowed her saliva. A little hungry. 2 older women were talking about their paychecks, and one of them, with short floppy hair, said, I'm getting paid more this month than last month. $35. 70. Another braided older woman showed envy. That's great. I'm only $33. 30 this month, more than $2 less than you. Jiang Jasmine came forward and said to the big sister with the small salary, I have a way to make your salary tenfold. The man looked at her with strange eyes. Who are you? Jiang Jasmine pointed to the older sister carrying the skinny eggs and said, if you can get her to buy me a skinny egg, I'll show you a way to double your paycheck tenfold. Before the man could say anything, the people waiting around for the bus got up in arms. Give it to her. A skinny egg can be worth a few dollars. 10 times your monthly paycheck is just too tempting. After all, to meet the big leaders, Jiang Jasmine dressed formally today. A short-sleeved white shirt with gray-blue suit pants, white socks and black leather shoes on his feet, and a double-twisted braid. Seeing that Jiang Jasmine is young and pretty, and dressed demurely, coupled with the coaxing of the surrounding people, the older sister gave Jiang Jasmine a skinny egg. Hold your horses, ha. I'll tell you all about it when I'm done eating my skinny eggs. Don't pay for the skinny eggs, just smell good. The gelatin jelly is bouncy and smooth and the yolk is rich and savory. A station full of people gathered around her, waiting with bated breath for her to finish her skinny eggs. Passers-by saw it and thought there was something interesting to see, so they also gathered around. What's this all about? Someone asked after looking at it for half a day and not seeing anything. This girl says she has a way to tenfold her paycheck. Seriously? Bragging rights? Who knows? Just look at it. It's not a bad piece of meat to look at. Also under everyone's expectant gaze, Jiang Jasmine finally finished her skinny egg. She licked her lips in retrospect and said to her braided sister, you should say that. I got paid 330 cents on the dollar this month. What? Just in time for the bus to arrive. Jiang Jasmine pushed her way through the crowd and quickly got into the car. The 2 elder sisters reacted and pointed at Jiang Jasmine in anger. What are you running for? You liar. Give me back my skinny egg. Jiang Jasmine in the car poked her head out of the window and smiled brightly. Big sister, just tell me if you've doubled your salary tenfold, right? Asterisk 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 you 10 times over. You lackey. The crowd that had gathered around to join in the fun also booed at Jiang Jasmine. What kind of tenfold doubling is this? It's clearly a trick. Too bad. Smack value plus 17. Credited to $170. 000. Corrected bug. Lu family sister-in-law called Fan Wenfeng. I do not know how to write right as Jojinyu. Maybe a certain period of time brain away from Homet. Because the VIP chapter after the time will not be able to modify. Need to ask the editor to get permission. I will not change for the time being. Later if there are other changes to be made, I will change together. End of chapter. Chapter 68, Iron Bone and Tenderness. When he got out of the car and was almost at the entrance to the military compound, a familiar petulant yell came from behind him. Jiang Jasmine. Stop. Jiang Jasmine turned around. Yo, good niece. Back from school? Hearing Jiang Jasmine's address, Lu Tingting became even more furious. Jiang Jasmine. You really have the guts of a dog. How dare you accept bribes to buy and sell jobs privately? Do you want to kill my third uncle, my grandfather, and them? Niece, how many times has your grandmother taught you to be housebroken to your elders? Come on, shout something nice to hear. Lu Tingting gritted her teeth. Don't be complacent. My third uncle is just blind for a moment. If he knew what you've done, he'd definitely leave you. Jiang Jasmine smiled with red lips and white teeth. It's hard to say whether your third uncle is blind or not, but you are definitely blessed like the East Sea, because having me as your third aunt is a blessing for you. Glaring at Jiang Jasmine's back as she raised a long laugh, Lu Tingting was so angry that she bounced in place. When he got home, Lu Dehao was already back from work, talking to Manhwa in the living room. Dad. Mom. I'm home. Lu Dehao looked at her, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Where have you been? Didn't I tell you to go home early? Jasmine kicked off her shoes and walked over to the couch and sat down on her butt. I'm exhausted from hanging out, not wanting to see her sitting without a seat. And Hui said, go back to your room and lie down for a while. I'll call you for dinner. Okay. Jiang Jasmine numbly run back to her room, looked at her, closed the door to the room. Lu Dehao re-sit back on the sofa, and his wife to continue unfinished words. Xiao Jiang this mouth. Beckon people to dislike, also beckon people to love? In front of the leadership blah blah blah, so say, but also really to the leadership to say, turn around to the Ministry of Logistics. Let as soon as possible to come up with the statute of the driving training course to run. And Hui said, I would have said let her brother follow Jiang Shao optical driving. Since she has made a statement in front of the leadership, then go to the training course to learn it. Tuition I gave him out. Lu Dehao lamented. You say, Lao San, this brat is enough angry. Find a daughter-in-law also with him immoral. I really can't stand this heart. Up and down. Day after day, then the Gizi will be exciting. And Hui gave him a cross look. You didn't even ask for it. Who can you blame? Blame me. Blame me. Lu Dehao came over to her side. But to be sincere, what do you think of Lao San's daughter-in-law? At first, and Hui truly disliked Jiang Jasmine as her daughter-in-law. A good eater, a troublemaker, and a stinker. No mother-in-law wants a daughter-in-law like that. But after this period of contact, she had changed her opinion of Jiang Jasmine quite a bit. He is a little short of a mouth. He doesn't like to work, and he's not in tune, but he's not ambiguous when it comes to big things. In the case of this today, not only did I relieve my husband, but I did my own business in the process. This little daughter-in-law still has some brains in her. She should trust her son's vision, she thought. So far, the proper transfer and resettlement of the affected people. Fighters are doing their best to dig and rescue. After listening to Lu Cheng's report, Zhong Weigui nodded. Everyone has been working very hard during this period of time. Let the warriors get over it and seize the time for excavation and rescue. Looking at Lu Cheng's haggard and tired face, as well as his eyes filled with red bloodshot eyes, he softened his tone a bit. Although there is almost no possibility for the buried villagers to survive, but we are the people's sons and daughters of the soldiers, and when the people are in trouble, we must go all out. Lu Cheng stood at attention and saluted, promised to complete the mission. Zhong Weigui patted him on the shoulder. When I came here, I passed by the brother troop, and they supported the dumplings. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival, so I'll give the warriors a share, and I'll count it as a festival. Yes, Zhong Weigui still has to rush to the next rescue team. Before leaving, he pulled Lu Cheng to chat a few words on the subject. Before leaving, the leadership also made a special effort to talk to me about you, knowing that you married a daughter-in-law to solve a personal matter, so that I, on behalf of the whole army, to congratulate you. I wish you and your lover love and beauty, and grow old together. Thank you for your leadership and blessings. Zhong Weigui looked at him, his eyes with a few points of ridicule. Your personal matters, but no less than the brigade headache. A few leaders also said in private, can let you this 10,000 years old iron tree blossom? Afraid that it is not the same as the heavenly fairies of the girl? Pretty much. Zhong Weigui was amused by his cheekiness. You're really not modest. My daughter-in-law was already good looking. Look at you. You're the only one who has a daughter-in-law who's good-looking. In my mind, she's just the best-looking. No one else. The joy that flowed from his tone and the unconscious tenderness in his eyes was both unfamiliar and surprising to Zhong Weiguo. What was the old Lu Chang? That's not even looking squarely at lesbians. As if it's a waste of time to even look at them. Now that I have a daughter-in-law, I'm a bit of a human being. Miss your daughter-in-law? Well, thought about it. From time to time. Zhong Weiguo casually teased, not expecting Lu Chang to graciously admit it. Although those like them whose loved ones did not accompany the army would more or less think of and miss their loved ones in their hearts, no one would admit it. After all, a big old man has a good face. Lu Chang is so unruly and untamed that he can put down his face and admit in public that he wants a daughter-in-law. It made him even more curious about Jiang Jasmine, the daughter-in-law of the battalion commander, whom he had never met. Curious as to what exactly Jiang Jasmine had to offer that mesmerized Lu Chang like this. Leader, I have a personal favor to ask. Say it. Please take a telegram back for me tomorrow. I left in a hurry, and I haven't had a chance to report home for so long out. And I don't want my sweetheart to worry. Tomorrow was the Dragon Boat Festival, and he could not accompany the festival, but could only send a telegram back with his thoughts and sentiments. Iron-blooded men have both iron bones and tenderness. The Jiang family. Li Hongying filled a netted pocket with 6 skin eggs, plus 6 dumplings, and said to Jiang Qing, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. When you go back in the morning, bring this with you. Jiang Qing pursed her lips and said lowly, I'm not going back tomorrow yet. Li Hongying glanced at her and said, being married to your husband. If you don't spend the holidays at your in-law's house, outsiders will gossip. Jiang Qing was of course aware that if she didn't go back tomorrow, her in-laws would have a problem with it. In the past, she had always treated the Jiang family as a cage and desperately wanted to escape, but after living in the Jiang family for so many days, she regretted it. Although the Jiang family was not rich, the food was at least dry, and every now and then they could still eat some eggs and meat to supplement their nutrition. Jiang's family eats 3 thin meals a day, and they don't get enough to eat at all. There was no way around it. The Jiang family had a large population and little food, so they had to tighten their belts. Meat is out of the question, and you have to wait for the New Year's holidays to even think about eating some oil. There was no way for her to tell Li Hongying about these thoughts. She was the one who was bent on going to the Jiang family, and to say that she regretted it now was undoubtedly a slap in the face. I have a few other things to do, and I'll be back afterward. This statement Jiang Qing is not fooling Li Hongying. She stayed in the Jiang family, but also wanted to wait to see Jiang Jasmine swept away by the Lu family's woeful appearance. Her hard life was certainly hard, but Jasmine living a good life was even more of a pain in her throat and kept her awake at night. End of chapter. Chapter 69. Next time, don't argue, just slap her. Status, 429 from https://69shuba. me/txt/87807/39992822 failed to retrieve the content of this segment and no text content. Chapter 70, Dog Thief. Don't try to mess up my heart. The Lu family has an unwritten rule. That is, on New Year's holidays, children and grandchildren have to come to the old couple here to eat and reunite. When Jiang Jasmine went back, Fan Wenfang and Su Xiuzhen had already arrived with their children. There are 5 children in total in Lu Tingting's generation. Fan Wenfang has 2 daughters and 1 son, and Su Xiuzhen has 1 son and 1 daughter. Except for Lu Tingting, the other 4 are underage. When Jiang Jasmine entered, Lu Haoyu and Lu Chaoyang were under the gazebo, using a slingshot to hit the peppers planted at the base of the wall. The two had obviously been playing for a while, and several battered peppers had fallen in the vegetable patch. Spoiled food is beaten. Consequently, seeing Jiang Jasmine enter the door, both brothers sheepishly put down their slingshots. Aunt Sam. Jiang Jasmine carried her hands behind her back and walked up to the brothers with the stance of an elder. I don't know what kind of genes the Lu family has, but the 2 kids, one 15 and one 14, have already grown taller than her. Didn't your teacher teach you guys to be thrifty and frugal? If the chili pepper it knew it would be spoiled by you guys like this, I guess it would rather just blossom and not bear fruit. Slingshot confiscated, so I won't tell your grandparents. Lu Dehao and Anhui are both stern people, and knowing that they use vegetables as targets, they will not be able to avoid a fat beating. The 2 brothers honestly handed over their slingshots to Jiang Jasmine, even the finger-sized pebble bullets in their pockets that they had specially gone to the river to pick up. Smack value +1, $10, 000. Lu Haoyu had long ago contributed the dislike value under Lu Tingting's words and teachings. Hearing that the smack value was credited, Jiang Jasmine did not move on the surface, but in her heart, she played a small game. She'd been focusing her mission before, on the mouthy, chewy woman. Actually, kid brother is also a potential stock. A junior high school has at least 300 to 500 students, right? Do you all go to the same school? Do you have many friends at school? Jasmine Jiang played with her slingshot as she poked around. Both slingshots were well made. One with a mulberry wood frame and one with a willow wood frame. Polished to an oily finish and excellent grip. She hadn't played with a slingshot when she was a child. Back then it was all about video game consoles and computers. And traditional toys like slingshots were out. How does this one play? Seeing her interest in the slingshot, both of them jumped at the chance. Third auntie, we taught you to play with a slingshot. Can you give us back our slingshot? While it's easy to make a slingshot, it's not so easy to make a slingshot that's to your liking. Good point. Slingshotting is pretty easy, especially after you get the hang of it, and the more you play, the more addictive it becomes. After playing a few hands, Jiang Jasmine was not satisfied with hitting the close objects in the yard, and aimed at the date palm trees outside the wall. The date palm is just past the flowering stage, and the tree is full of finger-sized lime green date fruits. The stones flew through the dense canopy of the date palm. Clunk! God damn it! Which did this? In the opposite side of the river, Jiang Jasmine quickly stuffed the slingshot back into the hands of the brothers. Nah, the slingshot is back to you guys. It's not related to me anymore. Lu Haoyu and Lu Chaoyang. Grandma, Auntie 3 broke the glass across the street. Jiang Jasmine turned around and Nana Lu and Cynthia Lu were lying on the living room window watching the three of them. After making amends and going home, and Hui couldn't help but criticize Jiang Jasmine. How old are you? Still playing with a slingshot? It's good that you only hit the glass. What if you hit someone? Jiang Jasmine turned her head to Lu Haoyu and Lu Chaoyang. See, this is what happens when you play with a slingshot. From now on you are all forbidden to play. Lu Haoyu and Lu Chaoyang. It's none of their business. They're not that rookie, but the two only dared to bleep it out in their minds. Fan Wenfeng and Su Xiuzhen were equally speechless. You're an elder. You haven't even wiped your own ass clean, and you have the nerve to lecture your juniors. It was at this moment that Lu Dehao entered. After learning that the slingshot had broken the glass of the opposite door, he seized the tools of the trade without saying a word. Oh wow, this is completely out of the question. Lu Dehao fished out a folded paper draft from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Jasmine. Xiao Jiang, Lao San sent you a telegram. Jasmine took the paper draft and opened it. What did the oldest say? Hearing In Hui ask. Jiang Jasmine casually handed over the telegram. What did the oaking telegram say? Seeing In Hui staring at the telegram for half a second, Fan Wenfeng and Su Xiuzhen also curiously came over to look at it. When they read the contents of the telegram, both of them were stunned. Although there are only a few words, but as women, they can clearly perceive the love between the lines. Rather than a telegram, this is a letter from a husband to his wife. And Hui returned the telegram to Jiang Jasmine. Keep it. Lao San is probably afraid that you'll be worried, so he specially asked someone to give you a message. Jasmine went back to her room with the telegram. Closing the door, he fell back onto the bed and unfolded the manuscript paper in his hand. Molly, good afternoon. Don't miss it. A few short words, like a man's low, slightly raspy voice in her ear. Whispering softly, the heat spread from his ears to his cheeks. After flipping back and forth a few times, Jiang Jasmine clipped the manuscript paper into a book, picked up the photo frame on the desk in her hand, and poked her finger at the man's face. Dog thief, don't try to mess up my Taoism. Lu Cheng's telegram not only stirred Jiang Jasmine's heartstrings, but also made Fan Wenfeng and Su Xiuzhen, two sisters-in-law, have mixed feelings. Su Xiuzhen, Uncle Junior has not been close to women for so many years, and I thought he was an iron man who did not understand his feelings, but I did not expect that. This iron tree has also blossomed. Fan Wenfeng, this is probably the lover out of the West. We feel that the third sibling's sister this bad and that bad. In his eyes, the third sibling's sister is a meat and potatoes. Ma Hongmei also smiled and answered. Xiao Chang is newly married. It's normal to think about your daughter-in-law. Dinner will be served soon. Lu Tingting stepped through the door at mealtime. After entering the door she first called out to Hui and Lu Dehao, and waited until Jiang Jasmine, the volume of which was all of a sudden so small that it was as vague as a mosquito hum. Third child. Jiang Jasmine turned her head to Fan Wenfeng, who was serving the food, and said, Sister-in-law, take Tingting's niece to the hospital when you have time. I see that she is slurring her words. I'm afraid that she is not suffering from some kind of disease? You're the one who's sick. Grandma, she cursed me. Control her. Jiang Jasmine looked surprised. So you can talk properly. Tingting, how many times have I told you to be polite to your elders? And Hui sent words. Lu Tingting had to endure a stomach of anger. The rules called Jiang Jasmine third aunt. Open the meal. 7 adults and 4 children filled the table. It's rare for everyone to get together for a holiday. Why don't we have a drink? Jiang Jasmine was excited. Upon hearing that she was going to drink, the family was like an enemy. Her drunkenness at the wedding reception is still fresh in her mind and it's all scary. Lu Dehao, it's hot. Drinking alcohol makes you hot. Drink soda. Ma Hongmei immediately got up. Xiao Jiang, I'll go get it for you. Well, thanks auntie cousin. Lu Tingting pouted and glared hard at Jiang Jasmine. Her grandparents and uncles used to spoil her the most, but now they all surrounded Jiang Jasmine, whom she hated the most. She just couldn't figure it out. Even if her third uncle was a womanizer and was foxed by Jiang Jasmine, what made her grandparents so nice to Jiang Jasmine as well? End of chapter. Chapter 71. She's willing to have a second marriage. Lu Tingting's eyes poked at her body like little knives, and it was hard for Jiang Jasmine not to notice, but she didn't care. Just look. It's not like she's missing a piece of meat. One bite of the dish and one bite of the Arctic Ocean. After all, it was the Dragon Boat Festival, and the food was quite a bit more plentiful than usual. In addition to a large plate of salted duck eggs cut in half, there were also roasted pork ribs and carp. Lu Haoyu and Lu Chaoyang beat up the bad peppers. Ma Hongmei picked a few new ones and fried a plate of tiger skin green peppers. The peppers were sautéed until the skin was slightly charred and served with a sauce of minced garlic and balsamic vinegar, which was quite tempting to look at. Jiang Jasmine clamped one and her eyes reddened just as she took a bite. Xiao Jiang, what's wrong? Are you choking? Hurry up and drink some water. Ma Hongmei's sharp eyes noticed the difference in her, and she was too busy to care. Everyone at the tables looked at Jasmine Jiang. Lu Tingting gloated and opened her mouth shape at her. Deserved it. Choked to death. Jiang Jasmine blinked her watery almond eyes at the other party and winced with a touching face. Cousin auntie, your fried tiger skin green peppers are also delicious and crying. Fragrant, sweet, and with a milk flavor. Milk-flavored tiger green peppers? That high and low have to be tasted. Lu Tingting extended her chopsticks in a skeptical manner and picked up a thick and large one. Ah shucks, so spicy. In the moment Lu Tingting spat out the green pepper, Jiang Jasmine was busy picking up the Arctic Ocean in front of her and tilting her neck was a ton of irrigation. It's not good. My ass. It's spicy. Okay? It was only then that the people at the table reacted to the fact that Jiang Jasmine was purposely teasing them. Let's just say, how can chili be milk-flavored? There is no one more angry than Lu Tingting, even if she was so hot that she cried, but she also fell for Jiang Jasmine's trick. Angry, her eyes glared redder than Jiang Jasmine's. Grandma, look how vicious she is. She pulls others down with her own bad luck. Jiang Jasmine, niece, words cannot be said so. I'm a body into the game to give you a lesson. The name of the lesson is called The World is Dangerous. The hearts of the people are not ancient, warning you not to gullibly believe in anyone's rhetoric. Besides, don't you have any common sense? Believing that chili peppers are milk-flavored, you might as well believe that I'm the Jade Emperor. Though Jasmine Jiang was clearly strong-armed, but when you think about it, it makes so much sense. Only Lu Tingting's injured achievement was reached, glaring at Jiang Jasmine with eyes that looked like they were going to spit out fire. Cremating Jiang Jasmine. Under the old camphor tree diagonally across from the military compound. Zhou Shaoqing, I'm really killed by you. Don't you ever come back to me again. After Chen Shui scolded Zhou Shaoqing, she huffed and puffed away. When she walked away, Jiang Qing, who was hiding in the corner, walked over to Zhou Shaoqing. What did Chen Shui say to you? Zhou Shaoqing depressed. Jiang Jasmine her father-in-law fart nothing. On the contrary, Chen Shui his father, said to have received a warning penalty. Jiang Qing was surprised. How could this happen? Seeing that Zhou Shaoqing's face flashed with weakness, Jiang Qing's heart thumped. The mother will have her own daughter. Wang lotus vinegar to Jiang Jasmine head splash dirty water. Zhou Shaoqing also follow suit. In front of Chen Shui vinegar a rumor. So that Chen Shui thought Jiang Jasmine really received a lot of money relatives. Jiang Qing's original intention was to make the Lu family loathe Jiang Jasmine. As long as the matter of Jiang Jasmine arranging jobs for her relatives is revealed to the ears of the military compound and the Lu family, there's no need to draw a line in the sand at all. She was furious. Zhou Shaoqing, do you have any brains? Jiang Jasmine's father-in-law is a senior cadre. You fabricate these false things. Once tracked down, you and I will have to bear the crime of falsely accusing a cadre. Zhou Shaoqing was upset. Chen Shui scolded her even if she was a high-ranking child. You, Jiang Qing, have no job and married in the countryside. So you'll be a rural person from now on. Worse than me. So what right do you have to boss me around? He immediately choked up with Jiang Qing. It was you who first approached me, wanting to deal with Jiang Jasmine. If you are really being held accountable, do you think you can get away with it? If you implode with Zhou Shaoqing at this time, we will only end up together. Jiang Qing said, and promised to introduce a military object to Zhou Shaoqing, only to coax Zhou Shaoqing to eliminate the anger. Back at Zhang's house, Li Honying had already helped her pack her bags. Jiang Qing knew that there was no reason to stay on, so she had to put on her bag and go back to her mother-in-law's house. While waiting at the station, she opened the bag and looked at it. In addition to some of her personal belongings, dumplings and leather eggs, Li Honying also loaded her up with 2 pale green salted duck eggs. There are 6 dumplings and skinny eggs, just one for each member of the Jiang family. The 2 extra salted duck eggs were obviously a little treat for her, although she said on her lips that she was doing quite well in the Jiang family, but whether it was good or not, how could a mom not see it? Although she knew that the salted duck eggs were taken back to her mother's house by Jiang Jasmine, she still didn't want to throw them away and ate them all. Eat and hate at the same time. I hate that God is not fair, but let Jiang Jasmine, such a vicious woman married to the military compound, living in a big house, living a good life. I also hate the fact that Jasmine Jiang has been doing wrong over and over again, but she always manages to turn the situation around, like the cockroach that won't die. It's tenacious and annoying. Meng Wei placed the brewed coffee in front of Lu Tingting's trio. Tingting, don't be angry. Try this coffee. A friend brought it back from Shanghai City. It's foreign. Upon hearing this, Wu Meixia and Song Ke both picked up their cups and tasted them. Lu Tingting, however, was not in the mood. She now had a belly full of fire. Not to mention drinking coffee, drinking agar jelly. She had no appetite. Seeing her like this, Meng Wei didn't move and poked around. Jiang Jasmine, she's been in so much trouble lately, and almost got your grandpa involved. Does your grandma even care about her? Lu Tingting slapped the table and looked at Meng Wei as if she had found a soulmate. Told you so. Even if she causes trouble all day long, and even bullies me and my brother, my grandparents didn't even say a word about her. I really don't know what kind of ecstasy she's been fed. Meng Wei leant low and sipped her coffee down to hide her disappointment. Although her family was busy arranging a blind date for her, she always had thoughts of Lu Chang in her heart. Fantasized that Lu Chang will wake up one day, kick Jiang Jasmine, and turn back to her. Even if it was a second marriage, she was willing. Any word back from your Uncle Sam? Yes. Hearing Lu Tingting's dry reply, Meng Wei raised her head in surprise. She just casually asked about Lu Chang, not holding much hope inside. She knows Lu Chang, never a childish person. 3 to 5 months without contact with the family is a common thing. It's been less than half a month since I left this time, and I've actually sent a message home. Even though she was annoyed with Lu Chang's refusal, the mention of Lu Chang inevitably created anticipation and sweetness in her heart. How is he? Your Uncle Sam? Who knows about him? Didn't he come back with a message? What did it say? Lu Tingting gagged. I don't want to talk about it. She hadn't seen the contents of the telegram, but she had heard about it from her siblings, and it had sickened her. Your Uncle Sam scolded you? Lu Tingting was not someone who could hold things back, and quickly told the contents of the telegram when pressed by Meng Wei. Finished with Wu Meixia and Song Ke. 2 people spit. Even my mom said. My third uncle looked at the clear mind with a monk-like, privately so meet, but also well do not read. You. Meng Wei poured the entire cup of coffee down her throat in one gulp, and didn't suppress the sourness and jealousy in her heart. She hadn't originally thought of Jiang Jasmine as a rival, but she had changed her mind now. End of chapter. Chapter 72. Daughter-in-law's fight. The sun sets. The Zhangs carried hose and picked dung buckets, and one after another they went home. Mom, sister-in-law is back. Jean Yulan had just entered the door with her stretcher, and when she heard her youngest daughter's words, she raised her eyes toward the oldest house. Seeing the door to the house wide open, she dropped her pick and lifted her foot. Jiang Qing came out of the house when she heard the commotion and collided head-on with Jean Yulan. Mom! Jean Yulan pulled an old face and criticized. Didn't I tell you to go early and come back early? There's so much work in the field, but I didn't let you do any of it. So I let your missy cook a meal and you got tired? You've been back to your mother's home for so many days. Why don't you wait for us to die before you come back? Jiang Qing was so angry that her eyes reddened. She hadn't been scolded like that since she was a child. Even Jiang Dehao spoke to her in a polite manner. Jean Yulan was nothing. What right did she have to boss her around? A large family with so many mouths to feed, a pot to eat at one meal, 3 meals a day plus washing dishes and pots and pans, and a large family of smelly clothes to wash. She has done more than enough, hasn't she? Jiang Qing really wanted to pack her bag and leave. Whoever stays in this hole stays in this hole. But thinking about it, she knew she couldn't really just walk away. She ran to Zhang Jiaming, who will surely be a great success in the future. A little impatience goes a long way. Jiang Qing endured the humiliation and explained to Jean Yulan, it's my mom who left me to stay for 2 more days, saying that my relatives and friends sent rice dumplings and leather eggs for the Dragon Boat Festival, and asked me to bring some back for you. Hearing that she had returned with something from her mother's house, Jean Yulan's face eased a bit. Zhang Taisheng came over to round up the situation. Xiao Chang you don't blame your mom for talking heavy. These days you are not here. Your mom is tired all day in the field, and come back to cook and wash the clothes. It's inevitable that the fire is a bit heavy. Dad. Mom, I'll put the dumplings and skinny eggs in your house. You put the dirty clothes in the bucket. I'll wash them later. I'll go and cook dinner first. When Jiang Qing entered the stoveroom, Jin Yulan looked around and saw no sign of Lao Er and her 2 daughters. Her face changed and she ran to her house. 3 dogs, lazier than a pig to do some work, faster than a dog to grab food. Get out! 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 Hearing the drinking and cursing coming out of the main house, the corner of Jiang Qing's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Rural areas are often not enough to eat. Young guys and half-girls are growing body time, heard that there is food, but not with hungry dogs. Kim Gwyn is a miser, and wants to squeeze her hands on anything good. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law ate the dumplings and the skinny eggs, so I guess I'm going to be so angry that I can't sleep. She couldn't wait for Kim Gwyn to die of anger. At dinner, Zhang Taisheng asked about the arrangement of work. I mentioned it to Uncle Jiang, and he said it's not easy to arrange. How can it not be arranged? Jiachuan is educated and down-to-earth. Shaoqing, you go back and talk to your Uncle Jiang. See Zhang Taisheng do not die. Jiang Qing simply opened the window of the sky to say, Dad, Jiang Jasmine and I have not dealt with since childhood. Jiaming also returned her engagement. She does not let Jiaming lead her to Jiaming shoes even good. Will not help Jiaming arranged for work. Jin Yulan didn't like to hear this. If it wasn't for Jiaming, would Jiang Jasmine have had the chance to be seen by the leader? If it wasn't for us, would she have had the chance to be taken in by the leader? In fact, Jiaming is still the matchmaker between her and the leader, so she has to give Jiaming a matchmaking gift. These words were poking at Jiang Qing's heart. If she hadn't snatched Jiang Jiaming in the first place and encouraged Jiang Jiaming to find Jiang Jasmine to withdraw from the marriage, Jiang Jasmine wouldn't have met Lu Chang. After washing and shuffling around and going back to the house to lie down, Jiang Qing was so tired that she didn't want to move her fingers. Looking at the dark night sky through the pane of the window, it's hard to even know what time it is. In the countryside, clocks and watches are also valuable items. Were placed in the house of Jin Yulan and Zhang Taisheng. Jiang Qing himself does not have a watch. Jasmine didn't have a watch before, but she does now. It's a bride price from the Lu family. A Shanghai brand lady's watch. I heard it's going for $100,000. Jealousy is like a weed going wild in the heart. Haru. Seeing Jin Yulan who pushed the door in, Jiang Qing really couldn't bring up a good mood. Mom, it's so late. Let's talk about something tomorrow. Still angry with Mom? Mom is just a knife mouth and bean curd heart. Also uneducated. You are highly educated. Don't bother with Mom. Ha! Jin Yulan took the initiative to show her goodwill, and Zhang Cheng went along with it and stepped down. Now is not the time to turn the tables on your in-laws. Mom, what's up? Jin Yulan smiled, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. That's right. A family has no overnight enmity. Xiao Chang Jia Ming is not at home. Jia Quan's future still needs to be taken care of by you, his sister-in-law. In this case, you should go back again tomorrow, bow your head and apologize to Jasmine, and let her forgive you. Jiang Qing's fire rubbed up. Make her give in to Jasmine and she'd rather die. Seeing her unhappiness, Jin Yulan don't be unconvinced. In the past, you were sisters. It's nothing to quarrel, but Jasmine is now married to the leader of Jiaming. Her father-in-law is still a big chief. She has already stepped on your head. You still go against her? Can you get a good deal? Even if not for your own sake, you have to think about Jiaming. Originally, when Jiaming said he wanted to withdraw from the marriage to marry you, your father did not agree. I see that you know what to do and understand the situation. Will be a good wife? So I agreed to this marriage. You do not let down my expectations. Jiang Qing copied the short stool on the bed and ruthlessly smashed it down on Jin Yulan's head. Jin Yulan let out an ah of misery and fell to the ground on her back. Jiang Qing jumped off the bed, rode on the other side of the waist, swung the short stool and continued to smash. A little, 2 clicks, 3 down, knowledgeable, sensible, I'll you up. Only when she smashed Jin Yulan's head to pieces, like a broken watermelon, with red and white brain matter flowing all over the place, did she stop and threw her head back and laughed. The above was only a fantasy in Jiang Qing's mind, thoughts coming back together. Looking at Jin Yulan, whose mouth was still chattering with one mouth, she impatiently interrupted the other. Mom, I know, I'll go in a couple of days. Don't take 2 days. This has to be urgent. You'll go back tomorrow. I only came back from my mother's house today, and if I go back tomorrow, outsiders will gossip. Another thing, you can't go to the house empty-handed to make amends. Mom, you prepare 2 old hens, plus the canned fruit and cream of wheat that my mom carried back to me. These should be about right. The things Jiang Qing said could make Jin Yulan's flesh hurt. Is it going to be that much? The row when the Lu family proposed marriage. Mom, you saw it with your own eyes. This point, Jiang Jasmine may not look at it yet, recalling the bride price and good objects that were piled up all over the yard. Jin Yulan's heart was cooled by half. Then we'll talk about it in a couple of days. And I'll discuss it with your dad. Ask for a favor and you don't want to bleed. Dream on. After Jin Yulan left, Jiang Qing laid back on the bed and her mood changed for the better. Because she's found the trick to holding Kim Nguyen, talking about money. It's true that the Zhang family is poor. And Jin Yulan is also really stingy. Whenever I say spend money, it's like cutting Kim Nguyen's flesh with a knife. As soon as the Dragon Boat Festival was over, the three brothers, Ruan Fugua, Ruan Fuqiang, and Ruan Fushun, approached Jiang Jasmine with fruits and melons. Jasmine, you see the Dragon Boat Festival is over. The matter of arranging jobs for your several brothers, is it not necessary to open up? End of chapter. Chapter 73 Organization of Work. Don't worry, I'm all set. Hearing Jiang Jasmine say this, the three Ruan Fugua brothers immediately showed joy. Jiang Jasmine took out her notepad, flipped it open and handed it to Ruan Fugua. Look, great uncle, my arrangements are written on it. Upon hearing this, the two brothers, Ruan Fuqiang Ruan Fushun, and the father and son, Jiang Dehao and Jiang Peng, also came over to Ruan Fugua's side, wanting to see what was written on the notepad. Nguyen Fu Quoc, village chief. Nguyen Xuevan, a turner at the agricultural machinery factory. Nguyen Kia Thin, grain steward, grain station. Behind each man's name, there were jobs written, and those jobs poked the three Nguyen brothers right in the heart of the party. Especially Nguyen Quoc Fu. It's been his dream to become a village chief for many years, and now his dream is about to come true? That's great. Here's the plan I made for the organization of the work. If you guys are okay with that, then I'll just go with that? Good. Ruan Fugua was overjoyed. Then, uncle, you go back and get ready. And tomorrow have my first cousin wait for me at the gate of the agricultural machinery factory. None of you be in a hurry. I will arrange them one by one. The three Ruan brothers nodded their heads like garlic and left joyfully. As soon as the three brothers left, Jiang Dehao was busy pulling Jiang Jasmine to interrogate. What exactly are you selling in your gourd? Jiang Jasmine's mouth was faster than her brain. Want to know? Beg me. Jiang Dehao was so angry that he copied the chicken feather duster. And Jiang Jasmine seized the door. What are you running for? Don't come back if you have the guts. See if I can't beat you to death. The surrounding neighborhood heard the cursing and poked their heads out. Jiang Gong, pissed off by your daughter again? Dogs, day by day net gas me. Jiang Dehao cursed, turned around and glimpsed Jiang Peng slipping out along the wall, a chicken feather duster whip over. Jiang Peng wailed, sister provoked you, what's it got to do with me? Just looking at you makes me angry. All day long you don't do anything serious. You just know how to sneak around and play tricks. You're a great dad. Let's see if I'll pull out your oxygen tube later. Red Star Village. Seeing the three Ruan brothers returning to the village from the outside with the wind at their feet, the villagers working in the fields stopped what they were doing and saluted the three brothers. Jiang Jasmine has found a powerful in-laws, to arrange jobs for several uncles, have long been rumored in the village. Who wouldn't be envious? The Ruan family has been hit by a stroke of luck that their ancestors could not have hit in 8 lifetimes. Fugua, you're thirsty after rushing all morning. Freshly picked watermelon. Quench your thirst. Ouch. Uncle Sanjen, thanks. You're welcome. Homegrown melons, they're not worth a few dollars. In this hot day, the three of them had sweated a few times and were really thirsty. Receiving the round watermelon, he split it open with his bare hands, and the three brothers split it among themselves. Seeing the three brothers eating happily, Shui Sanjian also smiled extraordinarily happily. It's good that he's willing to eat his melon, but he's afraid that people won't eat it. The three brothers are about to get rich. If they don't take advantage of this time to flatter, when will they wait? Fugua, you guys just got back from the city, right? Ruan Fugua knew that Shui Sanjian was trying to find out about his son's job, and he was happy to give Shui Sanjian the news. He's going to be the village chief soon, and his oldest is going to get an iron rice bowl in the agricultural machinery factory. He, Nguyen Fu Quoc, will be a man of status and position in the future. Jasmine said, arranged my family Shu Wen into the agricultural machinery factory. Arranged Jia Jin to the grain station as a grain steward. Jiang Jasmine to arrange for him to be the village director of this matter. Ruan Fugua is hidden did not say. The old village director's son is a cadre in the town. Although the nephew's son-in-law and the niece's in-laws are big leaders, he is not afraid to offend the old village director's family, but he cannot make a grudge or try not to make a grudge. He's a low-key guy. When the three brothers finished eating the watermelon and left, Shui Sanjian told the other villagers who were working about the news that he had poked around. One spreads the word. In the course of one meal, the whole village knew about it. Each envious bad, kowtow in which direction? Can heaven descends a niece so promising? As for Jasmine's once bad rap, it was nothing in the face of scheduling. If Jiang Jasmine were to arrange jobs for them, They would be willing to treat Jiang Jasmine as an ancestor, not to mention being lazy. The entrance to the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory. Nguyen Shuwen looked at the large letters of the sign right above the factory's main door and was dizzy with happiness. If you become an employee of the Agricultural Machinery Factory, you will have no worries in this life. And you can also marry Tsuehua from the next village. And their children and grandchildren will be the working class from now on. Ruan Guofu and Lu Feng waited with some anxiety. They arrived at 8 a.m. It was almost 10 a.m. And the sun was so hot that it floated a layer of grease on both of their old faces. Why don't you come at this hour? There won't be any mistake. Will there? What's the hurry? A good meal is never too late. Nguyen Phu Quoc was actually anxious in his heart, but he didn't show it. He's all set to be the village chief, so he has to be steady, not pushy. Coming. Following his son's call, he saw Jiang Jasmine and Jiang Peng's siblings coming this way. Ruan Fugwa subconsciously wanted to welcome him, but then remembered his status as the future village chief, and rigidly held still. Lu Feng didn't think about it as much as he did, and cheerfully greeted the siblings. Molly, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Jiang Jasmine, tired of waiting? Or you guys go home and rest. We'll arrange it tomorrow. Not tired at all. It's worth waiting for as long as it takes. Lu Feng hurriedly compensated with a smile. There's quite a group of you. Okay, let's go. Let's get the first cousin set up. Hearing Jiang Jasmine's words, the family instantly followed her with joy. In addition to the two families, Ruan Fuguat and Lu Feng, the two siblings, Ruan Shuawu and Ruan Ling, also came. Although the ground is busy during this time, it is not as important as the work of the agricultural machinery factory. Today is an important moment for Ruan Shuwen to move from being a pauper to a worker, and they, being younger siblings, must come to support Ruan Shuwen, the elder brother. Jasmine, you're the only one who came? Ruan Fugwa wondered why the Lu family didn't come. Jiang Peng, great uncle, aren't I still here? Peng, I'm talking business with your sister. Stop it. Jiang Jasmine, don't worry, big uncle. I'll keep the arrangements for my first cousin's entry into the factory. Hearing her say this, Ruan Fugwa's bark-like face stretched. It's fine with your words. Arrived at the gate of the agricultural airport. What do you do? The doorman poked his half-formed head out of the communication room. Jiang Jasmine lifted her chin in an arrogant tone. I'm looking for the director of your personnel section. Who are you? What can I do for our director Zhang? Who do you care who I am? You a janitor. I can't talk to you. Let your director Zhang come out. Hey, what are you tugging at? Dislike value +1. Although in his heart he looked at Jiang Jasmine with disdain, the doorman still ran the factory to help Jiang Jasmine pass the message. It wasn't long before a suave Mediterranean spectacled man arrived at the door of the agricultural machinery factory, surveying Jiang Jasmine and her group through the iron door. What is it that you want? Noticing the shiny watch on Jiang Jasmine's wrist, Glass's attitude was quite polite. Jiang Jasmine gestured to Ruan Shuwen. Come, tell Director Zhang about your situation. Say what? Your name, age, education, what all you do. Under Jiang Jasmine's nudging, Ruan Shuwen stumbled to introduce himself to Director Zhang. End of chapter. Chapter 74, Not looking for a job. Looking for death. Director Zhang, I'm sure you understand my older cousin's situation. He wants to enter your factory as a turner, so make some arrangements. Jiang Jasmine, a leadership tone. A moment, really let Jiang Changdong cannot take it. Thought Jasmine Kong had a lot going for her. He politely said, Comrade woman, please show me the letter of introduction. Letter of introduction? No. How dare you ask him to arrange a job without a letter of introduction? Comrade woman, without a letter of introduction there's no way I can make arrangements on my side. Why don't you go back and finish the formalities and come back? Jiang Jasmine, if I had a letter of introduction, why would I be looking for you? You're the director of the personnel department. You're the only one who can say anything about the hiring of employees. So just make some arrangements for my first cousin. Zhang Xiangdong gave a whole speechless. He's just a tiny personnel section chief, not a plant manager. Besides, if he had as much power as the factory director, he would have arranged it for his own relatives first, and it would be your turn as an outsider? He sounded a bit impatient. I say this lesbian. What's your origin? So arrogant. Jiang Jasmine diagonal support froze a thin leg, tugging the 2580,000. You care what I come from? Is a man to give a quick word, in the end cannot be arranged? Zhang Xiangdong's patience completely ran out. Hey, I say, you're here to pick a fight on purpose, aren't you? Jiang Jasmine mouth corner down. A look at his sorry appearance. On your small broken factory. If it is not my big cousin fancy you this. Want to enter your factory work? Invite me to come. I do not want to come. I don't even want to come if I'm not invited to work in your factory. In this hot day, I'm lying at home and blowing the fan. Doesn't it smell good? Jiang Qing was furious. Dislike our factory is broken and small. Then you don't come. What are you? And what breed are you that's so mean? Get out. Or I'll be rude to you. Just roll. Dislike value +1. Hearing that the smack value had arrived, Jiang Jasmine twisted her head and left without a trace of lingering. Nguyen's family was dumbfounded. This was not exactly what they had imagined. I can't say it was exactly the same. It was a far cry from what they had imagined. When she came back to her senses, Jiang Jasmine had already walked out a long way. Ruan Fugwa hurried to catch up. Jasmine, what's going on here? Didn't you say it was all arranged? Jiang Jasmine spread her two hands. Yes, I arranged it this way. Big uncle, you just saw it. People simply don't listen to my arrangement. I can't do anything about it. Lu Feng also caught up, and hearing this said sharply, you didn't ask your father-in-law to greet them? Jiang Jasmine had a strange look on her face. What does this have to do with my father-in-law? You are my uncle's, not his. You're his daughter-in-law. Isn't your business his business? You can't say that. He's him and I'm me. I promised to set you guys up. Nah, I did. No, what kind of arrangement are you making? It's not even scheduled. Life is not as it should be. Not every seed grows into a tree. Not every flower bears fruit. I do things, but how they turn out is beyond my control. The sun was a ball of fire, and it made your head smoke. Jiang Jasmine asked Jiang Peng to open the small flower umbrella and put it on her. Jiang Peng is strong and sturdy. She is small and delicate, like a delicate flower. At first glance, it was quite a bit of that flavor of bodyguard in Missy. Big uncle, big aunt, don't be discouraged. This one won't work. Maybe the next one will. The town hall is just ahead. Let's go. Big uncle, let's go see the town mayor and ask him to appoint you as the village chief. Ruan Fugwa hurriedly stopped her. Jasmine, do you know the mayor? Not recognizable. People don't even know you. So how can they listen to you? Whether he listens or not is his business. I have to help you arrange. I am a man of principle. I will do what I promised you. Said he was leaving to go to the town hall. Ruan Fugwa stood still. He kind of saw it. This is not taking them to find a job. This is taking them to find death. Is the town hall something you can just break into? On the country lane, Nguyen Phu Quoc's large family pulls a locomotive like buried forward. Each one of them hung their heads and lost their breath, just like an eggplant that had been frosted. The opposite of the joy they had felt when they left the house. Fugwa is back. I don't know who shouted, and the croppers in the fields straightened their backs and saluted the family. Fugwa, your family Shu Win has made a fortune this time, holding an iron rice bowl. In a couple months isn't it time for a daughter-in-law? Double happiness. A few villagers picked up the good words and wanted to flatter and please Ruan Fugwa. Nguyen Phu Quoc and his wife looked at each other. Lu Feng turned his head and lowered his voice to urge his siblings. Keep your mouths shut. Don't say anything you shouldn't. Ruan Shu Win's siblings are not stupid. Know that their parents are not allowed to tell them about the job. Yellow. One mouth closed like a clam shell. The truth is, they don't have the face to say it out loud. These days they brag in front of their buddies every day. And when the job turns out to be yellow, their buddies will still laugh them to death. Jasmine, this dead girl, she is burning newspapers on the grave, lying to ghosts. Why did I believe in her evil? Really think she can arrange a job for Shu Win? For nothing I fed her so many years of peaches and plums. I might as well feed her to the pigs. On the way back, Lu Feng cursed all the way, and when he got home and closed the door, he couldn't help but curse again. It pissed her off too much. We can't just let this go. Let's find Dehao and make him give us a statement. Ruan Fugwa's old face was grim as if he wanted to eat someone. Don't panic yet. Let's see what happens to Lao San and the others tomorrow. Before parting, Jiang Jasmine asked Ruan Jiajin to wait for her at the town grain and oil station in the morning. Although the probability is that the oldest two families will also end up like their family, but the heart is always stored, so a trace of fantasy, or perhaps, not willing to have their dreams of making a fortune shattered, still want to see it again. Wait a little longer. Even if you're chasing a vain dream, it's still better than a basket case. I'm back. Seeing Jiang Jasmine steaming back from outside, and Hui couldn't help but ask, where did it go? Gone to set up my cousin's job. And Hui was alarmed. When she left the house, Jiang Jasmine told her to go back to her mother's home to do something, but she didn't say it was to do this. Xiao Jiang, didn't you say that the arrangement was to swindle your uncle and the others? Why did you really arrange it? Don't get into any more trouble out there. Where's Auntie Cousin? Back home. Won't be back until tomorrow. Oh, and Hui wasn't in the mood to talk to her. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. What kind of work are you arranging for your uncle and the others? Jiang Jasmine paralyzed on the sofa and pouted. People's mouths are dry and they want to eat sweet watermelon. And Hui glared at her. There's you don't eat? Jiang Jasmine squirmed like a maggot. Mom, twist again. Mom, keep Keep twisting. Mom! Stop! Stop yelling. It's like shouting for the soul. And Hui got up and grabbed her keys, changed her shoes and was about to go out. Jiang Jasmine twisted her head to look at her. Mom, where are you going? You don't care about me anymore? Get your big lady a watermelon. Don't we have watermelon at home? The response to her was the sound of a door slamming. End of chapter. Chapter 75. Where's the bumpy woman from? The crunchy, sweet and juicy watermelon in your mouth comforts every pore in your body to the point of opening. There is nothing more enjoyable than eating watermelon on a hot day. Jiang Jasmine was like an insatiable kitten, eating with arched eyebrows. Mom, you eat too. This watermelon is old and sweet. And Hui didn't have a good temper. Eat your food. Eat and hurry up to tell us. What did you do today? Jiang Jasmine eats and wonders why Hui went out to buy watermelon. In the morning before she went out, she saw half a watermelon on the dining table, and specially asked Ma Hongmei to put in the freezer to freeze, and wait for her to go home before eating. After Jiang Jasmine went out, the Lu family had a few relatives on the doorstep, and the watermelon entertained the relatives and ate. Jiang Jasmine did not know that the watermelon was eaten. Non-mandatory, and Hui can only go out to buy her. The military compound has a side food store inside, diagonally across the street from Lu's house, and it's close. But for Hui to go out and buy the watermelon back on such a hot day, she was dedicated enough to her as a daughter-in-law. Finish the watermelon. Jiang Jasmine wiped her mouth and told the story of arranging a job for her relative today. That director Jiang is just dog-eyed, not agreeing to arrange for my first cousin to enter the factory even if it is not, but also letting me get out. A little bit of face is not given to me, and Hui had never been so speechless in her life. She really wanted to take a watermelon cutter and slice her daughter-in-law's brain open to see if it was filled with a block of tofu brain. And people don't give you face. You're a lazy, idle, jobless person with a face thicker than a city wall. So please ask what face you have. But it was a relief in the end. As long as Jiang Jasmine didn't run out and cause trouble, she didn't ask for anything else. Jasmine was quite happy anyway. This hot day to go out although suffered. But the crime is not in vain. Today earned more than 20 smack value it. Converted into cash is more than 200,000 it. Such a strange and cheeky person like her. It is difficult to meet once in 10 years. Zheng Xiangdong turned his head and told the factory's leadership colleagues. 1 pass, 2 passes, 4 passes, and her smack value rubbed off. In the evening Lu Dehao came home from work. Learned that Jiang Jasmine to help relatives arrange the process of work. The same in Hui Sai. I was wrong before. Lao San's daughter-in-law isn't brainless. She's too brainy. Her brain is still different from other people's. The Jiang family. Jiang Dehai also finally knew what medicine Jiang Jasmine was selling in her gourd from Jiang Peng's mouth. But it worried him. I thought my daughter was just lying to her relatives with her mouth. But I didn't realize that she was also making a monkey out of her uncle. I'm afraid I'm really going to offend all my relatives this time. The next day, Jiang Jasmine still slept until she woke up naturally. When he got up, he called first to the family area of the machine shop, learning that the Ruan brothers hadn't come to the door. He then washed his face and cleaned up to prepare to go out. According to her thoughts, Ruan Fuguan knew about her setup and should have led the other 2 uncles and gone to Jiang Dehai's door to ask for an explanation. To the grain station. Molly, you made it. Looking at Ruan Fuqian's family's joyfulness, Jiang Jasmine secretly toyed with the idea. Nguyen Fu Quoc is also interesting. Not to mention that he himself has planted himself in a hole, but also wants his brother to plant himself in the same hole. However, this was a good thing for Jiang Jasmine, who could take the opportunity to earn more smack value. Let's go. Second uncle. Second aunt. Let's go into the grain and oil station to arrange a job for second cousin. Well, go. Jiang Jasmine walked in front. Ruan Fuqian's family followed, and entered the grain and oil station majestically. The station usually supplies grain and cooking oil to the public, and the gate is open and does not restrict access to outsiders. Jiang Jasmine directly found the director of the grain and oil station. Station director. The situation is such a situation. My second cousin wants to enter your grain and oil station as a grain steward. You give arrangements. Wang Fugue was confused. Jiang Jasmine sounded justified, as if she was the head of the grain and oil station, but in the end immersed in the officialdom for many years of veterans. Worldly wisdom and smooth are engraved in the bones. After learning that Jiang Jasmine had neither a letter of introduction nor a relative who was a cadre in the town, her attitude remained polite. I'm really sorry. We don't have any positions open in the grain station at the moment, so look elsewhere. Station chief, you've grown such a big brain and don't use it. Are you using it as a decoration? If there are no vacancies, won't you think of ways to create them? There are so many workers in the station. If you just fire one of them, won't you make room for my second cousin? Wang Fugue from the official so many years, has never been pointed at the nose, scolded, no brain it, angry, a face like overturned pallet. The employees of the surrounding grain stations were also furious. Where did she come from? She just said she would fire this and arrange for that. She really thinks she is a big leader. The people who were buying and selling food and oil in the grain station also pointed towards Jiang Jasmine. You've been kicked in the head by a donkey, haven't you? Dislike value +1 +2 +3. At the same time as the smack value arrived, Jiang Jasmine, along with Ruan Fuqiang's family, were also blown out of the grain station. Get lost. If you dare to come here again, I'll report you to the public security authorities and arrest you for jail time. Hearing that people want to report to the public security, Ruan Fuqiang's family are terrified, busy pulling Jiang Jasmine away from the grain station a little farther, for fear that people really arrested them. Molly, what's wrong with this? Didn't you say it was all set up? Jiang Jasmine huffed. I arranged it this way. Who knows that this grain and oil station chief doesn't know how to appreciate, and actually doesn't listen to my arrangements. Second uncle, second aunt, second cousin. I did my best, that's all. I'll go back first. Jasmine is leaving when she says she's leaving. Ruan Fuqiang hurriedly stopped her. No, Jasmine, you're just leaving? Jasmine Jiang, not for dinner. Ruan Fuqiang was furious. Who said anything about inviting you to dinner? Didn't we agree to arrange for the family to enter the grain and oil station? You have to give the arrangement. I arranged it. Second uncle. You saw it just now. People don't listen to my arrangements. Ruan Fuqiang, you call your father-in-law. He's such a big head. Arranging for your brother to enter the grain and oil station isn't just a matter of words? Jiang Jasmine said seriously. My father-in-law doesn't just help people arrange jobs. You have to meet his rules. Ruan Fuqiang busily asked. What rules? You tell us. We will do it. Fight for your country or die for your country. The former is a bit difficult. The latter is still easy to do. Sis, it's still you who has the method. The second uncle and the second aunt, their faces are crooked with anger. On the way back, Zhang Peng was full of praise for Jiang Jasmine's means of organizing her work. Zhang Peng's dislike of his second uncle, Ruan Fuqiang, is not only that the other party borrowed money and did not pay it back, but he also holds a grudge against the other party for indirectly killing their own mother. That year he was 6 years old, sick with a high fever. His mother Ruan Ro ready to carry him to the health center to get medicine. The second uncle Ruan Fuqiang at this time to find the door to borrow money. Kneeling down in front of his mother cried bitterly, forcing his mother to buy medicine money lent out. After Nguyen Fuqiang left, his mom went out to find someone to borrow money and was hit by a motorcycle, injuring her head and putting her in a coma. The hospital said they needed surgery, but the family couldn't afford it. His father asked his 3 uncles to help him, but they all advised him to give up because the success rate of the operation was less than 10%. Then his mom died. He always felt that if Fuqiang hadn't borrowed the money to pay for his medical care, his mom wouldn't have been hit by a car and wouldn't have died. But sis, don't be so arrogant in your speech from now on. What if you really piss someone off and beat you up? Jiang Jasmine threw an eye blade over. You worry less about my business. Mind your own business. Of course she knew she was beat up and hated, but if she didn't do that, she wouldn't make enough smack value to be a billionaire. Being scolded a few $100,000 into the account. 996 a month 3,000 yuan cattle and horses fee. Change you how you choose? By the way, sis, I told Shiryu and Zhang Lei about what you told me 2 days ago. End of chapter. Chapter 76, Moving, Don't Want the House. Jiang Jasmine didn't take Shiryu and Zhang Lei's matter too seriously. Hearing Jiang Peng speak up, she then said in passing, it's best if they listen to advice, but if they don't, you don't care. Remember your old sister's words, put down the helping plot and respect others' destiny. What do you mean? Simply put, if you're too nosy, you'll get struck by lightning. Oh, he won't be struck by lightning. Ruan Fuqiang went back to the village and looked for Ruan Fuqiang to get together what else he didn't understand. Jasmine is teasing them like monkeys. This can't just go away. The next day, the 3 brothers approached the Jiang family and asked Jiang Dehao to give a statement. Jiang Dehao pretends to understand, only to shrug off their own ignorance. The 3 Ruan Fuqiang brothers not only came by themselves, but also brought their parents with them, wanting to use their old husband and mother-in-law to put pressure on Jiang Dehao. Lu Feng's 3 sisters-in-law also followed, giving their own men a helping hand. A large family of people, aggressive to kill the door, attracted the neighbors are surrounded by the Jiang family to see the fun. What's all this fuss about? It's because of the job arrangement thing, that stirred up the family spirit. Received money, promised to arrange a job, but in the end the job was not arranged. The person quit, door to door to look for the argument. Wang Lianhua, who lives next door to the Jiang family, gets the first news and turns her head to spread the word around. As the news spread, more and more neighbors gathered outside the Jiang family's door. Jiang Dashan and Jiang Dachuan also came to the Jiang family today. Before Jiang Jasmine promised to help the heart after the Dragon Boat Festival to arrange a job. They did not Ruan family so anxious. After the Dragon Boat Festival and waited for 2 days before entering the city. Seeing the sea of people around the Jiang family's door, Jiang Dashan couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? What's wrong? Recognizing Jiang Dashan as Jiang Dehai's brother, the man said, you're here to find Jiang Jasmine to arrange a job, right? It's the right time to come. Hurry in and take a look. Jiang Dashan did not hear the other side as in the yin and yang them, but also thought that there is something good. And Jiang Dachuan busy squeezing through the crowd. Go in the Jiang family. Yo, Dehai. So lively? Seeing Jiang Dashan and Jiang Dachuan also on the door, Jiang Dehai had one head and 2 big heads. Without waiting for his greeting, Lu Feng greeted the Jiang brothers. You guys also came for the job, right? Jiang Jasmine is a liar. She took us as relatives and elders, like monkeys to play. Lu Feng, in a stern voice, told what Jiang Jasmine had done. Lu Feng thought beautifully, Jiang Jasmine is now the daughter-in-law of the head of the family. Jiang Jasmine does not take into account the reputation. The head of the family always have to take into account the reputation. When the time came to step in and wipe Jiang Jasmine's ass for her, they could logically have the head honcho put them through their paces. The neighborhood was also stunned to learn the ins and outs. Originally, they all thought that Jiang Jasmine had married well on her own, so she wanted to use her in-laws' connections to pull up her own maternal family. Turns out you're all thunder and no rain. What about bluffing? Bah! So it's a bullskin king. Wang Lotus spat viciously. Her heart can be painful. Jiang Jasmine ate her melons but didn't do anything for her. She was so angry that she couldn't eat for days. This time it's good. Jiang Jasmine blew her own cover. She waited to see the gullible relatives eat Jiang Jasmine alive. Jiang Dashan and Jiang Dachuan were equally shocked and angry. Especially Jiang Dashan. In order to pay back the money owed to Jiang Dehai's family, he not only took out the money for his second son to get married, but also borrowed a lot from relatives and friends. I thought that if the boss could hold an iron rice bowl and have monthly income, the money would be earned back sooner or later. But whoever thought that this job is a flower in the mirror, see and touch the moon in the water, then how will he pay back the money he borrowed from his relatives and friends? The second one is already in his 20s, and if he can't get a wife, he'll really be a bachelor. Jiang Jasmine back to the family area. Look at the door of their own house is surrounded, but not panic but some excitement. The people here have all contributed to the smack value, but it doesn't matter. They all have 3 great aunts and 6 great aunts behind them. Taking the point will always help bring her new smack value. Jiang Peng, however, was worried how brutal and difficult his aunt and uncle were. He had seen it from a young age. Sis, what if uncle and the others are dead set on staying at our house? Don't worry. In terms of the thickness of her cheek, your old sister has fought all over the world. Regarding the point of thick skin, Jiang Peng was still very confident in his own old sister. The Jiang family's yard was as noisy as a food market. The Ruan family and the 2 brothers of the Jiang family, all of them looked agitated and spat on Jiang Dehai, verbally attacking him. Jiang Jasmine went in with a throaty, all stop arguing. Fight. The noisy crowd fell silent. Seeing her return, Ruan's family immediately surrounded her in a group. You're back just in time. Today in front of our relatives and elders. You make it clear. Can the job be arranged or not? You said you could get your first cousin a job. We believed you. We gave you the money. Where's the promised job? Taking money and not doing anything. Beckoning to your own family's head. Do you have a conscience? Fear that Jiang Jasmine will suffer. Jiang Dehai busy in front of her. All calm down. Jasmine. She is young and unintelligent. Speak and do things inevitably unreliable. You are her pro-uncle and pro-uncle, which she will intentionally swindle you. Old man. Step aside. I'll talk to them. Jiang Jasmine pushed Jiang Dehai aside as she took on the Ruan family herself. Jiang Peng. Sure, you and Zhang Lei surrounded her in a zigzag formation in case the Ruan family made a move. After all, Ruan Fuq was several and Jiang Dashan brothers are croppers. There is a lot of strength. Really dry up she is sure to lose. With Jiang Peng's 3 escorts, Jiang Jasmine was not at all vain. Stepping on the stool to condescend. I did collect the money, but was it your money I collected? That's my father's money. Lent it out for so many years. Didn't charge you a penny of interest. It's reasonable for me to take back the money I lent out. Besides the matter of arranging work, I led you up to the unit to find the leaders, so that they can arrange positions for cousin. It is the people who do not give arrangements. Blame me? Lu Feng, you're arranging my ass. Is that an arrangement? You're treating us elders like monkeys. Jasmine Kong, you don't see yourselves as human beings. You have to be monkeys. I don't understand but I respect that. You're playing a false denial, aren't you? Lu Feng's eyes opened angrily, her nostrils flaring like an angry old cow. I just don't believe it. There's no word on this today. After saying that, he sat on his butt on the ground with such force that the dust of the ground was raised. If this is not solved, I will live here and not leave. Luo Xiuhua and Zhou Shanghong followed suit and sat on the ground. Jiang Jasmine spread her 2 hands. That's fine. You guys like to live here, then we'll let you have the house. Let's go. After saying that, he instructed Jiang Peng, Xiao Peng, take what's valuable in the house, and pack a few sets of change of clothes. Let's move. Okay. Jiang Peng's execution was extremely strong, and when he entered the house, he banged and cleaned up. Lu Feng sneered, clearly not believing that the Jiang family really didn't want the house. Okay, I haven't lived in a city house yet. I'll enjoy it too. The rest of the Ruan family was similarly unimpressed. You don't want such a nice house just because you say you don't want it? They've fallen for Jasmine once and won't fall for it a second time. End of chapter. Chapter 77. It's easy to invite the gods but hard to send them away. Ruan Fugua, Dehao. It just so happens that Shu Wen is getting married. The house is not enough to live in. You are willing to give up the house. In the future, Mom and Dad will live here. The empty house at home is just right for Shu Wen to use as a new room. Now, Zhang Dehao couldn't sink his teeth into it. You can't lose your house if your relatives are offended. Big brother, Jasmine, she is young and unintelligent. What she said are words of anger. Cannot be taken seriously. Jiang Jasmine pulled Zhang Dehao aside. Dad said I'll be the one to take charge of this family. I'll move when I say so. You all listen to me. Jiang Dehao. Li Hongying had wanted to persuade, but seeing that Jiang Dehao had been defeated in front of his stepdaughter, he could only swallow his words back into his stomach. Auntie Red, don't hang around and watch the show. Go back inside and pack up your and my dad's stuff. Li Hongying, accustomed to listening, subconsciously turned around to go back to the house. Into the house before reacting. Moving is not a joke. Busy and want to go out, but was pulled by Jiang Peng stuffed a sack. Let her put the bedding on. Ruan Fuguo watched, and in his heart, he laughed at his niece for being a dead duck. A yellow-haired girl, also wanting to fight with him. He'll let the dead girl know what it means to invite the gods and send them away. Everyone has heard it. The house is my niece's initiative to let it out. We as uncle accept her peace of mind. From today onwards we will live here. Jiang Jasmine has nothing to say. Aunt and uncle, you want to live for as long as you can live. Just this house is public. You live carefully. Damaged objects but to be compensated according to the price. The onlookers of the neighborhood were talking to each other. All are speculating whether Jiang Jasmine is bluffing by retreating or if she really wants to move out. Even Jiang Dehao, his own father, couldn't figure out what Jiang Jasmine was selling again. He felt that with his daughter's nature of fighting for 3 points even when she had no reason to do so, there was no way she would give up her house for nothing. The 2 brothers, Jiang Dashan and Jiang Dachuan, watched the show without saying anything, allowing the Ruan family to charge. Both brothers were calculating. If the Ruan family had the upper hand, they would follow and reap the benefits. If the Ruan family lost the battle, they wouldn't have to tear themselves apart from Jiang Dehao, their brother, and they would still be able to meet each other in the future. Sis, pack it up. Jiang Jasmine looked back. In addition to a change of clothes and rice flour and grain oil, even pots and pans wash basin, these, all loaded with sacks, bulging loaded 6 or 7 bags. That's nice. Uncle, aunt, grandparents, you can stay in this house as long as you want. We'll leave first. After saying that, Jiang Jasmine waved her hand and greeted the family to move out. The onlookers clamored and pulled to make way for the family. Some good people persuade Jiang Dehao, Jiang Gong, why should the relatives make such a mess? You dragged the family. Where to go up ah? Jiang Jasmine excitedly gripped the other party. Auntie Li, I'm worried about not having a place to settle down. You're so kind. Why don't we just go to your house? Dame Li was startled by Jiang Jasmine's words and hurriedly brushed her hand away, fearing that it would be stained as if by her. There's still a fire burning on my stove. I'll go back first. After that, he rushed off. Jasmine looked to the rest of the neighborhood, and without waiting for her to speak, everyone turned around. I have to get some cucumbers. My daughter-in-law loves pickles for dinner. Jiang Jasmine, Auntie Zhusan, I love pickled cucumbers too. Aunt Zhusan's feet instantly accelerated. Fearing that Jiang Jasmine would really want to go to her house to eat pickled cucumbers. She can't afford to have a family with so many mouths to feed. In no time at all, the neighborhood onlookers were gone. Dare not go? In case Jiang Jasmine, the thick-skinned one, relies on her. It is really like cowhide candy, not even shaking it off. Jiang Dehao pushed the bike, looked at the front and back of the right and left big bag Jiang Peng a few. Cannot help but count Jiang Jasmine, there is a need to make such a mess. With your uncle they say a few words of soft words, compensation for a knot. This is the past. This time well, you are ready to how to end. Pops, put your heart back in your stomach. This game is a sure win for your daughter. What's winning or not winning? You think you're fighting a war? Jiang Peng carried the sack and came over. Sister, where are we going? Walk on. I'll think about it first. I bet you're also blind riding a blind horse and can't find your way. Jiang Jasmine led the family of 3 to leave on the front foot, and Jiang Dashan and Jiang Dachuan also left on the back foot. They can't do that. Not to mention the fact that there's plenty of work in the field. After finishing the work in the field, it's not too late to go into the city to find Jiang Dehai to have a good talk. In the courtyard of the Jiang family, the Ruan family members looked at me and I looked at you, all somewhat helpless. Did Dehai really just leave? You don't want the house? The house isn't his either. It's public. Lu Feng hummed and went into the house. Looking here and there, this city house is good, clean and open. Not to mention that the floor is even plastered with cement, flat and dry. The 2 sisters-in-law couldn't stop nodding. Although they could not eat commercial food, it was worth it to live in a city house for once in their lives. There are only 2 rooms in the Jiang family, so they can't accommodate so many people. Not to mention the work in the field can't be left behind. The 3 brothers decided to take turns staying here with the 2 old mouths while the rest of them went home. Let's just see who gets through it. I can't believe they won't come back for the rest of their lives. Jiang Jasmine settled Jiang Dehai to live in the guest house of the machinery factory. Jiang Dehai himself is a machinery factory employee. Accommodation does not need a letter of introduction, but accommodation tickets. It wasn't difficult, and with Jiang Jasmine's status as the head chief's daughter-in-law, she had no trouble getting 10 accommodation tickets from the factory. Asked for 2 rooms for 5 days. Seeing that Jiang Jasmine had to pay for 10 accommodation tickets at once, not to mention Li Hongying's tight flesh, even Jiang Dehai thought it was too expensive. A lodging ticket is 80 cents, which works out to be $1.60 for a day's lodging, and the average worker doesn't get that much for a day's pay. This is too expensive. Forget it, don't live here. Jiang Jasmine, what are you afraid of? Your son-in-law has money. Jiang Dehai glared at her. You can't spend money recklessly. You think it's easy for Xiaolu to earn some money. You're the daughter-in-law now. You need to learn to be thrifty. Jiang Jasmine mused. That makes sense. Then don't stay at the guest house. Go to my mother-in-law's house to stay. It just so happens that there is an empty room in the house for you to sleep in. So Xiao Pang will sleep in the living room. Jiang Pang, yeah. Jiang Dehai threw a knife through his eyes. Good my ass. What's the matter with you? With a few uncles into such a disgrace, but also dragged the family to the in-laws' home to play the autumn breeze. Jiang Dehai cannot afford to lose this person. The daughter-in-laws in the future will not be able to lift their heads. Ended up staying at the guest house. You can earn money when it's gone, but you can't lose face. Although the father and son had a place to stay for the time being, the matter of housing still had to be settled. The policies of this era did not allow renting, and there were only 2 ways to solve the housing problem. One is a unit assignment, and the other is borrowing someone's home. But how can anyone have room for 3 adults when housing is tight? This was the reason why Rowan's family was certain that Jiang Dehai would go back and bow down to them. End of chapter.